Shen Jingqing, after her unexpected journey through time, found herself as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qingyuan. Unfortunately, her fortune had taken a turn for the worse, as she became a mere pawn, overshadowed by a fortunate illegitimate daughter who had usurped her place, lavished with affection by her two doting elder brothers. Shen Jingqing vowed to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 1. The Toxic Bird's Nest Porridge. In the Duke of Qingyuan's residence, a piercing cry of a newborn echoed through the silent night. At that moment, the dense crimson clouds that had shrouded the sky suddenly parted, allowing a golden beam of light to pierce through. In the capital city, flowers bloomed in abundance, wafting an unusual fragrance. Shen Jingqing struggled against the shackles of darkness, finally inhaling the freshness of the air. She exhaled a sigh of relief and couldn't help but burst into tears. "Congratulations, madam. On the birth of your beloved daughter," came the gentle voice. "Madam, young lady?" Shen Jingqing keenly grasped the significance of these terms. She felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. A madam and a young lady, it was clear that this was a wealthy family. After all the good deeds she had done, she had finally reaped the rewards. "Quick, bring the child to me for a proper look," a soft, tender voice requested. Shen Jingqing surmised that this must be her current mother. As the maternal bond drew her closer, she gradually calmed down, attempting to open her eyes to see. What she beheld astonished her. The woman before her, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, despite her pale complexion, radiated beauty. After enduring a night of labor, Song Shi, though exhausted, felt all fatigue dissipate upon cradling her rosy daughter. Suddenly, a clear and innocent voice chimed in her ears. "Mother looks so beautiful." Who spoke? Song Shi, startled, looked up, only to find no other children in the room. Her gaze slowly descended and rested on the child in her arms. A smile crept onto her face. How could a newborn speak? Perhaps it was merely her intense desire for a daughter manifesting. "Mrs. Truly beautiful," exclaimed Mama Sun, standing nearby. Song Shi gazed affectionately at her child, her eyes filled with tenderness. The Duke has long wished for a daughter, and now his wish is fulfilled. She gently caressed the tiny birthmark on the child's forehead, which mirrored her own, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "I only wish for this little girl to be safe and happy, to live a long and prosperous life." Mama Sun smiled and praised, "This is our Duke's eldest daughter, destined for a life of luxury." "And there is a E and a how," Song Shi added with a smile. At this moment, Shen Jingqing froze. Did she hear correctly? The Duke of Qingyuan? And the names Yan and Shen Yi, Shen Hao? My heavens, was she now trapped in the very novel she once read titled The Prince's Favorite Concubine? If that were true, she was indeed the unfortunate pawn whose fate had been usurped and secretly replaced. According to the book, after giving birth to a daughter, Madame Song would die from excessive bleeding. The child would be stealthily swapped and discarded into a mass grave, while the illegitimate child would be brought in to assume the role of the legitimate heir. Shen Yi and Shen Hao, unaware of the deception, would shower the impostor with affection, while Madame Song, oblivious from afar in Jiangnan, would send lavish gifts to the Duke's residence for her grandchildren and the fraudulent granddaughter. With the wealth from Madame Song's generous dowry and the gifts from the Song family, Shen Jun would lead a life of luxury. Once the mourning period concluded, he would compose 10 elegiac poems, earning him accolades for his deep affection. Soon after, he would hastily bring the mistress into his home, bestowing her with the title of Madam. Thus, the family of 3 would live in blissful harmony. The impostor would gain fame and the favor of the prince upon reaching adulthood. As for the Song family, they would meet a tragic end. Madame Song would not perish from childbirth, rather, she would consume a bowl of bird's nest porridge laced with poison, leading to her demise. The luck of the child she bore would be usurped by Shen Jun's new wife, Lin Yan, through dark sorcery. In a mere decade, her life would be fraught with calamities. A broken leg from a fall, a rock striking her face, misfortunes would multiply. Ultimately, she would choke to death on a bun. Shen Yi, celebrated as the moon of the capital, would be tragically gifted to the heir of the Prince of Fortune, only to meet a disgraceful demise. Meanwhile, Shen Hao, endowed with extraordinary talents, would fall victim to a surprise attack during a conflict with Xiliang, meeting a heart-wrenching fate. The Song family would be accused of treason, leading to the execution of all male members. Shen Jingqing clenched her teeth, realizing the grim fates that awaited her. Her mother, her brothers, and her maternal family were indeed too tragic. "Madam, it is time to feed the young lady." The midwife entered, attempting to take Shen Jingqing away. At that moment, a beautiful maid named Ruiyun approached with a bowl of precious bird's nest porridge. "Madam, this is top-quality blood bird's nest, beneficial for your health. Please drink some before resting," she said. The story's prologue began to unfurl. Shen Jingqing, with unwavering determination, exerted all her strength, refusing to let the midwife take her away. Simultaneously, she cried out for help. "Help! Help! This old woman harbors ill intentions. She seeks to harm me. Who will save my mother? The bird's nest porridge is poisoned. It is unfit for consumption." Song Shi's expression turned to one of disbelief. What did she just hear? Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around her daughter. "No need for that. Please fetch the wet nurse to feed her," Song Shi instructed. The midwife paused midair, responding respectfully yes. Exchanging a glance with Ruiyun, she refrained from insisting on taking Shen Jingqing away. Song Shi observed their subtle exchange with keen eyes. Not one to be easily deceived after years of managing the household, she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "I truly am not hungry. This precious bird's nest porridge is not suitable for prolonged storage. I bestow it upon you." Ruiyun was taken aback by Song Shi's reaction, momentarily flustered, before smiling and responding, "Thank you for your generosity, madam." With that, she turned to take the bowl of porridge away. "Drink it here," Song Shi said, her tone displeased. Ruiyun knew the porridge was tainted. Though she was unaware of the exact contents, how could she dare consume it? As the atmosphere grew tense, Song Shi's expression darkened completely. "Bring someone." Chapter 2. A woman's resolve determines her standing. Madame Song's voice rang out sharply. Her two devoted maids, Hong Yun and Hong Yu, who were waiting outside the delivery room, rushed in upon hearing her call. Before Madame Song could utter a word, Mother Sun had already commanded, "Seize her." Hong Yu and Hong Yun quickly advanced, pinning the midwife and Ruiyun to the ground. Mother Sun took the bowl of bird's nest from Ruiyun's hands and unceremoniously forced it into her mouth. Before long, Ruiyun let out a heart-wrenching wail, clutching her abdomen tightly. The agony twisted her on the floor, and in an instant, her belly was stained with blood, and she gradually lost her vital signs. The bird's nest contained a deadly poison. Madame Song's complexion turned pale at once. Had she consumed that bowl of bird's nest, it would have been her blood spilling on the ground now. The act of childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. It took her an entire day to bring forth this daughter. If she were to perish because of it, others would hardly find it surprising. Madame Song shook her head gently, signaling to Mother Sun that there was no need for further words. "Madam." Mother Sun's tone trembled slightly. "What sort of malicious person seeks to harm you?" Madame Song glanced at the ashen-faced midwife and coldly replied, "Gag her, and send her to Qianhai for a thorough interrogation." After a moment, as if remembering something, she added, "Leave her alive." Qianhai was Mother Sun's son, and shared a good rapport with Madame Song, who placed great trust in him. Mother Sun complied, and instructed someone to take the midwife away. "What shall we do about Ruiyun?" Hong Yu inquired. Madame Song pondered for a moment before saying, "Go find the steward and tell him someone attempted to harm me. Ruiyun drank this porridge to protect me, but she has already passed." Hong Yu nodded in agreement. Shen Jingqing gazed at Madame Song, admiration glimmering in her eyes, and she couldn't help but applaud. No wonder the esteemed Duke Qingyuan held such high regard for this daughter-in-law. Madame Song instructed Hong Yun to tidy up the other rooms and then led Shen Jingqing out of the blood-stained delivery room. At last, Shen Jingqing felt a sense of relief as she slowly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. However, her slumber was abruptly interrupted by hunger, prompting Madame Song to summon 2 wet nurses for her. Yet, Shen Jingqing was reluctant to eat. She cried out loudly, her sobs coming in fits and starts. In desperation, Madame Song had to prepare a bowl of rice oil to feed her. This time, Shen Jingqing accepted it without protest, savoring it with delight. Seeing this, Madame Song hurriedly sent someone to find a nanny goat, intending to nourish her daughter with goat's milk. "My little ancestor, where did you inherit this stubbornness? You refuse to accept the wet nurse." Shen Jingqing nuzzled her head gently against Madame Song's hand, attempting to curry favor. Mentioning the wet nurse, Madame Song furrowed her brow. She had meticulously chosen 4 high-quality, wet nurses for her daughter. But now, 2 had just arrived. Are there still 2 wet nurses? Madame Song was perplexed. Logically, once selected, wet nurses would typically wait in the Duke's residence. Even if there were urgent matters, they should first have reported to Mother Sun and the others. No one would dare slip away unnoticed. Even if someone did, it would be inconceivable for 2 to escape together. Where have the old lady and the Duke gone? Madame Song inquired softly. Hong Yun promptly informed her. After the lady gave birth yesterday, the old lady, seeing that the young miss had not yet delivered, took people to Jingqing Temple to chant and pray. Madame Song felt a heaviness in her heart. Something about this situation felt amiss. How shameless! What chanting and praying! What official duties! All mere excuses. The child of that scoundrel is about to be born, and the old lady and that scoundrel are all over there. Those 2 are truly despicable. They wish to replace my position with the child of the mistress, to seize my fortune and bring me misfortune for a lifetime. How outrageous! Madame Song lifted her gaze, and Hong Yu and Hong Yun were also present in the room. Their expressions were calm, as if they had heard nothing. She looked once more at her little daughter. Madame Song even sensed a flicker of anger emanating from her infant. Lowering her eyes, Madame Song endeavored to conceal her inner astonishment. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind scoundrel, it was undoubtedly not a term of endearment. What shocked her was that the Duke had indeed sought a mistress. Moreover, her mother-in-law was aware and had even personally gone to the mistress's side. Madame Song's face remained expressionless, but her slightly trembling hands inadvertently betrayed her inner turmoil. In truth, the events surrounding the midwife and Rayun had already sown seeds of suspicion in Madame Song's heart. The Qingyuan Duke's residence was renowned in the capital. Who would dare to harbor ill intentions within its walls? Moreover, the poison in the bird's nest porridge was evidently no ordinary toxin. Colorless and tasteless, possessing potent toxicity, how could a mere maid like Rayun have access to it? Yet these suspicions filled Madame Song with dread, and she wished to think no further. Hong Yu, after a while, Madame Song spoke, her voice unexpectedly hoarse. Seeing Madame Song's unusual demeanor, Hong Yu refrained from inquiring further and hurriedly went outside to summon help. Madame Song retained Mother Sun while sending Hong Yu and Hong Yun to guard the door. She turned to Mother Sun and said, "Mother, there is a matter I need you to have Chun Hai investigate." Mother Sun was taken aback, having raised Madame Song. She felt she knew her well. For years, Madame Song had been composed and dignified, rarely displaying such a disheartened demeanor. Mother Sun quickly asked, "What has happened?" Madame Song softly replied, "Have Chun Hai discreetly inquire at the Ministry of War to see if the Duke has been there these past few days." Upon hearing this, Mother Sun began to contemplate. Her expression shifted, becoming serious as she said, "Understood. From a familiar eunuch, I learned that he has been lying from the start. He has been on leave for quite some time." The old woman's heart sank. Madame Song had already harbored doubts, and now she understood fully. The uncertainty was gone. She could hear her child's thoughts. Though she did not comprehend how her daughter knew such matters, it was evident that she had escaped the poison and was aware of her husband's infidelity, all thanks to her daughter's early warning. Then, Madame Song's gaze fell upon Shen Jingqing, who remained soundly asleep. The midwife had aimed to take her daughter's life, and her husband and mother-in-law were plotting to replace her with the mistress's child. It seemed to be true. Madame Song's eyes gradually reddened, as if blood might flow forth. Ha ha. Chapter 3. Severing Ties of Affection and Loyalty. Madame Song offered a faint smile, her laughter more jarring than her tears. Concerned for her well-being, Mother Sun urged, "Madam, please do not let your heart be grieved. All men are the same, they are prone to infidelity. We were unaware in the past, but now that we are enlightened, why not confront the Duke openly and invite that vixen into our home? Once she is here, you may dispose of her as you wish." Madame Song waved her hand, assuring Mother Sun that there was no need for concern. She endeavored to calm herself and began to devise a plan. As she contemplated, the sounds of children suddenly echoed from outside. "Mother, mother, do I have an extra little sister now?" In came 2 young boys, one about 4 or 5 years old, sturdy in build, and the other slightly older. They were Shen Yi and his younger brother Shen Hao. Though Shen Hao was younger, he was nearly as tall as his brother and appeared even more robust. He bounded to the bedside like a monkey, quickly shedding his shoes before climbing onto the bed. Shen Jingqing, still asleep, felt someone nudging her. She opened her eyes in irritation, ready to protest with tears, only to hear a surprised voice exclaim, "Is this the little sister? Why does she look like a monkey?" Last year, Shen Hao was taken to see a monkey performance, and the memory lingered in his mind. "You resemble a monkey, and your whole family must be monkeys." Shen Jingqing complained before succumbing to silence, as if she considered herself part of their family. Nonsense. Shen Yi, the eldest son destined to inherit the title, was mature beyond his years, displaying a composed demeanor despite his youth. Leaning closer to Shen Jingqing, he noticed her bright, clear eyes had opened, prompting a smile from him. "Dear sister, I am your big brother." His smile caused Shen Jingqing to widen her eyes in surprise. Was this truly Shen Yi, the renowned moon of the capital, the extraordinary youth? He was indeed a vision of beauty. Shen Jingqing clenched her fists. The Yan family, regardless of gender, was known for their striking appearances. Now, seeing Shen Yi solidified her impression of the moon of the capital. Though not yet an adult, his delicate features and clear gaze, adorned in splendid garments, truly resembled the brilliance of the moon. "Brother," Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback, then bent down cautiously to embrace Shen Jingqing. Mama Sun stood nearby, ready to protect her, fearing he might accidentally hurt her. However, Shen Yi held her securely. Han Yu chuckled, "Mother, you are overly cautious. I once heard the eldest master practicing with a pillow every day." Feeling a bit shy, Shen Yi's fair face flushed. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Shen Jingqing, as if he had heard her call for him. Gently swaying his arm, he promised, "From now on, I shall protect you. Such an outstanding elder brother. I must protect you well and ensure you never face calamity." What was calamity? Shen Yi looked curiously at Shen Jingqing, who was gazing at him with her big, dark eyes. Yi, gently place your sister down. She is still young and should not be held constantly," Song Shi interjected. Obediently, Shen Yi set Shen Jingqing down and covered her with a small blanket. "May we have lunch now?" "Perfect, let us dine together." Song Shi arranged for their midday meal. She observed the children eating quietly and, after a modest sip of chicken soup, refrained from further eating. Since the incident with the poisonous bird's nest, she had become cautious and decided to dine with her son daily. Even the kitchen staff had been meticulously chosen by her. Preoccupied with other matters, Song Shi hardly paid attention to Shen Hao. Unlike Shen Hao was lively and cheerful, often restless during meals, and loved to chat. Because of this, Shen Jun had admonished him several times. However, Shen Hao could not sit still. Today, however, Shen Hao seemed different. He was distracted, staring at the small dumplings before him, silent and observant of Shen Jingqing. Nevertheless, his appetite remained unchanged. He devoured an entire plate of delicious dumplings and nearly finished a bowl of fragrant noodles. What an impressive appetite! No wonder he possesses such innate strength. Amazing! The more he eats, the stronger he grows. A chorus of praises reached Shen Hao's ears. He quickly closed his mouth, surprised. His sister had spoken. But curiously, neither their mother nor the others seemed to have heard. Perhaps she was complimenting his eating habits? Shen Hao's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed, he is the son of a general. Shen Hao puffed out his chest proudly. "Pierced by 1,000 arrows. That sounds too tragic. After all, he is my second brother. I will surely protect you." Shen Hao. Was his sister referring to him? He understood about bows and arrows and found them amusing. However, the idea of being pierced by 1,000 arrows was far from enjoyable. "Not to worry, we can seek a formidable teacher surely. We will rise again." Shen Hao exhaled in relief, glad that his sister suggested finding a good master to avoid such fate. Thinking of a good teacher, he grabbed a few more buns to eat. The more he consumed, the stronger he would be to seek out better teachers. Worried he would overindulge, Song Shi noticed Shen Yi had also set down his bowl and quickly called for the food to be cleared away. They still needed to go to the academy and would leave after a short rest. Shen Jingqing savored the freshly delivered goat milk, comfortably lying beside Song Shi, flailing her arms and emitting joyful sounds. Song Shi sent the others away and sat on the bed in contemplation. It seemed her husband truly had someone outside. Not only did her mother-in-law know, but she was also involved in plotting against her. Why was this happening? What benefit was there in harming her? Setting aside all else, was not her daughter still his flesh and blood? Why would he not spare his own daughter? What is this lovely ball? It looks so fun. Following her daughter's innocent voice, Song sure smiled, realizing her daughter was admiring a white jade incense ball intricately carved and hanging from the bed's headboard. Since her daughter was present, it had not been lit. Yet, this delicate little item was worth a substantial sum. A tremor ran through Song Shi's heart. Indeed, the allure of wealth could not be overlooked. Chapter 4. The unbreakable bond between mother and daughter. Her connection with Shen Jingqing was originally determined by her grandfather and the old Marquis. In the past, when the old Marquis found himself in peril during his travels to Jiangnan, it was her grandfather's timely assistance that saved him. After convalescing at the Song family for over a month, the old Marquis, deeply grateful for the life-saving favor, resolved to form a familial alliance with the Song family, sharing similar interests with her father. However, Shen Jingqing's mother, proud and haughty, was unwilling to accept a merchant's child as a daughter-in-law, even if the merchant was of imperial stature. Later, the old Marquis became embroiled in court intrigues, ultimately losing his position at the emperor's decree. He was compelled to pay a substantial sum to atone for his offenses to avoid the disgrace of losing his title. Following this, the Marquis was left in a state of disarray, and the old Marquis passed away in sorrow, leaving a lingering gloom. It was in such a tumultuous context that the Song family married their daughter into the Marquis, accompanied by a lavish dowry they had meticulously prepared. As an imperial merchant, the Song family was indeed affluent. To prevent their daughter from being belittled, they ensured that the dowry was nothing short of extravagant, akin to the legendary bridal procession of 10 miles. The old Marquise frequently hinted to her that, now that she was part of the Marquis, the dowry rightfully belonged to the family and should be contributed to the public treasury for communal benefit. The Song matriarch was not a naive woman. She recognized the potential to utilize this dowry to support the marquisate expenses. However, she would not allow anyone to covet it. With a disdainful scoff, she mused on the beauty of wealth, reflecting on how even her own kin had disregarded her life in pursuit of it. Feeling weary, she embraced her daughter, draping a blanket over them, and they fell asleep together, blissfully unaware of the passing hours. It was her daughter, Shen Jingqing, who stirred her awake later that night, the darkness outside having enveloped the earth. Shen Jingqing had returned, softly acknowledging her toil. As a member of the Yan family, Shen Jingqing was, of course, strikingly handsome. His long, sword-like brows rested upon his broad forehead, complemented by bright eyes and a noble nose. Approaching the age of 30, he possessed a remarkable physique, and the refined upbringing of his prestigious family was evident in his every posture, exuding an irresistible charm that captured the heart. In previous times, whenever Song gazed upon Shen Jingqing's visage and gentle eyes, her heart would brim with joy, relishing the fact that this perfect man belonged to her. Yet now, as she once again beheld those perpetually smiling eyes, she sensed the depth and secretive turmoil they concealed, causing her heart to flutter uneasily. She averted her gaze from her husband, recognizing the disparity in his words. As a wife and mother, raising children was a natural duty. Shen Jingqing chuckled softly, his eyes resting upon the slumbering Shen Jingqing, remarking on how much she resembled her mother. Shen Jingqing, awakening, silently dismissed her father's praises with disdain. However, upon seeing Shen Jingqing, she could not help but feel a spark of confidence bloom within her. She speculated that, inheriting the looks of both the Shen and Song families, she too would likely grow into a breathtaking beauty. This thought brought her satisfaction, even as she felt the need to reprimand her irresponsible father. Amused, Song stifled a laugh. Pondering how her fortunes had changed, she was alive, her daughter was safe, and she relished the thought of how Shen Jingqing would fare. In this bittersweet moment, her laughter was tinged with tears, the delicate sorrow evident between her beautiful brows. "What troubles you?" Shen Jingqing inquired, taking a seat beside the bed and casting a fleeting glance at their daughter before quickly diverting his gaze. Song noticed the flicker of disdain in his eyes and gently lowered her own, using a handkerchief to dab at the non-existent tears. It was disheartening to think that someone could be so ruthless, plotting against her during her time of peril. Thankfully, due to Rayun's penchant for food, she had devoured her bird's nest, allowing Song to escape a dire fate and be here in the presence of the Marquis. As she spoke, tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Yet Rueyun had perished due to a mere bowl of porridge. Shen Jingqing, taken aback, never anticipated her mother could employ such a strategy. Is this true? Shen Jun leapt to his feet, determined to uncover the truth. Song nodded, affirming his resolve. I suspect the midwife, who was an outside hire. My trust in her is waning. Shen Jun's expression hardened. Where is she now? She has already passed. Shen Jun felt a slight relief but pressed on. Did you take action? Song quickly defended herself. I lacked the audacity. The midwife, upon witnessing Rueyun's demise, met her end by colliding with the doorframe. I felt it was ill fortune, thus I had her body disposed of at a mass grave. Only then did Shen Jun fully relax, patting Song's hand in reassurance, as long as you and our child are safe. Shen Jingqing silently cursed. How dare you plot against us? Shen Jun, burdened with thoughts, sought to leave Song's side, finding an excuse to hastily retreat to his study. Just as he exited, a dull thud echoed from outside. My lord! The servants exclaimed, alarmed. The Marquis has fallen. Quickly, bring a chair. The following morning, as Song played with her daughter, a call came from Hong Yu, announcing, Madam, the old lady has come to visit you. Curious, Shen Jingqing turned to the doorway, where a regal woman in her 50s, adorned in splendid attire and exuding grace, entered, accompanied by numerous maidservants. My child, you have truly suffered. Indeed, they are two of a kind, their words almost indistinguishable. The old marquise entered without taking notice of Song and her child, hastily producing a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Upon hearing of your difficult labor, I was frantic and immediately went to Jingxin Temple to pray for your well-being. As Hong Yu and Hong Yun arranged chairs by the bed, the old lady, supported by her maidens, sat with poise, continuing to dab at her tears. Shen Jingqing thought, I have never encountered such a brazen person. Song could not suppress a chuckle, her amusement bubbling forth. The old lady had never held Song in high regard, had it not been for the Marquisite's financial struggles, requiring the heavy dowry of Song. She would not have so easily permitted her entry. Little did she anticipate that Song would survive the ordeal, her carefully orchestrated schemes thwarted. The old lady felt a pang of unease when confronted with Song and Shen Jun, wishing to elicit a reaction from Song, if only for the sake of appearances. Chapter 5. The unfortunate fellow Shen Jun, unable to discern the words clearly, heard her weeping distinctly and turned to face her. Indeed, her tear-streaked, delicate face tugged at his heartstrings. Why do you weep? He yearned to embrace her, speaking softly to console her. Yet Lu Xinhua broke free from his grasp, her expression one of anguish. Why such unfounded thoughts? Shen Jun, desperate, grasped her hand. We have vowed to be together for eternity. Lu Xinhua shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, things have spiraled beyond our control. Today, your wife sent over those gold and jade gifts, supposedly for our daughter's full moon celebration. Is it a mockery or a gesture of pity? Hong Fei, in Shen Jun's eyes, Lu Xinhua had always been confident, as if she wielded control over every situation. He had never witnessed her vulnerability until now. It seemed he had erred in bringing her into the household. Since entering the Marquis, she had been submissive to everyone, particularly to your wife, and even their daughter, Wan, was subject to ridicule from the servants, who gossiped about the stark differences between those born on the same day. The daughter of the Marquis's household floated high above like a cloud in the sky, while Wan was merely the earth beneath, trampled upon at will. Shen Jun was filled with fury. Who dared to belittle his daughter? Within the mansion, such words were spoken without hesitation. Lu Xinhua wiped away her tears, letting out a cold laugh, stating that such remarks were mild compared to the harshness of the servants, who were adept at reading their master's moods, always bullying the weak while fearing the strong. As for me, the more I endured, the more I could curry favor with the master. Now that my confinement is over, have you found a new residence for me? After residing in the Marquis' estate for such a long time, Lu Xinhua had yet to discover any evidence against Song Shi for setting the fire. She no longer wished to remain. Shen Jun pondered and found her reasoning sound. I apologize for the injustice you have suffered. My finances are limited at the moment. as I must make arrangements for my promotion to Deputy Minister of the Military Department. Once I ascend, I shall have a say in the military affairs. And, at that time, money will no longer be a concern. Songbo had been staying at the Marquis' estate for 3 days, during which Song Shi took him to Chunwei Hall. The old matriarch had fully recovered, though a small scar remained on her philtrum. Upon leaving Chunwei Hall, Shen Jingqing nearly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
This old lady looks like she has grown a beard. Song Shi stifled her laughter, fearing she might drop her daughter, and quickly handed her over to Songbo, understanding that he must uphold his sister's dignity while residing here. He maintained a serious demeanor. The maidens in Chunwei Hall gazed at him shyly, yet he remained oblivious. With plans for the imperial examination in mind, Song Shi wished for her brother to attend the Imperial Academy. However, after inquiring around, she learned that the reputation of the academies had declined. She hesitated, but devised another plan. She sent an invitation to the Prince of Cheng's residence, bringing both her brother and daughter along. Typically, royal relatives resided on Zhuke Street, and the Prince of Cheng's abode was among them. Upon hearing that Song Shi and her daughter had arrived, the Princess of Cheng delightedly instructed her servants to welcome them. She smiled at Songbo, saying, "The prince is resting today. I shall introduce you shortly." Song Shi was overjoyed. Meeting the prince would undoubtedly benefit her brother immensely. After expressing her gratitude to the princess, Songbo followed a maid to meet the prince. "Aunt Wang, is she that younger sister?" The princess's sons had gone to the palace school, but the child before him, appearing around 4 or 5 years old, was handsome, with fair skin resembling a snowball. "This is the 9th prince," the princess of Cheng explained. Song Shi then realized that the child referred to her as Aunt Wang. He was indeed the 9th prince. The current emperor had 2 legitimate sons, the crown prince, born to the first consort, Empress Gua, and the 9th prince, born to the current Empress Su. The princess nodded with a smile. Song Shi bowed, saying, "May the 9th prince enjoy great fortune. I was unaware of your presence and did not perform the proper salutations. I hope you will forgive me." Although young, the 9th prince was intelligent and witty, much favored by the emperor. He stood upright, mimicking an adult, raised his right hand, and said, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise, Madam Shen." His tender voice was exceedingly charming.
Ah?
The 9th prince? He is such an unfortunate child. Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. The 9th prince seemed to have heard something, glanced around to find no one else, and finally focused his gaze on Shen Jingqing, the youngest among those present. "What a handsome boy, like a celestial child beside Guanyin," others observed. "Such a clever child, noble and beloved by the emperor. What a pity." The 9th prince was bewildered by the comments. What a pity, he wondered. "Very well," the princess of Cheng said with a smile. "Take the younger sister to the inner chamber. The maid will bring you some refreshments shortly." The 9th prince shyly nodded, though he was not merely going to the inner chamber for snacks. A maid carried Shen Jingqing, following the 9th prince into the inner chamber, where 2 maidens stood ready to attend to their needs while another went to fetch refreshments. Upon entering, Shen Jingqing was greeted by a delightful fragrance and surveyed the opulent surroundings, far exceeding Song Shi's quarters. "Indeed, the princess's residence is magnificent," she mused. "Even Chang'e's lunar palace cannot compare." Enveloped in the aroma of dragon saliva, she felt utterly at ease. Turning, she noticed the 9th prince was instructing the princess's maid on what kind of refreshments to bring. With a delicate face and splendid attire, he exuded an innate regal demeanor at such a tender age. Chapter 6. The Black Lotus. Unexpectedly, Song Shi did not show a hint of emotion, but instead chuckled, causing the old matriarch's expression to stiffen instantly. With a smile, Song Shi said, "Mother, please do not take offense. I laugh because I have often heard tales of harmonious relationships between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, akin to those of a close mother and daughter, and I have always envied such bonds. Today, your visit to Jingxin Temple to pray for me speaks volumes about your affection, and I am deeply grateful." The old matriarch, not possessing a quick wit, did not grasp the absurdity of her situation waiting at her son's mistress's side for childbirth. Though Song Shi's words appeared complimentary, they left the old matriarch feeling uneasy, unable to articulate what felt amiss. Thus, she resolved to refrain from further inquiry, fearing that excessive words might lead to mistakes. Citing her fatigue from a day of kneeling in prayer and a need to visit her son, who had fallen and injured himself, she hurriedly departed. Never once casting a glance at Shen Jingqing, Songshi gently caressed her daughter's cheek, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she finally spoke, "Mama." Granny's son immediately responded, "Go tell a hi to arrange for 2 inconspicuous individuals to secretly follow the Marquis. I want to keep track of his daily movements. Additionally, instruct the maidens in Chunhui Hall to observe everyone closely. If anyone leaves the estate, I want to know precisely where they went and what they did." "I will attend to it right away." Songshi offered a reassuring smile, stating, "Mama, I am well here. We must continue living." Yet her plans extended far beyond that. She thought to herself, "The real performance has only just begun. Let us see who shall ultimately prevail." After 10 years in the Marquis' estate, she had poured her heart and soul into it, not to fulfill someone else's grand dreams. Granny's son felt a surge of sympathy as she looked at the child she had raised, mistakenly believing she was merely putting on a brave face. Her eyes brimming with tears as she left in sorrow. "Mother seems to have great plans," Shen Jingqing silently applauded Songshi. Though she was unaware of her mother's forthcoming strategies, it was evident that Songshi was not a woman lacking in cunning. Observing her mother's seemingly gentle smile, yet noticing the fierce glint in her eyes, Shen Jingqing felt an overwhelming thrill. "I can hardly wait to see how my mother defeats the scoundrel father and showcases her grand ambitions. And my 2 brothers. The elder brother excels in literature, while the second brother is skilled in martial arts. Surely, they will soar to great heights and conquer the battlefield. As for me, Shen Jingqing, I shall simply enjoy the fruits of their endeavors." Investigating Shen Jin's mistress was not a daunting task. The old matriarch and Shen Jin believed their plans were meticulous, thinking they could keep Songshi in the dark. Although the old matriarch had ceased her outings, the daughter-in-law of Wu Mama, from the Wu family, had not been seen in the estate recently. Upon investigation, it was found that the couple had been serving in Qingping Alley. All of this was anticipated by Songshi. Since the birth of her daughter, Shen Jin had visited daily, yet he appeared noticeably uneasy. It was evident that the situation had unfolded contrary to his expectations, and he was pondering countermeasures. Regardless, he would not openly harm his legitimate wife. Songshi pressed, "What news do we have regarding the woman in Qingping Alley?" A flicker of disdain crossed Granny's son's eyes. "That woman's surname is Lin. It is said she has been there for 2 or 3 years. Songshi's brows furrowed. This indicated that Shen Jin had been involved with this woman at least since before their marriage. Such circumstances were rather unusual. Typically, it was acceptable for noble young men to have maidservants before marriage and take concubines afterward. However, if one secretly maintained a beloved companion outside for several years, that was decidedly inappropriate. Sun Mama hesitated for a moment before adding, "The residence of that woman is located at the end of Qingping Alley. Although it consists of only 3 courtyards, Lord Shen purchased the adjacent property a few years ago, evidently to ensure her comfort." The mere mention of this matter caused Sun Mama's heart to ache. The Qingping Alley area boasts a prime geographical location, where the inhabitants are either low-ranking officials or affluent merchants. A 3-courtyard mansion is valued at no less than 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver. This was the hard-earned wealth accumulated by the Song family, yet Lord Shen squandered it on a mistress. Shen Jingqing's heart was equally filled with indignation. What a shameless leech! Where is the justice? They truly deserve divine retribution. She angrily clenched her fists and kicked her legs, wishing to personally confront the 2 conspirators. In contrast, Song appeared remarkably composed, maintaining an outward calm. Mother's demeanor is truly admirable. One cannot help but wonder how she will proceed next. Soon enough, Shen Jingqing was to witness it. Merely 2 days later, the mistress residing in Shen Jin's property suddenly caught fire. As Sun Mama reported to Song, she could not suppress a sense of glee. Finally, the wretched thing has met its just deserts. These nefarious individuals have not escaped the watchful eye of heaven. Song merely smiled faintly, her expression remaining as gentle and serene as ever. Shen Jingqing thought, "I would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than consider this mere coincidence. Could it be that my mother is, in fact, a formidable heroine?" What a rare opportunity to strike, and it has shaken the heavens. From now on, my mother shall be my goddess. This cascade of thoughts caused Song to gently curl her lips. It was not until the following day that the old lady, with a benevolent expression, approached Song, and Shen Jingqing finally comprehended the deeper significance behind Song's act of arson against the mistress's residence. I wish to discuss something with you, the old lady said with a smile. Song adopted a submissive posture. Please, mother, go ahead. The old lady sighed. It appears that a distant relative of ours has encountered misfortune and is stranded in the capital alone. Unfortunately, the inn where she is staying has also caught fire, leaving her homeless. Therefore, she must seek refuge with us. This is utterly absurd. By rights, she should be addressed as sister-in-law, as she was his elder brother's wife. To treat a widow as a mistress is an unparalleled act of shamelessness. Song gently fed her daughter warm goat's milk, and upon hearing this unexpected news, her hand trembled, nearly spilling the milk on Shen Jingqing's face. She had thought that Shen Jun merely took a common mistress, but little did she know that he had a brother. What secrets lay hidden behind this revelation? Regaining her composure, Song agreed. Indeed, relatives should support one another. Since she has come to seek our aid, we cannot refuse. I will arrange for someone to prepare the guest quarters immediately. The old lady clapped her hands in delight. I knew you would understand the importance of propriety. Song smirked inwardly. Once deemed covetous and lowly, she was now considered reasonable simply for accepting a so-called relative. However, there is no need to trouble yourself with the guest quarters. She can stay in the inner courtyard. I believe the peony courtyard is quite suitable. Song's actions faltered slightly. How brazen! While the peony courtyard is indeed tidy, it is somewhat cramped, and given that it is too close to the lord's study, it may not be appropriate. The old lady's expression darkened instantly. Within the residence, aside from her spring sunshine hall and Song's peony garden, the peony courtyard is undoubtedly the most desirable location. Moreover, it is merely a wall away from Xinjiang's Pine Wave Pavilion. Song's candidness made the old lady feel somewhat awkward, her expression slightly soured, and her tone lowered. What do you suggest, then? Song replied slowly. I believe the Pear Blossom Courtyard would be excellent. The Pear Blossom Courtyard, situated in the southwest of the Qingyuan Marquis estate, is a residence with dual courtyards. If she were to be placed there, it would indeed be quite distant from me. The old lady remained dissatisfied, citing concerns over safety. Alternatively, how about letting this distant relative stay directly in Spring Sunshine Hall? Song smiled. That would make it convenient for you to oversee her, while also showcasing our family's warmth and hospitality. That won't do, the old lady immediately rejected. Let her stay in the Pear Blossom Courtyard, and assign a few maids to attend to her. Understood. Song gently acquiesced, watching the old lady depart. What is happening? Why would mother agree to let the mistress move in? Shen Jingqing's understanding of this household conflict still lingered at the level of fiction, lacking real-world experience. She had thought that Song's act of burning the mistress's residence would suffice for her revenge. Little did she know that the other party had even more profound schemes. Leaving the wolf outside, it may attack you at any moment. However, if you cage it, you hold its life and death in your hands. Song gently caressed her daughter's cheek, seemingly casually remarking, so this is what it means to shut the door to beat the dog. Shen Jingqing voiced her agreement. Song nodded with a smile. Precisely, it is to shut the door to beat the dog. The economic backbone of the household relies almost entirely on the shops and farmland she brought with her upon marriage. Meanwhile, the original assets of the Marquis' estate had been nearly sold off when the previous Marquis was forced to pay a fine, leaving little profit. Shen Jun's own secret stash of silver is also limited. As for the old lady, she is truly a miser, allowing money to flow in but not out. Though she could personally oversee the mistress's childbirth, asking her to spend money on purchasing a new residence for the mistress would be akin to dreaming. Once that mistress steps through the threshold, ensuring she leaves unscathed and unnoticed would be a challenge. Song delicately stroked her refined fingers, contemplating the fate that awaited that individual. Early the next morning, Lu Xinyue was brought in. She was relatively slender, assisted by someone, her face obscured almost entirely, followed by a maid carrying a child. Tang Rui described to Song, she seems to be hiding something, all wrapped up like that. Song recalled her daughter's earlier assertion that this woman had once been Shen Jingqing's sister-in-law. She was unaware of how her elder brother had passed away or why this woman had become Shen Jingqing's mistress. Surely, there were sordid dealings involved. No wonder the mistress was so cautious. However, now she was right beneath her nose, and she hardly dared to make any mischief. This provoked displeasure from Granny Chen. Such a lack of decorum. Is this how the Marquis teaches her? Living under someone else's roof and acting so audaciously. This vixen will surely reap her just rewards. How could the Marquis be so blind? Song could not help but chuckle. She knew Granny Chen cared for her. Unable to bear seeing her wronged, having watched her grow up and treat her as family. Yet, she still had to maintain a serious demeanor in front of Shen Jingqing. Clearing her throat. Granny, no need for such talk. After exchanging glances with Granny Chen, the latter understood. Oh dear, I must be getting old and forgetful. Saying all sorts of things. While saying this, she approached Shen Jingqing, lightly slapping her own face, and then scooped Shen Jingqing into her arms. Our young lady is truly beautiful. Hee. I must be mindful of my words and actions in the future. I cannot lead our young lady astray. She will surely grow into an accomplished and elegant young lady. Oh, Granny is so adorable. Shen Jingqing knew that Granny Chen was not a bad person. At the very least, she was absolutely loyal to her mother, having been anxious and sweating profusely when her mother was in labor. Once, after the untimely demise of her mother, the cunning Shen, fearing that his treachery would be uncovered by the old nurse, ordered her death and deceitfully claimed that she had taken her own life out of grief. What a shameless scoundrel he is. Lost in her thoughts, the young maid entered to announce the arrival of a distant relative from the Pear Blossom courtyard. Only now does she come. She must truly have something to hide. Shen Jingqing was eager to behold this concubine and to assess her father's taste. Surely, she could not compare to her mother's beauty, without a doubt. Upon entering, the first thing she noticed was the cloak draped over Lu Xinyu, which concealed all but half of her face. Not unattractive. Yet, as she spoke, she caught her mother's gaze fixed upon her, and Shen Jingqing suddenly realized the truth. Not unattractive, but compared to mother, she pales in comparison. Upon closer inspection, she is indeed hard to look at. Mother is truly the fairest. Song sure couldn't help but smirk slightly with satisfaction. When Lu Xinyu finally took a seat and removed her cloak, everyone was finally able to see her true appearance. Contrary to expectations, she bore a fragile and pitiful demeanor. Her skin was as flawless as freshly peeled egg whites, delicate to the touch. While her looks were decent, they were utterly eclipsed by the radiant Song Shi. No wonder. What man could possibly resist such a visage? Chapter 8. The weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Shen Jingqing wished to look further, but was gently interrupted by Song Shi's touch. Yet I still believe mother is more beautiful. Song Shi's beauty required no elaborate adornments. Even in simple attire, she radiated brilliance. Today, she had only casually prepared herself, easily overshadowing Lu Xinyu. Lu Xinyu, too, had not overdone her appearance, wearing a somewhat worn dress. Mindful that this was her first visit to the household, she did not wish to raise Song Shi's suspicions. I have just given birth to Jingqing, and my body has yet to fully recover. It was only through my mother-in-law's notice that I learned of the arrival of relatives. I hope you will not find my hospitality lacking. With a smile that barely masked her disdain, Song Shi replied, I am unsure how to address you. You seem to be around my age, so I shall call you sister for warmth's sake. After all, this household can only have one elder sister. Lu Xinyue's expression shifted slightly at these words, which implied that she was the sole mistress of this home. According to her plans, everything that belonged to Song Shi should have been shared with her and her daughter. But alas, Shen and his mother were ineffectual, leaving her in this unfortunate position. The fire at her own residence must have been instigated by Song Shi. She likely sensed something amiss. Furthermore, Song Shi's demeanor during this initial encounter was clearly meant to intimidate her, suggesting that the days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. How could that be, madam? I am immensely grateful that you allow me to stay here. How could I possibly complain of inadequate hospitality? Lu Xinyu replied with a smile, noticing Shen Jingqing nearby. Such a well-kept child, so fair and plump. Bah! Such deceit is evident. Indeed, what a connection we share, Song Shi replied with disdain. Lu Xinyue, however, had her own agenda, believing not everyone could be compared to her precious Jingqing. It is an honor for my daughter to grow alongside your esteemed daughter. As I have just arrived, I have not had the time to prepare any gifts. Please consider this a token of our meeting. At least you have some sense. You know not to come empty-handed. As she spoke, Lu Xinyue produced a jade pendant from her bosom. Shen Jingqing twisted her head in curiosity, but upon seeing the pendant, she burst into tears. Song Shi quickly embraced her daughter, soothing her gently. Is my dear child hungry? I just fed her. How odd. As everyone gathered around Shen Jingqing, Lu Xinyue seized the opportunity to excuse herself. Forgive me, sister, for my Jingqing is usually cheerful and does not shy away from strangers. I do not know why she is behaving this way today. Song Shi, ever sharp, managed to provoke Lu Xinyue with just a few words, causing her to leave in irritation. Tang Rui, take that jade pendant away and throw it as far as you can. Then, recalling something, she paused. Song Shi handed Shen Jingqing over to Qin Momo and took the pendant from Tang Rui's hands, moving a distance away to examine it closely. Indeed, as soon as the pendant was removed, Shen Jingqing ceased her wailing, reduced to soft sobs. This broke Song Shi's heart, and she immediately sent for a doctor. The craftsmanship of the pendant was exquisite, revealing the effort of its creator, yet the more she gazed upon it, the more uneasy she felt, particularly with the hint of crimson in its center. This led her to remember her daughter's earlier words about luck and the potential for borrowing it. Certainly, this pendant must be connected. The doctor arrived, and Song Shi followed behind him. Fortunately, Shen Jingqing was unharmed, prompting a sigh of relief from Song Shi. Oh dear. This pendant must be toxic. I feel unwell the moment it is near me. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Clearly, this pendant was an ill omen. Lu Xinyue intended to use it as a medium to channel fortune. No wonder Lu Xinyue had gone to such lengths to ensure her daughter was born on the same day as Jingqing. This was evidently premeditated. Seeing that Song Shi had been staring at the pendant for a long time, Qin Momo inquired, Do you find something amiss with this pendant, miss? Momo, do you not sense that this pendant harbors secrets? It feels icy to the touch and is truly discomforting. Perhaps we should consult the fortune teller. He is a renowned master in these parts, and given the donations I've made, he would have no reason to refuse assistance. After pondering for a moment, Song Shi deemed it reasonable and dispatched Tang Rui to seek the fortune teller at Qingxin Temple. Moreover, as soon as the pendant was taken away, Shen Jingqing's cries ceased, causing Lu Xinyue to fear that her plot might once again unravel. This pendant had become the embodiment of her mission. Keeping it close to Shen Jingqing would undoubtedly provide the foundation for her daughter to seize fortune. She hoped fervently that Song Shi had not caught on to anything. Lu Xinyue glanced at her sleeping daughter, tears welling in her eyes. Such a small, rosy face, so obedient. Madam, your suspicions were indeed correct. The master says this pendant is an ill omen. The birth dates of the young lady and that concubine are inscribed in a very hidden place. The master indicated it is not a good thing. Song Shi smiled faintly. Indeed, a weasel wishing the chicken well is never sincere. As she picked up the pendant once more, she felt that hint of red resembled blood. She handed the pendant to Tang Li, whispering instructions. Go bury this pendant beneath the willow tree in Songtao courtyard. Be cautious. Do not let anyone see you. The willow tree, being inherently in, combined with the fact that it stood in shadow, would likely yield greater results if the pendant were buried there. It remained uncertain whether the pendant would have any effect on Shen. Song Shi was a person who repaid grievances. Previously, Shen had treated her exceptionally well, leading her to believe it was love. She thought they shared a bond of affection. However, upon Shen's despicable actions, she realized he was adept at masquerading. His past kindness might have merely stemmed from a lingering sense of guilt or a strategy to earn her full trust before betraying her, paving the way for the concubine and her daughter to move in. As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed down her face, and she remained oblivious to it all. Chapter 9. A counterattack. Shen Jingqing observed her mother's melancholic demeanor. Alas, alas, mother, do not be sad. Why am I crying? Song Shi wiped her tears away. Perhaps the wind is too strong today, and sand has blown into my eyes. As Song Shi gazed at the equally concerned Shen Jingqing, her expression softened. Our Jingqing is so adorable. Mother will never allow anyone to harm you. Woo-woo, mother is truly wonderful. Unbeknownst to them, news of Shen Jingqing's request for a doctor had reached Shen Yi and Shen Hao. Being innocent children, they assumed their sister was ill. The following morning, the two little ones arose early to visit Shen Jingqing. Shen Jingqing was in deep slumber, blissfully unaware, when she felt someone poking her face repeatedly. Shen Jingqing opened her eyes to find Shen Hao staring at her, his eyes wide with excitement. Upon noticing she was awake, he joyfully exclaimed, "Sister is awake! Sister is awake!" Shen Jingqing felt a mix of exasperation. "Brother, if I don't wake up soon, your drool will land on my face." Song Shi chuckled softly. All right. Your sister is fine. You both needn't worry any longer." Shen Yi, observing his sister's toothless grin, remarked gently, "Mother, what has that relative who just moved to the Pear Blossom courtyard done to my sister? Why did she summon a doctor as soon as she arrived?" Song Shi thought to herself that this child was indeed perceptive, having discerned the situation immediately. "Your sister is well. She simply behaved unusually yesterday, and I assumed she was unwell, hence I called for a doctor." After saying this, Song Shi smiled at Shen Jingqing. "What? It was clearly that Lu Xinyue who framed me. Mother, quickly tell brother the truth." Shen Jingqing exclaimed animatedly. Shen Yi, watching his sister's antics, felt that Song Shi's explanation must be incorrect. Although he was young, he understood certain matters. "Mother, the teacher said that one must reciprocate kindness. Since that cousin sent my sister a jade pendant, shouldn't we also send her nurse over?" "Wow. Brother is so young yet so insightful. Truly my brother." Shen Jingqing danced with joy, feeling that her future would be bright. Song Shi was taken aback for a moment, but then found the idea commendable. Gently patting Shen Yi's little face. "Very well, let us proceed with that." The answer was evident. It would undoubtedly be Shen and his mother who sent the two nurses to the concubine. The thought of sending them to Lu Xinyue made Song Shi chuckle, regretting that she couldn't witness her expression in person. How amusing it would have been. The two nurses were thus sent to the Pear Blossom courtyard. Oh, it was utterly delightful. She was momentarily stunned. Song Shi, listening nearby, was also pleased, gently patting Shen Jingqing. She would go to great lengths to protect her three children. They were her sole reason for existence in this world. Old Madam Chen, discerning Song Shi's thoughts, inquired cautiously, "Miss, will the full moon banquet for the young lady proceed as you planned? I wonder if the Marquis will agree." "He must agree, for Jingqing is my precious child, born through great effort, and it has nothing to do with him. He even wishes to take our lives. This is what he owes us." Old Madam Chen, seeing Song Shi's determination, chose not to press further. "Mother, you are truly wonderful. When I grow older, I will protect you well. But first, I must wait until I grow up, hee. Song Shi shook her head in both affection and resignation. Her beloved daughter was indeed charming. For this full moon banquet, Song Shi had meticulously planned every detail, even how to arrange the flowers in the courtyard. Naturally, the news reached Lu Xinyue, who was infuriated yet helpless. She had hinted to Shen before, but he either pretended to be deaf or mute. It seemed that as long as Song Shi bore the child, hers was not considered. This situation could not persist, so Lu Xinyue secretly visited Song Tao courtyard at noon. "Madam, that vixen just entered the Marquis' Song Tao courtyard." Old Madam Chen hurriedly ran over. "No worries. I have already guessed her purpose," Song Shi replied nonchalantly, piquing Old Madam Chen's curiosity. "Why?" "It is merely for her daughter. Do you not remember? Her daughter shares the same birthday as Jingqing. Perhaps she is hoping the Marquis will host a full moon banquet for her daughter as well." Old Madam Chen suddenly understood. Song Shi presented the guest list she had prepared to Shen. Unexpectedly, Shen furrowed his brow, displaying clear displeasure. Noticing this, Song Shi asked calmly, "What dissatisfaction does the Marquis have?" "It is not dissatisfaction, but why is this banquet several times more elaborate than a Yi's full moon banquet?" "Marquis, times have changed. The situation at the Marquis' residence then and now is vastly different," Song Shi explained. She understood that Shen did not wish to hold an extravagant affair that might upset Lu Xinyue, but she was not Shen. She desired just that. Besides, Marquis, consider this. Jingqing is your only daughter, delicate and precious, deserving of a lavish upbringing. Seeing Song Shi's insistence, Shen could say little more, though he recalled Lu Xinyue's earlier remarks. Very well, let it be so. However, Shen paused, looking at Song Shi. Please, feel free to speak. You are aware that cousin Lu's daughter also shares the same birthday as Jingqing. Why not let them celebrate together?
Wow.
Father said this, without batting an eye. I admire him. Mother, please do not agree to this. Song Shi found it amusing. What nonsense, Marquis. Cousin Lu and her child are guests. We must treat them well. No, Mother, please. Shen's previously furrowed brows smoothed instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Song Shi continued, I have already instructed Tang Rui to deliver the invitations, along with several outfits identical to Jingqing's, all made from fine materials, as a token of my appreciation.
Wow.
Mother, your strategy has me awestruck. Shen's expression changed drastically. That is not what I meant. What I imply is whether we could allow cousin Lu's child to celebrate alongside Jingqing. That is out of the question, Marquis. Such an arrangement would be highly inappropriate. Song Shi was taken aback, never anticipating that Shen would have the audacity to continue. Marquis, think about it. The guests I have invited, as you just saw, are all noble ladies and relatives of the aristocracy. They are here for the Marquis's reputation. Suddenly adding cousin Lu's child, how would they even know whose child she is? It would likely be inappropriate. What do you think, Marquis? Chapter 10. What can be endured cannot be tolerated. Song Shi, hailing from a scholarly family and a true lady of high society, spoke in a manner that left Shen unable to counter. Even if he had many grievances, he could say no more. To continue would raise suspicion. Then let it be. Shen rose, stating, I must trouble you to take care of the arrangements. I am busy with official duties. After speaking, he departed. Song Shi did not need to ponder where he was headed. It was clear he was likely avoiding an explanation to the concubine. However, Song Shi was disinterested in such matters. The most important thing now was her precious daughter's full moon banquet. On the day of the banquet, guests flocked to the Marquis's residence. The Princess of Qing, who had a good relationship with Song Shi, held Shen Jingqing in her arms, unable to part with her. The Princess of Qing was the most esteemed guest among those Song Shi had invited, as she had only 3 sons with the prince, and therefore adored little girls. Shen Jingqing, aware of the significance of this noble lady, smiled continuously at her, refraining from crying or fussing. She had overheard her mother mention that the guests were all of high status, so she was determined to behave well. This smile delighted the Princess of Qing, who lavished praises upon her. The crowd echoed the compliments, noting how lovely and spirited Shen Jingqing appeared. The old matron of the Nanan Marquis looked at Shen Jingqing, who was surrounded by admiration, and remarked, This child is indeed fortunate, unlike my poor granddaughter. The crowd was puzzled. The old matron glanced at the Princess of Qing. What you may not know is that after my eldest son passed, he left behind my daughter-in-law and granddaughter, who coincidentally shares the same birthday as Jingqing. However, her fate is not as fortunate. Song Shi felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Since they share the same birthday, why not celebrate together? The old matron shot a glance at Song Shi. Such an arrangement would be highly inappropriate. As the discussion unfolded, the crowd began to murmur. Song Shi understood that the old matron sought to embarrass her publicly, intending to make others believe she bullied Lu Xinyue. Very well, so you wish to bully my mother, do you? Shen Jingqing genuinely wished to defend Song Shi, but was helpless to do so. Song took a sharp breath, caught off guard, but before she could speak, the Princess of Qing interrupted, addressing her with a smile. I find this young lady to be extraordinarily endearing. She has been smiling at me all along. I have long wished for a daughter. Would you mind if I were to take her as my own? Song was momentarily stunned, as she had never anticipated that what had once been a jest would be taken to heart by the princess. This thought made her eyes well with tears. The princess's words carried weight. It was a privilege not only for Jingqing but also for the entire Nanan Marquis to be favored by the princess. There was indeed a reason for the princess's protectiveness toward Song, and this very reason endeared Song to her even more. strengthening their bond. Well, from this day forth, Jingqing shall be my goddaughter, the princess declared. The onlookers, who had been eagerly awaiting a spectacle, now donned expressions of joy, offering their congratulations to Shen Jingqing. Song had long grown accustomed to such sycophancy and was hardly surprised. What a formidable background, she thought. Shen Jingqing smiled with even greater fervor, fearing that any misstep might displease the princess. At that moment, the elderly matriarch of the Nanan Marquis, her teeth clenched in frustration, turned purple with rage. But she could say nothing. The Marquis could not afford to offend the princess. Shen Jingqing, unable to contain her disdain for the old woman, wished she could confront her. Yet she was but a month old. She had thought the old matriarch would relent, but instead, she hatched another malicious scheme. How wonderful, Your Highness. Now, we are all family. You should meet my son. He is quite charming, she suggested. Song had never encountered such shamelessness. The princess acknowledged her as kin out of respect for her, not for the old matriarch. Shen Jingqing was already fuming on her mother's behalf, her little legs kicking in agitation. Song cast a disdainful glance and noticed Shen Shuangshuang, the old matriarch's granddaughter, cowering behind her. No wonder she was Shen's sister. They were both of the same ilk. Shen Shuangshuang had always harbored resentment toward Song, believing that when her proposal was made, Song had not shared her dowry. However, the truth was that although the Marquis was in decline at that time, they had still done their utmost to provide her with a splendid wedding. Unfortunately, Shen Shuangshuang did not appreciate this and frequently spoke ill of Song to the old matriarch. Though such grievances could be overlooked on ordinary days, today was a significant occasion, and Shen Shuangshuang's antics were intolerable. Song felt she had indulged her too much, allowing her to become increasingly brazen. The princess discerned the subtle thoughts of the mother and daughter and noticed Song's discontent. Ignoring them, she continued to play with Shen Jingqing. The more I look at this child, the more I adore her. When she grows up, my 3 sons will be at her disposal, whichever one she chooses. I shall arrange the most splendid wedding for her. Song recognized that the princess was speaking deliberately. Shen Shuangshuang had a daughter of only 4 years, who, although still a child, was undeniably a beauty. Shen Shuangshuang had always been strict with her daughter, hiring tutors to teach her music, chess, and literature, presumably with hopes of marrying her into a good family. The princess's words were clearly a jab, indicating her disinterest in anyone but Shen Jingqing, advising Shen Shuangshuang to abandon her ambitions. Just as Shen Jingqing was basking in her triumph, the old matriarch suddenly collapsed, rolling her eyes and clutching her chest while calling out in distress before losing consciousness. Shen Shuangshuang quickly understood the cue and began to feign concern. Mother, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Song could hardly believe that the two had no sense of propriety, especially on such an important day. On ordinary days, she might have tolerated it, but today was her daughter's full moon celebration, surrounded by esteemed guests. She could not afford to lose face. Suppressing her anger and holding back tears, she rushed forward. Mother! Mother! Song cried, pressing her hands against the old matriarch's chest. The old woman struggled to maintain her fade. Quickly, mother, pinch her philtrum, apply pressure. Song pinched herself hard, tears streaming from her eyes. Mother! Mother! After lifting the old matriarch's head, she pressed firmly on the philtrum, but seeing no sign of awakening, she pressed even harder. Shen Shuangshuang grew anxious. What are you doing? This isn't right. Song continued her actions, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Shen Shuangshuang. I heard the doctor say that someone who suddenly faints must have their philtrum pinched immediately. It's a method of first aid. Come help. Shen Shuangshuang, unable to protest further, assisted in lifting the old matriarch's head. Chapter 11. The eyes of the public are sharp. Is she really unresponsive? The philtrum might as well be punctured, Song thought, underestimating the old matriarch's endurance. Despite her vigorous efforts, the old woman remained still, likely berating herself internally. Resolute, Song stated, "There's no other choice," and raised her hand to remove the hairpin from Shen Shuangshuang's hair, stabbing it into the old matriarch's philtrum with force. Ouch! That hurts! The old matriarch exclaimed, glaring at Song with resentment, but Song pretended not to notice, rushing to feign concern. Mother, You frightened me. Thank goodness you woke up. I almost called for a doctor. Please forgive my heavy hand. I learned this from the doctor. I was just too anxious, fearing for your well-being. Tears glistened in her eyes once more. The princess smirked, clearly amused. Well done, dear mother. The old matriarch, rendered speechless, could only suffer in silence. Once the farce concluded, Song finally regained her composure and sighed. The crowd had witnessed this humorous spectacle, and those with a slightly better rapport with Song expressed their sympathy. What a character. After all, she is her own granddaughter. How foolish can one become in old age, that old matriarch, they remarked, shaking their heads. Indeed, the eyes of the public are sharp. The old matriarch, upon glancing in the mirror, found her philtrum in a deplorable state, blood trickling down her lips. Oh dear, what a mess I've made. She summoned a doctor to treat her injuries, crying out in pain, which amused Tang Rui and Li Rui, who were eavesdropping outside, covering their mouths as they stifled their laughter. They knew that once they shared this with Song, it would undoubtedly provoke Shen Jingqing into fits of giggles. Just as the banquet was about to commence, Song was delighted to see her relatives arriving from her family home. Overjoyed, she welcomed them warmly. After more than a decade apart, her younger brother had also come. Song examined him closely. Song Shu was now 17. The bond between them had always been strong, spending countless hours together in their childhood, with Song often teaching him to read and write. Now, seeing her brother, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years, grown into a young man, filled her with immense joy. Song Shu was astute and greeted the esteemed guests with respectful bows, earning praises for his good looks and manners. The princess was quite pleased with the handsome youth before her. It must be said, no one from Song's family was unappealing, whether male or female. They all possessed their own unique charms. Shen Jingqing was utterly captivated, thinking her little uncle was exceptionally handsome. She had previously believed her two older brothers, Shen Yi and Shen Hao, were the epitome of attractiveness, but this little uncle had surpassed all expectations. Oh my, who could possibly resist such a face and demeanor? Song, hearing Shen Jingqing as thoughts, smiled knowingly. As dusk fell, the full moon banquet came to a close. After bidding farewell to the princess, Song felt utterly exhausted. As Princess Qing departed, she lingered with reluctance, urging Song to ensure that Shen Jingqing would visit her when time permitted. Song readily agreed. Mother, I am so sleepy, murmured her daughter, nestled in her arms. Gently, Song soothed her to slumber. Just as Shen Jingqing drifted into sleep, Shen stormed in, his face flushed with ire. Displaying a flicker of conscience, he paused upon seeing Shen Jingqing peacefully resting and dragged Song outside. Look at what you've done today. I have always trusted your judgment. So, why have you acted so foolishly today? Realizing that it was Shen Shuang who had complained, Song felt a surge of irritation. Truly, a villain always cries foul first. She reflected on her misplaced affections for this man over the years. Has the Marquis heard? My mother may have fainted due to poor health today. Though Shen had indeed heard, the version he received differed greatly. Then why did Shuang appear so wronged? She wept before me for quite some time. Song recounted the events in detail, revealing that the actions of the mother and daughter duo required no embellishment to be deemed utterly misguided. Shen, momentarily at a loss for whom to believe, scrutinized Song, sensing her sincerity and the logic in her words. He had formed a general opinion about whom to trust, yet his pride held him back. I do not blame you. It is simply that with all the esteemed guests present today, our Marquis has come so far. Caution is paramount. Song scoffed. How dare you say such a thing? It was your dear sister who brought disgrace upon the Marquis today, solely eager to ascend to the heights of society. When the Marquis broached this topic, he acknowledged that Shuang indeed required a firm reprimand. I fear that one misstep could invite Princess Cheng's displeasure. You see, Shuang had the audacity to suggest to our mother that she should bring the young Marquis to the princess for a visit. What nonsense! The princess has longed for a daughter and even adopted Jingqing as her goddaughter. Though her words were likely unintentional, they could easily provoke unnecessary concern. Shen's expression darkened. How outrageous! I can believe my sister could be capable of such folly, but now she has also learned to deceive me? I have been far too indulgent. Ayu. I understand your grievances, but our mother is an elder. You must endure a little. What are you saying, Marquis? Mother has treated me so well. It is my duty to reciprocate. Shen, unable to say more, patted Song's shoulder before departing. Song entered her chamber for a sip of water. Feeling a growing sense of frustration, troubles seemed to multiply by the day. At last, Shen Jingqing had fallen asleep, only to be roused by her father's loud voice. What purpose was there in stepping outside? His voice boomed, and she overheard their entire conversation. Mother is truly wronged. This wretched father has no equal. Despite her exhaustion, Song dragged her weary body to Chunhui Hall. If a play is to be performed, it must be complete. Shen had stated as much, and she could not afford to appear ignorant. Upon entering the room, the chatter of Shen Shuang and the old matriarch ceased abruptly, evidently taken aback by Song's arrival. How is mother? Should we summon a doctor to examine her again? The old matriarch turned her head in silence. Shen Shuang took up the conversation, yet her tone was far from pleasant. Song stifled a laugh. Lost for words? Who was it that spoke just now? A ghost? Maintaining her politeness, she continued, Mother should rest well. I will visit again another day. Shuang, please take good care of her in the meantime. Shen Shuang shot Song a glare, but remained silent. Song, recognizing the tension, exited. How dare she return? The audacity of her growing boldness was astounding. The old matriarch pondered. I find that Song is becoming increasingly formidable. She was not always this way. Since giving birth, she seems transformed. I fear she may uncover something. We must be cautious and ensure no flaws are revealed. After sipping her tea, the old matriarch accidentally spilled it on her wound, which had already been treated by the doctor and was throbbing with pain, compounding her suffering. Just now, I overheard your conversation with my brother-in-law. Does he always speak to you in such a manner? What of others? Song smiled, gently ruffling her child's hair. Do not worry, Ah Shu. Today is an exceptional circumstance. Your brother-in-law had no choice. Though Song Shu was no longer a child, he could discern right from wrong and understood that his sister's portrayal was not entirely accurate. Recognizing that she spoke to spare him from worry, he felt a pang of discomfort. He recalled that he was merely 4 years old when she married, having cried for days before settling down. Truly unable to part with his sister, tears welled in his eyes at the thought. How could he treat you so? After all these years of your contributions to this household, he should understand more than anyone. A wave of sorrow washed over Song. Indeed, Shen knew her best. For it is often the closest companions who wield the sharpest blades. Yet, she was no longer the same Song and harbored no hopes for him. Wiping her nose, she said, Ah Shu, you are just a child. You should not be burdened with such matters. Your brother-in-law treats me well. But you, having traveled so far to visit, must be weary. Go and rest. Return tomorrow to play with your sister. I merely came to see my little niece, Song Shu insisted, feigning stubbornness. Upon hearing her little uncle finally remember her, Shen Jingqing squealed, striving for attention. Over here, little uncle. Your niece is here. Handsome uncle, come and hold me. Song smiled silently, turning to lift Shen Jingqing into her arms. Shen Jingqing, ever the lively child, grasped Song Shu's sleeve and refused to let go, much to his amusement. Our Jingqing is truly beautiful, destined to grow into a graceful young lady. Uncle is far too flattering. I am anything but a refined lady. By the way, how is your spring examination preparation going? I heard from father. Not well. There are many who surpass me. I need to work harder. Song understood his humility. At his age, achieving such accomplishments was commendable. Very well, focus on your studies. I will hire a tutor to assist you when the time comes. You need not worry. Song Shu scratched his head, pretending to be bashful as he agreed. The Song family possessed a residence in the capital, and he intended to stay after attending his niece's full moon celebration to prepare for examinations in peace. He had not anticipated encountering the furious scene with his brother-in-law. In the letters his sister sent over the years, she praised her husband for his gentility and the old matriarch's kindness, never once hinting at her own struggles, likely to spare the family from worry. Thus, Song Shu wished to uncover the hidden side of his brother-in-law, whom his sister had exalted in her letters. He felt a surge of indignation and thought perhaps his brother-in-law would act more carefully in his presence, providing a simple means of protection for his sister. He decided to stay longer, relishing the chance to reconnect with his sister. Song Shu internally applauded himself, having witnessed Shen Shun's true character. He calculated how best to approach the situation, and fortune favored him when his sister broached the topic first. Nodding obediently, he said, "Today, the old matriarch and brother-in-law have retired. I shall take you to see them tomorrow." After arranging for her brother, Song recalled something and called for Tang Rui. She selected several gifts Shen Jingqing had received that day. "Take these to Lihua courtyard and deliver them to Lu Xinyue, saying they are gifts for the young lady from me." A fleeting glance caught sight of the jade pendant resting on the table. I mustn't forget to take this jade pendant with me as well. These pendants are exquisite gifts presented to Shen Jingqing by the esteemed guests today. Each one a testament to superior craftsmanship and quality, with Song picking out the finest piece. Watching Tang Rui depart, Song finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The events of the day had concluded, allowing her a moment of peace. Without a flicker of emotion, Song replied to Tang Rui, dismissing her from her presence. She had long anticipated Lu Xinyue's reaction. Indeed, Lu Xinyue was not merely angry, she must be seething with rage. Today was, after all, her daughter's full moon banquet. How the tides of fortune shift. Lihua courtyard remained as desolate as ever. The raucous celebrations of the Ho residence felt utterly alien, almost painfully glaring to her. Not even Shen Shun graced the courtyard with his presence today, deepening her disdain for Song. Just then, Shen Shun finally arrived. And upon entering the courtyard, he found Lu Xinyue, clad in thin garments, weeping alone. His heart ached for her. It was the first time he had witnessed her tears since they met. Though she was a woman, she often bore burdens alone, never inviting concern. "Ayu, what troubles you?" Shen Shun gently gathered Lu Xinyue into his embrace. "Do you truly not know why? Have you forgotten that today marks our Wanwan's full moon banquet? Why arrive only now? Just a moment ago, Song sent more gifts. Does this not blatantly insult me? She looks down upon me from the depths of her heart, and the fine jade pendant she gifted is merely a taunt, a reminder of her contempt." Lu Xinyue's sobs grew more fervent with each word, prompting Shen Shun to tenderly stroke her hair. "Enough, I understand your grievances. I shall make amends in due course. Lord, I yearn for the comforts of Qingping Alley. Those were better times, unlike now, where even the maidservants disdain me." With that, she broke free from Shen Shun's embrace, her demeanor still one of sorrowful beauty. "When will you find suitable lodging outside this estate? I cannot endure another moment here." Soon, just bear with it a little longer." Lu Xinyue turned to leave, stating, "Then do ensure you find a residence before seeking me again." Shen Shun shook his head in resignation and departed. As she watched him walk away, Lu Xinyue felt a surge of anger. He merely made a brief visit, neglecting even a glance at their daughter. Fearing that this pendant might possess some hidden significance, like the one she had gifted, Lu Xinyue examined it closely. Fortunately, it appeared to be an ordinary piece of jade. She wondered if her own pendant still stayed close to Shen Jingqing, hoping it would absorb her fortune and claim what belonged to her daughter. Lu Xinyue's eyes brimmed with resentment. Perhaps due to the mounting pressures of his duties, Shen Shun felt unusually fatigued these past few days, often plagued by dizziness. He resolved to rest once this tumultuous period passed. Massaging his temples, he lamented the toll of age. "Perhaps you should summon a doctor?" inquired a nearby attendant, observing Shen Shun's condition. "There's no need," Shen Shun waved his hand dismissively. The following day, Song took Song Shu to visit the matriarch. Upon entering Chunhui Hall, the young maidservants first noticed Song, and then turned their gaze to Song Shu, left speechless by his striking appearance. Having spent too long in the Ho residence, they had not encountered such a handsome visage in ages. Though Shen Yi was also quite the handsome lad, he was still but a child. Song Shu, feeling slightly uneasy under their scrutiny, averted his gaze. The matriarch, perhaps taken aback by their unexpected visit, was engaged in conversation with Shen Shuang. Song listened closely. Though the words were hardly flattering, certainly, this old woman had little kindness to share, a true gossip. The matriarch's facial wound appeared starkly pronounced, already scabbed over. yet she frequently scratched at it, eliciting cries of pain. "Mother, I have brought a shoe to see you. Are you feeling better?" The matriarch regarded Song Shu, surprised by the handsome appearance of Song's brother. Better, indeed. Observing the matriarch's demeanor, Song decided not to linger, offering a few polite remarks before taking her leave with Song Shu. As soon as they exited Chunhui Hall, Song burst into laughter, clutching her stomach in an attempt to stifle her mirth, fearing she might laugh uncontrollably. She had expected Song Shu, being young, would find the situation amusing, yet he maintained a cool, aloof demeanor even outside. "Ha! I can hardly breathe. This is too funny. You seem like a fool, but this is her just desserts." Song's laughter intensified, even bringing tears to her eyes. Song Shu replied with utmost seriousness, "It seems that I find my uncle's demeanor even more amusing now." Taking her brother's hand, Song said, "Today, I intend to introduce you to the princess of the king." After some thought, "I believe it would be better for you to study at the Imperial Academy, and I will need the princess's assistance." Yet, Song Shu firmly asserted he would not go, urging her not to worry. Song smiled with pride. Her child was growing and forming his own opinions. Meeting the princess is not a bad thing. At last, Song Shu acquiesced. Upon entering the prince's residence, an air of opulence enveloped them. Shen Jingqing was left in awe. What an earthly paradise! Hearing of Song's arrival with her brother and daughter, the princess graciously came out to greet them. "Ah, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. I am truly grateful for your affection, princess." The princess took Shen Jingqing into her arms. I mean to say Jingqing. Ha! The princess is truly humorous. Once inside, the princess observed the young lad before her. Having only glimpsed him briefly during a busy day, she now saw that he was indeed a remarkable youth. As fate would have it, the prince is free today. You might as well pay him a visit. Song was taken aback by the princess's unexpected invitation, gratitude swelling in her heart. "Thank you, your highness. I have long heard my elder sister speak of your kindness. Today, it is indeed as she described." Song Shu's words elicited hearty laughter from the princess, and soon he was led to meet the prince. Song was so engrossed in conversation with the princess that she failed to notice a child standing beside her, tilting his head curiously, with rosy lips and bright teeth. Then glancing at Shen Jingqing in the princess's arms. "Aunt Wang, is this the little sister Jingqing you spoke of?" "Indeed. Xiao Jiu, come see your beautiful sister Jingqing. Just as lovely as you." Xiao Jiu. Song quickly realized this must be the 9th prince. He was one of the emperor's 2 favored sons, receiving immense affection. Observing the child before her, who appeared to be of a similar age to her Shen Yi, she noted a certain maturity in his demeanor, a testament to his royal upbringing. It was no wonder he was cherished by the emperor. What an extraordinarily spirited child, yet the outcome may be tragic. Who is speaking? The 9th prince looked around, failing to discern any irregularities. He was certain he had heard a voice, yet there were only the 4 of them present. Aunt Wang was engaged in conversation with Madame Song. Who could it be? The 9th prince's gaze shifted to Shen Jingqing. She was chattering away, completely oblivious to his scrutiny. Such intelligence and beauty, what a pity indeed. Fallen victim to treachery, reduced to a state of insanity. Indeed, one must not shine too brightly, lest envy breed treachery. It was said that when the 9th prince was born, the heavens displayed an unprecedented auspicious sign, and due to his royal lineage, the news spread swiftly throughout the capital, with many praising him. Yet, the unguarded words of those lacking foresight led to his family's betrayal, resulting in his tragic fate. Aunt Wang, may I play with Sister Jingqing? Chapter 14. The Solo Fishing Scene. The gentle smile of Princess Chengwang illuminated the room. Of course, you and your sister may play in that room. I shall have someone bring you some snacks. The 9th prince's heart soared with joy. He seldom had the opportunity to enjoy treats, particularly his favorite osmanthus cake, which had been forbidden by his father due to the cavities he developed from overindulgence. As the 9th prince and Shen Jingqing were escorted into the room by a maid, he scrutinized her closely. She is but a month old. Surely she cannot speak yet. Whose voice did I hear earlier? The 9th prince pondered in confusion. At that moment, the maid entered with osmanthus cake and lotus root pastries. causing the ninth prince to instantly forget his previous thoughts as he eagerly grabbed a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffed it into his mouth. How delightful. I want some too. Shen Jingqing opened her mouth wide, yearning for a taste. The ninth prince teasingly held a piece of lotus root pastry near Shen Jingqing's mouth, but, in a moment of mischief, popped it into his own mouth, grinning with pride. Isn't it amusing? Why is it so difficult to share a morsel of delicious food? Very well, so this is how we shall play, he said, relishing the treat. Delicious. It melts in my mouth, but alas, Sister Jingqing cannot partake, he chuckled. Shen Jingqing, feigning distress, began to cry. Princess Qingyuan and Lady Song rushed in upon hearing her cries. What happened? Why is she crying? She must be envious. She watched me eat the snacks and then began to wail, the ninth prince declared. Shen Jingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And as she caught sight of Princess Qingyuan and Lady Song, her face lit up with a smile. The princess squinted playfully at the ninth prince before shifting her gaze back to Shen Jingqing. Perhaps my dear goddaughter is hungry, she remarked, picking her up and calling for a maid to fetch warm goat's milk. Shen Jingqing gazed at Princess Qingyuan in surprise. Are you going to feed me again? The ninth prince approached and playfully touched her face with a hand that had just offered her a pastry. Do not let your dirty hands touch my face. Shen Jingqing protested, waving her fists in the air. Does sister not like lotus root pastries but prefers milk? You loved milk at this age too. Princess Qingyuan replied dismissively. Shen Jingqing clenched her fists tightly and waved them about, expressing her discontent. It seems my precious goddaughter truly loves her milk, Lady Song observed. Sensing Shen Jingqing's unusual mood, but choosing not to comment, instead smiling with narrowed eyes. As the maid brought in the warm goat's milk, Princess Qingyuan fed it to Shen Jingqing while praising her. Why does Jingqing seem so unhappy? Song Shu inquired. The carriage, enveloped in silk, rolled through the bustling streets, its wheels clattering rhythmically. Shen Jingqing, lulled by the sounds, soon drifted off to sleep. Sister, Jingqing has truly fallen asleep. I remember being just like this when I was little, and you were the one to lull me, Song Shu reminisced. What did the prince say when you met him? Song Shu asked excitedly, her voice resonating with anticipation. The prince is charismatic and kind, guiding me on matters of governance, Lady Song replied. That is promising. The prince, though of noble birth, treats others well, especially since he was raised by the late matriarch, Song Shu noted. Indeed, the prince is quite filial, she added with conviction. By the way, what did he say about studying? He mentioned that Shishan Academy offers greater advantages than the Guozijian, with many top scholars emerging from there in recent years. Lady Song responded, Yes, we must inquire about the best academies to enrich our knowledge and serve our country well, Lady Song said with a smile. Encouraged by her words, Song Shu resolved to study diligently, aspiring to contribute to the nation and support her sister, Lady Song. The carriage came to a halt in front of the Ho residence, where someone awaited at the entrance. Lady Song carried Shen Jingqing inside, where Shen Shun appeared anxious, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lady Song, Shen Shun hurried over, taking Shen Jingqing into his arms and swiftly entering the room to place her in the crib. He then turned to Lady Song, instructing a servant to pour tea before speaking. The position of Deputy Minister of War is currently vacant, but I lack the influence to secure it. However, I wish to pursue the position of a physician, which could improve our family circumstances. Lady Song remained silent, listening as Shen Shun continued, Yet, I need a recommendation. It is said that Lord Zhao, the Minister of Personnel, is a suitable candidate, as he highly values Wu Qianling's paintings. I recall that your dowry includes a piece titled The Solo Fishing Scene. Upon hearing this, Lady Song realized the significance. This painting had been acquired at great expense by her family to ensure her protection in her new home. In recent years, Wu Qianling's works had skyrocketed in value, and the solo fishing scene was particularly sought after. Lady Song teased, Are you suggesting I offer my dowry to Lord Zhao in exchange for your advancement? Shen Shun grasped her hand, speaking soothingly. Consider it a necessary step for your husband to elevate our status and secure a better future for our family. Seeing her husband's desperation stirred a pang of sympathy in Lady Song, but she questioned whether unity necessitated personal sacrifice. Shen Shun, sensing her reluctance, assumed she was hesitant to part with her dowry. "What could I possibly have that you do not already know?" she playfully retorted. Shen Shun was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. In the past, Lady Song would readily comply with his requests, acknowledging their changing circumstances. She resolved not to indulge his whims any longer. Shen Shin stepped closer, holding her hands tenderly. My chance to become a physician is within reach. I truly wish for our family to thrive. I fear you intend to use that invaluable painting to indulge your mistress, and even if it secures you a position, our lives may not improve significantly." Shen Jingqing, having awakened, silently absorbed Shen Shun's words. Recalling the time when Lu Xinyue's father was exiled and Shen Shin sought favors with this very painting to restore his position, Lady Song suddenly spoke up. "My lord, let's trade my dowry, the solo fishing scene, for your sword. What do you think?" "That sounds agreeable," Shen Shin replied before she could finish her thought. "Madam, please tell me, which sword shall I fetch for you?" "The Lord Xian Shuang sword." This declaration left Shen Shin, who had been pleasantly surprised, momentarily stunned. The Xian Shuang sword was indeed a treasured heirloom of the Shen family, possessing considerable value. Shen Shun's furrowed brow tightened further. He pondered the intentions of the Song family, but, given the urgency of the situation, he acquiesced after careful reflection. Though it was a family treasure, his lack of martial skill rendered it merely a dusty relic. Thus, he dispatched someone to retrieve the Xian Shuang sword. Meanwhile, Song instructed Tang Rui to bring forth the lonely fishing painting and present it to Shen Shin. Upon receiving the painting, Shen Shin let out a sigh of relief.
"Thank you, madam."
With that, he did not linger, turning to leave immediately. Truly, one does not visit the treasure hall without reason. Song observed the Xian Shuang sword, astonished that Shen Shin was willing to part with it. It was evident he was in dire straits. "Mother, let me see the Xian Shuang sword." Song felt cautious. Blades were dangerous, and tales of their indiscriminate nature had existed since time immemorial, necessitating careful safeguarding. Just as she was about to send someone to place the sword in a secure chamber, Shen Hao rushed in. Mother, we finished school early today. I came to see my sister Jingqing. Is she asleep?" As he was about to step behind the screen, he caught sight of the Xian Shuang sword. Shen Hao tilted his head, examining it closely. He had always been intrigued by such items, though he struggled to focus on his studies. However, Song firmly opposed her son's interest in them, respecting his inclinations, yet recognizing the inherent dangers. What mother would not desire her child's safety?
"Indeed.
The Xian Shuang sword is well suited for my second brother. In my opinion, the Xian Shuang sword rightfully belongs to my second brother, not to that wretched nephew of Lu Xinyue, who ultimately learned the craft. Mother, I wish to hold it. The Xian Shuang sword is magnificent." Shen Hao exclaimed as he reached for it. Song quickly intervened. "No, it is far too perilous. Just looking is enough. Our Hao is still young. I shall safeguard it for you, and when you are older, I will gift it to you." Shen Hao was about to protest when he saw Song pluck a strand of her hair and gently place it on the blade, which severed it instantly.
"See?
Mother does not deceive you. The blade is exceedingly sharp. Be careful not to injure yourself." Shen Hao resigned. "Very well, then it's settled. When I am older, the sword will be mine." "Agreed." Song affectionately ruffled Shen Hao's hair. "Indeed, the Xian Shuang sword ought to belong to my second brother, rather than being given to Lu Xinyue's nephew." Upon hearing this, Song was momentarily taken aback. Although she had long discerned Shen Shen's true nature, she had not anticipated his relentless pursuit of such shameless actions. Shen Jingqing recalled that a martial arts master, renowned as the first assassin in the realm, had gained considerable fame, attracting many aspiring disciples, including Shen Hao. At that time, Shen Hao wished to apprentice himself to this master, but the master was selective in accepting students. Thus, he sought to persuade his father to gift him the Xian Shuang sword to present to the master as an offering for apprenticeship. However, despite Shen Shin's verbal agreement, he never bestowed the sword upon Shen Hao, resulting in the latter's failure to secure the apprenticeship. To Shen Hao's dismay, within 3 days, the Xian Shuang sword had fallen into the hands of Lu Xinyue's nephew, and news soon surfaced that the master had taken on a disciple, causing Shen Hao to realize his father would never give him the sword. Consequently, Shen Hao's bid to become a disciple ended in failure, and he met a tragic fate on the battlefield, pierced by countless arrows. Had Shen Hao succeeded in becoming a disciple instead of Lu Xianyu's nephew, he might have avoided such a fate. The more Shen Jingqing contemplated, the angrier she became. That inept nephew of Lu Xianyu, though he secured an apprenticeship, possessed no aptitude for martial arts, thus wasting the Xian Shuang sword. The master was frequently exasperated, contemplating expelling him from the school. She could only hope that the Xian Shuang sword would not fall into their hands again. And that so-called nephew is actually Lu Xianyu's son. She fears discovery. Hence she has been raising him at her maternal home, claiming him to be a nephew. As Song was drinking water, she trembled at this revelation, causing her cup to shatter. "Mother, are you all right? Why such carelessness? You often admonish me for my lack of caution." Shen Hao hurriedly knelt down to clear the glass shards from near Song's feet, ensuring she would not cut herself. Chapter 16. Longing unfulfilled. Tang Rui, witnessing the commotion, swiftly moved to clean up. Song could hardly believe it. Lu Xianyu had a son, and was he Shen Shen's? If he was not Shen Shen's, did he know of this matter? How many secrets remained hidden from her? Shen Hao, noticing his mother's troubled expression, reassured her. "Mother, it was just a broken cup. Do not be disheartened. We can always buy another." "Oh dear, my foolish second brother." Mother is concerned whether Lu Xianyu's nephew is also the spawn of that scoundrel. Shen Hao's smile faltered. "Is that Lu Xianyu from the Pear Blossom Courtyard? What connection does father have with her? Why would my sister say such a thing?" The thought that his gentle and dignified father could have such a relationship with a newcomer from the Pear Blossom Courtyard filled him with unease, prompting him to rush out to uncover the truth. Indeed, Shen Hao witnessed Shen Shen cautiously enter the Pear Blossom Courtyard, and he could no longer contain himself, quietly shedding tears. Unbeknownst to him, the more he pondered, the more sorrowful he became, retreating to a corner to weep for quite some time. How could his father betray his mother and sister? His sister was still so young, and the realization that his beloved father harbored such undisclosed secrets was profoundly disheartening. Observing Shen Hao's distressed state, Song's heart ached. "What is wrong? How could you return in such a condition?" Shen Hao stubbornly wiped his tears with his small hands. "It's nothing, just the wind." He silently vowed never to engage with Shen Shen again and resolved to protect his sister and mother diligently. In the afternoon, Nurse Chen cradled Shen Jingqing in the courtyard, basking in the sun. The spring breeze was gentle, heralding the revival of life, carrying the fragrance of blossoms. Shen Jingqing, comfortably squinting her eyes, was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Nurse Chen, observing her, could not resist teasing. "Look at how comfortable you are, miss. I feel drowsy myself." At that moment, Tang Rui rushed in. "Madam, someone from the palace is here, waiting outside, saying the Empress has summoned you to the palace. She specifically instructed that you bring the young lady with you." Shen Jingqing, on the verge of sleep, immediately awakened at this news.
What?
"The Empress wishes to see me? What merit do I possess? Could it be that I am destined for greatness?" Song felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Why would the Empress wish to see her? Upon reflection, she realized she had not offended the Empress, yet the reason eluded her. Although the South and Marquis was considered a prestigious family, it was merely a facade. Shen Shen lacked any real capability to match his title. Song dared not delay and promptly prepared herself, knowing that an audience with the Empress required utmost diligence. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Though the current court advocated harmony and the Emperor emphasized approachability, Song could not afford to be careless. Upon exiting the peony garden, a carriage awaited her, and she felt relieved that she had groomed herself adequately. Otherwise, she would not have been worthy of such transport. At that moment, Shen Jingqing felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the reason for the Empress's summons. Upon entering the palace, Shen Jingqing's eyes were opened to a world beyond imagination. She had thought that being the princess consort's residence was the epitome of splendor. But the palace surpassed all expectations, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon reaching the Empress's foamy palace, she was once again overwhelmed. Could this be a celestial palace? Song had no time to marvel. Unlike Shen Jingqing, she was drenched in sweat. beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Who would not feel anxious being summoned by the Empress unexpectedly? Empress Su sat at the head of the table, accompanied by a young child, whom Shen Jingqing recognized as the ninth prince. Lady Song knelt before the Empress, with Shen Jingqing in her arms, greeting her respectfully. The Empress smiled upon hearing her greeting, saying there was no need for excessive formality. She merely wished to invite Lady Ho into the palace for a casual chat, and surely this had startled her. Lady Song then let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the Empress's desire to summon a minister's wife was indeed an honor, rather than a cause for alarm. The Empress Su was far more amiable and approachable than Lady Song had anticipated, gradually dispelling her initial anxiety. Shen Jingqing scrutinized the Empress closely. Her features were quite pleasing, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that, upon closer inspection, showed faint lines at the corners, yet they did not detract from her innate aura of coolness. Reflecting on the fact that the ninth prince was her biological son, Shen Jingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the ninth prince and the Empress were cut from the same cloth. The ninth prince, standing nearby, was gazing at her intently. Shen Jingqing, adhering to the principle that the Empress was a formidable figure, forced a smile, unaware that the ninth prince was struggling to suppress his laughter, his face turning crimson.
Indeed.
As they say, he is quite adorable. What is his name? Shen Jingqing pondered. As they say?
Who said that?
Shen Jingqing was perplexed, wondering if she had somehow gained notoriety. The girl's name is Jingqing, Lady Song replied. A splendid name, graceful and refined, fresh and elegant, the Empress remarked, instantly endearing herself to Shen Jingqing. The Empress's compliments were rather extravagant, and she was a stark contrast to Shen Jingqing's preconceived notions of a solemn and austere royal figure. While a contented Shen Jingqing dozed in the Empress's embrace, Lady Song grew anxious. Although her daughter was charming, she was still a child. And what if she were to wet herself in the Empress's arms? The Empress would not hold it against her too severely, yet it would still be a blunder. The ninth prince gently poked the Empress, prompting her to reluctantly speak. Ah, Zhe wishes to play with his sister, doesn't he? The ninth prince eagerly nodded in response. Shen Jingqing's initial drowsiness evaporated. Will you let me sleep? I don't want to play with him. He always bullies me, Shen Jingqing protested, flailing her arms and legs in a manner that, to the adults, appeared to be joyful. Look, Sister Jingqing is quite fond of you, the Empress noted. Not at all. Following this, the Empress instructed a palace maid to carry Shen Jingqing and the ninth prince to the imperial garden. Shen Jingqing continued to babble excitedly, while the ninth prince couldn't help but laugh.
What are you laughing at?
It's your fault. I haven't had enough time with the Empress. Don't bully me just because I'm still a child. Just wait until I grow up. All right, I will wait for you. Shen Jingqing was taken aback, wondering what nonsensical words this naive boy was uttering. Lady Song, not being foolish, understood that the Empress's invitation to the palace was not merely to see Shen Jingqing. There must have been another purpose. Pondering how to broach the subject, the Empress spoke. In truth, besides wishing to see the minister's daughter, there is another matter. Lady Song felt a surge of anxiety, mentally retracing her steps to determine if she had inadvertently offended the Empress. What dream? Lady Song asked, confused. The Empress recounted a dream in which she saw that Lady Song's daughter was, in fact, a celestial being's disciple, warning her that someone intended to do harm and advising caution. Before she could inquire further, the disciple had ascended into the heavens. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Lady Song. She realized this was no mere dream. The ninth prince could hear Shen Jingqing's thoughts. Lady Song had overlooked a significant point. Who could truly hear her daughter's inner voice? If the ninth prince could hear it, did that mean it was accessible to everyone? Initially, she thought it was due to the bond between mother and daughter, believing only she could hear it. The Empress, observing Lady Song's reaction, continued, Today, I wish to meet this celestial being. Lady Song was momentarily at a loss for words. She could not simply state that her daughter had spoken since birth, nor could she bring her daughter forth to perform. Suddenly alarmed, Lady Song knelt before the Empress, pleading, Your Majesty, the ninth prince is a royal heir, a child of the Emperor. Surely, a celestial being's words cannot be taken literally. The ninth prince, favored by the Emperor, was considered a legitimate son despite being born of the Empress Dowager. Who would dare harm a royal prince, knowing the consequences would be severe? Lady Song felt her head lower in fear, dreading what might come next. As she suppressed her terror, kneeling before the Empress, her palms were already slick with sweat, as was her forehead. The Empress, observing her distress, sighed and approached to help the shaken Lady Song to her feet. Taking her hands gently, the Empress reassured her. "Do not panic, madam. This matter is known only to the Emperor and me. He has already dispatched someone to investigate discreetly. Please rest assured. I will not allow any danger to come to your daughter. We are all concerned for the children, especially since this matter pertains to the prince." Hearing such words, Lady Song felt a measure of comfort, only then realizing she was drenched in perspiration. "Your Majesty," she spoke sincerely, "the 9th prince is indeed a paragon among men, blessed by our ancestors. Who would dare commit such an act of disrespect? Your Majesty's grace is a blessing to my daughter, a fortune she must have cultivated in her past life. How could we presume to seek your favor?" Lady Song bowed deeply, genuinely grateful. The palace maid carried Shen Jingqing into the imperial garden, where the Empress remarked that it was beneficial for children to be outdoors. The garden was a picturesque haven, with weeping willows cascading down, vibrant flowers vying for attention. Shen Jingqing felt immensely relaxed, instantly falling in love with the garden's beauty. "I must admit, the scenery here in the palace surpasses that of an ordinary prince's residence." The 9th prince turned his gaze to Shen Jingqing, surprised by her appreciation of such beauty. Just then, a clear voice broke the tranquility. "What brings you here, 9th brother? It has been a while." Shen Jingqing tilted her head toward the voice, spotting a group by a small bridge. Among them stood a young man adorned in elegant garments, radiating an aura distinctly different from the 9th prince. With a chill in the air, upon closer inspection, he was tall and handsome, exuding an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being, with a gentle smile that graced his features. Although Shen Jingqing had encountered many handsome individuals, this young man, Shen Yi, was unlike any she had seen before. The charm he emanated made one think of unattainable desires. Shen Yi had a fair complexion, delicate features with an air of dashing elegance, the curve of his lips resembling a crescent moon, his voice gentle yet imbued with a coolness. The 9th prince approached Shen Yi, bowing respectfully. "Elder brother, we came for a stroll and did not expect to encounter you here." "How unexpected. He is the crown prince." Shen Jingqing was momentarily stunned. Little did anyone know that this very man held the daughter of her father's concubine in high regard. How could one associate this strikingly handsome figure with a conniving villain who plots against his own brother, a selfish and greedy man? Shen Jingqing pondered, wishing to voice all the ill thoughts she had regarding Shen. The 9th prince, taken aback, turned to Shen Jingqing with a look of disbelief. "Brother Crown Prince, have you returned from school early today?" I felt unwell today, so I did not attend the academy," the Crown Prince tenderly responded to the 9th prince. "What ails you, brother? Have you summoned the imperial physician? Have you taken any medicine?" The 9th prince became anxious, even more so than Shen himself. As the crown prince and the future sovereign, any sign of illness would attract the attention of Empress Su, which was not the same as for an ordinary noble. It would inevitably draw a flurry of comments from courtiers and officials. "It is merely a trivial ailment. Should I call for the physician?" Their incessant fuss would likely disturb grandmother, causing her unnecessary worry, Shen reassured. The 9th prince could not comprehend why illness should remain concealed from Empress Su. If the condition worsened and the emperor learned of it, he would surely blame her for inadequate care. "Brother, that child." Shen changed the subject, his gaze shifting to the swaddled infant cradled by a palace maid. Shen recalled that Empress Su did not have such a young child by her side. The 9th prince followed Shen's gaze and turned his attention to Shen Jingqing. Mother has recently felt idle and wished to mingle with the wives of the officials, seeking to learn of fresh happenings outside the palace, so she summoned Lady Song from the Shen household. The crown prince said nothing further. Chapter 18. The pure remain untainted. After exchanging a few words with the 9th prince, Shen proceeded towards his palace. The 9th prince watched his brother's retreating figure, his expression darkening as Shen vanished from sight. He could not fathom why, despite Empress Su being a consort of considerable status. Shen had yet to address her as mother. Nevertheless, Shen treated Empress Su with a certain civility, devoid of any overt attachment. Merely referring to her as Your Majesty, the ninth prince held a silent disapproval of Shen's character. He could not help but associate those who conspired against him with his own brother. This prince certainly knows how to act. He must be seething with resentment, all while playing the role of a good elder brother, which must be a burden for him. While Shen Jingqing delighted in handsome young men, the thought of sharing a bed with Shen Yi made her uncomfortable, and she quickly lost interest. She waved her small hands toward Shen, and the palace maid observe her cuteness as she babbled adorably. The ninth prince, noticing Shen Jingqing's charm, turned to engage her in playful antics. All of this left the ninth prince with an abundance of questions. What story did this little girl share with Shen? Shen Jingqing soon felt drowsy. Her sleep had been tumultuous, leaving her restless. Now, she hoped to enjoy a peaceful slumber, and with satisfaction, she drifted off. The ninth prince, too, grew weary, watching the peacefully sleeping Shen Jingqing, and succumbed to a brief nap himself. When Empress Su learned from the maid that the ninth prince and Shen Jingqing were napping in the ninth prince's quarters, she decided to pay a visit. However, before she could arrive, Shen Jingqing began to wail heart-wrenchingly. Lady Song hurried inside to find the ninth prince holding a white jade tiger in front of Shen Jingqing. Before Empress Su could inquire, the ninth prince spoke first. When I awoke, my sister was already awake. I thought to entertain her with a toy, but she began to cry. Empress Su regarded the ninth prince with sincerity and did not doubt him, knowing her son to be kind-hearted. Perhaps she is hungry, she suggested, ordering the maid to bring warm goat's milk for Shen Jingqing. Yet, Shen Jingqing's cries intensified, even spilling the warm milk. Lady Song, perplexed by her daughter's distress, could only hold her and soothe her, but the cries persisted. The ninth prince, anxious, brought the white jade tiger closer to Shen Jingqing's face, hoping to cheer her up. It was then that Lady Song realized what the ninth prince held and thought it ill-fated. Ninth prince, please move that white jade tiger away. Though the ninth prince did not understand, he obeyed and tossed the jade tiger to the door. To his astonishment, Shen Jingqing immediately ceased her cries. Lady Song understood in an instant. Oh, it truly hurts. Shen Jingqing had been a bit hungry, and upon seeing the ninth prince's toy, she felt a sharp pain in her head as if pricked by needles, leading her to cry out in agony. Lady Song was at a loss for words. The white jade tiger appeared exquisite and was in the ninth prince's possession, uncertain of who had gifted it to him. Any misstep in her words could lead to grave consequences. Seeing Lady Song's distress, Empress Su waved for the maids to withdraw. Do not worry, Lady Song reassured. There was a similar incident previously when a relative gifted a jade pendant. The moment it was near my daughter, she cried out, and later, I consulted a master who revealed that the pendant was not auspicious and could bring misfortune. Empress Su was initially shocked, then filled with rage. Impudent! Lady Song, fearing the worst, immediately knelt. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The ninth prince is a dragon's descendant, a noble prince. Who would dare harm him? What I said should be taken lightly. Empress Su helped Lady Song to her feet, acknowledging that Lady Song's willingness to risk speaking such words was worthy of trust. The ninth prince looked incredulously at the white jade tiger by the door. But this tiger was a gift from grandmother during my birthday. She said only the finest jade and tiger could match my esteemed status. Initially, the ninth prince had cherished the gift, but being a child, he soon grew bored and left it on the table. Upon seeing Shen Jingqing awake, he thought to entertain her with it, not realizing it would provoke her tears once more. Empress Su suspected there was more than one such item and decided to remove all the ninth prince's toys from the room. She summoned her most trusted maid, Yenya. Take all of the ninth prince's toys to the basement. Do not let anyone see them. Just as Yenya was about to comply, the ninth prince interjected, No, mother. That would not be wise. I have so many toys and gathering them is not a simple task. How could we hide them? Empress Su nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his point, yet the room was no longer suitable for anyone to inhabit. Then, how about this, mother? I shall temporarily move to another chamber, and we can have father send someone to investigate this place. What do you think? Empress Su sighed, realizing it was the only course of action. Who could it be that repeatedly sought to harm her son? Anger coursed through her veins, and her hands trembled at the thought of vengeance against the perpetrator. In contrast to Empress Su's turmoil, the ninth prince remained remarkably composed, a demeanor unexpected for one of his age. While an ordinary child would have likely succumbed to fear and tears, he instead maintained his poise and sought to resolve the situation. Lady Song could not help but admire the ninth prince's remarkable fortitude. From a distance, Lady Song observed the old lady with her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring softly. Chapter 19. No support. The Empress suddenly summoned Lady Song to the palace, startling not only Lady Song but also the old lady and Shen Jingqing. The elderly matron pondered that there could not be any good news. Otherwise, why would she be summoned into the palace so suddenly? It was high time for proper discipline. She was unaware of what calamity had been provoked this time. If she did not take action now, there could be greater misfortunes in the future, and regret would come too late. She hoped it would not bring trouble to our Marquis. However, Shen Jingqing did not perceive it as anything sinister. Song Shi had always been composed and had never caused him concern, nor would she be foolish enough to offend those in the palace. The matron noticed his demeanor and scoffed, "Do not be so naive." As soon as Song Shi entered the peony garden, Shen Jingqing rushed to her side, taking Shen Jingqing from her arms. "My lady, you must be weary. Please go rest." Overwhelmed with exasperation, Song Shi thought, what facade of a devoted husband is this? After saying her piece, she departed, leaving Shen Jingqing awkwardly behind. Clearing his throat, Shen Jingqing awkwardly inquired, "My lady, why has the Empress suddenly summoned you to the palace? What is the matter?" The matron leaned in curiously, while Song Shi took Shen Jingqing and stepped into the house. "I am rather fatigued today," she replied. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Jingqing stubbornly followed her inside. This father has a thick skin. Can he not discern his mother's intentions? Truly infuriating. The matron also entered, and just as she was about to speak, her gaze was captured by the exquisite fragrant cloud silk bestowed by the Empress. She hurriedly approached it. Could this be the legendary fragrant cloud silk? I have only seen Princess Yong'an wear it once. She examined the fabric with astonishment. Song Shi recognized her ulterior motives and pretended not to hear. Yet, the matron continued unabated, extolling the virtues of the silk as being perfectly suited for the youth. Song Shi could not help but smile at the old woman's antics, thinking, why not just suggest that Shen Shuang take it? It was no wonder the matron was so astonished. Fragrant cloud silk was now valued similarly to gold. Only a few could afford it, typically reserved for the Empress Dowager and her princesses. The matron's eyes brimmed with envy as she saw Song Shi receiving 2 bolts of the silk. Song Shi, not one to indulge the matron's whims, first laid Shen Jingqing on the bed and then instructed Tang Rui to bring warm goat's milk for the child. Shen Jingqing and his mother were left in an awkward silence, and the matron's previously cheerful demeanor quickly faded. Song Shi, do not overstep. Do not think that just because you have gained the Empress's favor, you can become arrogant. Shen Jingqing gently tapped the matron's hand, signaling her to cease. Only then did Song Shi turn to speak. I worry for Jingqing. She did not rest well today after being held by the Empress all afternoon. Seeing Song Shi invoke the Empress yet again, the matron refrained from further comments. Oh, regarding the fragrant cloud silk. The Empress has said that red suits Jingqing while green suits me. Upon hearing that her share had vanished, the matron nearly jumped up in agitation, exclaiming, do not use the Empress to pressure me. How could you forget your roots? Am I to kneel and beg you for something now? The matron was fuming, breathless with indignation. Song Shi had changed. Once she was docile, easily swayed, but now she had become resolute. Forget her roots? When she first married into the Marquis, there was no foundation. She had built everything from the ground up. How dare the matron bring up roots? In the past, whenever there was something good, her first thought was of Shen Shuang. Even if she had a little, she would share half with her, yet who appreciated it? It was as if she had received nothing in return. Noticing the exquisite silk, the matron finally relented. Shen Jingqing, having drunk the goat's milk, appeared much more spirited. Witnessing the scene filled her with frustration. What shamelessness! What difference is there between them and beggars? Shen Jingqing noticed Shen fixating on 1,000-year-old ginseng, and her anger flared. This mother and son duo are truly repugnant. Do not give it to him. Let him yearn for it. Shen remained transfixed, contemplating how much weight Liu Xinyu had lost since giving birth, her health deteriorating. Yu, could you possibly gift this 1,000-year-old ginseng to Duke Ongwa? He has been unwell, and I plan to visit him soon. Now it's Yu again. This scoundrel only resorts to flattery when he needs something from my mother. How revolting. Do not give it to him. He does not deserve it. Take it, my lord, Songshe replied, aware that Shen intended to give it to Liu Xinyu. She chose not to comment further, understanding that Liu Xinyu had endured much hardship. As a woman herself, she knew that Liu Xinyu's plight was not easy. She had merely misjudged her partner. If she desired the ginseng, she could have it. Shen was likely caught off guard by Songshe's readiness to agree, excitedly grasping her hand. Thank you, Yu, you are truly the best. How ridiculous. Songshe felt discomfort wash over her, withdrawing her hand. My lord, do you truly know me? Shen chuckled. I hear that Xinang Palace and Fingy Palace are at odds. It would be wise for you to avoid Fingy Palace as much as possible. You might want to keep your mouth shut. Before Songshe could finish her thought, the matron interjected, displeased. Songshe, do not speak foolishly. Shen is your husband. If you cannot respect him, at least do not silence him. You ought to be aware that the current empress was recommended by Xinang Palace. Regardless of who spread this rumor, one must recognize that it is wise to let it end with the wise. Moreover, Shen needs opportunities. If careless words reach the wrong ears, it could spell trouble. Yu speaks wisely. I shall be more cautious in the future. Shen concluded, citing his busy schedule as an excuse to leave. This left the matron and Songshe exchanging glances, and seeing that there was no one to support her. The matron refrained from voicing any further comments, taking her leave shortly after. What business does a noble with no real authority have to be so busy? I am almost embarrassed to expose you. Shen arrived at the pear blossom courtyard with 1,000-year-old ginseng. Upon entering, he spotted Liu Xinyu in white, weeping beneath the pear tree, which tugged at his heartstrings. Yu, what troubles you? He presented the ginseng. Look what I have brought to nourish your body. You have become so thin. Liu Xinyu did not respond, but instead wept even more profusely. Panicking, Shen implored, Yu, what is wrong? Chapter 20. The old trick resurfaces. The wet nurse behind Liu Xinyu remarked, the lady has been weeping every day.
Do not speak.
The wet nurse continued. Ever since the lady arrived at the pear blossom courtyard, she has not known happiness. The lady from the peony garden often sends gifts, reminding her that she is but a guest in this place. Who could remain joyful under such circumstances? Liu Xinyu's sobs grew louder. Shen ordered the wet nurse to leave. Yu, I am currently searching for a new residence. It will not be long before we can move. Please endure, just a little longer. Also, the painting the lone fisherman I sent to the Minister of Personnel has garnered his admiration. He will surely speak well of your father. Liu Xinyu ceased her tears, realizing that if her father learned of Shen's assistance, he would reconsider their situation. The two were lost in their tender exchange, oblivious to the fleeting shadow outside the window. Meanwhile, Songshe investigated Liu Xinyu's father's background, discovering that he had once served the emperor but was too ambitious, incurring the displeasure of the previous emperor, and was thus relegated to Lingnan. Songshe felt a surge of hatred, regretting her earlier compassion for Liu Xinyu and thinking that giving her the ginseng was inconsequential. After all, they were both women. Indeed, one must never show weakness. Clenching her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, she felt no pain, only resentment. You wish to replace me? Then I shall deal with you first. Before long, the matron's 50th birthday celebration arrived. She dressed early, admiring her opulent hairstyle, yet feeling something was amiss. She adorned her hair with a golden headdress and embellished her forehead with a large turquoise gem. Seated in the guest of honor's position, she beamed at the attendees who came to celebrate her birthday, exuding unparalleled joy. Songshe presented herself as the epitome of a dutiful daughter-in-law, standing gracefully beside the matriarch. Wrapped in vibrant red, Shen Jingqing exuded an air of celebration. The guests, most of whom Shen Jingqing recognized from her own full moon banquet, were evidently arranged by her mother. Song Shi had become adept at managing such gatherings. She had invited the most renowned chefs from the capital and engaged 2 opera troupes, ensuring the matriarch's smile never faltered. The opera troupe was stationed in the garden of the Marquis' residence, where guests enjoyed the performances while exchanging jovial banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Shen felt a sense of pride and busied himself with the guests. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with startling news. The 9th prince had arrived. Shen was taken aback and hurried to open the central door to welcome the prince. It was almost beyond belief that such a distinguished guest would honor them with his presence. The 9th prince entered, surrounded by attendants, though young. He possessed an undeniable regal demeanor. Shen couldn't help but admire him inwardly. As the prince surveyed the crowd, he calmly addressed everyone, urging them to rise and be at ease, dismissing the need for formalities. Shen quickly approached, expressing his utmost honor for the prince's visit. The prince waved his hand, and the attendants presented gifts. Though they were merely ordinary items like fabrics, they carried the prestige of royal bestowal. "These are congratulatory gifts from the Empress for the matriarch's 50th birthday," he announced. The matriarch, trembling, knelt to express her gratitude. The 9th prince then approached Shen Momo, playfully teasing Shen Jingqing, and requested, "Let me hold my sister." Shen Momo found herself in a dilemma. How could she entrust the young lady to such a small child, even if he was the 9th prince? After a moment of internal conflict, she cautiously placed Shen Jingqing into his arms. Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. When had the prince become so familiar with his daughter? Just as he contemplated stepping forward to speak, a commotion erupted as someone burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, it's terrible." Song Shi witnessed Lu Xinyue's wet nurse, disheveled and frantic, collapsing before Shen. "My lord, it's dreadful. Miss Wanwan suddenly convulsed and has a fever. The lady fainted from fright. You must go see her at once. Time is of the essence." The nurse wept inconsolably, even more dramatically than the opera troupe. The mention of lady and miss confused the guests. Was there another lady and miss in the Marquis' residence? Surely, the lady and miss were perfectly fine in the garden. Upon hearing this, the guests began to murmur, exchanging glances, yet they all understood the unspoken truth. For years, Shen had maintained a reputation for deep affection and fidelity, with no concubines and exceptional treatment of his wife. Now they cast sympathetic glances at Song Shi. Shen could not afford to ponder further. He dashed toward the Li Hua courtyard. The matriarch, realizing her deception was uncovered, struggled to formulate a defense, but could only open her mouth in silence. "Need I even ask? It is evident that the Marquis of Qingyuan is keeping a mistress," remarked the wife of the Duke of Qingyuan, stepping in to defend Song Shi. Song Shi managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, swaying unsteadily, prompting Tang Rui to rush forward to support her.
How could that be?
He is not that kind of person. Mother's acting skills deserve an Oscar. Her performance is truly remarkable. I almost believed it myself, that wretched father of mine. Song Shi seethed with indignation, realizing that remaining in the Marquis' residence was indeed the wisest choice. There was no mistress. That was clearly a deranged maid who had spoken out of turn. Observing the disbelief among the guests, Shen Shuang rushed to the matriarch, calling out, "Mother, what's wrong? Don't frighten me. Why does she resort to this tactic every day? Does she wish to be pricked again? Does she want to gamble with her life?" Song Shi cast a glance, but chose not to engage. The matriarch attempted to use this ploy to distract the guests from heading to the Li Hua courtyard. But most had attended Shen Jingqing's full moon banquet and were familiar with her ruse, showing little interest. The 9th prince, having turned to return Shen Jingqing to Shen Momo, strode toward the exit. "Take me with you. I want to go too," Song Shi urged, supporting his sister closely behind. At that moment, the guests could no longer remain seated. They all surged out in a frenzy. The once bustling garden was left with only the matriarch and Shen Shuang. Hearing the silence, the matriarch opened her eyes to find everyone had truly departed. Oh, dear. This was indeed the end. Chapter 21. Song Fei. Upon entering the Li Hua courtyard, the guests beheld Shen, kneeling on one knee, cradling a frail woman. Shen, hearing the commotion, looked up to see everyone had arrived, and his heart sank. "Didn't you tell me that this Lu sister was a widow who bore a child alone?" Out of pity for her, You brought her to the Marquis' residence to stay? Song Shi, losing her balance, collapsed heavily to the ground and began to sob. Shen Yi and Shen Hao gritted their teeth, their faces turning purple with anger. Shen Jingqing wanted to argue, but seeing the disbelief etched on the faces around him, he chose silence. Just then, Lu Xinyue awoke, weakly gazing at Shen Jingqing. A shun, our Wanwan is ill. Lu Xinyue, facing away from the door, was unaware of the throng gathered outside. Song Shi immediately approached her. You wretched woman. How did I treat you? I provided for you. Yet you not only showed no gratitude but now have seduced my husband. With pent-up resentment, Song Shi struck Lu Xinyue hard, causing blood to trickle from her lips. She aimed to strike again, but Shen Jingqing intervened. Stop, Song Shi. With tears in her eyes, Song Shi pointed to the baby in the crib. The child seems perfectly fine. Where is the illness? Shen Jingqing paused, glancing toward the crib where Shen Wanwan lay, adorned in exquisite attire with a longevity lock around her neck, peacefully sleeping and appearing entirely healthy. Song Shi gasped, how could your thoughts be so sinister? You must have done this on purpose, deliberately revealing your shameful intentions today, on my mother's birthday, in front of so many distinguished guests. The wife of the Duke of Qingyuan chimed in, indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. This innocent facade hides a vile heart. The ninth prince nodded in agreement, affirming, she is indeed clever, albeit misdirected. With the ninth prince's words, no one dared to voice dissent. Even Shen Jingqing cast a dubious glance at Lu Xinyue.
No.
Earlier, Wana was not like this. I just felt her forehead. She was burning up and covered in rashes.
How could this be?
Lu Xinyue found herself at a loss, staring at the seemingly unharmed Shen Wanwan, understanding that there was no way to clear her name. How could her daughter have changed so drastically in such a short time? If it weren't for the urgent situation earlier, she would never have fainted. The scene spiraled out of control as Lu Xinyue clutched Shen Jingqing's sleeve. Please, my lord. You must believe me. Wanwan truly was ill. Under the pressure of so many eyes, Shen Jingqing, despite his internal bias toward Lu Xinyue, could only feign clarity. Enough. Wanwan is perfectly fine. Isn't she? He forcefully shook off Lu Xinyue's grasp, turning to Song Shi. You let me explain. Truly, I have my reasons. Song Shi ignored him. Shen Jingqing sighed and turned to the crowd, clasping his fists in salute. Seeing Shen Jingqing's demeanor, the others felt it inappropriate to linger further. However, Song Shi was not ready to let the matter rest. Everyone please stay. Shen Jingqing quickly restrained Song Shi, whispering, Shu, do not cause a scene. Do you not think there are enough people embarrassed already? Do not make your sister the laughingstock of the capital. A laughingstock? Spare me your nonsense. Song Shi retorted with a scoff. Let us not forget, it was you, Lord Shen, who secretly brought that woman into the household. What fault does my sister have? How has she become the subject of mockery? Shen Jingqing had never anticipated that he would be rendered speechless by a mere teenager. Despite his youth, Song Shi was resolute in defending his sister, unafraid to confront the issue head-on. Why, if you are so concerned about maintaining appearances and keeping family scandals hidden, do you persist in making such grievous mistakes? He pressed. I ask you, since my sister married into this marquis over a decade ago, has she ever shown disrespect to her elders, been unkind to her husband, or neglected her duties towards the younger generation? Never, Shen Jingqing murmured, had bowed. Even if he wished to argue, his words felt feeble. He was aware of the Song family's respectable reputation in the capital. Has she ever failed in her role as a wife? Never. Has she ever obstructed you from taking concubines or employing maids? Not at all. Shen Jingqing's gaze fell lower still. Song Shi pointed to Lu Xinyue, not even she? Then why have you acted so foolishly? Enraged, Song Shi's eyes reddened. How dare you say my sister is shaming herself? I believe the people of this vast capital are not so blind as to confuse right and wrong. They will not mock my sister, but will instead scorn you, the unfaithful husband. Shen Jingqing fell silent once more. Uncle is truly remarkable. This scoundrel father deserves such scorn. Came a voice. Let him be scolded further. Shen Jingqing listened with delight as her uncle berated Shen Jingqing, feeling a sense of justice served. If only she could speak, she would have added her voice to the fray. Seeing her younger brother stand up for her, Tears streamed down Songshi's face, heartfelt and genuine. Her once small brother had grown into a protector. Guests approached to offer comfort, aware that her family had noble lineage, having produced imperial consorts. And her brother was promising and bright. Yet, despite all this, she was betrayed by a husband so callous. Indeed, one must be discerning when choosing a partner. Sighed the wife of the Duke of Qingyuan. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Exactly, the Duchess is right. The ninth prince furrowed his brow, tugging at the Duchess's sleeve, confused. Why does Lord Shen have two wives? Shouldn't a marquis only have one? Your Highness is correct. Typically a marquis is allowed only one wife. However, if a marquis achieves great merit, he may be granted additional privileges. I see. So Lord Shen must have accomplished something extraordinary to warrant two wives. The crowd chuckled in disbelief. Chapter 22. The ninth prince is injured, who does not know that the Marquis of Qingyuan is nothing but a title without substance? Shen Jingqing could no longer contain herself. Is it truly appropriate for someone your age to speak so boldly? Lu Xinyue's expression darkened further. Usually, the servants called her madam to curry favor. But now her reputation was tarnished before the guests. She glanced at Shen, her expression equally grim. But this time, her eyes burned with anger. Fearful, Lu Xinyue realized that her only ally was Shen, and with a steely resolve, she knelt down. Her pale face bore a pitiful look as she beseeched the crowd for sympathy. Do not blame the Marquis. It is all my fault. I allowed the maids to call me Madam. It has nothing to do with him. And to you, Madam Song, I apologize for deceiving you. Please do not hold him accountable. Place all the blame on me. Punish me as you see fit, but do not let this harm your marriage. With her words, Lu Xinyue inadvertently confirmed her guilt, and it was evident to all present. She then struck her head forcefully against the ground before rising slowly, wiping her tears, and rushing toward the largest pear tree in the courtyard. Not good. She means to collide with the tree. Stop her. Quickly. Shen Jingqing had already seen through her scheme. When Lu Xinyue knelt and took all the blame upon herself, she sensed something was amiss, and now it was evident. Yet, the crowd remained oblivious.
Caught in their own thoughts.
What do we do? Oh no. Shen Jingqing was on the verge of exclaiming. As Lu Xinyue approached the tree, she reluctantly closed her eyes. First came Lu Xinyue's shrill scream, followed by a dull thud, and then the heart-wrenching cries of Songshi. Ah-ee. Shen Jingqing opened her eyes to see her elder brother sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his forehead, while Lu Xinyue sat beside him, seemingly dazed. Songshi rushed forward, crying out, Do not move him. Do not touch him. His injury is to the head. We must not move him carelessly. But Songshi, in her panic, could not heed warnings as she rushed to Shen Yi's side. Shen Jingqing felt a surge of despair. Fortunately, at that moment, the ninth prince shouted, Do not touch him. He quickly ordered his attendants, Fetch the physician at once. Thank goodness for the ninth prince, Shen Jingqing thought, gazing at her brother. Lying still and unresponsive, tears streaming down her face. Although her soul was older than her brother's, perhaps fate had a hand in this. She had long considered Shen Yi and Shen Hao as her brothers and sought to protect them with all her might. By now, a crowd had gathered around Shen Yi, none of whom had anticipated such a tragic turn of events. Songshi knelt beside Shen Yi, weeping uncontrollably, her heart torn as she followed the ninth prince's advice to keep him still. Songshi removed his outer robe, fashioning it into a cushion to stabilize Shen Yi's head. Lu Xinyue, when she spoke previously, had sensed something was wrong, but when she lunged toward the pear tree, no one reacted in time. Shen Yi understood that had Lu Xinyue succeeded in her act, the crowd's scorn would have swiftly turned to sympathy for her, while resentment would fall upon their mother and uncle. Thus, when he comprehended her intention, he rushed to place himself in her path. Lu Xinyue was not foolish. Given the circumstances, if she were to perform her ruse, she had to commit fully. The guests were not naive, they would not be easily deceived. With all her strength, she charged toward the tree, intent on making a significant impact. Shen Yi collided with the tree, his head striking it hard, blood flowing freely, his complexion paling. Songshi, witnessing this, turned ashen, crying out for her son, Ah-ee. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyue, lost in her own world, triggered a torrent of suppressed rage within Songshi. This chaos stemmed from her. Had it not been for her, this situation would never have arisen. In the past, she had endured Lu Xinyue's misdeeds, but now, having harmed her son, it was intolerable. "Let me not spare you, you wretched woman," Songshi screamed, her eyes ablaze. She attempted to rise, determined to confront Lu Xinyue, but found herself weak and trembling, unable to muster the strength. "Hold her down," she gritted through clenched teeth, each word deliberate and clear. "Do not let her escape unscathed." Song wished to repay these grievances in kind, first contemplating poisoning herself and her daughter, only to have her son hurt because of her. She desired for her to suffer doubly. Upon hearing this, Chen Momo and Tang Rui immediately stepped forward, pinning Lu Xinyue to the ground, their indignation having long since reached its peak. Chen Momo twisted Lu Xinyue's arm fiercely, exclaiming, "You wretched girl! How dare you harm the eldest son? It seems you wish for your own demise." Lu Xinyue wailed in agony as chaos erupted in the pear blossom courtyard, with chickens flapping and dogs barking. The wife of the Duke of Qingyuan, perhaps vexed by the commotion, ordered, "Bind her and gag her. Her incessant wailing is a nuisance." Chen Momo gave Lu Xinyue's arm another harsh twist before finally relenting, joining forces with Tang Rui and Li Rui to bind Lu Xinyue thoroughly. The imperial physician had arrived. "Is the ninth prince unharmed?" the physician inquired, his gaze falling on the ninth prince, who had been brought in by his personal guards. Initially fearing that the prince had encountered some mischief while at the Marquis' residence, the physician hurriedly rushed over, filled with trepidation. The ninth prince waved his hand dismissively. "It's not me. The injured party is over there." Only then did the physician notice Shen Yi surrounded by the crowd. He examined Shen Yi's injury meticulously, bandaging the wound and placing a pill in his mouth. Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Is everything truly all right? Physician, do take a closer look. Once the young master awakens, be sure to instruct him to refrain from roughhousing and to rest well, changing the dressing daily." Yes, thank you, physician."
Upon hearing this,
Everyone present, especially Lu Xinyue, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. If Shen Yi were to suffer any lasting harm, she would truly face ruin. For he was the legitimate eldest son of Shen, destined to be revered by all in the Marquis' household. Shen commanded that Shen Yi be carried inside, but Song interrupted, "Take him to the peony garden." "How can I trust to leave Yi here?" Chapter 23, Playing the Victim Big Brother. "It's even more dangerous for you here." Shen Hao clenched his fists and rushed over, kicking Lu Xinyue several times before following the group, carrying Shen Yi to the peony garden. Song gathered her composure, brushing off the dust from her skirts and suppressing her fury as she addressed the wife of the Duke of Qingyuan and others. "I ask you all to bear witness today." She pointed at Lu Xinyue, who lay bound on the ground. "This person, bold and wicked, seeks to harm my Marquis' legitimate son. I fear she may cause further calamity in the future. I shall send her to the imperial capital, and I kindly ask for your testimonies in this matter." Lu Xinyue's eyes widened in horror, but with her mouth gagged, she could only emit muffled sounds, struggling desperately. Shen looked at Lu Xinyue on the ground, ultimately unable to bear it. What are you suggesting?"
"What?
"Are you still seeking to plead for her? The one injured is your son, R.A.E. How can you utter such words?" Despite the myriad frustrations swirling in Shen's heart, he was compelled to remain silent. Song Shu scoffed, "Sister, why should you endure such humiliation? Now that the true nature of this Marquis' household has been revealed, I will support whatever decision you make. Otherwise, perhaps a divorce is in order." "Sister, I cannot bear to see you harmed by this scoundrel." His eyes brimmed with concern. "Uncle is indeed kind," sob. Upon hearing the mention of divorce, everyone present widened their eyes in shock, particularly Shen. He had considered the possibility of reconciliation with Song, but certainly not under these circumstances. Song was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion.
"No.
I have already married in, and consider this Marquis' household my home. There is no way I could divorce." The current state of the Marquis' household was a result of her own unwavering efforts, and she could not simply abandon it. Casting a glance at Shen, her resolve only strengthened. Upon hearing her words, Shen felt a surge of emotion and reached out to grasp her hand, only for Song to swiftly evade him. Thankful he hadn't touched her, it would have left her feeling repulsed for days. The wife of the Duke of An wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, remarking on Song's magnanimity. Even after enduring such grievances, you still remain composed. Otherwise, let us send this wretch to the criminal department's prison, where my son resides. Everything will be taken care of. Shen Jingqing, initially crying, suddenly broke into laughter. There truly are still many good people. Let us proceed with this plan. Shen was practically seething with rage, yet felt powerless to voice his objections, unwilling to offend the wife of the Duke of An. The criminal department's prison had long been a place of dread. If Lu Xinyue were to enter, she might not emerge intact. However, Shen found himself at a loss. Lu Xinyue's appearance had changed, yet not to the extent of being unrecognizable. What if someone identified her? Song sneered dismissively. She is worthy of entering the criminal department's prison? Ah, should a woman find herself in such a place? Even if she manages to leave, it would cost her half her life and earn her scorn from others. How could she possibly survive? As a fellow woman, why must you make things difficult for her? I truly wish to slap her twice. Song found this remark grating. Had she not once thought the same? Yet how would this wretch repay her kindness in the future? It could only be said that the phrase about women not making things difficult for one another applies only to those with good intentions, and is a futile effort when directed at scoundrels. What does the Marquis have to say? How shall we deal with her? I am eager to see what better solution the Marquis has. Seeing Song relent, Shen finally spoke. As long as she does not enter the prison. As long as she does not enter the prison. Song adjusted her hair. Then it is much simpler. Let her sign a contract of servitude and serve as a concubine in the Marquis's household. Shen stammered this. This is also not acceptable. He truly cherished Lu Xinyue, and even though today had brought this embarrassing affair, the thought of her being reduced to a concubine was a grave insult he could not bear. Didn't the Marquis say she wouldn't enter the prison? Why now is this unacceptable and that unacceptable? Then it is not your choice to make. Song called out loudly. Bring her clothing, strip her of it, and send her to the criminal department's prison. Remember to yell along the way, so the people of the capital can witness such a specimen. Shen felt his vision dim, nearly fainting. Song, I never imagined you could be so malicious. Do you wish to drive Yue to her death? Sending her to the prison and stripping her of her clothing, while encouraging the citizens to gawk at her was indeed a cruel fate. Then I wish for her demise. What can the Marquis do to stop me? Seeing the two on the verge of an argument, the onlookers hurried to defuse the tension. Lady Marquis, why must you be angry over this wretch? Don't let it affect your health. Indeed, do not allow this wretch to sow discord between you and your husband. Marquis, you must take responsibility for this matter. How could you argue with your wife over someone so inconsequential? Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Shen, feeling utterly helpless, nodded in agreement. Song coldly scoffed. Is that all? Humph. She then instructed someone to draft the contract of servitude and handed it to Shen. He gazed at the stark black and white text, gritting his teeth as he signed Lu Xinyue's name. He approached her, disregarding her pleading gaze, and pressed her right hand to the document. Lu Xinyue's heart sank completely. She understood her fate was sealed, tears flowing silently. Always playing the victim. And now look where that has led you. What a delightful outcome. Song, clutching Lu Xinyue's contract of servitude, finally felt a sense of relief, placing it in her pocket. She then regained her composure, gracefully bowing to those present. I am truly grateful for your righteous words today. I, Song Yu, shall remember them well. As the events unfolded, the guests took their leave one by one. The Pear Blossom courtyard had long been deserted, and even Shen Wanwan's whereabouts were unknown. It was only then that Shen realized the situation and hurriedly turned back towards the peony garden. Upon entering the peony garden and finding everyone there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Xinyue remained bound, her mouth stuffed with cloth, kneeling at the bottom of the corridor. When she saw Shen arrive, a glimmer of hope lit up her eyes, as if she had spotted a lifeline. She wriggled her body, emitting muffled sounds, desperate for Shen's attention. In the next moment, she was met with a resounding slap, causing her to tumble down the steps. Shen Shun rushed over to help Lu Xinyue up. Are you alright? The matron, with a stern expression, saluted Shen Shen, stating that the lady had given specific orders. Upon entering, Song Shi had directly stated that Lu Xinyue was to kneel here for 3 days and nights, and if she dared to move, she would be met with a severe slap. Shen Shen stood up and strode into the house, intending to confront Song Shi. To his surprise, not only was Shen Hao present, but also the ninth prince, seated in a chair. Realizing he could say nothing further, he asked, "How is A.E.?" "Thanks to the Marquis's blessings, he is still alive." Shen Shen felt a surge of displeasure. "Must you speak to me in such a sarcastic tone? It is already a courtesy that I am able to converse with you." Suddenly, Song Shi rose, startling Shen Shen into taking a step back. "From now on, since Lu Xinyue has sold herself to the Marquis's household, I can treat her as I please. Whether it be punishment or scolding, she must endure it. The Marquis should keep a close watch on your little lover. Should she ever provoke my displeasure, I could easily sell her off." Shen Shen was rendered speechless, his neck veins bulging with anger as he managed to stutter out a single word. "You." Song Shi glanced at him. "What of it?"
Just you wait and see.
With that, she bellowed, "Come here." Shen Shen recognized that Lu Xinyue was about to face further suffering. Song Shi commanded, "Gather everyone in the household. Lu Yinyang harbors ill intentions and seeks to harm the master. According to family rules, she should be beaten to death, but considering she bore a daughter for the Marquis, we shall settle for 50 slaps instead. Let everyone witness the fate of those with treacherous thoughts." Shen Shen thought to himself that Lu Xinyue was indeed in dire straits. "Enough is enough," he interjected. "What do you mean enough?" "It is still insufficient." The old lady hurried over, indignant. "How dare she harm my eldest grandson? Not to beat her to death would be a mercy." Having feigned faintness, she had not followed the others to the pear blossom courtyard and was only just hearing about the matter, rushing over in haste. She despised Song Shi. But Shen Yi was her legitimate grandson, bright and handsome, whom she had watched grow up, and her affection for him was undeniable. Upon seeing Shen Yi lying on the bed, pale and sickly, with his head bandaged and faint traces of blood visible, her heart ached, and tears streamed down her face. "My dear grandson, beat her. Do not stop until her face is ruined." Shen Shen, unable to bear it any longer, pleaded, "Mother, enough." The old lady shot him a glance, signaling him to be quiet. "At this moment, we must align with Song Shi's wishes. Protecting Lu Xinyue for a moment does not ensure her safety for a lifetime. Otherwise, it would be Lu Xinyue who suffers in the future." Song Shi raised her hand, and the matron rushed towards Lu Xinyue like ravenous wolves. Several women seized her and dragged her to the entrance. Lu Xinyue's cries echoed throughout the peony garden as Shen Shen closed his eyes. 1, 2, 3. The matron counted as they struck her. Shen Shen's heart ached. For even though Lu Xinyue had committed grave errors, his feelings were still with her. Finally, after the 50th slap, the matron wore a look of dissatisfaction. While Lu Xinyue's face was swollen, her lips bleeding, barely recognizable, the matron yanked her hair, forcing her to lift her head. "Is this sufficient for you? Are you satisfied now?" Shen Shen glared fiercely at Song Shi. Seeing Lu Xinyue in such a state, Song Shi's anger was slightly quelled, yet it was far from enough. There was still ample time for her to torment Lu Xinyue. "Very well, I appreciate the Marquis's understanding, and allow me to manage the internal affairs. Since Lu Yinyang has signed a contract of servitude, let us choose an auspicious day for her formal entry into the household. As she is now a concubine, she is no longer qualified to reside in the pear blossom courtyard. However, considering she is the Marquis's beloved, we shall allow her to stay in the peach blossom dwelling, which is closer to the Marquis's study. Furthermore, we must adhere to the rules. A concubine cannot have too many maidservants. Those who previously served her must also sign a contract of servitude if they wish to remain in the Marquis's household, or they must leave immediately. Even for those willing to stay, the housekeeper must reorganize the arrangements. Lastly, regarding Lu Yinyang, although she is typically allowed only 2 maidservants, since she has borne a child for the Marquis, and the child is still young, I will grant her 2 additional maidservants and a wet nurse. What do you think, Marquis?" Song Shi's arguments were so well-founded that Shen Shen found it difficult to refute them. it was equally challenging for him to utter a negative response. In fact, it was Shen Shuangshuang who first spoke up, not out of compassion for Lu Xinyue, but merely to provoke Song Shi and assert her own status as a precious niece. Sister-in-law, do you not think this is a bit excessive? After all, she has given birth to a child for elder brother, as his concubine. Should she not have a few more attendants to serve her? This remark successfully amused Song Shi. What a clever villain to complain first. What brings you to such conclusions, little aunt? I still recall when Bai Yinyang was alive, and before elder aunt was married, she had hardly any attendants serving her. Or have I misremembered? Song Shi smiled at Shen Shuangshuang. The old lady was particularly harsh towards the concubines of the old marquis, never even providing them with a full meal, let alone maidservants. This was common knowledge within the marquis's household, thus it was no secret. Bai Yinyang was the old marquis's concubine, and the legitimate daughter Shen Huan was born of her. The old lady had only granted the mother and daughter a single maidservant. Song Shi had personally witnessed, in the depths of winter, Bai Yinyang washing her bedding and clothes with cold water all alone. Shen Shuangshuang was left speechless, closing her mouth. Mother is right. Teach them a lesson. Mother is amazing. Shen Jingqing cheered, as if she had never seen her mother lose an argument before. The 9th prince glanced down at Shen Jingqing, noting how much she had grown since their first meeting. Her large, bright eyes and rosy round face were more radiant than before, and her fine hair had thickened considerably. For some reason, as the 9th prince gazed at Shen Jingqing, he was reminded of the box of black pearls that had recently been bestowed upon him by the emperor as tribute from a foreign land, pondering the idea of gifting them to Shen Jingqing one day. Unbeknownst to him, the attendant behind him was on the verge of tears. As the 9th prince lifted his head, he noticed the inner attendant's expression of despair, realizing that time was of the essence. The old lady mechanically turned her head, finally noticing the little ancestor seated by the window. She had been so focused on Lu Xinyue's affair upon entering that she had entirely overlooked the 9th prince. Trembling, she prepared to kneel once more. The 9th prince felt a sense of embarrassment, particularly since today marked the birthday celebration of their venerable matriarch. The commotion had already caused enough of a spectacle, and it was unfortunate that it also turned into a source of ridicule for her. He felt it was inappropriate to compel her to kneel. After expressing his thoughts, he departed with the eunuchs and guards. Shen Shen escorted them out through the grand entrance. The old woman remained by the door, awaiting his arrival. Initially, Shen Shen felt a tinge of irritation at being left outside, but upon hearing the old woman's remarks, he detected a hint of jealousy in Song's voice. This was promising, as it indicated that Song still cared for him. She was merely in a fit of anger. With some tender coaxing, he believed he could soothe her. Besides, they had 3 children to consider. With this in mind, Shen Shen wisely refrained from banging on the door and made his way toward the Peach Blossom Cottage, where Lu Xinyue's matters took precedence. Mother, mother. At that moment, Shen Yi opened his eyes, calling out weakly. Shen Jingqing's initial drowsiness dissipated, and she tilted her head to look at Shen Yi. Big brother is awake. That's wonderful. Song quickly grasped Shen Yi's hand. Yi, are you feeling unwell? Does the wound still hurt? Shen Yi managed to muster a smile, shaking his head. Mother, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine, so please don't worry. We will all be okay. Upon hearing this, Song could no longer contain her emotions and cover her mouth. Weeping. She had always been strong-willed, and her 3 children were her greatest vulnerability. She had initially planned to expose Shen Shen's disgraceful deeds today, but she never anticipated that Lu Xinyue would create such a scene, nor did she foresee her son getting hurt as a result.
Yi, I am so sorry.
It's all my fault. I did not protect you well. Song Shu was displeased. Sister, what does this have to do with you? It is clearly brother-in-law Shen Shen's fault. If he weren't so shameless, engaging in lewd conduct, we wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation. He was still young, speaking out of loyalty, unaware of the inappropriateness of his words until he glanced down and noticed his 3 little nephews, which brought him back to reality. Silence. Song Shu immediately admonished. Aha, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Children should not speak ill of their fathers, especially in front of others. Shen Hao's eyes turned red, defiantly turning his head away and saying nothing. Uncle is only looking out for second brother, he interjected. But second brother is still young and doesn't understand these matters. He is destined to become a great general, and it would be unfortunate for him to bear the title of unfilial. When second brother reaches uncle's age, he will surely comprehend uncle's good intentions. Shen Yi discreetly cast a glance at Song Shu, noticing his uncle's face flushed with embarrassment before running over to hug Song Shu's leg. I understand, uncle.
Au remember.
Song Shu lifted Shen Hao onto the bedside, taking Shen Yi's hand in his own. How, you two are brothers. You must grow up well and become your mother's support. Only then can you protect her. After saying this, he placed their hands together. Shen Jingqing wriggled her body, stretching her hands forward, thinking, don't forget about me. I want to protect mother too. Shen Hao grasped Shen Jingqing's hand. And we must protect our little sister. Song's eyes welled with tears as she drew her 3 children into her embrace. At that moment, Tang Rue entered. Madam, everything is arranged. 3 young maidservants have already been sent to the Peach Blossom Cottage, along with a wet nurse. The maidservants who were originally with Lu Xinyue have all been escorted out of the inner courtyard. Song nodded, acknowledging that she was aware, and Tang Rue withdrew. Sister, have you firmly decided to stay here? It pains me to see it. Song Shu hesitated before speaking up. He truly held a low opinion of Shen now. Shu, to be honest, I never considered separation. This is now my Marquis, and in the future it will belong to Yi and Hao. Song Shu understood the implication and refrained from saying more. Then, is there anything I can do to assist? All you need to do now is go to the Shishan Academy and focus on your studies. If you do well in the spring examination, you will become my strongest support. In truth, Song did not lack support. For instance, the Chengwang Fu was one. She merely intended to ignite Song Shu's ambition, hoping to direct his full attention to his studies, steering him away from trivial matters. Rest assured, sister, I will surely excel in next year's spring examination. I believe in you, uncle. Go for it. Jingqing is counting on you too. Suddenly, Song Shu heard something that made him pause. You referred to her as Jingqing? He looked at Shen Jingqing with uncertainty, then at Song. Seeing that no one reacted, he thought he must have misheard. Also, uncle, once you succeed, you must steer clear of anyone with the surname Shen, especially in terms of marriage. They will only bring you ruin. Song Shu had been wronged, leading to his family's demise, and the women of his household were relegated to a status of disgrace. The evidence that had been secretly planted in the Song family estate had come from his first wife, Shen, whose brother, Shen Tianyan, was born in the same year as Song Shu. Shen Tianyan had always believed that without Song Shu, he could have reached greater heights. So he had schemed against the Song family, marrying his sister to Song Shu, and then orchestrating the downfall of the Song family. At this moment, Song Shu was convinced he had not misheard, but seeing his sister and little nephews unresponsive, he felt it must be that only he could hear it. Chapter 26. A call for help. Considering that perhaps his closeness to Shen Jingqing allowed him to hear her, he lifted Shen Jingqing into the air. And what about our Jingqing? When uncle becomes the chancellor, she will be the chancellor's niece. Song beamed with joy. Do not boast. She chuckled, feeling a sense of contentment as she watched Song Shu leave. She contemplated keeping Song Shu at the Peony Garden, as it was spacious and empty. Her 2 sons resided in the courtyard to the left, and living together would facilitate care. Shen Jingqing would sleep with her, as she was still young and needed her mother's watchful eye. Otherwise, she would not feel at ease. Meanwhile, the Peach Blossom Cottage was far from tranquil. Shen, unable to shake his thoughts of Lu Xinyue, could not resist checking on her, only to be met with a barrage of objects that left him bruised and bloodied. Lu Xinyue, in her fury, lashed out at everything around her, crying out in anguish, feeling a sense of humiliation she had never encountered before. Being publicly scorned and forced to sign a contract of servitude meant she would be relegated to the status of a slave, along with her daughter. When Shen entered to comfort her, he was caught off guard by a vase hurled directly at his forehead, followed by an assortment of teapots and jade vases, leaving him no time to evade. Shen, now disheveled and clutching his head, exclaimed, "You've truly lost your mind." Lu Xinyue, hearing this, picked up a shard of porcelain and charged at him. Everyone has gone mad. What a calamity. Shen felt utterly helpless, gazing at the glistening water before him, where the blue sky and green willows were reflected, emphasizing his disarray. It was supposed to be a day of celebration. How had it spiraled into chaos? He felt an unsettling turmoil within. As he pondered, he arrived at the Chunwei Hall. The old matriarch was conversing with Shen Jingqing, whose husband sat silently beside them. Wang Wei, Shen Jingqing's spouse, hailed from a family of military generals but had only attained the rank of a third-class general in his father's generation. Being the second son, he had little hope of inheriting a title, yet he was diligent and currently held a modest position in the military. He had come to celebrate the birthday, but was caught off guard by the scandal his brother-in-law had created. Wang Wei sat quietly, sipping tea as he listened to the old matriarch and Shen Jingqing converse. "Mother, I suspect today's incident may very well have been orchestrated by my sister-in-law." The old lady hesitated momentarily before retorting, "Impossible. Your sister-in-law could not possibly know the identity of Lu Xinyue. My dear, I believe you are simply too earnest. Thinking your sister-in-law is careless. If she were truly as you say, how could she manage our household with such meticulousness?" After finishing her statement, Shen Jingqing scoffed and disdainfully remarked, "Furthermore, those born of merchant families possess quite the depth of cunning. I fear, mother, you have been deceived by her." Wang Wei could no longer bear it and shouted at Shuang, "Cease your nonsensical talk." He never expected his wife to speak so freely in her maternal home. "What do you want me to say? Have I spoken incorrectly? Is it forbidden for me to speak the truth in my own home?" The old lady, sensing the situation escalating, quickly intervened. "Shuang, how can you speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner? A woman ought to be gentle." "Gentle? When shall I ever witness mother's gentle side?" The old lady was rendered speechless, closing her mouth and refraining from further comment. Shen entered with a serious expression, a bruise on his face from Lu Xinyue's earlier assault. The old lady, upon seeing her son in such a state, rushed forward with concern. "Oh dear, what has happened? Could it be that Song has the audacity to strike you?" "Do not," Shen Jingqing interjected, displeased. She had only a small room in her marital home, far from the comforts of the Marquis's residence. As for whether he would mention this disgrace to the old general, even if he remained silent, it was likely that the news had already reached his ears. After Shen noticed his wife had left, he sat down. I just pondered over Shuang's words and found some merit in them." Shen frowned. "That cannot be. It is simply impossible. He kept Lu Xinyue hidden for 3 years, and even his closest companions were unaware. Had it not been for Lu Xinyue's noble lineage, even his mother would not have known, let alone Song. If she were to learn that her daughter had been bound, beaten, and humiliated, and had become a concubine in the Marquis's residence, the consequences would be unimaginable." The old lady, growing increasingly fearful, shed tears, lamenting, "What on earth are you doing day by day? After a birthday celebration, we have gained an enemy." Yet Shen's greatest concern was how to fulfill his duties. After such a scandal, it was likely that the entire capital was already aware. To report for duty now would be akin to public execution. Helpless, he decided to hide at home for 2 days. But as the days passed, he could no longer evade his responsibilities. On the 3rd day, he resolved to report for duty. Just as he arrived at the yamen, he was dispatched outside the city on official business. By the time he completed his tasks, the sun was setting. Shen hurried back towards the city, anxious that the gates would close, when suddenly he heard a woman's cries for help from the nearby woods. With urgency, he dismounted and rushed towards the sound, determined to investigate. Not far into the woods, he discovered 2 men entangled with 2 young women. One of the women, dressed in a pale blue gown, exuded grace, while the other appeared to be a maid. The men approached with lewd intentions, but the woman in the elegant dress showed no hesitation, pulling a hairpin from her hair and thrusting it towards her neck, exhibiting a fierce defiance. Shen stepped forward immediately, commanding, "Halt! How dare you commit such vile acts in broad daylight?" The 2 men, seeing him approach, fled in haste. The young maid gasped, "Miss, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Shen looked over to see the hairpin had pierced her flesh, blood oozing from the wound. He rushed to support the faltering woman, finally catching a glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. Stunned, He stood frozen for several seconds before swiftly lifting her into a carriage, urging the horses to a gallop. Just managing to enter the city before the gates closed. Shen arranged for the two women to stay in the Marquis' jade bamboo garden, summoned a doctor, and prepared medicine for them, working diligently until the moon hung high in the sky. Shen Jingqing found the entire situation exceedingly perplexing. The woman's sudden appearance seemed too coincidental. Everything felt so illogical. She recalled that in the original story, after Song's death, Shen had formally married Lu Xinyue a year and a half later, without any other women by his side. How could such a stunning beauty suddenly emerge? Confused, she glanced at Song, who remained unfazed and bore a slightly mocking expression. It dawned on Shen Jingqing that this enchanting lady must have been arranged by her mother. How clever. Shen, fearing that the captivating beauty might suffer any indignities in the Marquis' residence, had even gone to the peony garden to discuss the matter with Song. Embarrassed, he exited the peony garden. The next morning, unable to shake off his worries about the beautiful lady, he decided to check on her before heading to the yamen. As he stepped out of Songtao courtyard, he spotted Lu Xinyue standing on the bluestone path, her face a mask of fury directed at him. Had this been before, Shen would have felt a pang of sympathy. Yet now, with her injuries still visible, some scabbed, others still fresh, bruised and ghastly, her angry countenance only amplified her fearsome appearance, resembling a vengeful spirit. "A fey, why have you not come to see me sooner?" Lu Xinyue confronted him directly. Shen, distracted by thoughts of the beautiful lady, found himself unconsciously comparing her features to Lu Xinyue's. Faced with Lu Xinyue's aggressive demeanor, instead of feeling pity or remorse, he was taken aback and instinctively stepped back. However, Lu Xinyue was not willing to let him retreat, grabbing hold of his clothing. "You cannot leave. It is your fault that I have become a despised concubine. You must not abandon me." Behind the rockery, Shen Yi held Shen Jingqing, while the nurse and maid Chang'e stood behind them, all wearing grim expressions as they witnessed this spectacle. Shen Yi's injuries had not yet fully healed, and Song had not allowed him to return to school, instructing him to rest. Initially, he had brought his sister into the courtyard to bask in the sunlight on this fine day, only to stumble upon this disgraceful scene. "Truly shameless," Nurse Chen exclaimed, covering Shen Yi's eyes. She did not wish for the young master to be subjected to such a sight. The Marquis' residence, once honorable, had been sullied by this disgraceful affair. Fueled with anger, Nurse Chen wished to confront the pair and tear them apart. Ah, how unbearable. Shen Jingqing was lifted by the maid Chang'e, turning away. In truth, she was quite curious to witness the melodrama unfolding between Shen and Lu Xinyue. It promised to be entertaining. Watching them bicker towards the peach blossom grove, the group finally emerged from behind the rockery. Nurse Chen spat in the direction of Shen. "Shameless wretch. I shall inform the lady and ensure she deals with that vile woman. Please, do not tell mother."
Shen Yi interjeşti urgently.
"If she learns of this, it would sadden her, and I would be saddened as well." Nurse Chen promptly realized that she had spoken in haste and would not truly report to Song. Even a child understood the complexities of such matters better than she did. Presently, Song was aware of everything, yet knowing did little to alleviate the burden of distress. It was perhaps better to feign ignorance, thereby sparing oneself from further heartache. Madame Chen suddenly felt a surge of warmth in her eyes, her heart aching for Song. After all, she had personally raised this girl, watching her grow with tender care. Unable to confide in Song, Madame Chen's frustration mounted, and she spat in the direction where Shen had departed, feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Shen Yi cast a darkened gaze towards the direction of the peach blossom cottage, his eyes revealing a melancholic depth. At such a tender age, he bore an inexplicable sorrow. Shen Jingqing noticed this gradual change in Shen Yi. He was no longer the bright and cheerful boy he had been when he left the peony garden. Therefore, she stretched her chubby arms towards him, yearning for his embrace. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, grinning widely to reveal her gums. "Thank goodness," Big Brother nearly darkened. "I'm so glad he was saved. Big Brother, please don't let that scoundrel father lead you astray." Shen Yi, puzzled by the unfamiliar term darkened, contemplated its meaning. However, he could surmise its essence. Seeing his father embrace Lu Xinyue unabashedly in broad daylight had stirred a violent urge within him. Once, he had held his father in the highest regard, considering him the epitome of greatness, a paragon of virtue. He had always looked up to him, seeking his approval and basking in his affection. Now, however, his father appeared so foreign, devoid of propriety and integrity. Perhaps his father had always been this way, merely masquerading before them, and now that the facade had crumbled, he cared not for the consequences. Such a father, he would rather do without. Worry creased Shen Jingqing's brow as she observed the ominous aura surrounding Shen Yi. She wished fervently for her once radiant big brother to remain untainted by Shen's influence. Sensing her concern, Shen Yi suppressed his anger, mustering a smile. Gazing at his sister's innocent, cherubic face, he thought, what need is there for darkness? To succumb to that father would be a grave loss indeed. If uncle had aspirations to become the prime minister, then he would pursue a position as a regional governor, ensuring the safety of their mother, sister, and younger brother. Yes. Yes, yes. Big brother is the very best. When Jingqing grows up, she will protect you too. Madame Chen, witnessing this scene, felt tears stream down her cheeks uncontrollably, cursing Shen in her heart. Cursed be this wretched son-in-law. Could he not simply be a loving father? If he refrained from his reckless pursuits, their family could enjoy such happiness and harmony. The enchanting beauty he had rescued, Gu Qiushui, prepared to take her leave, and he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance.
Why?
Had someone in the manor slighted her? Please tell me if something is amiss. Or is it the accommodations that do not suit you? The manor is spacious, with ample rooms available. Shen inquired eagerly, his eyes drawn to the white bandage encircling Gu Qiushui's delicate neck, faint traces of her wound visible, deepening his sense of loss. Gu Qiushui bowed slightly. No, my lord. Please do not misunderstand. I came to the capital to seek family, only to discover that my kin have passed away. I possess little of worth. Thus it seems I must return in another life to repay this debt. Shen's throat tightened upon hearing her words. Then, where do you plan to go? I do not know, but the world is vast. I shall surely find a place to belong. There is no need for you to worry, my lord. Her countenance, shadowed with sorrow, tugged at Shen's heart. Then, in that case, you may stay here for a while, until you find a suitable place to go. Your departure can wait. Gu Qiushui offered a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. Our meeting was merely serendipitous. I cannot impose. I shall leave come morning, wishing you all the best. With that, she bowed once more and departed. Shen hurried after her, staring at her retreating figure, lost in thought, completely unaware of a maid observing him from a distance. Shen Jingqing, lying in bed and witnessing this exchange, firmly believed that this stunning beauty was indeed arranged by her mother. The following morning, Shen Jingqing learned from Tang Rui that her father had not gone to the office, but had remained at Yuzhu Garden's entrance, using persuasive words to prevent Gu Qiushui from leaving. Miss Gu, your wound has yet to heal. Please stay a few more days. The weather is growing warmer, and if you do not take care, it may fester and leave a scar, which would be unfortunate. Tang Rui exaggeratedly mimicked Shen's tone, taking a step forward to grasp Li Rui's hand. Li Rui, in perfect sync, stepped back. Yes, madam, did you see? Miss Gu was clearly startled by the Marquis and took a step back. Ahaha, it seems that scoundrel father has truly lost his composure, letting himself go. Why doesn't he tell the beauty that she is the one he loves most among all he has met? It's utterly outrageous. Lu Xinyue has barely been in the door for a few days, and he has already taken a fancy to someone else, proving he loves every woman he sees. Shen Jingqing could not stifle her laughter at Tang Rui's performance, easily envisioning her father's antics and expressions, finding the thought amusing. Song smiled broadly as well. Shen was indeed a source of endless embarrassment. After Tang Rui finished laughing, she continued, the Marquis even gifted Miss Gu a jade flute. Initially, her expression was blank, but upon seeing the flute, her face lit up with joy. The jade flute, a treasure from the previous dynasty, was of immense value. How could she not be pleased? As Song dressed her daughter in a bodice, she remarked, priceless. Shen Jingqing gasped in astonishment. Now he is willing to part with such treasures. What a wasteful endeavor. I must implore him not to squander the family fortune. Listening to Shen Jingqing's thoughts, Song became increasingly convinced that her daughter was extraordinary. Not only could she hear her thoughts, but she had also avoided numerous calamities, chattering incessantly from dawn till dusk, a veritable chatterbox. Gently caressing Shen Jingqing's face, Song felt a twinge of worry. What would happen when her daughter reached an age where talking would be incessant? As she pondered, Madame Chen entered, announcing that the ninth prince had sent gifts once again. The ninth prince frequently showered gifts upon her daughter, ranging from pastries to intricate toys, completely disregarding whether Shen Jingqing could eat or play with them. Song instructed a young attendant to accept the gifts, rewarding him generously, and opened the box to reveal it filled with lustrous black pearls, each one round and radiant.
Wow!
How beautiful! Tang Rue and Li Rue gasped in awe at the sight of such exquisite black pearls, having never seen anything like them before. As they admired the pearls, Shen Jingqing seized one and attempted to pop it into her mouth. Madame Chen swiftly snatched it away. Little ancestor, this is not food. Shen Jingqing protested. I merely wanted to take a closer look. Why the fuss? Song called Tang Rue over, instructing her to hold Shen Jingqing while she drank goat's milk. Oddly enough, Shen Jingqing refused to consume her wet nurse's milk, so she was given goat's milk instead. Perhaps due to her continued consumption of goat's milk, Shen Jingqing's skin had grown increasingly fair and luminous, with a rosy glow that accentuated the beauty mark on her forehead, making her even more endearing to others, such as the Princess of the Crown. As April approached its end, the Princess of the Crown sent an invitation to Song, requesting her and Shen Jingqing to attend the Dragon Boat Festival banquet at the Crown Prince's residence. Chapter 29. A melon to eat. Not long after, Song arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, only to discover that the princess had invited not only herself, but also several other ladies from the capital who were closely acquainted with the Crown Prince's household. Princess Yong'an smiled at Song and said, "Quickly bring the child over, so I can have a look." As the youngest daughter of the late emperor, Princess Yong'an had always enjoyed a close relationship with the emperor and the Princess of Qing. Her husband, Guo Kuei, was the nephew of Empress Guo and the youngest son of Lord Qing'an. However, the bond between Princess Yong'an and her husband was not particularly strong. After many years of marriage, she had yet to bear any children. Listening to the Princess of Qing praise her adopted daughter's cuteness daily, Princess Yong'an had long wished to meet her. Song promptly presented her daughter before the princess. Upon seeing her, Princess Yong'an immediately took Shen Jingqing from Song's hands and exclaimed, "Oh my, how delightful! She is truly enchanting," with delicate features that brought joy just by gazing at her. Princess Yong'an felt her heart warmed as she held the soft little girl, and she presented a gift, a precious 8-treasure pendant. Shen Jingqing's eyes widened at the sight of the exquisite pendant, and she quickly reached out her chubby little hands to grasp it. This action brought laughter to Princess Yong'an. Indeed, she was a spirited child. Song could only laugh helplessly, realizing her precious daughter was quite the little treasure seeker. Even Princess Yong'an had bestowed a gift, prompting the other female guests, meeting Shen Jingqing for the first time, to present their own gifts as well. Shen Jingqing beamed at the pile of offerings, her heart elated by this unexpected windfall. The Princess of Qing, noticing Princess Yong'an's fondness for Shen Jingqing, quietly suggested, "I have heard that those who do not have children after marriage may adopt one to bring into their lives, and in time, it will naturally bring forth fortune." The smile on Princess Yong'an's lips faded instantly. "I wish for a child too. But the thought of Guo Kuei being the father, a wretched man, makes me prefer not to have a child at all, lest the child suffer under his name." The Princess of Qing chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, the weather had turned quite warm. Thus, the Princess of Qing thoughtfully arranged the banquet by the waterside pavilion, adorning its corners with blocks of ice, demonstrating her attentiveness. After the meal, the guests engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Princess Yong'an recalled something and remarked to the Princess of Qing, "It has been many days since the third prince's companion has gone into mourning. Why has a new one not been sought?" Consequently, the third prince found himself without a companion. Upon hearing this, Song thought of Shen Yi, her gaze flickering with contemplation. Shen Jingqing sensed her mother's thoughts. The Princess of Qing chuckled, "My third son is quite stubborn, a true mule. He does not get along with other children. And many have approached me about this, but I cannot easily promise anything, as it would be unfair to those children. Turning to Song, she inquired, I wonder if you would be willing to let Ai come forward. Song was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. She had merely entertained the thought, not expecting the princess of Qing to genuinely consider Shen Yi. Was the implication that she found Ai admirable, believing he could be a good companion for the third prince? Ai had grown under her watchful eye. He was intelligent and mature for his age, and the instructors at the palace school were quite commendable. It would not hinder his growth, so she thought to let him accompany the third prince, pending her approval. Of course, I would agree, she exclaimed. The opportunity to enter the palace school as a companion to the prince was akin to winning a lottery. Even though Shen Yi was still young and she could not be there to tend to him, this was a significant step in his development. Song readily consented, recognizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh, how kind the princess is. Long live the princess. They knew that attendants were not allowed in the palace school, but Song smiled. I wish for his success. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity provided by the princess. The princess of Qing, who had always interacted with Song without pretense, affectionately patted her hand and declared, It is settled then. No backing out. The rapport between the princess of Qing and Song stemmed not only from her care for the younger generation but also from her appreciation for Song's integrity and straightforwardness, qualities she highly valued. From the moment the princess of Qing first laid eyes on Song, she felt a kinship in their mannerisms. Why do you stand here alone, Granny? Is there something of importance? Granny Qin immediately took Shen Jingqing and headed indoors, gleefully announcing, Today, there's been quite a commotion. Song looked at Granny Qin in confusion. What commotion?
How so?
That wretched maid from Taohua Wu went to bang on the door of Yuzhu Garden, Granny Qin elaborated. Song couldn't help but chuckle, unable to suppress her laughter as she sat at the dressing table, removing her hairpins.
Do elaborate, Granny.
As Shen Jingqing was placed on a small couch, she widened her eyes and perked her ears, eager to listen. Is there gossip? I want to hear. Granny Chen fanned Shen Jingqing while animatedly recounting the tale. It turned out that Shen had been making considerable efforts to win over Gu Qiushui, repeatedly visiting Yuzhu Garden, whether to deliver gifts or to offer his affections, thus neglecting Lu Xinyue. Moreover, Gu Qiushui had been ill recently. Watching the once stunning beauty grow frail day by day was heart-wrenching for Shen. He had been attentive, calling for doctors and personally preparing medicine, caring for Gu Qiushui meticulously, feeding her with tender concern.
Consequently,
he had little time to attend to Lu Xinyue. One morning, while Lu Xinyue was getting ready, she overheard two young maids chattering about how the lord treated the young lady Gu exceptionally well. Summoning one of the maids for details, Lu Xinyue initially met resistance. But after attempting bribery and intimidation, the maid finally divulged that a captivating young lady had appeared by the lord's side, and he treated her with great affection. Lu Xinyue was struck with disbelief. When had another woman emerged beside Shen, and why was she unaware? Reflecting on it, she realized that Shen had indeed not visited Taohua Wu for many days. He had deceived her into entering the lord's residence, making promises he had failed to fulfill. And now she found herself in a position of shame, while he had turned to another, which was utterly revolting. The more Lu Xinyue pondered, the angrier she became, leading her to storm into Yuzhu Garden with two maidservants, only to find the door tightly shut. In a fit of rage, she banged on the door and barged in. At that moment, Gu Qiushui had just begun to recover from her illness, dressed in a pale blue gown, her hair gently tousled by the breeze. As she stood by the pond playing the flute, although her face was not visible, her silhouette alone betrayed that she was an extraordinary beauty. Lu Xinyue froze instantly. The resemblance was uncanny. She looked just like another version of herself. It was astonishing. Gu Qiushui was, without a doubt, a mirror image of Lu Xinyue, even more so than Lu Xinyue herself. No wonder Shen Jingqing had felt an inexplicable connection with Gu Qiushui upon their first meeting. Suspecting that her mother had orchestrated this encounter, having found someone so similar, both Gu Qiushui and Lu Xinyue evoked a sense of delicate vulnerability, likely to stir a man's protective instincts, and it seemed that Shen had succumbed to that allure. However, Gu Qiushui, in her youthfulness, appeared even more enchanting than Lu Xinyue, with skin so flawless it seemed to glow, and eyes like blooming peach blossoms, brimming with tenderness. Granny Chen vividly painted the scene with her words. Alas, how unfortunate that you, dear maiden, did not witness that scene. Lu Xinyue, without uttering a word, seized the hair of the one surnamed Gu, seemingly employing every ounce of strength she possessed, resorting to a flurry of blows and tugs. Leaving the one surnamed Gu in a pitiable state, Song was sipping tea and nearly spewed it out. And then, by the time the Marquis received the news and hurried over, the one surnamed Gu was already disheveled, sitting on the ground in tears. Granny Chen clicked her tongue and continued, at such a juncture, the one surnamed Gu still clutched tightly to the jade flute gifted by the Marquis, refusing to relinquish it despite Lu Xinyue's frantic attempts to snatch it away. Granny Chen believed that Gu Qiushui was no ordinary adversary, having seen through her little schemes. How formidable she truly was. Upon seeing the Marquis arrive, she disregarded her recent recovery from illness and leapt straight into the lotus pond. Song mused, indeed, one must possess wit. Subsequently, the Marquis himself entered the water to rescue her. Tsk, I said he wouldn't stand idly by. Indeed. Dealing with Lu Xinyue requires an upgraded version of Lu Xinyue. And what happened next? Song could not help but inquire further. Finally, Granny Chen let out a disdainful sound and concluded, she truly deserves it. Having heard enough of the tales, Song refrained from delving into Shen's colorful romantic history. Today, the princess consort mentioned that we could have A.E. accompany the third young master as a reader, meaning A.E. would reside in the royal mansion henceforth. Granny, please prepare the belongings A.E. will need and send them to the royal residence. Granny Chen clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, what splendid news! I shall gather things with Chong Go right away. Shen Yi, having been raised by Granny Chen, upon hearing this delightful tidings, promptly cast aside his earlier concerns and cheerfully began to pack his belongings. Shen Jingqing, witnessing the joy around her, felt a twinge of apprehension. She recalled the tragic beginnings of Shen Yi's story in the original text, which began with the heir of the Duke of Fortune taking an interest in him, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Shen Jingqing had never encountered anyone from the Duke of Fortune's residence. She only knew that the Duke was the uncle of the late emperor. Even the current emperor referred to him as uncle. Furthermore, the Duke aligned himself with Empress Gua. However, the Duke of Fortune was not particularly old. Despite being the uncle of the late emperor, he was nearly of the same age as the late emperor's son. The Duke was even raised by the late emperor. Yet, due to his high status within the royal family, even the current emperor dared not provoke this uncle lightly.
Consequently,
the Duke's heir must also be quite young. Shen Jingqing feared that should Shen Yi cross paths with him at the academy, given Shen Yi's tender age, he might lack even the ability to protect himself. Worry gnawed at Shen Jingqing. After school, Shen Hao diligently set additional study tasks for himself, focusing on martial arts. Upon entering, he overheard Granny Chen mention her intention to accompany Feng Jiao as a reader, which delighted him immensely. He and Feng Jiao were quite good friends. Though Feng Jiao disliked studying and continuously ranked last among the royal offspring at the academy, he was a kind-hearted individual, 3 years Shen Yi's senior, who often looked after him like an elder brother. Thus, Shen Yi held great affection for this older brother and was eager to serve as his reader. Yet, Shen Yi felt disheartened, as this meant he would have to reside in the royal mansion and would not see his sister or mother. His brows knitted together in distress. Being Feng San's reader is indeed a good opportunity. But I fear for my elder brother should he encounter the heir of the Duke of Fortune. That would be disastrous. The heir of the Duke of Fortune is no good. Elder brother must be cautious. Shen Yi paused, slightly taken aback. He recalled Shen Jingqing's warning about his unfortunate fate. Could it truly stem from his encounter with the heir of the Duke of Fortune? Yet, Shen Yi felt no fear regarding this potential meeting. He had heard Feng Jiao speak of the royal offspring, particularly the Duke of Fortune's family, as being exceedingly proud and arrogant, looking down upon the princes. They seemed utterly dismissive of attending the academy. To be chosen as a companion reader for the son of a duke at the academy was a coveted opportunity that many in the noble circles of the capital would eagerly vie for. Ordinarily, It would be expected for Shen to personally escort him to the Duke's residence, expressing gratitude, and to remind his son to serve well as a reader. However, Shen was notably absent. Thus, Song had no choice but to escort Shen Yi herself. Shen Hao, upon learning of this, was so enraged that he skipped his studies, banging on the table in the peony garden, wishing to reprimand his father. Shen Jingqing, observing this, felt a surge of sorrow. Shen was truly a despicable individual. As a father, he could heartlessly abandon his newborn legitimate daughter for the sake of a woman of dubious lineage, and for his own career, he could maim his promising eldest son, sending him to the bed of the powerful. Most individuals, even those with a shred of conscience, would not commit even one of these acts, yet he had done them all, and perhaps even more, without being discovered. I wish to bask in the sun in the garden. How dull it is. Shen Jingqing mused, feeling a bit drowsy as she yawned. This only fueled Shen Hao's anger further. How could his little sister think of play when their elder brother was treated so poorly by their father? However, as he gazed upon Shen Jingqing's cherubic face, his ire dissipated. After all, she was his precious little sister. She was still young and innocent, a mere child who knew nothing of such matters. Thus, Shen Hao hoisted Shen Jingqing onto his shoulder and dashed toward the garden, causing her to gag as the goat's milk she had just consumed nearly spilled out. Oh, his elder brother truly was a child. Meanwhile, Tang Rue and Li Rue were tidying up in the courtyard. Upon seeing Shen Hao carrying Shen Jingqing, they rushed over to reclaim her. Shen Jingqing, hiccuping, attempted to give Shen Hao the finger with her tiny hand. Gu Qiushui, having endured such humiliation from Lu Xinyue, also jumped into the lotus pond, but failed in her attempt to end her life, instead sitting on the bed, cradling her knees, her gaze vacant, silently weeping, embodying a sense of despair. Shen wished to comfort her, yet upon seeing him, Gu Qiushui screamed, throwing objects at him, demanding he leave, declaring she never wished to see him again. Shen, having been battered by Lu Xinyue, had developed a fear of being struck, and he fled to the courtyard, pondering why everyone was so prone to throwing things. Nonetheless, he could not shake his concern, fearing that Gu Qiushui might take drastic measures, and thus had a reclining chair brought and remained vigilant in the courtyard. Sure enough, in the dead of night, Gu Qiushui attempted to hang herself. Fortunately, Shen had not fallen asleep. Upon hearing a sound, he rushed inside and found Gu Qiushui hanging from the beam. He swiftly caught her in his arms. Upon awakening, Gu Qiushui saw Shen beside her. His expression filled with concern, and she burst into tears, collapsing into his embrace. Shen soothed her and promptly promised to marry her immediately. Only then did Gu Qiushui cease her weeping, nestling against Shen like a little bird. To demonstrate his loyalty to Gu Qiushui, Shen even personally fed her a bowl of steaming ginseng soup, coaxing her to sleep before retreating to the courtyard himself. The Yuzhu garden was devoid of walls or gates, merely encircled by a ring of emerald bamboo that concealed the dwelling. Upon hearing that Shen had vigilantly spent the night in the Yuzhu garden watching over Gu Qiushui, Shen Hao stealthily brought Shen Jingqing to spy, just in time to see Shen lying in the center of the courtyard. Indeed, he truly guarded her throughout the night. Is he really that devoted? Despicable father. You should be thankful for this day. Had it been winter, perhaps my elder brother would have inherited the title early, ha. Shen Hao scoffed inwardly at the words he heard. While he too held disdain for his irresponsible father, he pondered whether such remarks were truly appropriate. He still believed that his father's transgressions did not warrant death. Before long, Shen, unable to remain idle, rose and stepped outside. Isn't there a saying that one should be joyous during happy occasions? It is vividly exemplified in the case of our father, he mused, observing his father's exuberance. One would hardly guess he had spent a night on the recliner. His steps were invigorated, suggesting he could endure several more nights like this. Shen Hao found his sister's observations astute and nodded in agreement. Shen was rather handsome, and having secured the affection of a beautiful woman, he radiated vitality. If an oblivious individual were to witness this, they might even proclaim that the Marquis of Qingyuan was more charming than Su Gong of the North City. Shen sought out Song Shi in the peony garden to discuss an auspicious date for taking Gu Qiushui as a concubine. However, despite searching, he could not find her. After inquiring with Tang Rui, he learned that Song Shi had gone to the Wang residence to accompany Shen Yi as a companion for his studies.
What?
Yi has become the companion to the third young master? Such a significant matter, and he had not been informed? If I had not come here today, would I have remained in ignorance forever? Shen was incensed. Did Song Shi still regard him as her husband? Her audacity was growing bolder by the day.
Deng Hui.
Fiercely loyal to Song Shi, felt a surge of anger at Shen's accusations against her. It was baffling. His first reaction should have been joy that his son was to be a companion for the prince. Yet he was fixated on the fact that he had not been informed, lamenting his inability to send his son to the Wang residence. Tang Rui was exasperated, her teeth gritting in frustration. How dare he cast the first stone? The lady's faults were indeed blessings for him. He had no right to criticize her. Shen coughed nervously, suddenly aware of his shortcomings, and discreetly fell silent. He had been preoccupied in Yuzhu Garden with Gu Qiushui and had completely forgotten about coming to the Peony Garden. The old matriarch, upon hearing her son's intention to take Gu Qiushui as a concubine, was neither surprised nor perturbed. It had become quite commonplace. You are a marquis, after all. You may take as many concubines as you desire. However, what of the Liu family? Have you devised a plan? He had been engrossed in matters concerning Gu Qiushui and had neglected the more pressing issue at hand. While taking a concubine posed no issue, one must be wary of potential calamities. The old matriarch scratched her head, finally formulating a clever idea. Have you consulted Song Shi? Perhaps you should inquire about her opinion? What do you mean, mother? Shen inquired, puzzled. Though Song Shi is my legitimate wife, must I truly seek her consent to take a concubine? Oh, my foolish son. The old matriarch shot him an exasperated glare. If Song Shi is amenable to your taking Gu Qiushui as a concubine, then should Liu Xinyue's father express grievances. We can shift all blame onto her, claiming she could not bear to see Liu Xinyue thrive and thus brought Gu Qiushui into vie for favor. Would that not suffice? If Song Shi opposes it, then let Gu Qiushui endure as a maid for now. Once she bears you a son or a daughter, you can then elevate her to a concubine. This way, Gu Qiushui will have no cause for resentment. Do you not find my idea splendid? The old matriarch chuckled with a sense of triumph, her wrinkled face alight with a scheming expression. He rose to approach Song Shi, speaking in a measured tone. I have something to discuss with you. Song Shi regarded him with an impassive expression. I wish to take Qiushui into my household. After speaking, Shen cautiously gauged Song Shi's reaction, eager to discern any hint of discontent. Very well. Let us select an auspicious day for the ceremony, Song Shi replied, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Shen felt perplexed. Why was Song Shi so unresponsive? Previously, she had displayed jealousy over Liu Xinyue. Although he did not wish for her to obstruct his intentions or react vehemently, her calmness left him with an uneasy feeling. Do you have nothing to say? You do not oppose this? With a cold laugh, Song Shi replied, This is a favorable development. Why should I oppose it? Besides, you are the Marquis. As your lawful wife, I shall naturally support your decisions. Furthermore, it seems you did not come to consult me, but rather to inform me. What use is my opposition? Oh, and do remember to placate Liu Xinyue. If she learns of this, who knows what troubles may arise. Let her dare. Shen retorted before departing. What a heartless scoundrel. Liu Xinyue is bound to cause a scene. Listening to the entire exchange, Shen Jingqing could not help but scoff, deeming him utterly despicable. I bet he is now rushing to Liu Xinyue. They might even end up fighting. I wish I could witness it. Liu Xinyue, dear best. Hopefully, you can mar that scoundrel's face. Song Shi rolled her eyes internally, exasperated by the thoughtless girl who craved excitement. After a long day, she felt fatigued and cradled Shen Jingqing in bed for a brief respite. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, two maidservants rushed in, exclaiming, The Marquis and Lady Liu from the Peach Blossom Pavilion are in a quarrel. Madam, you should take a look. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingqing's drowsiness evaporated instantly. Song Shi felt a wave of irritation. She had nearly fallen asleep. Why should she involve herself in their brawl? I am going. I want to see Liu Xinyue confront the heartless scoundrel. Seeing the excitement on Shen Jingqing's face, Song Shi ultimately decided to join her. Curious to witness the farce between the two, she lifted Shen Jingqing and, accompanied by Chen Momo and Tang Rui, headed to the Peach Blossom Pavilion to observe the commotion. Upon arriving, they found chaos reigning within. Shen had taken the initiative to inform Lu Xinyue of his intention to take Gu Qiushui as a concubine, only for her to erupt in fury. She hurled everything she could grasp within the room at Shen, who shielded his head in pain. Do you possess no conscience? Shen? Because of you, I have endured years of humiliation as your mistress, and now I have signed a contract to become a concubine of the Marquis' household. After such a brief interval, you wish to take another? Have you even considered my feelings? Shen attempted to explain. You must understand, Qiushui has been cast adrift in the capital, vulnerable and nearly fell victim to rogues. I brought her into the Marquis' household out of compassion. You forget the uproar you caused in Yuzhu Garden yesterday, tarnishing her reputation. She has no path left but to marry me. Are you suggesting this is somehow my fault? They engaged in a heated exchange, awakening Shen Wanwan from her slumber, prompting her to cry out in distress. Lu Xinyue rushed to embrace her, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered, "My dear daughter, what shall we do now?" She began to coax gently. Qiushui is gentle and virtuous. My intention in bringing her into my household is merely out of pity for her plight. She will not contest with you for affection. Moon, you have always been gracious. That is why I approached you. I believed you would understand. I am gracious, not foolish. Why would I willingly surrender my man to another? If you are determined to take her as a concubine, you are slapping my face and turning against me. I cannot continue to reside in the Marquis' household. Lu Xinyue replied, sobbing. She could distinctly sense that since she had become Shen's concubine, the attitudes of everyone in the Duke's residence had shifted, losing the respect they once held for her. Do you still remember when you declared that you wanted no one but me, vowing to remain loyal solely to me? Tears streamed down Lu Xinyue's face, a testament to her heartbreak. Shen widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she expected him to remain chaste solely for her sake. How could one take such fervent declarations at face value? If that were the case, then during our intimate moments, you were hardly innocent yourself, dear sister-in-law. Lu Xinyue gazed at Shen in disbelief, shocked that he would utter such words. Shen, unable to tolerate the moment any longer, shook his sleeves and departed.
6.
My rating is 6. Do you really believe the words of a deceitful father? Haven't you heard that a man's words are often laced with deception? Shen Jingqing found this melodramatic love story to be exceptionally entertaining. Yet, Song's heart was consumed by Shen's earlier address of Lu Xinyue as sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Song recalled hearing her daughter mention Lu Xinyue as Shen's sister-in-law, and she had doubted its authenticity, never imagining that Shen himself would confirm it. Song felt a chill at the thought of Shen's audacity. Lu Xinyue was indeed his sister-in-law, and he showed no restraint. She shuddered at the potential fallout if this news spread. There would be no chance of recovery for the Duke's residence. Chapter 33, not meant for study. Song's previous thoughts grew increasingly urgent. Shen, eager to bring Gu Qiushui into his quarters, commanded his servants to lavishly decorate Yuzhu Garden that very night, adorning it with red and colorful trimmings. The following day, he welcomed Gu Qiushui into his chamber. Gu Qiushui, gentle and talented, had completely captured Shen's heart within just a few days. The two were enamored, exchanging sweet nothings. And Shen found himself residing in Yuzhu Garden for days on end, even as Song remained silent. Yet the old lady was not pleased. During one of Song's visits to pay her respects, the old lady subtly remarked that she should advise the Duke to refrain from spending so much time in Yuzhu Garden, suggesting that outsiders might think he was enchanted by a spirit. Why don't you go and persuade him yourself? Truly shameless. Song had long since recognized the old lady's true nature and had given up hope for her. It was fortunate she had seen through her facade early on. The old lady was clearly too cowardly to discipline Shen herself, leaving that task to Song. This had always been the case, with the old lady pretending to be the good person while Song found herself in a no-win situation. The old lady was left speechless. Her only response, a frustrated thump on the table. Your words reflect no semblance of a wife. The Duke is your husband, the very foundation of the Duke's residence. What if he were to fall ill? What then? That would merely indicate that the deceitful father is frail and easily toppled. The Duke was in his prime and would not succumb as easily as Mother suggested. She need not worry. Besides, with so few heirs in the duke's residence, taking concubines was simply a means to ensure the family's continuation. Surely, mother desired more offspring for the duke's residence? I shall instruct the servants to prepare nourishing soups daily for Yuju Garden. Having said this, Song bowed and departed, leaving the old lady speechless. TSK. Such fine bird's nest. She truly is fortunate. The crimson bird's nest was far more precious than ordinary ones, rumored to be produced by golden-crowned swallows. On the day Shen Jingqing was born, she was nearly claimed by such a blood nest. I truly wish to see the expression on the deceitful father's face when he encounters this blood nest. Would he dare to consume it? Song smiled faintly, genuinely curious about Shen's reaction upon seeing the blood nest. Then, she instructed that all the rare medicinal herbs stored in the treasury for many years be retrieved. After so long, their potency had likely diminished. They should be prepared and sent to the Duke in Yuju Garden to aid in his recovery. The treasury housed many valuable herbs, though the old lady had hoarded them like treasures, their efficacy likely long gone. Many of the items had deteriorated due to prolonged storage. Previously, Song had relied on the medicinal shop she had brought as her dowry for her daily supplements. However, she was no longer naive. She would utilize whatever was in the treasury. By the way, has there been any news from my elder brother? Song could not help but inquire of Qin Mama, as it had been so many days. Since she first heard Shen Jingqing say that Lu Xinyue was Shen's sister-in-law, she had written to her elder brother in Jiangnan, asking him to investigate. Song suspected that Shen's elder brother was not the offspring of the old lady. Otherwise, why had she never heard of such a legitimate firstborn? Surely, the old lady would not want to conceal her legitimate son. Could he be an illegitimate son? That seemed implausible as well. While family hierarchy was of utmost importance in grand households, many also hoped for legitimate sons first. However, there were also numerous families who had illegitimate sons first without needing to hide them, unless this illegitimate son had a particularly special status that could not be disclosed. Yet, that too made little sense, for Lu Xinyue was, after all, the daughter of an official. How could she unwittingly marry someone of dubious standing? There was surely some complex reason behind it. No, Qin Mama replied, aware that Song was investigating Shen's elder brother. I believe this matter is undoubtedly complicated and challenging to uncover. Please be patient a while longer. Song sighed, realizing there was little else she could do. Shen Yi had also entered the Duke's residence, and his future appeared bright. Now, Song wished to secure a promising future for Shen Hao as well. Although Shen Yi and Shen Hao were brothers, their personalities and interests differed greatly. Shen Hao was not inclined towards scholarly pursuits like Shen Yi. He preferred martial arts. Though still young, he often declared that he would one day become a great general. Song, while supportive of their ambitions, could not help but worry about the perils of the battlefield. Shen Yi was the legitimate son and would inherit the Duke's residence. But Shen Hao had to forge his own path. If this was his passion, then let him pursue it, Song thought helplessly. However, the Duke's residence had little influence left in the military, making it difficult to assist Shen Hao. She mused that it would be ideal if she could find a good mentor for him. Just as she pondered her next steps, Tang Rui rushed in, her forehead glistening with sweat from her hurried entrance. Madam, there is trouble. What is it? Why the haste? What has happened? Though not as composed as Li Rui, Tang Rui was not typically so flustered. Panting heavily, she leaned down and whispered, Lu Yinyang from Tahuadoc has secretly left the residence. Where has she gone? Chapter 34. The rash Lu Xinyue's contract was in Song's possession. Where could she possibly go? According to the rules, Lu Xinyue required Song's consent to leave the residence, or she could not depart without permission. Currently, it was unclear where she intended to go, but I had instructed Brother Chen Hai to follow her closely. There had yet to be any news from the uncle's side, suggesting they had not yet set out. Before long, a young maid called for Tang Rui from outside. After a brief exchange, she returned to inform Song. Brother Chen Hai said Lu Xinyue is heading toward South City. Song was puzzled. South City? What could she possibly want there? Most of the residents in South City were merchants and a few lower-ranking officials. Previously, Shen had purchased a residence for Lu Xinyue in South City. She is headed to Qingxin Temple. Song listened to the name that resembled that of a Taoist temple. However, despite having spent many years in the capital, she had only heard of the Qingxin Temple and never of the Qingxin. Within the Qingxin, there existed a Taoist priest with whom Lu Xinyue shared a significant connection. Although she could not be certain that the individual assisting Lu Xinyue was indeed from the Qingxin. The fact that she had stealthily ventured out to that location suggested it was likely the case. The toxic jade pendant that Lu Xinyue had gifted her earlier must have also originated from that Taoist priest. Shen Jingqing's plump face flushed with excitement. Even at this juncture, Lu Xinyue had not given up. She truly admired her tenacity. Song gently lifted her daughter, patting her back soothingly as she swayed her gently. Tang Rui nodded and hurried out. Under Song's tender reassurances, Shen Jingqing gradually calmed down. Why should I be worried? She pondered. After all, she had a formidable ally. The events had diverged significantly from the original narrative. Her mother was alive, and she had not swapped places with Shen Wanwan. Her elder brother was serving as a companion to the Prince of Qing, and she had the formidable support of the Princess of Qing. She felt no fear. Bring it on, Lu Xinyue, Shen Jingqing declared, her expression fierce, her hands clawing at the air. Song suppressed a laugh. Had Lu Xinyue been present, she might have been horrified at Shen Jingqing's newfound combativeness. Tang Rui, still panting, was usually carefree but was meticulous when it came to tasks. Lu Xinyue had disguised herself as a maid when she left the residence, her face smeared darkly, and the maids and matrons of Taohua Wu were unaware of her departure. Wanwan's wet nurse had been searching for her, while the child had been crying out of hunger all afternoon. How pitiful. Energized? Happy? Song felt that the circumstances were far from simple. Ever since Lu Xinyue signed the contract of servitude and Gu Qiushui became a concubine, Lu Xinyue's life had indeed become increasingly arduous and suffocating. How could she possibly be happy? Previously, the maid responsible for monitoring Taohua Wu reported that Lu Xinyue had been weeping daily, growing thinner by the day. Yet after such a brief time apart, she now appeared revitalized and joyful. It seemed Lu Xinyue had indeed gone to the Qingxin as Shen Jingqing had suggested, and there was someone there guiding her. Song cast a glance at the now slumbering Shen Jingqing and softly instructed Tang Rui on a few matters. Tang Rui nodded and went to make arrangements. Lu Xinyue, indeed, was in high spirits. Where is Wanwan? Lu Xinyue wondered. The girl had long since fallen asleep. Upon hearing from the wet nurse that her daughter had retired for the night, she thought little of it and entered the room to take a glance. Her daughter was sleeping soundly. A small bundle, her rosy cheeks and fair skin hinted at her potential beauty. Lu Xinyue retrieved the paper package given to her by the master at the Qingxin and contemplated it carefully. The master had previously informed her that Shen Wanwan's fate was fraught with challenges, destined for a life of hardship. Yet, there was a method to reverse this fate. By seizing the fortune of a sister born on the same day, month, and year, one could alter the course of events. Lu Xinyue, having faith in the master's words, meticulously planned her actions, awaiting Song's delivery to set her scheme in motion. Unbeknownst to her, events had spiraled beyond her control since Shen Wanwan's birth. First, Song did not perish. Shen Wanwan had not successfully swapped places with Song's daughter. Then, the two of them had descended into a state of being scorned by all. Even Shen's affections had shifted, captivated by the suddenly emerging Gu Qiushui. Spending all his time with her, Lu Xinyue summoned a young maid. I wish to sleep with Wanwan tonight. Please bring my pillow and bedding. In the dead of night, as Shen and Gu Qiushui were about to drift into slumber, a series of cries erupted outside Yuzhu Garden. Shen, disturbed from his dreams, inquired impatiently. What is happening? Lord, Miss Wanwan is ill. She has suddenly developed a fever and convulsions, and her body is covered in rashes. Aunt Lu is in a state of panic. Please come and see her. It cannot be delayed. Shen's lips twitched. A fever and convulsions? Rashes? Wasn't this the same excuse used at his mother's birthday banquet, which had turned the event into a scandal? Now this excuse was being wielded again to vie for favor. Shen was resolute in his disbelief, suspecting Lu Xinyue was up to her tricks again. He shouted, "Get lost. Do not think I will fall for this again. Please. My lord, do not be like this." Gu Qiushui rose to drape a garment over Shen. The child is still young. If anything were to happen, It would be disastrous. Sister Lu must have been left with no choice to seek you out. Shen hesitated. Gu Qiushui dressed herself and suggested, "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look." Reluctantly, Shen took her hand and made his way towards Taohua Wu. Inside, Lu Xinyue was cradling Shen Wanwan, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, her head bowed, her frail figure appearing as though it might shatter with the slightest touch. Upon seeing Shen arrive, she quickly wiped her tears. "My lord, you have finally come. Please save Wanwan. What has happened to Wanwan?" Shen was taken aback. Observing the child in Lu Xinyue's arms, realizing this time she was genuinely ill. Shen Wanwan's eyes were tightly closed, her small face flushed, and faint rashes were visible on her neck. Her body writhed as if exhausted from crying, and now only faint sobs escaped her. "Quickly fetch a doctor," Shen ordered. After all, Shen Wanwan was his daughter. He approached and touched her forehead, finding it exceedingly hot. "What are we to do, my lord? If anything were to happen to Wanwan, I could not bear to live. She was fine just a moment ago and suddenly developed a fever and rashes. I truly do not know what to do." Shen placed a reassuring hand on Lu Xinyue's shoulder. "Do not speak such nonsense. This is merely a common fever. The doctor will clarify once he arrives." Lu Xinyue, already frail, appeared even more haggard at that moment. Shen recalled the first time he had seen Lu Xinyue, dressed in white beneath the pear blossoms. "Do not worry. Everything will be all right. I am here." Before long, the doctor arrived. After a thorough examination, he declared that Shen Wanwan's fever was due to indigestion and posed no significant threat, assuring that she would recover fully in a few days and provided a small bottle of medicine. Lu Xinyue finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. It was rare for Shen to personally administer medicine to Shen Wanwan. He sat beside Lu Xinyue at the bedside, with her cradling Shen Wanwan while he carefully fed her the medicine, creating an atmosphere of warmth and love. Lu Xinyue couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the scene. The following morning, Song learned of the doctor being summoned to Taohua Wu during the night. Tang Rui was behind her, combing Song's hair. The lord personally sent for the doctor, who stayed overnight at Taohua Wu. Upon hearing this, Tang Rui's face flushed, and she lowered her voice, stammering. It was nearly dawn when hot water was still being brought into Taohua Wu. Old Madame Chen quickly exclaimed, covering Shen Jingqing's ears. "Is there anything I cannot hear? I am merely observing," Shen Jingqing remarked, contemplating the situation. "Oh, I see," she mused, "but what of it?" Madame Chen gritted her teeth and scolded, truly shameless. Song sighed helplessly. "Auntie." Although Song felt it was quite unbelievable, considering her child was still unwell, how could her own parents? "I am merely standing up for the young lady." Granny Chen had been accompanying Song to the Ho residence for over a decade. Initially, she truly believed that Shen was an exemplary man and a commendable husband, genuinely happy for Song. He was not only ambitious but also treated the young lady well. The couple lived harmoniously, and the South and Marquis residence thrived. Yet who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shen would transform into someone so despicable? Could it be that his previous demeanor was merely a fade? Song was aware that Granny Chen was sympathetic towards her. However, she had discerned Shen's true nature the moment her daughter was born. Naturally, she no longer harbored any hopes for him. But Granny Chen's incessant indignation was beginning to grate on Song's ears, prompting her to fabricate an excuse about the heat sapping her appetite, expressing a desire for Granny Chen's chicken noodle dish to send her away. Upon hearing this, Granny Chen hurried off to prepare it. Only then did Song let out a sigh of relief. Tang Rui, while feeding Shen Jingqing goat's milk, remarked to Song, "What is there to be surprised about? A person only possesses high morals in times of prosperity. She is now merely a lowly concubine. What high morals can she still maintain?" Shen Jingqing was quite familiar with the scenario. Using children to vie for affection was an indispensable tactic in the domestic strife of such narratives. Some ruthless individuals might even risk their children's lives. However, not every mother is a good mother. Song took out a pair of white jade butterfly earrings from her jewelry box and adorned her ears, contemplating her daughter's words, which held some truth. That night, under the pretense of needing the child, She lured Shen into the peach blossom grove and successfully kept him there. At that moment, Shen and Gu Qiuxue were deeply enamored with each other. Tang Rui carefully placed the final hairpin into Song's coiffure, glanced around, and added, I heard from the little maid at the Peach Blossom Grove that the Marquis was supposed to go to the Yamen today, but he failed to rise even when it was time, so he had to send Zhao Si to request leave. Song merely acknowledged with a sound, dismissing Tang Rui, as she could no longer endure hearing about Shen's frivolities. By noon, Granny Chen had prepared the chicken noodles that Song had requested. Observing her son, who was sweating contentedly, she gently wiped his brow and asked, with this heat, shouldn't you take a break? Absolutely not, Shen Hao replied, tilting his head back and finishing the warm water that Song had prepared for him. The master said that adverse weather conditions are excellent for honing our character and perseverance. Isn't there a saying that one practices in winter's harshness and summer's swelter? Mother, I aspire to be a great general in the future. Shen Hao intended to be a strong support for his mother and sister, so how could he abandon his ambitions due to mere weather? Song smiled in appreciation, deciding not to press further, and they began to eat together. Chapter 36. Shocking secrets. Before they had even taken 2 bites, Shen stormed in, visibly irate. Song hardly lifted her head, questioning what Shen meant. What do you mean? Do you genuinely not know? It concerns the apothecary on Xuanwu Street that was part of your dowry. Isn't it still there? When Song married into the Marquis' household, her family had provided a generous dowry to prevent her from being looked down upon due to her humble origins, which included several apothecaries, over 10 merely in the capital. Song let out a cold laugh, questioning Shen's sudden interest in her dowry. Shen struggled to contain his anger, accusing, I sent someone to the apothecary to retrieve some medicinal herbs, but the shopkeeper refused, claiming it was your instruction. Is that true? Yes, it was I who said so. Song replied, rendered speechless by his audacity. How could he, who had been using her possessions for years, now turn the tables on her? Our public store has plenty of medicinal herbs. They have been sitting there, nearly losing their potency. I simply decided to stop using the apothecary, planning to use our public stock first. Is there anything wrong with that? Shen had no retort. Last night, Shen Wanwan had taken medicine and soon after, her fever subsided. Lu Xinyue, feeling a bit better, tried to stand but nearly fainted. Lu Xinyue had always been Shen's white moonlight, and seeing her in such frail conditions stirred his compassion, prompting him to summon a doctor. However, Lu Xinyue stopped him, saying, There's no need for concern, my lord. I merely overexerted myself. I just need some time to recuperate. She consistently refused to have a doctor called, so Shen, when Zhao Si went to request leave that morning, instructed him to stop by the apothecary on Xuanwu Street to fetch some tonics for Lu Xinyue, such as ginseng, bird's nest, and snow frog. Observing Lu Xinyue's awkwardness, Shen felt both ashamed and enraged, leading him to storm into the peony garden to confront Song. Yet, Song remained unruffled, while Shen appeared increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, Song raised her head to regard Shen, half smiling, and asked, So, my lord, is there a problem? After a moment, Shen slowly replied, Well, it's nothing much, just that Lu's health has not been well lately. And I thought your apothecary might have some snow frog and bird's nest to help her recover. Oh my heavens, how audacious! How can you even say that? That is my mother's dowry. Why should it be given to your little mistress? Does your little mistress not have her own apothecary as part of her dowry? Perhaps she simply does not deserve it? Furthermore, Lu Xinyue's health has only deteriorated since being with you. Perhaps you should reflect on that. Shen Jingqing was so furious that she felt she could tear Shen's face apart if she could walk. Ah, what a misfortune. Song rested her chin on her hand, pondering the current economic climate. While ordinary herbs are still available, the ginseng, snow frog, and bird's nest you mentioned are indeed hard to come by these past 2 years. Even if we have a few, they are reserved for esteemed guests. I certainly have the items, but I refuse to give them to you. Your concubine is unworthy. Shen bristled at her words. We are all family. If you have the items, you should share them. If not, we can deduct the cost from the public treasury. Isn't the money in the public treasury also mine? Truly a vampire, using my mother's possessions and funds. Today, I've profoundly experienced the pinnacle of shamelessness. Song chuckled softly. Not a chance. Shin could hardly believe it and asked again. What did you say? Not a chance, Song enunciated clearly once more. Seeing her daughter so enraged, she approached the cart and carefully lifted Shen Jingqing into her arms. Whose temper did you inherit? Song mused helplessly. Once in her embrace, Shen Jingqing settled down, burying her head in Song's bosom. It dawned on Song that had she not heard her daughter's sentiments, she too might have met a silent demise in the Marquis's residence, dying without clarity. Meanwhile, her children would suffer, much like Shen Yi, oppressed and unaware of their fate. Shen Jingqing's fury likely stemmed from their shared plight. Gently patting her daughter's back, Song reassured her, it's all right, Jingqing, mother is here. Tang Rui, gradually recovering from her shock, stepped forward to take Shen Jingqing from Song. Madam, allow me to carry her. Granny Chen, still somewhat puzzled, wondered about how Lu Xinyue had married Shen Yi and why she had become entangled with the Marquis as his concubine. Tang Rui had just regained some consciousness when she heard this remark and was once again taken aback, her hand trembling so much that she nearly dropped Shen Jingqing. How many shocking events could there possibly be in this Marquis residence? The secrets of the previous generation were already enough to astonish her, but to her surprise, this generation was no less startling, and, perhaps even more so. The fact that Lu Xinyue was married to the Marquis' elder brother left Tang Rui increasingly apprehensive. The letter from her elder brother, Song Yun, was picked up by Song Shi, who scrutinized it once more. It stated that there was no information about Lu Xinyue and Shen in the capital, but it did reveal other matters. During Lu Jingwen's demotion from the capital, he passed by the ancestral home of the Shen family, where he encountered Shen Yi, and noticed the jade pendant hanging from him. Lu Jingwen was aware of Shen Yi's first wife and, upon seeing the pendant, deduced Shen Yi's identity as the legitimate eldest son of the Shen family, as that pendant was solely passed down to the firstborn son. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated a series of encounters, ultimately succeeding in marrying his daughter Lu Xinyue to Shen Yi. However, Lu Xinyue's married life with Shen Yi was short-lived, for he soon succumbed to an illness and passed away. Lu Xinyue, having not even completed her mourning period, expressed her desire to seek refuge with her mother and subsequently vanished without a trace. Chapter 37. Like mother, like daughter, Song Shi could not help but sneer. It feels as though Shen Yi's death is shrouded in mystery. Something seems amiss. It feels as if there were premeditated schemes behind it. Shen Jingqing sensed the oddity, yet was at a loss as to where to begin. Song Shi also agreed. According to the information gathered by her elder brother, Shen Yi could be considered somewhat of a notable figure. Despite his background being merely a branch of the family, he was sufficiently recognized in that area. Moreover, he was not only handsome but also trained in martial arts, possessing a measure of skill. Thus, how could such a man, in good health, perish merely from a cold? While Song Shi pondered this, Shen Jingqing suddenly burst into laughter. Song Shi hurriedly glanced at her, fearing that her daughter might be distressed by such distressing news. Just as she was about to comfort her, she heard her inner thoughts. Indeed, coldness is hereditary. The Shen family is inherently frigid. If Shen had not inherited this callousness, he would not be worthy of being a descendant of the Nanan Marquis residence. Starting from Shen and tracing back 3 generations, there was not a single admirable character to be found. It was truly remarkable. Suddenly, Shen Jingqing thought of something and widened her eyes.
No.
I fervently hope that my elder brother and second brother do not turn out like them. Song Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her earlier shock and anger dissipated by her daughter's statement. Both of her sons were of virtuous character, and it was impossible for them to be such people. If A.E. and a Hao were to inherit Shen's cold-heartedness, she would not need anyone else to intervene. She would take it upon herself to eliminate them. With this thought, Song Shi glanced at the letter again. It had been confirmed that Shen Yi was indeed a real person, and Lu Xinyue was verifiably Shen's sister-in-law,
Now turned concubine.
If this scandal were to spread, the Nanan Marquis residence would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire capital, with no chance of redemption, rendering all her efforts over the years futile. Song Shi was determined to prevent such a situation from arising. Shen may be a fool, but she would not allow the Nanan Marquis residence to be buried alongside him. Now that matters had reached this point, the thought that had once merely lingered in her mind could no longer remain just a thought. Ever since she learned that Shen intended to poison her for the sake of a pair of concubines and their daughter, Song Shi had ceased to consider living peacefully alongside him. For the past few months, she had contemplated numerous strategies and had already devised a plan. At present, Shen Yi was still too young to uphold the Nanan Marquis residence, while Shen's life still needed to be preserved for the time being. However, if she allowed him to continue unchecked, should he gain any advancements in the official realm, it would pose endless future troubles. Thus, it was imperative to keep him in a state of limbo within the residence. This was the most prudent course of action. Seeing Song Shi lost in thought, Mama Qin could not help but call out, "Miss?" Filled with concern and worry, she suggested, "Perhaps we should write a letter to summon the master to the capital." The master she referred to was the current head of the Song family, Song Yun, Song Shi's elder brother. Though only in his 30s, he was exceptionally astute and capable. Under his leadership, the Song family prospered day by day, holding the position of royal merchants and maintaining its status as the wealthiest family in Jiangnan. Mama Qin felt that having such a person at the helm would provide greater assurance. "This is a family matter of the Shen family. Even if he is my own brother, it is not appropriate for him to intervene. Furthermore, the Song family's affairs are always intricate and numerous, making it difficult for my elder brother to manage them all. Do not worry, I have already devised a plan. Just wait and see." Song Shi smiled confidently. For all she lacked now was an opportunity. At that moment, Li Rui called out from the courtyard, "The young lady has arrived." Soon after, the piercing cries of Shen Shuangshuang reached Song Shi's ears. Shen Shuangshuang entered, supported by two maidservants. Upon her entrance, everyone was taken aback by her appearance. Shen Shuangshuang's once beautiful peach blossom eyes were now swollen and narrow, resembling a spoiled peach. The Shen family was renowned for their beauty, and every member was striking. Shen Shuangshuang, despite having given birth, still retained her allure, but her aesthetic preferences were rather gaudy, favoring an abundance of gold and jewels. She was always impeccably adorned whenever she stepped outside. However, in her current disheveled state, with red-rimmed eyes and unkempt hair, it was a sight none had ever witnessed. Shen Jingqing was equally astonished. What has happened to her today? What could have possibly triggered this transformation? Shen Shuangshuang took a seat beside Song Shi, pulling out a handkerchief to cover her face as she sobbed. Although Song Shi harbored disdain for her sister-in-law, who lacked any discernment and had been spoiled by the old matriarch since childhood, rendering her dismissive of everyone, she could only feign sympathy and offer to wipe her tears, gently inquiring, "What is the matter? Why are you crying so?" As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter, Song Shi felt her curiosity piqued. And Shen Jingqing felt the same. Observing Shen Shuangshuang's demeanor, it was evident that something significant had occurred. "Sister-in-law, you must agree that my marriage to the Wang family was indeed a step down, correct?" Shen Shuangshuang wiped her tears, lamenting that they were ungrateful and had even bullied her, which was truly the height of injustice. Since marrying into the Wang family, Shen Shuangshuang had considered herself superior and looked down on her in-laws, even dismissing her husband, Wang Wei, finding fault with him at every turn.
Fortunately,
Wang Wei was a good-natured man, possessing great patience, and he did not take her antics to heart, believing that it was normal for a noble lady from the Marquis family to have her little whims. Thus, for several years, he indulged Shen Shuangshuang's behavior, allowing her to become increasingly arrogant within her marital home. Recently, the old matriarch's cousin had come to visit, bringing her daughter along for a short stay at the Wang residence. Shen Shuangshuang, perhaps driven by jealousy, could not help but feel a deep-seated resentment towards her cousin, whose delicate features and refined demeanor made her irksome. By chance, she encountered her husband in jovial conversation with his cousin, and to her astonishment, he appeared lively and engaging, unlike his usual dull self. In a fit of jealousy, Shen Shuangshuang could no longer contain herself. She stormed over and slapped her cousin, accusing her of being a shameless seductress who had ensnared another woman's husband. The cousin, fiercely proud, reacted swiftly, colliding with a pillar and collapsing, blood flowing profusely from her injury. Fortunately, the Wang family, hailing from a martial lineage, had an array of medicinal supplies at hand. They promptly tended to the cousin's wounds and summoned a physician, preventing a tragedy from unfolding. Despite the Wang family's usual decorum, the situation erupted into chaos that night. General Wang arrived at the ancestral hall, intent on chastising Shen Shuangshuang according to family law. To his surprise, she not only denied her wrongdoing but also confronted him, causing the venerable general to faint from anger. Wang Wei, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed the pent-up frustration he had harbored for so long, declaring his intent to divorce Shen Shuangshuang. How audacious! A true shrew. Shen Jingqing, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain her disbelief at Shen Shuangshuang's folly. Song, unable to stifle her laughter, burst out in mirth. Shen Shuangshuang, confused and tearful, looked at her sister-in-law, questioning why she found humor in the situation. Song, feeling a twinge of guilt, cleared her throat awkwardly.
Deng Hui.
Fetch some osmanthus plum soup for your aunt to cool down. The sun is scorching, and she must be overheated. And Li Rui, bring a basin of water. As Tang Rui and Li Rui hurried to comply, Song pondered Shen Shuangshuang's habit of speaking without restraint, revealing both appropriate and inappropriate sentiments, only to regret it later. Sister, please do not take offense at my candor. Setting aside the fact that your cousin merely exchanged a few words with your husband, which is typical for relatives, consider this. Even if there were something more, what does it matter? Have you forgotten the circumstances surrounding Lu's entry into our family? You once defended her, accusing me of lacking virtue. Now, your husband converses with another woman, and you should exhibit some grace and inquire whether he harbors any intentions of taking a concubine. How utterly brilliant! A masterstroke of poetic justice. Shen Shuangshuang seemed taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief.
How can you say such a thing?
If you choose not to support me, must you speak against me? Frustrated, she exclaimed, as a noblewoman, my marriage to the Wang family is an honor for them. Must I share my husband with another? Is this not an affront to my dignity? Sister, do you not recall the adage, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog? True, you are a noblewoman, but you are now part of the Wang family. If you continue to flaunt your status without respect for your in-laws or love for your husband, it is no wonder he wishes to divorce you. Surely, he has grown weary of your airs. How astute. Surely, Shen Shuangshuang is livid. Her annoyance is compounded by our mother's rebuke, a delightful turn of events. You. Shen Shuangshuang trembled with indignation, desperately searching for words to rebut Song but found none, merely glaring at her.
Truly?
One does not realize the pain until the knife pierces their own flesh. Shen Jingqing felt a surge of satisfaction, nearly applauding. In the past, Shen Shuangshuang had often criticized Song for favoring Lu Xi and US maid. Now, when the tables had turned, she exhibited a starkly different demeanor, revealing herself to be a hypocrite. Remarkable. How can one be so hypocritical? Song regarded Shen Shuangshuang with a haughty demeanor. If you seek my assistance to devise a plan, sit quietly and listen. Otherwise, depart to find your brother and mother, asking them to intervene on your behalf. This finally silenced Shen Shuangshuang, compelling her to sit obediently. Having grown up alongside Shen, she understood him well. In light of this debacle, he, a man who valued his reputation, would hardly come to her aid if he learned of Wang Wei's intentions to divorce her. The best she could hope for was that he would not allow her to disgrace herself at the Wang family's door. And as for her mother, she would no doubt weep and rant in the Spring Radiance Hall, and that would be the end of it. Shen Shuangshuang knew them all too well. What then? Do you possess a superior strategy? Wang Wei had brazenly declared his intention to sever ties, yet Shen Shuangshuang remained dismissive, having never regarded her husband with respect.
No.
I refuse. Shen Shuangshuang, prideful, could never stoop to admit fault or bow in submission. It would be more painful than death itself. Song regarded her with an air of knowing superiority. Then you shall remain here, awaiting your divorce papers. You cannot continue to evade reality. Regardless of the extent of your quarrel with that cousin, they will only label you as envious. But your confrontation with your father-in-law, nearly resulting in his demise, will not be overlooked. If word spreads, who will come to your defense? Your brother? The Wang family, while they may suppress family scandals, will not tolerate your obstinacy. Should you persist in your reckless behavior, you may provoke them into desperate measures. How foolish Shen Shuangshuang was. Even now, her sole concern was finding someone to back her. without contemplating the consequences of her actions. It was beyond absurd, yet her folly might be exploited to her advantage. At this moment, Shen Jingqing was thoroughly intimidated by Song's words. She furrowed her brow tightly, tears streaming down her face, rendering her already swollen eyes even more haunting. Chapter 39. Remaining Song felt her irritation rising again but masked it well, for this opportunity was too precious to squander. You are the legitimate wife of the Gao family's second master, unless you commit a grave error. Who would dare to disregard you? With a sigh, she shook her head in resignation. Consider your options carefully. If you find my advice unsatisfactory, seek out your brother and mother. But beware. The Gao family's divorce papers may soon arrive at the Marquis' residence. Shen Yi, after much deliberation and hesitation, found herself still indecisive. At that moment, Hong Yu entered with a young maid, bringing water and chilled plum soup for Shen Yi. After washing her face and refreshing her appearance, she gazed absently at the chilled plum soup on the table, while Song patiently sat nearby, unhurried. Shen Yi, deep in thought, remained still for an extended period. Are you planning to linger indefinitely? It is not as if my mother intends to divorce her. Why do you hold her accountable? Such audacity. Your entire family. Observing Shen Yi's indecision, Song gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. It is truly a pity for my younger sister. You, a dignified daughter of a noble family, have been married to the Gao family for many years, enduring the ridicule of former acquaintances. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi felt that Song sure truly understood her. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Sister-in-law, I never imagined that Song sure, someone I had looked down upon and seldom interacted with, would be the one who understands me best. All right, enough of the tears. Your eyes are swelling. Song sure gently wiped Shen Yi's tears with a handkerchief. If you do not acknowledge your mistakes, what will happen to your husband? Are you not pushing his heart away? Song sure earnestly analyzed the situation for Shen Yi. As expected, after the old lady learned of the incident, she cried and created a scene, vehemently denouncing the Gao family for their lack of appreciation, daring to treat Shen Yi in such a manner. Finally, after wiping her tears, the old lady advised Shen Yi, at this moment, you should not leave. If you do, they will only grow more arrogant. They might even start making grand plans to let your husband take that little vixen into the household. Shen Yi still believed that Song Shi's suggestion was more prudent. Watching Shen Yi depart from the Baihua courtyard, Song Shi rolled her eyes dramatically. The kind expression she had just worn vanished entirely. She found Shen Yi utterly detestable, truly a calamity. Indeed, she resembles a ticking time bomb. Thought the visitor to Song Shi was not from the household of the Marquis, but rather, it was Xinghua Pavilion's Chuntao. Madam, Chuntao called softly, always maintaining her decorum before Song Shi. Compared to Lin Xianshuang from Lihua Courtyard, she was like heaven and earth. Chuntao was indeed a prime example among the concubines.
Sit down.
On such a hot day, why have you come again? Song Shi had previously instructed Chuntao that she need not come every morning to pay her respects. This morning, Chuntao had obeyed, merely greeting her in the courtyard before departing. She glanced at Hong Yun and Hong Yu inside the room. Understanding, Song Shi ordered Hong Yun to bring tea for Chuntao and instructed Hong Yu to hold Shen Jingqing, and the three descended together. Why can't I hear? I want to listen. Chuntao whispered, Madam, I have a feeling that there is something amiss over at Lihua Courtyard. Song Shi looked up at her as Chuntao continued. The Marquis hasn't spent the night at Xinghua Pavilion in quite some time. Ever since he visited Lihua Courtyard to check on Miss Shuang's illness, he has not returned to spend the night at Xinghua Pavilion. Chuntao spoke candidly. Song Shi had instructed her to use the identity of a fallen young lady to enter the Marquis household as a concubine for Xinjiang. Chuntao knew she was being used, yet she willingly accepted, for to be a concubine to the young and handsome Marquis was undoubtedly far better than selling herself in a brothel. Moreover, Song Shi had promised that if she could remove Lin Xianshuang from the picture, should Chuntao wish to leave the Marquis household, she would be granted a sum of wealth to ensure her departure. Should she choose to remain, her later years would be free from worries about sustenance. For Chuntao, this was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Frowning slightly, Chuntao remarked, It is not vanity. The Marquis is deeply enamored with me at present. It is unlikely he would neglect to see me for so many days. I suspect something might be happening at Lihua courtyard. What sort of method? Song sure felt Chen Tao was onto something, as she had previously contemplated the same. If everyone shared this suspicion, it was likely true. Chen Tao shook her head. I am not too certain. I can only speculate. In terms of appearance, Lin Xianshuang could not compare to her. In talent, she was equally matched. Furthermore, having grown up in such an environment, Chen Tao understood better how to capture a man's heart. Although Lin Xianshuang was also a coquette, she could not surpass Chen Tao in this regard. It was inconceivable that Xinjiang could be affectionate one moment and forget her the next. Such a notion was too far-fetched. Chapter 40. A disturbance in divorce. Song Shi was perplexed. She had indeed noticed that in recent days, Xinjiang had been more attentive to Lin Xianshuang. Yet she had not anticipated that he would choose to consistently reside at Lihua courtyard. Not only did he rest there, but even his daily duties were no longer executed with the same dedication. He often sent Zhao Si to the yamen to take leave. However, these changes had begun since Lin Xianshuang stealthily left the estate for Qingxin Temple. Recalling that Shen Jingqing had mentioned a Taoist priest at Qingxin Temple, the one who had attempted to seize her fortune, Song Shi fell into deep contemplation. She had sent people to investigate that temple more than once, but had uncovered not a single scrap of information. It seemed that the priest indeed possessed some formidable skills. It was as if he were under a spell, consumed by thoughts of Lin Xianshuang, completely forgetting his ambitions of restoring his family's honor. Stay calm, and do not alert the enemy. If Lin Yinyang has truly employed some method to bewitch the Marquis, we must first uncover the source before taking any rash actions. Chen Tao had been anxious, fearing their plans might fail, which prompted her to seek out Song Shi. Seeing Song Shi's composed demeanor, she finally felt reassured. Song Shi pondered alone for a time, yet her thoughts remained muddled. She was still preoccupied with two matters that weighed heavily on her mind: the unknown Taoist priest at Qingxin Temple and Xinjiang's older brother, who was well hidden. With a soft sigh, she recognized the remarkable similarity in how elusive these two individuals were. It seemed this matter would not be easily resolved. Summoning Han Yun, Song Shi immediately penned a letter to her elder brother, Song Yun, requesting urgent delivery to the Song family in Jiangnan. Having just finished bathing, Lin Xianshuang's long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, clad only in a pale apricot nightgown, cradling Shen Shuang while humming a tune. Under Xinjiang's attentive care in recent days, Lin Xianshuang had finally regained some vitality. Thanks to his continued presence in Lihua courtyard, her provisions had significantly improved. Shen Shuang's wet nurse no longer dared to be negligent, diligently nurturing the child. Shen Shuang appeared to be thriving, shedding her previous frail appearance for a fair and plump visage. Especially when she opened her eyes to smile. Her pair of phoenix eyes, reminiscent of Xinjiang's, were starting to take shape, exuding an adorable vitality. One could already envision that, when she grew up, she would surely blossom into a stunning beauty. Shen Shuang, eager for her father's embrace, would extend her arms joyfully whenever she spotted Xinjiang. In contrast to Shen Jingqing, who would claw at him, Xinjiang naturally found Shen Shuang far more endearing. Master, look at our Shuang, Lin Xianshuang said as she handed Shen Shuang to Xinjiang. A master once told me her fate is noble. I thought it merely a jest to amuse me, but now I truly believe our daughter is indeed blessed. Lin Xianshuang chuckled softly. Xinjiang patted his chest. Of course, just look at whose daughter she is. A noble fate, soaring high above the heavens. How could that be a jest? As Xinjiang embraced Lin Xianshuang, who held Shen Shuang, the family of three radiated warmth and harmony. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, looking for Xinjiang in haste. What has happened now? Why the urgency? The idyllic scene was disrupted, and Xinjiang's expression darkened. It could not be a mere family visit at this hour. His instincts told him something significant had transpired. This meeting left no room for Lin Xianshuang and her daughter. As he hurriedly rose and rushed into the floral hall, upon arrival, he was met with the sight of Shen Shuang, weeping with her face buried in her hands. While her husband, Gao Wei, sat silently in a chair, his expression dark. Only when he noticed Xinjiang's presence did he slowly rise, cupping his fists in greeting. Lord Shen, you have arrived. Hearing this address, Shen Jin felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Something must have gone terribly wrong for the formality to change. Gao Wei, the sincere brother-in-law, had always shown him great respect, usually addressing him as big brother, but now. "Away, Yu Zhu, what has happened to you?" he inquired. Immediately, Gao Wei turned to leave. Shen Jin, quick on his feet, grasped his hand. "Away, why do you suddenly speak this way? What has transpired?" Shen Jin was both displeased and somewhat shocked. After all, Shen Yu had married into the Gao family against her family's objections. It was commonly said that noble families wed their daughters to those of lower status. Regardless, it was not the Gao family's place to speak of divorce. Gao Wei, a man of few words, sat there with reddened eyes, struggling to articulate his grievances. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was in a frenzy, scratching at him while shouting, "How dare you, Gao Wei? You heartless man, you wish to cast me aside? I will fight you for this." Her long nails, fueled by desperation, aimed for his face. Fortunately, being a martial general, Gao Wei managed to evade her attack, but her nails firmly dug into his neck, causing a sharp pain as he felt the warmth of his own blood seeping from the wound. Overcome with anger and regret, he lamented his poor judgment in marrying such a capricious woman. Gao Wei was on the brink of exasperation, his hand raised as if ready to strike. Shen Yu, taken aback, realized her actions had resulted in drawing blood. Their years of marriage, devoid of passionate love, had at least maintained a semblance of familial affection. Yet now, he was prepared to retaliate. Shen Yu, overwhelmed by a torrent of grievances, pounded her fists against his chest, tears streaming down her face as she demanded, "Do you still wish to strike me, you unfaithful wretch? Go ahead and do it." Gao Wei, nearly incapacitated by her forceful blows, pushed her away, inwardly cursing her for her unreasonable behavior. Though her words were harsh, they contained a grain of truth. He could never strike a woman, even one as unruly as Shen Yu. Realizing that staying any longer would either result in injury or a heart attack, he turned to leave this chaotic scene. Yet, Shen Yu suddenly wailed, disregarding her dignity, and threw herself at his feet, clinging to his legs and preventing his escape. "You cannot leave." Shen Jin stood by, utterly bewildered, witnessing his sister's disgraceful display, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. "Shen Yu, look at yourself. Get up this instant. Speak civilly. You have lost all semblance of a noble lady. How can you still call yourself a daughter of the Marquis family?" He admonished her. "Do not let anyone know you are associated with our house. I cannot bear the disgrace." Not a dimwit. Shen Jin had surmised that Shen Yu must have caused trouble in her marital home, for Gao Wei would not have lightly uttered the word divorce. Thus, while reprimanding Shen Yu, he emphasized her noble status, subtly warning Gao Wei, "A daughter of the Marquis family is not one you can easily dismiss." However, Shen Yu, lacking comprehension of Shen Jin's intentions, merely perceived his words as blame, leading her to weep even harder. With a resigned shake of his head, Shen Jin turned to Gao Wei, speaking softly, "Away, please have a seat. What transgression has Yu Zhu committed to elicit such words from you? Tell me where she has erred, and as her elder brother, I shall ensure she is properly disciplined. Marriage is not a trivial matter. One cannot speak of divorce lightly." Gao Wei's expression darkened as he recounted the events in detail. Through her tears, Shen Yu attempted to defend herself. "I was wronged. I spoke back to my father-in-law, but I have acknowledged my mistake and sincerely apologized." "Is that so?" Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Having bowed in apology, surely the Gao family would not hold a grudge? Song Shi chimed in, clearly sharing this sentiment. Inside the hall, Shen Jin continued to plead with Gao Wei. "You know well that Shen Yu is just like this. We have perhaps spoiled her too much. She often speaks without thinking, her sharp tongue concealing a tender heart. Whatever her faults, you may chastise her, but please do not utter words that could sever your bond." Gao Wei, unable to contain his frustration, pointed at Shen Yu. "Lord Shen, she indeed bowed an apology to my father, but she insulted my cousin over a mere conversation, hurling such vile words that my cousin nearly collided with a pillar in shock." Shen Yu retorted, "But I went to apologize afterward." "Yes, you did." Gao Wei shot back, "But what nonsense did you spew? You suggested that I take my cousin as a concubine. Do you think that is reasonable? Shen Yi, whom do you think you are insulting? Gao Wei's aunt, a widow struggling to survive, had come to seek refuge with relatives. And Shen Yi's insult was beyond the pale. Is this your way of apologizing? You have made my aunt faint. Shen Jingqing shook his head in exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. He approached Gao Wei, patting him on the shoulder. This time, it is indeed Yu's fault. Away, please calm down. Let us sit and discuss this rationally. Do not let this distress affect your health. Observing Gao Wei's countenance, Shen Jingqing hesitated, then cautiously inquired, Away, do you harbor any feelings for that cousin of yours? Gao Wei's anger flared anew. It seemed the siblings were cut from the same cloth. Lord Shen, my cousin is merely 11 years old. What absurd question is that? Shen Jingqing gasped, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Is Shen Yi possessed? Or has her mind been clouded? She pondered silently. Even more shocking was the revelation that the cousin was only 11. Song Shi, too, was left speechless. Feeling utterly confounded by the situation, Shen Shuang, consumed by jealousy, found herself perplexed, while even her own brother, Shen Zhen, felt that Shen Yi was utterly unreasonable. His face burned with embarrassment as he glared at Shen Yi, his voice rising in frustration. Have you lost your mind? How can you not discern right from wrong? Shen Jingqing, absorbing the unfolding drama, felt utterly bewildered, reflecting, is he taking my words? But she quickly realized that their father had little to say, considering he had no words of wisdom to offer. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Shen Yi cried out in anguish, clearly having received a resounding slap across her face. Song Shi quickly embraced Shen Jingqing, both retreating further into the shade. Shen Jingqing inwardly muttered, is this a ploy for sympathy? Gao Wei, do not fall for it. To be frank, the situation is entirely attributable to Shen Yi's unreasonable behavior, which caused the elder to faint in anger. If the Wang family does not provide a satisfactory explanation, the prospect of divorce may indeed become a reality. Should that occur, both Shen Yi and the South and Marquis would suffer a tremendous loss of face. After all, to provoke the elder to such an extent speaks volumes about the failures in familial education. Everyone is well aware of that. Song's lips curled slightly. Despite being concealed in the shadows, Shen Jingqing could not discern her precise expression, yet her intuition suggested that her mother was undoubtedly sneering, her face laden with disdain. As expected, the flower hall soon reverberated with Shen Shen's fierce reprimands aimed at Shen Yi, punctuated by the muffled sobs of the latter. Shen Shen deliberately denied Gao Wei any opportunity to interject, fearing he might utter the word divorce. As the scolding intensified, Shen Shen's emotions swelled, and he lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to Shen Yi's chest. The force of the blow caused her to curl up in pain, clutching her heart and crying out, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this, Gao Wei displayed a flicker of sympathy, intending to assist Shen Yi. However, Shen Shen seized the moment, continuing his furious tirade while feigning faintness from anger. Gao Wei, now preoccupied, rushed to support Shen Shen instead. Shen Jingqing observed the scene with a mix of incredulity and amusement. How theatrical these two siblings are. Gao Wei is so flustered, he doesn't know whom to save first. It's utterly hilarious. Stabilizing himself, Shen Shen solemnly addressed Gao Wei. Wei, it is indeed Yueju's fault. She has not only offended our esteemed elder, but has also wronged our cousin from the manor. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit to apologize, so please, do not remain angry. As he spoke of Shen Yi, his tone softened. As the old saying goes, a day's husband brings 100 days of grace. Wei, you understand how challenging life can be for a woman today. If Yuezhu were truly divorced, how would she survive? And what of Mingzhu? Ultimately, Shen Shen played his trump card by mentioning Gao Mingzhu, noticing a slight softening of Gao Wei's expression. Seizing the opportunity, he added, Wei, Yuezhu has erred. As her husband, you should punish her as you see fit, scold her, send her to the Buddhist hall, or even to the estate. I implore you, for the sake of the child and our family's long-standing friendship, do not utter the word divorce. What a remarkable orator. Such talent should not go to waste in mere comedic performances. Shen Jingqing mused inwardly. His speech flows with such finesse, almost as if memorized. She could not help but murmur. Such a commanding presence. He stood like a majestic pine tree, tall and resolute. His figure resembled an unyielding fortress, evoking both reverence and admiration. Such agility. Like a lightning-fast leopard, each strike was precise and forceful, executed seamlessly as if practiced 1,000 times without a hint of hesitation. His every move synchronized with his breath and heartbeat, as if he had reached a mystical harmony with his surroundings, each action perfectly targeting his adversary's vulnerabilities. Shen Jingqing's eyes widened in amazement, fixated on this enigmatic master, her gaze brimming with infatuation. Her heart raced like a drum, a rosy hue graced her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled like heart-shaped gems, filled with admiration and longing for this extraordinary figure. Upon witnessing her expression, the seventh prince chuckled softly, covering Shen Jingqing's eyes with his hand in an attempt to calm her. Yet, Shen Jingqing resisted, brushing his hand away and stubbornly straining her neck, determined not to miss any movement from that figure. Who could this remarkable individual be? Shen Jingqing pondered. She mused that if only her second brother could study under such an extraordinary warrior, she would gladly kneel in reverence. With eager anticipation, she gazed at the seventh prince, hoping he would unveil the mystery, yet he remained silent. Sensing his displeasure, Shen Jingqing wisely closed her mouth and ceased her inquiries. Nevertheless, her thoughts had already drifted outside, fixated on the silhouette of the mysterious master. In the blink of an eye, the assailants outside were swiftly dispatched. The silver-armored hero struck with brutal decisiveness, effortlessly dislocating the jaws of two assailants, rendering them unable to take their own lives. The skill exhibited was astonishing, and the precision of his strikes left onlookers in awe. As he turned and approached the carriage, Shen Jingqing finally had the opportunity to see his face clearly. He was a handsome middle-aged man, with sharp brows that slanted elegantly, and bright eyes that sparkled like stars, their gaze piercing and insightful, as if capable of unraveling the world's intricacies and discerning the depths of the human heart. "Your Highness, were you frightened?" the middle-aged man inquired respectfully, bowing slightly, his words imbued with deference for the seventh prince. The martial officer, aware that the emperor required no such gestures of submission, demonstrated both acknowledgement of their status and trust in their martial prowess to ensure the emperor's safety. Shen Jingqing pursed her lips, thinking that the little prince was once again putting on airs. It turned out that this valiant general bore the surname Sun. Shen Jingqing quickly searched her memory for any notable generals with the surname Sun but found none, intensifying her curiosity about this enigmatic figure. "Rest assured, Your Highness." General Sun spoke humbly. Despite knowing the seventh prince's youth, he symbolically sought his opinion, showcasing remarkable wisdom in navigating social dynamics. After listening, General Sun nodded slightly, personally drawing the curtain to shield Shen Jingqing's gaze from the outside world. Inside the carriage, Yunxin was pale with fright, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she clutched Shen Jingqing's arm for comfort. Chapter 43. Apprenticeship for Yunxin. A young maid accustomed only to the internal affairs of the Marquis. The events of the day felt akin to a sudden horror film, sending her heart racing and her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Seeing Yunxin in such a state of terror, Shen Jingqing felt a surge of compassion. She instinctively linked arms with the seventh prince, hoping he might hold her for a moment to provide Yunxin with some reassurance. However, the seventh prince defied expectations, instead indicating for Yunxin to leave the carriage and take a moment outside. This action left Shen Jingqing momentarily bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at the seventh prince. Though enveloped in fear, Yunxin dared not disobey the prince's command. She had no choice but to suppress her terror and weakly descend from the carriage. Fortunately, several carriages carrying Princess Pingning's belongings followed closely behind, allowing Yunxin to shakily climb aboard one of them. Finding a secluded corner, she curled up tightly and hastily closed her eyes, attempting to block out the terrifying scenes surrounding her. "Are you trying to frighten Sister Yunxin to death?" Shen Jingqing silently critiqued, perplexed by the seventh prince's actions. His tone exuded an undeniable firmness. Though Shen Jingqing found the seventh prince's logic difficult to grasp, she quickly deduced his intent. He pointed to a nearby area and began to elaborate on the mysterious General Sun Zhao, hailing from the Marquis. is now the elder brother of a respected concubine in the palace and holds an important position in the capital's garrison, tasked with safeguarding the city's security.
Wow.
He sounds impressive. Shen Jingqing mentally applauded, her admiration for General Sun deepening. The seventh prince continued. Not only is General Sun exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he is also a man of both courage and strategy. He has repeatedly requested to be assigned to the border troops, hoping to realize his military ambitions there. Unfortunately, the emperor relies on him too heavily and cannot bear to let him go, which is why he remains in the capital. Shen Jingqing listened, captivated, her curiosity and admiration for General Sun swelling like a tide. Thinking of her second brother's future and safety, a sudden thought struck her. I wonder if General Sun takes on apprentices? With a hopeful expression, she turned to the seventh prince, her eyes sparkling with yearning, a flattering smile gracing her lips. She understood that this notion might be somewhat impractical, yet she was willing to sacrifice for her elder brother's future. In her heart, nothing held greater significance than the happiness and well-being of her family. The seventh prince immediately discerned Shen Jingqing's intentions and, with a smile, inquired, "Are you looking to find a good mentor for your elder brother?" Shen Jingqing nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as if she envisioned her brother making remarkable progress in martial arts under the guidance of Officer Sunday. To her, such a skilled, intelligent individual, deeply favored by the emperor, was undoubtedly the ideal mentor. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting for a stroke of luck to encounter it again. However, the subsequent words of the seventh prince doused Shen Jingqing's fervor like a bucket of cold water. Although Officer Sun was extraordinarily talented, his personality was exceedingly reclusive and eccentric. With a tone of regret, he noted that Officer Sun had risen through the ranks solely on his personal merit, achieving the esteemed position of General of Zhaoyong, which was no easy feat nevertheless. His relationship with the Yongyi Marquis had always been tense, leaving him a solitary figure living outside, unmarried at an age when most had settled down. The court was rife with speculation about his personal life, and whether he had any inclination to take on disciples was truly uncertain.
What?
Shen Jingqing gasped inwardly, realizing his parents had passed away. As soon as the question escaped her lips, she regretted it.
Oh, dear.
How thoughtless of me to pry into Officer Sun's personal affairs when I have only met him once. I suppose I did not inquire about that, she thought. The ninth prince chuckled softly. I am unaware of the specifics. While Shen Jingqing felt her previous question had been indiscreet, her determination to find a suitable teacher for Shen Hao remained steadfast. The name General Sun Zhao was etched in her heart, a mark that would one day lead her to the right opportunity to connect. After the sudden assassination attempt, everyone was compelled to proceed with caution. It was not until dusk that they finally entered the city gates. Somshire had been waiting at the Marquis's entrance, craning her neck in anticipation. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the ninth prince, sincerely inviting him to rest at their residence before departing. However, the ninth prince felt a twinge of guilt, as the incident had unfolded during his outing with Shen Jingqing. Watching the carriage of the ninth prince quickly vanish from sight, Somshire felt a mix of shock and fear, hurriedly checking Shen Jingqing from head to toe. Only when she confirmed her daughter was unharmed did she let out a long sigh of relief. Today was far too dangerous, she said, her heart still racing. From now on, keep your distance from the ninth prince to avoid any further mishaps. Shen Jingqing pondered that if her mother knew she had foreseen the assassination before leaving with the ninth prince, she would likely be terrified. And perhaps if the ninth prince were to visit again, he might be turned away at the door. We have the great general to protect us, Shen Jingqing reassured herself. Somshire, hearing her daughter's thoughts, was utterly bewildered. This little girl, undeterred by the day's events, even mentioned the great general. What could that possibly mean? The leader of their group was a young soldier, dressed in attire that bore no resemblance to a general's status. Could it be that the great general her daughter spoke of was this young man? Somshire's inability to recognize Sun Zhao stemmed from two reasons. The Yongding Marquis seldom interacted with the Yongyi Marquis, and as an unmarried high-ranking official, Sun Zhao was not a topic of conversation among the women of the household. Thus, even if Sun Zhao stood before her, she would never have imagined he was the so-called great general. Mother, let my elder brother study under the great general, Shen Jingqing silently implored. Observing her daughter's resolute gaze, Song was filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps today's unexpected turn of events would mark a significant turning point in Shen Hao's life. Focused on her daughter, Song soon realized that Shen Jingqing had developed feelings for the officer beside the seventh prince, contemplating the idea of having Shen Hao apprentice under him. She couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle, such a child. In the capital, Song could recount every noble family that had dealings with the Yong'an Marquis. However, that officer left no impression on her memory. Regardless of his esteemed lineage, he had always been distant from the Shen family, their relationship lukewarm at best. Even Shen Jingqing, who served in the court, would only exchange polite nods with him. Yet, since he appeared at a critical moment to save the ninth prince, mingling among the prince's personal guards, he was likely someone of considerable standing and trust in the emperor's eyes. Such a prominent figure, who was so closely associated with the emperor, had no connection to their family. How naive it would be to think he might accept an apprenticeship. Amused yet bemused by her daughter's aspirations, Song resolved to discreetly investigate Officer Sun Zhao's background. Shen Jingqing noticed her mother's ignorance regarding Officer Sun, and trouble loomed. She had witnessed firsthand how Officer Sun had dispatched the assailants with ease. His skills and connection to the emperor suggested he would be an exceptional mentor. Missing this opportunity would surely lead to future regret. I must find a way to have the ninth prince introduce us. That should resolve the matter, Shen Jingqing schemed. This outing, fraught with unexpected peril, was a first in her 30-plus years of life. Even now, she felt a lingering trepidation. Song had long been yearning to see her son but understood that as the companion of a prince, frequent visits home were inappropriate. Not only would it invite gossip, but it could also lead others to misconstrue their confidence in his educational capacity. After all, when had they become ignorant of social niceties? They must not jeopardize their delicate relationships through their actions. Shen Yi, his face flushed and eyes sparkling, exuded vitality, clearly thriving in the royal residence without suffering any hardships. Song's anxious heart finally settled, and a smile of satisfaction crept upon her lips. Beside her, Shen Jingqing could hardly contain her excitement to see her brother, waving her little hands and exclaiming in delight. Upon seeing her, Shen Yi's eyes squinted into a joyful crescent as he scooped her up. "Big brother, I've missed you so much," Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her short legs flailing with excitement. Shen Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, softly replying, "I've missed you too, Jingqing." He then planted a gentle kiss on her pudgy forehead. Watching this tender moment, Shen Hao felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Why did this little girl receive such affection from their brother? Once Shen Jingqing was comfortably nestled in Shen Yi's embrace, Song shifted the conversation to her son's studies. Yi, how are things at the palace?" she inquired gently, inviting him to sit beside her. Shen Yi nodded with a smile. "Mother, everything is well. The second master is very kind to me, and the teachers are exceptionally knowledgeable and amiable. Learning alongside them has been quite enjoyable." Shen Jingqing stifled a laugh. "Of course. These teachers are royal instructors. They wouldn't dare show them any disrespect." Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Shen Yi playfully flicked her forehead, signaling her to behave. He then specifically mentioned a teacher he greatly respected, "Mother. There's a teacher named Zheng, incredibly knowledgeable and a former top scholar. He is quite young, yet possesses vast wisdom, and his lectures are fascinating and memorable." Upon hearing this, Song watched her son's eyes light up as he spoke about his studies, her heart swelling with joy. "You must learn well from Teacher Zheng and not squander his efforts," she encouraged. As she spoke, Song's thoughts drifted to her brother, Song Chu, studying at the Ingtian Academy. She realized it must be challenging for him to study alone. However, the joy of her children's growth quickly overshadowed her concerns. She silently made a wish, hoping for the safety of her family and a swift reunion. Shen Yi cautiously communicated with his mother, his eyes brimming with concern, suggesting that perhaps she could send him daily necessities. He lacked servants to tend to him there, undoubtedly facing many inconveniences. Ingtian Academy, a revered institution that embodies the dreams of countless scholars, upholds a strict campus ethos that forbids students from bringing personal attendants. Uncle Song Chu was alone at the school. Though his intellectual pursuits were rich and fulfilling, the mundane realities of daily life were inevitably burdensome. Mrs. Song was fully aware of this and took it upon herself to prepare a generous supply of clothing and provisions for him each month. Additionally, she arranged for 2 devoted servants to reside nearby, ready to respond promptly whenever Song Chu required messages relayed or supplies delivered. This meticulous care resembled the gentle spring rain, nurturing her distant brother's scholarly ambitions. Observing her son Shen Yi's deep concern for his uncle brought Mrs. Song quiet joy. The gifts were not of great value, merely ordinary trinkets discovered in a bustling city, yet they became immensely precious due to the familial affection they represented. When Mama Sun received the beautifully patterned thread bundle Shen Yi offered, a wave of warmth surged within her. She praised Shen Yi for his thoughtfulness and, brimming with excitement, tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to express her delight. At that moment, the room was filled with laughter and warmth, resembling a picturesque scene. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream of anguish. Xin Yu rushed into the living room, supported by a maid, her steps frantic. Her almond-shaped eyes, usually bright as stars, were now swollen and red, resembling a bruised peach, evoking both pity and sorrow. Xin Yu, who typically reveled in adornment and exquisite attire, was now disheveled, her face devoid of makeup, streaked with tears, presenting a woeful sight that left everyone present speechless. Shen Jingqing widened her eyes in confusion, her mind filled with questions. What on earth had happened? Shen Yu approached Mrs. Song, plopping down beside her, and, covering her face with a handkerchief, sobbed incessantly. Sister-in-law, you must speak a word of justice for me. Yet, as Shen Jingqing's mother, she harbored a curiosity about the trivial matters of the family. Shen Yu's loss of composure surely indicated a significant upheaval at home. What troubles have you encountered? Please share with us, Mrs. Song inquired, attempting to suppress her displeasure. Shen Yu, wiping her tears, began to recount her grievances. Sister-in-law, consider this. When I married into the Gao family, it was clearly them who were elevating themselves. Instead of gratitude, they have only grown increasingly oppressive. After marrying into the Gao family, Shen Yu had considered herself a lady of high status, exhibiting arrogance towards her in-laws and sisters-in-law, even looking down upon her husband, Gao Wei. However, Gao Wei, possessing a generous character, did not reprimand Shen Yu for her capriciousness, but rather regarded it as a form of charm. Over time, Shen Yu's behavior became more domineering within the Gao household. A few days prior, a distant cousin of the Gao matriarch arrived with her daughter for a visit. This cousin's daughter, strikingly beautiful and poised, incited a wave of jealousy within Shen Yu. She further noticed that Gao Wei spoke with an uncommon gentleness when addressing the cousin. Consumed by jealousy, Shen Yu could contain herself no longer and impulsively slapped the cousin, accusing her of seducing her husband. The force of the blow caused the cousin to lose her balance, colliding with the wall and sustaining significant injuries. Fortunately, the Gao family, being skilled in martial arts, had an array of medicinal supplies, and they promptly sought medical assistance to save her life. However, the incident had thoroughly enraged the Gao family. The patriarch summoned the family to the ancestral hall that very night, intending to impose severe consequences on Shen Yu. Yet, she exhibited no remorse, retorting defiantly and nearly causing the patriarch to faint from anger. Gao Wei, faced with such unreasonable behavior from his wife, felt profound disappointment and could no longer tolerate it, ultimately proposing a divorce. Fearing retribution from her brother and mother, Shen Yu sought assistance from her sister-in-law, Mrs. Song. After listening to this series of events, Shen Jingqing felt a mix of emotions, unable to suppress her internal musings. Truly, this was remarkable. Mrs. Song sat leisurely in an intricately carved pearwood chair, regarding the tear-streaked Shen Yu, and a subtle smile flickered within her. She gently swayed a jade teacup in her hand, watching the vibrant green tea leaves swirl in the steaming water, releasing a delicate fragrance. My dear, let me offer you a piece of sincere advice. Do not harbor resentment within your heart. Mrs. Song spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Firstly, your cousin merely exchanged a few words with the young master of the Gao family. Such interactions are commonplace among relatives. Why make a fuss over it? Even if they did have some mutual affection, what of it? Mrs. Song's piercing gaze fixed upon Shen Yu. her calmness and rationality rendering Shen Jingqing momentarily speechless. Shen Yi and Shen Hao exchanged bewildered glances. Mrs. Song, unfazed, merely raised her hand to signal them to leave, her demeanor composed and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. They departed quietly, leaving Shen Yuzhu alone with Mrs. Song. Shen Yuzhu stood frozen, tears suddenly drying up. Her eyes wide as if she were encountering this usually genteel elder for the first time.
How can you say such a thing?
She questioned, her voice trembling with emotion. As a legitimate daughter of a noble family, must I endure sharing my husband with another, humbling myself? Shen Yuzhu's heart brimmed with grievances and dissatisfaction, her trembling finger pointing at Mrs. Song, unable to articulate her fury due to her anger. Mrs. Song's words pierced Shen Yuzhu's heart like sharp blades, leaving her trembling and speechless, her complexion pale. Shen Jingqing stifled a laugh, secretly mocking. Now she knows the pain after the knife has cut her. Shen Yuzhu, who had previously ridiculed Mrs. Song for her harsh treatment of Lin Xianshuang's maid, found herself in a similar predicament, her attitude shifting immediately. Shen Jingqing shot her a disdainful glance, thinking, truly a hypocrite. Mrs. Song set down her teacup, a knowing smile gracing her lips as her gaze wove around Shen Yuzhu. If you wish for my assistance, then sit quietly and listen attentively. Otherwise, take your leave from my courtyard and seek solace with your brother or mother. Shen Yuzhu's eyes reddened as she fought back tears, sobbing as she took a seat. She recognized that turning to her brother Shen Zhan would only lead to further suffering. Shen Zhan was exceedingly concerned with Face. If he learned of the Gao family's intention to divorce, not only would he refuse to assist her, but he might even pressure her to take drastic measures to assert her dignity, thereby seeking a resolution from the Gao family. As for her mother, she would likely only cry a few tears in the show and hall and utter a few curses, with no further recourse. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Shen Yuzhu, with a quivering voice, helplessly inquired, "What then should I do?" The mere thought of Gao Wei's proposal for divorce struck her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her previous arrogance into oblivion. Faced with the disdainful Song family, she was compelled to shed her arrogant facade, bow her head, her eyes glimmering with humiliation and resentment. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuzhu felt a burning sensation in her heart.
No.
She firmly opposed, her voice faint yet resolute. For her, yielding to the Gao family was more painful than severing flesh. Upon hearing these words, Song's lips curled into a mocking smirk, then prepare to receive your divorce papers. Shen Yuzhu bit her lip, her complexion pale as a sheet. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to defend herself. Actually, what I want to say. Song's piercing gaze locked onto Shen Yuzhu like a hawk, rendering her unable to look directly at her, forcing her to avert her eyes in panic. Once Shen Yuzhu looked away, Song continued, her words sharp as needles. The conflict between you and your cousin may be dismissed by outsiders as mere jealousy. However, your confrontation with your father-in-law nearly cost him his life. If this matter were to leak, your brother Shen Zhan would not be able to protect you. The Gao family, while valuing their reputation, would not air their dirty laundry unless absolutely necessary. But if you remain obstinate, remember that even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a prominent family like the Gaos. Song spoke with earnest concern, her words laced with deep apprehension. Shen Yuzhu clung to a flicker of hope, wishing to leverage the power of the Ho residents to pressure the Gao family and turn the situation around. Little did she know, Shen Zhan had no intention of meddling in this affair. Even if he did, Song would never agree.
Why?
Because the Shen family had more than just Shen Yuzhu to consider. If her reputation were tarnished, it would impact the entire family, especially her 3 little ones.
Indeed.
Song's words struck like a cold wind, causing Shen Yuzhu's heart to race with fear. She bit her lips tightly, her eyelids swollen. As tears began to cascade down her cheeks, each crystalline droplet silently narrating her terror and confusion. Shen Yuzhu's eyes were filled with profound dread and bewilderment for the future as she looked pleadingly at Song. Sister-in-law, is there no other way? With a serious expression, Song gently shook her head. You are lawfully wedded to the Gao family. As long as you uphold your integrity, no one would dare to look down on you. Shen Yuzhu sat with her head bowed, torn with indecision. At that moment, Song had already summoned the maid Hongyuan, evidently unwilling to prolong the matter any further. "I have other matters to attend to. Please escort the young lady," Song instructed succinctly. Hongyun, having observed the situation for some time, was already well aware of the dynamics at play. Upon hearing Song's directive, she chirped affirmatively and stepped forward to accompany Shen Yi out. Thus, the tumultuous drama at home temporarily came to a close amid silence and helplessness. Shen Yi, though extremely reluctant, had no choice but to rise. She treaded along a flower-laden path, following the winding trail, solitary as she made her way to the stately Showan Hall. Inside, the matriarch sat upright in the center, and upon seeing Shen Yi's tear-streaked face, her heart ached deeply. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears, her handkerchief soaked through, before launching into a vehement tirade against the Gao family, each word more fervent than the last, striking at the core of the matter, condemning them for daring to bully her daughter. The matriarch's anger was intermingled with deep concern and affection as she wiped her tears and earnestly advised Shen Yi, "My dear, you should never have stepped out of that door. Your departure only serves their malicious intent, and I suspect they are now reveling in their victory, preparing celebrations and making plans to take in a concubine for that fox." After hearing this, Shen Yi felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. Compared to Song's suggestions, this situation seemed even more intolerable. Meanwhile, as Shen Yi left Baihua Courtyard, Song leaned against the window, watching the departing carriage with a cold smile, murmuring, "Truly a calamity." Shen Jingqing beside her nodded in agreement, believing that someone as willful and reckless as Shen Yi deserved to face some hardships to learn her lesson. Song contemplated for a moment before aligning with Shen Jingqing's perspective. A glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. Her own children were her priority, and Shen Yi's fate was of no concern to her. Shen Yi held Shen Jingqing while taking Shen Hao's hand as the trio slowly walked toward Jingfeng Courtyard. The Jingfeng Courtyard was merely separated from Baihua Courtyard by a lush, undulating path, and they would arrive after just a few steps. However, not far from Baihua Courtyard, they encountered a graceful woman gliding towards them. It was Chengxionying. Shen Jingqing mused inwardly, her tone tinged with curiosity. Shen Yi had previously accompanied Shen Zhan into the palace, at which time Chen Tao was not yet his father's concubine, leaving him oblivious to the dynamics of this new concubine in the household. Now, upon hearing Shen Jingqing's thoughts, Shen Yi's brow furrowed. The situation with Lin Xianshuang had exposed him to his father's ruthless nature, and now, barely days later, another concubine had joined the family, heightening his concern for Song's standing in the household. Eldest young master, second young master. As Chen Tao approached gracefully, she slightly bowed to Shen Yi and Shen Hao in respect. Her poetic demeanor brought an instant sense of ease to those around her. Although Shen Yi did not share a particularly close bond with Chen Tao, as a child raised in a grand family, he understood the importance of etiquette. Even if he harbored no fondness, he would refrain from uttering unkind words. Her speech was imbued with meticulous care for the children. They passed each other in the corridor, each accompanied by their attendants, their garments flowing elegantly, akin to a scroll of ancient artistry unfurling slowly. Upon returning to Jingfeng Courtyard, Shen Yi carefully placed Shen Jingqing in the cool inner chamber, ensuring she would not be affected by the heat. Once everything was settled, he turned to Shen Hao and inquired, "Is Chen Xianyang usually very respectful towards mother?" This question pertained to Song's status and dignity within the household, and Shen Yi was particularly concerned. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt slightly reassured, thinking that Chen Tao was far superior to the eccentric Lin Xianshuang. "Brother." She was called here by mother, Shen Jingqing conveyed with her bright, sparkling eyes, gesturing animatedly. Shen Yi was taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. He retorted, "What?" Shen Hao also looked confused, evidently unaware of any such communication. The two exchanged bewildered glances, both in a state of perplexity. Shen Yi lightly shook his head, concealing his thoughts. "It's nothing." Shen Hao scratched his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Shen Jingqing observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, having realized that her silent thoughts could be heard by certain individuals, but this ability was limited to topics concerning Song. Shen Yi and Shen Hao remained unaware that they could receive her whispered thoughts. "How has Lin Xianyang been causing trouble again lately?" Shen Yi asked with a furrowed brow, The mere mention of Lin Xianshuang pricked at his heart. Upon hearing the question, Shen Hao grinned mischievously, with Chen Xiaonyang around. That Lin has no time to stir up trouble. Upon hearing this, a hint of mischief cast a shadow over Shen Yi's handsome face, startling Shen Jingqing, who thought, "Is my brother turning bad?" Shen Yi's gaze inadvertently drifted to the window, landing in the direction of Baihua Courtyard. He pondered, Chen Tao must have just come from there, right? As expected, at that very moment, Chen Tao was indeed in Baihua Courtyard. Originally, Song had intended to personally prepare pastries for her son, expressing her maternal love. However, upon entering the small kitchen, she was promptly advised to leave by the stern grandma son, citing various reasons. Just then, Chen Tao arrived gracefully. "Madam," she greeted, maintaining a humble and courteous demeanor before Song, her composure and sense of propriety impeccable at all times. In stark contrast to the beguiling Lin Xianshuang from Lihua Courtyard, Chen Tao epitomized the ideal of a virtuous woman. Her movements were poised, her temperament gentle, tranquil and profound like an autumn lake, bringing a sense of comfort and ease as the autumn breeze passed through. "Oh dear, it's so hot. Why have you come again?" Sister Song sat comfortably in the cool room, observing Chen Tao outside, who was sweating profusely yet moving with a lightness in her steps. Unable to suppress her concern, she inquired. In fact, days prior, Sister Song had expressed her sympathy for Chen Tao, advising her that there was no need to come and pay her respects daily in such sweltering weather. This morning, Chen Tao had followed her advice, only bowing respectfully from outside the courtyard without stepping into the stifling living room before departing. Upon entering the room, her gaze swept across a group of maidservants. Sister Song, understanding the unspoken, slightly nodded to indicate to Hong Yun to pour Chen Tao a cup of cool tea, while she quietly ushered the other maidservants out, granting the two of them the space for a private conversation. Once the room settled into silence, Chen Tao lowered her voice, tinged with concern. "Madam, I feel something is amiss over at the Pear Blossom Courtyard." Sister Song regarded her eyes seemingly encouraging her to voice her apprehensions. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Chen Tao continued. "Ever since Miss Shuang suddenly fell ill during the night, the master has not returned to stay with me." Her words were straightforward, devoid of concealment. Chen Tao, a girl once struggling in the brothels, had been rescued by Sister Song's elder brother with great expense and brought to the capital to become a concubine in the Shen household. She was acutely aware that she was a pawn in Sister Song's scheme against Lin Xianshuang, yet she bore no resentment. After all, compared to the fleeting glamour and bitterness of the brothel, being able to accompany the elegant Lord Shen was an immense stroke of fortune for her. Furthermore, Sister Song had promised that should she succeed in toppling Lin Xianshuang, whether Chen Tao chose to leave or stay, she would receive a substantial fortune to ensure her future comfort. Chen Tao gently shook her head, her expression one of confusion. "I truly do not know." In terms of beauty, Chen Tao undoubtedly surpassed Lin Xianshuang. In talent, she could hold her own. More importantly, having learned to captivate men's hearts in the world of pleasure, she knew how to make them infatuated with her. Hence, how could Lord Shen, in a mere moment, shift from ardor to indifference towards her? There must be something amiss. She keenly observed that Lord Shen's attention and affection towards Lin Xianshuang had recently reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 48. The open abandonment of a wife during his days off. He hardly strayed from the Pear Blossom Courtyard, where the garden was in full bloom, picturesque and poetic, seemingly becoming the anchor of his emotions. These subtle changes stemmed from Lin Xianshuang's mysterious pilgrimage to the Qingxin Temple. Contemplating this, Sister Song furrowed her brow, a wave of unarticulated anxiety rising within her. She had sent someone to discreetly investigate the seemingly ordinary temple, yet regardless of how many spies she deployed, they unearthed no clues. Clearly, the Taoist hidden within Qingxin Temple possessed profound skills and operated with an elusiveness beyond ordinary comprehension. Lin Xianshuang had evidently acquired some mysterious technique from him, capable of rendering Lord Shen utterly infatuated in a short span, even leading him to abandon his ambitions to revive the family, with eyes only for Lin Xianshuang, as if ensnared by some enchanting sorcery. Alone in her chamber, Sister Song sat in deep contemplation, her mind entwined around two enigmas that demanded unraveling: the elusive Taoist of Qingxin Temple and her brother, whose identity remained a mystery. They were like shadows in the mist, always out of reach of the truth. With no other recourse, Sister Song could only sigh softly, allowing her melancholy to silently permeate the tranquil air. As nightfall descended, Sister Song summoned her personal maid, Hong Yun, and hastily penned a secret letter to her elder brother far away in Jiangnan, detailing the recent anomalies within the family and earnestly requesting his assistance in the investigation. After sealing the envelope, she solemnly entrusted it to Hong Yun, urging her to deliver it to the Song family at once. Hoping to leverage the family as strength to unveil the heavy mists cloaking the Shen household. That evening, Lord Shen returned as expected, heading straight to the Pear Blossom courtyard. At that time, Lin Xianshuang had just finished bathing, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, clad in a lavender nightgown. Cradling the obedient Shen Shuang in her arms while softly humming a lullaby, the scene warm and serene. Due to Lord Shen's consecutive nights spent there, the furnishings in Lin Xianshuang's quarters had significantly improved. Shen Shuang's wet nurse, cautious and attentive, ensured the little princess's rosy complexion and fair skin hinted at her future beauty. With a smile, Lin Xianshuang handed Shen Shuang to Lord Shen and gently remarked, "My lord, does Shuang not resemble you more and more? I recall the Taoist once said she is destined for nobility. At the time, I dismissed it as mere jest. But now, it seems she may indeed possess extraordinary fortunes." After saying this, she leaned closer to Lord Shen's ear and whispered a few words. Yet beneath this facade of harmony, an undercurrent of fate, power, and love was surging quietly. At this moment, Lord Shen held his beautiful wife, Lin Xianshuang, tightly, while she embraced their adorable daughter, Shen Shuang. The three of them were closely intertwined, savoring this tranquil and sweet twilight hour. However, an abrupt sound of hurried footsteps from outside shattered this harmonious atmosphere. A young servant rushed in, panic-stricken, disrupting the serenity. What has caused such alarm? Lord Shen, momentarily disrupted, frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze to the dimming sky outside, unease stirring within him. Despite his reluctance to leave his wife and daughter, he had to set aside the warmth of their embrace and hastily proceed to the flower hall. Inside the flower hall, Shen Yi covered her face with her hands, crying uncontrollably, her tears falling like unstrung pearls, soaking her attire. Beside her, Gao Wei, the usually genteel young man, sat in silence, his expression grim and lips tightly sealed, resembling a silent statue. When he saw Lord Shen enter, Gao Wei immediately rose and respectfully saluted Lord Shen. Hearing this unfamiliar and distant address, Lord Shen's heart sank. He recognized Gao Wei as sincere, who typically referred to him as elder brother. The change in address signified something significant. Suppressing his confusion, he inquired with concern, "Away. Yu Zhu, what is the matter?" Without waiting for a response, Gao Wei turned to leave. Shocked, Lord Shen swiftly stepped forward, gripping Gao Wei's arm with a force that seemed to channel all his confusion and anger. "Away? What do you mean by that?" Lord Shen's eyes brimmed with astonishment and discontent. Though both families were once noble, Shen Yi's marriage to the Gao family was already an elevation. He understood his sister's proud nature, yet also knew the Gao family had treated her with considerable leniency. Gao Wei, typically at a loss for words, now had red-rimmed eyes. His throat choked with emotion. He attempted to speak several times, but was unable to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 49. A couple at odds. Gao Wei, you heartless scoundrel. How dare you divorce me? I shall fight you to the end. Shen Yi cried out in a shrill voice, seemingly deranged, her 2-inch-long nails clawing at Gao Wei's face like a cat's paw. As a martial general, Gao Wei was nimble and managed to evade the strike by tilting his head, yet Shen Yi's nails did not miss completely, grazing his cheek and embedding into the skin of his neck. Gao Wei instantly felt a sharp pain, his hand brushing against the wound, which was now stained with blood. You shameless harpy! Gao Wei could no longer contain his fury, trembling with rage, as he raised his hand to retaliate against Shen Yi. Startled, She hadn't anticipated that her clawing would draw blood from her husband. Yet, seeing Gao Wei's face contorted with anger and his hand raised high, fear gripped her heart. Though she defiantly glared back at him, her eyes a tumultuous blend of terror, anger, and defiance. They were once an enviable couple, with Gao Wei always tenderly caring for Shen Yi, obeying her every wish. Their mutual understanding and harmony had become a cherished tale among friends and family. Even when disagreements arose, they resolved them calmly, without ever having a fierce argument. However, now, facing the man who once vowed to share his life with her, Shen Yi was taken aback to see an unprecedented fury flashing in his eyes, even threatening to physically reprimand her. A tumult of emotions surged within her, a wave of sadness and injustice crashing over her heart. Unable to contain her inner turmoil any longer, she dashed towards Gao Wei's broad, solid chest. Tears flowing like a torrent, her voice trembling as she cried out, "How dare you strike me? Do you have the courage? If you dare, go ahead and try." Gao Wei was caught off guard by her sudden assault, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his footing. He let out a muffled groan, his chest heaving as if a fire were raging within him, his vision blurring. Though rage burned fiercely inside him, reason dictated that he could not lay a hand on Shen Yi. Even at this moment, when she seemed almost deranged and had deeply violated his boundaries and dignity, he clung steadfastly to his principle of never raising his hand against a woman. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress his anger and quietly pushed Shen Yi away. The hands that once brimmed with warmth now felt cold and resolute. He did not cast her another glance, turning instead to leave with heavy strides, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary and resolute in the candlelight. Seeing this, Shen Yi felt her heart wrench in agony, all her pride and dignity evaporating in an instant. She disregarded everything, letting out a desperate scream, throwing herself to the ground and clinging tightly to Gao Wei's leg, pleading with all her might, "You cannot leave. You cannot abandon me like this." Witnessing the intense conflict between the couple, Shen Jingqing felt a splitting headache. Unable to comprehend how two people who had once been so loving and harmonious could suddenly become so hostile, even resorting to public displays of outrage. The fury within him could no longer be contained. He seized a delicate teacup from the coffee table and hurled it to the ground. The shattering sound of porcelain echoed through the flower hall, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Both Gao Wei and Shen Yi stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sudden outburst. "Shen Yi," Shen Jing's voice rang out, sharp and thunderous, demanding her to rise. "If you have something to say it properly. Do not act like a street harpy. You are a lady of noble birth, now the young mistress of the cavalry general's residence. How can you behave so disgracefully and lose all face?" Shen Jingqing had already deduced that this uproar must stem from something Shen Yi had done within the Gao family. Otherwise, with Gao Wei's temperament, he would not have easily uttered the words of separation. He decided to sternly admonish his sister while also reminding everyone present that Shen Yi was not an ordinary woman, and her status was not something the Gao family could easily cast aside. Awakened by her brother's reprimand, Shen Yi froze for a few seconds before her control slipped, and she burst into heartbreaking sobs, her cries filled with despair, akin to a wounded creature lamenting helplessly in the dark. Shen Jing's gaze shifted to Gao Wei, who stood in the center of the flower hall, his face ashen. He spoke in a low voice, "Wei, sit down. Tell me, what grave error has Yi committed that has led to such a scene? If she has indeed erred, as her elder brother, I will discipline her properly. However, can the word separation be so casually uttered?" Gao Wei's expression was as cold as frost, his tightly pressed lips revealing an unyielding distance and indifference. He did not sit down, instead. He coldly recounted Shen Yi's recent actions, each word piercing the hearts of everyone present like a sharp ice pick. Outside the hall, Songshi stood quietly beneath the shade of a tree, intently listening to the commotion within, her face a tapestry of worry, confusion, and helplessness. The unfolding family turmoil gripped her heart, preventing her from remaining a mere bystander. She was tightly embraced by Songshi, her eyes reflecting shock and confusion. Songshi was equally perplexed by the situation, gently patting Shen Jingqing's back, softly agreeing. If Shen Yi truly went to apologize sincerely, Surely the reasonable members of the Gao family would not cling to her mistakes. Both mother and daughter were filled with questions, but could not fathom the truth of the matter. Inside, Shen Zhen's voice urged Gao Wei, "Away, you know Yuezhu's temperament. She has been spoiled by us since childhood, often speaking without thinking. If she has erred, you may reprimand her, but between husband and wife. Must you speak of such a sorrowful matter as separation?" His words were imbued with the deep concern of an elder regarding the marital state of a younger generation. However, Gao Wei had reached his limit, pointing a finger at Shen Yuezhu, his face contorted with grief and anger. "Master Shen, she indeed kowtowed to my father to apologize. Yet the issue lies in the fact that my cousin and I merely exchanged a few words, and she spoke harshly to my cousin, causing her great distress, even nearly leading her to harm herself in a bid to prove her innocence." His voice trembled with fury, revealing the extreme pain within. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuezhu's neck stiffened, her eyes instantly reddening, feeling a sense of injustice as if tears would soon overflow. "I went to apologize. Isn't that enough?" Though her voice quivered, it still held a trace of stubbornness. Gao Wei's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly, clearly unable to suppress his inner wrath. The thought of his lonely aunt, who had sought refuge with relatives only to be humiliated by Shen Yuezhu, felt utterly intolerable. Her apology not only failed to quell the situation but instead made my aunt faint with anger, he ground out through clenched teeth, each word dripping with disdain for Shen Yuezhu's actions. Shen Zhen let out a gentle sigh, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He stepped forward, grasping Gao Wei's hand earnestly. "Away, this situation is indeed Yuezhu's fault. Please calm down and let us sit and discuss this properly." After a brief silence, Shen Jin summoned his courage and tentatively asked, "Away, do you harbor special feelings for that cousin of yours?" Upon hearing this, Gao Wei's anger surged even further, nearly spitting his words out. "Master Shen, do you know? My cousin is only 11 years old." At this moment, his fury had reached its zenith, and his words were laced with profound dissatisfaction regarding Shen Yuezhu's absurd behavior. Shen Jingqing, listening nearby, was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Heavens! What has come over Shen Yuezhu? Has she lost her senses completely? Confusion and horror filled her heart as this sudden familial tempest plunged everyone into a state of bewilderment and helplessness. Initially, when Shen Yuezhu mentioned Gao Wei's cousin, both Song Shi and Shen Jingqing had harbored some doubts. Although the Gao family's past glory had faded, the cavalry general's residence remained grand and imposing, its scale impressive. Yet, fate had conspired to bring these two cousins together, leading to an enthusiastic conversation. It was understandable that Shen Yuezhu could misinterpret this chance encounter. However, what left everyone speechless was the fact that the cousin was merely an innocent child, still in the bloom of youth at the tender age of 11. Shen Yuezhu's jealousy flared, and even Shen Zhen, who had always doted on her, felt that his sister's actions were nothing short of absurd and unreasonable. Outside, Shen Jingqing's eyes were nearly popping out of her head, her face a mask of shock, while Song Shi wore a countenance of helplessness, rendered speechless. Shen Zhen's face flushed crimson with indignation, his gaze fixed on Shen Yuezhu with a fiery intensity, his teeth clenched as he sternly questioned, "Have you lost your mind?" Outside, Shen Jingqing's curiosity was piqued by those words. Shortly thereafter, a sharp slap resonated from within, followed by Shen Yuezhu's heart-wrenching cries. Evidently, Shen Yuezhu's cheek had been subjected to a harsh slap. The perpetrator could only be Shen Zhen. Upon witnessing this, Song hastily embraced her daughter and sought refuge within the dense shadows of the trees to avoid any repercussions. Shen Jingqing curled her lip, inwardly muttering, "Is this scoundrel father trying to feign a tragic act?" Shen Yuezhu's ignorance had pushed the genteel Gao family to the brink of endurance, compelling them to propose a separation. Regardless of the context, Shen Yuezhu could neither justify her actions nor find any rationale. Should the situation escalate and the separation fail, the Gao family might resort to outright divorce. Consequently, Shen Yuezhu's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the Yongding Marquisate would bear the shame, as society would perceive it as a household capable of provoking its patriarch to faint, highlighting the deplorable state of its upbringing. Shen Zhen was no fool. He would never stand idly by while his sister faced abandonment. Confronted with such an adverse scenario, he resorted to the stratagem of feigned injury, striving to turn the tide. Song's lips curled slightly as she concealed herself in the twilight shadows of the trees. Although her features were obscured by the gloom, Shen Jingqing's intuition suggested that her mother was quietly mocking the scene. Indeed, thunderous roars of anger soon erupted from the flower hall, intertwined with Shen Yi's heart-wrenching sobs. Shen Jun unleashed a torrent of invective upon Shen Yi, showing no mercy, resolutely denying Gao Wei any opportunity to broach the topic of separation. In a fit of rage, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Shen Yi's chest, who lay incapacitated on the ground. The force of the blow was such that she was unable to emit a cry of pain, merely letting out a muffled groan. Subsequently, a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her chin, starkly illustrating the coldness and cruelty of this familial conflict. Observing this from the sidelines, Gao Wei's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of sympathy. This subtle emotional shift resembled the flickering flame of a candle swaying in the cold winter night, struggling yet resilient in its illumination. His gaze pierced through the veneer of indifference, revealing his helplessness and heartache towards the unfolding farce. Shen Jun's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, keenly detecting Gao Wei's fleeting sign of softening. He immediately recognized this pivotal moment to alter the course of events and seized the opportunity without hesitation. Pointing at the stunned Shen Yi, whose pallor and vacant eyes suggested her very soul had been extracted, Shen Jun feigned indignation, hesitating as if the gravity of the situation rendered him speechless. Finally, he stomped his foot and turned to Gao Wei, performing a solemn bow.
Away.
This entire debacle was instigated by Yu. She has offended our esteemed connection and caused distress to the young ladies of our household. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit to extend our apologies and demonstrate our sincerity. Shen Jun's tone was earnest and resolute, echoing like an oath. Yet his voice softened, imbued with deep entreaty. As spouses, we share a bond that transcends a mere day. Away, we both understand how challenging life can be for women. Should we truly reach the point of divorce, how would Yu manage? What would become of our Mingzhu? He adeptly played the emotional card of Wang Mingzhu, and indeed, Gao Wei's previously taut expression began to ease, the anger between his brows seemingly dissipating under the warmth of this familial connection. Seizing the moment, Shen Jun pressed on. Away. Yu has indeed erred. As her husband, it is only right for you to discipline her, and we at the Yongding Marquis will harbor no objections. However, her actions have spiraled out of control this time. Should you wish for her to contemplate in the Buddhist hall or retreat to the countryside for reflection, we shall fully respect your decision. Yet, I implore you, for the sake of the children and the profound ties between our families over the years, do not hastily choose the path of divorce. This scoundrel father's eloquence is truly remarkable, Shen Jingqing silently praised from outside, astonished by his words. This discourse was not only in accordance with social etiquette but also rich in philosophy. Cleverly tugging at the softest corners of Gao Wei's heart through the bonds of kinship and the affection shared between spouses over the years. It appears that the harpy may not face abandonment after all. Clearly, Gao Wei, who had just been seething with rage and determined to punish Shen Yi, began to waver under Shen Jun's verbal onslaught. This silence heralded the potential salvation of Shen Yi's marriage. Who would have thought that this scoundrel father possessed such silver-tongued prowess? Song's eyes shimmered with newfound understanding of Shen Jun's oratory skills and cunning. For nearly a decade, Shen Jun had skillfully manipulated her, allowing her to remain ensconced in the illusion of marital harmony through his exceptional social acumen and hidden machinations. Since the birth of her daughter, Song had gradually discerned Shen Jun's true character, realizing that what she had once perceived as foolish impulsiveness might merely be a transient turmoil following the exposure of his thwarted schemes. It now appeared that Shen Jun was still a master of concealment and disguise. Alarm bells rang within Song's mind, intensifying her vigilance toward Shen Jun. He was certainly no naive puppet, easily swayed. Beneath his exterior lay intelligence and strategy, coupled with a shocking capacity for restraint and ruthlessness. At this moment he understood that, in the face of the impending situation, he must tread carefully and proceed with utmost caution. Time seemed to stagnate within the flower hall. The sound of Shen Yi's suppressed sobs slicing through the air like a sharp blade rendering each second painfully prolonged. After what felt like the burning of a stick of incense, this oppressive silence was finally shattered. Gao Wei, that steadfast and formidable figure, slowly spoke. His voice calm, yet imbued with unshakable resolve. Upon finishing, his tall and imposing silhouette steadily exited the flower hall, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. Shen Jingqing, instead of impeding his departure, chose to accompany him, personally escorting Gao Wei to the entrance of the Marquis. His figure was solemn and resolute, as if silently announcing a decision. Seeing this, Song discreetly retreated into the depths of the thicket to avoid detection by Shen Jingqing. Once the two figures faded from view, her gaze shifted towards the intricately carved wooden door of the flower hall, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions before she resolutely stepped inside. Within the flower hall, Shen Yi remained in her previous position, seated alone upon the cold tiled floor, her head bowed as she silently wiped away the tears that flowed. At this moment, she had lost the usual brightness and beauty, replaced by a visage of desolation and pity. A vivid handprint marred one side of her face, swollen and alarming. A thin line of blood stood out starkly against her pallid skin, remnants of the recent violent clash. Her eyes were red and puffy from weeping, tears cascading down like beads from a broken string, revealing her profound agony and helplessness. "Have you come merely to witness my humiliation?" Shen Yi lifted her gaze to meet the striking figure of Song, clad in a flowing aqua garment, her hair styled elegantly, exuding an air of grace. A strong sense of contrast surged within her, prompting an arch of her brow and inquiry. Standing beside her, Shen Jingqing was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Song's intentions or comprehend why she would extend a hand to this callous Shen Yi. As they spoke, Song reached out to Shen Yi, gently urging, "Rise." Despite her confusion, Shen Yi complied, grasping Song's hand for support as she stood. Observing this, Song softly wiped away the traces of tears. Her voice gentle yet firm. "The reputation of the Shen family is intertwined with your identity. Regardless of our past grievances, as the eldest daughter of the Shen family, should you truly pursue a divorce, it would severely tarnish our family's name. I am a member of the Marquis, and for the sake of our family's interests, I must consider how to assist you. Can you understand my earnest intentions?" Shen Yi's eyes flickered as she gazed at the seemingly delicate yet resilient woman before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Are you truly so kind-hearted?" A fleeting glimmer of deep resignation crossed Song's eyes as she gently patted Shen Yi's frail shoulder and said earnestly, "Yuezhu, do you understand? Even if it weren't for you, I must consider my daughter." Her words resonated with maternal love and concern, as if she were sketching a blueprint for her child's future. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief surfaced in Shen Yi's previously bewildered gaze. She nodded slightly and murmured, "I knew it, sister-in-law. You always understand the best." Her tone conveyed trust and reliance on Song, as if she had found a guiding light amidst her struggles. Biting her lip, she fought to suppress her sorrow, though her voice was already hoarse with tears as she nearly pleaded, "Sister-in-law, Wei is genuinely angry this time. What should I do?" At that moment, Shen Yi felt as though her heart was a tangled mess. The days of once holding her head high now seemed so fragile in the face of her husband's true fury. She suddenly realized she could not grasp this man's temperament. Chapter 52. Stirring the flames, seeing her distress, Song immediately had someone bring a cup of hot tea, personally delivering it to Shen Yi. The steam rising from the tea seemed imbued with a soothing power. Calmly, she said, "Yuezhu, no matter how wronged you feel, if you do not wish to reach the point of being dismissed, you must learn to endure." Although her words were stern, each was imbued with care and compassion. Shen Yi accepted the teacup, her fingers lightly tracing the rim, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears, yet she stubbornly refrained from letting them fall. Silently, she seemed to convey through her actions that she was willing to try and change. Her words blew through Shen Yi like a spring breeze, bringing warmth and hope. "Really?" Shen Yi's voice was laced with incredulous delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as if grasping at a final lifeline. Song nodded with a smile, affirmatively stating, "Of course. Did you not notice? When he left, He called you big brother, not Master Shen, she murmured to herself. Indeed, he did call big brother before he left. These two words weighed heavily in her heart, signifying a glimmer of hope for their marriage. To be honest, Shen Yuezhu did not harbor deep emotional ties to her husband, Gao Wei. She had once looked down upon him for his humble family background, having grown up amidst the praises of the matriarch, believing her beauty and lineage would suffice to marry into a royal household. However, fate played its tricks. When Shen Yuezhu reached the age for marriage, the Yongding Marquis was in decline. Unable to ascend to the higher echelons of society, she ultimately wed Gao Wei, the second son of a similarly fallen military family. Yet, Gao Wei was tall, handsome, and possessed a loyal and honest character, treating Shen Yuezhu with utmost care. There were no concubines before or after their marriage, and their home remained free of turmoil. Such a life had brought Shen Yuezhu considerable comfort and satisfaction. She did not fear the repercussions of a divorce on her family, but dreaded becoming the subject of ridicule and mockery for countless others. At that moment, after absorbing Song's profound yet straightforward analysis and heartfelt counsel, Shen Yuezhu felt as if she had captured a sliver of light in the pitch-black night. She could not help but smile, even though to Shen Jingqing, this smile appeared more grotesque than a painful cry. Behind that smile lay her yearning for the future and a steadfast resolve. Shen Jingqing, at present, could scarcely bear to cast a glance at this so-called distant cousin. Shen Yuezhu. One side of her face was swollen, as though it had been viciously pinched, contorted and conspicuous. The once vibrant eyes were now reduced to two swollen slits, tears and mucus smearing her pale cheeks in disarray. The charm that had once captivated many was now utterly extinguished, replaced by a disheveled and tragic visage. Song remained oblivious to Shen Yuezhu's awkward predicament, maintaining her composure and rationality as she continued to offer advice. The crux is that as long as your husband still harbors feelings for you, your in-laws will naturally relent. Although you are viewed as an unwelcome daughter-in-law, he remains their son, and familial bonds run deep. What parents would wish to see their child unable to accommodate anyone but you? Eventually they would yield. Shen Yuezhu nervously clutched the hem of her garment, wrinkling the luxurious fabric, her face betraying hesitation as she faltered. But they say a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. I fear this matter has left an insurmountable barrier in his heart. Shen Jingqing sighed inwardly, yearning to peer into Shen Yuezhu's mind and discern the peculiar reasoning within. To have nearly driven her own father to the brink of collapse and still expect unwavering devotion from him was utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Song's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light, as if her words concealed a deeper meaning. Shen Jingqing, keenly perceptive, narrowed her eyes, contemplating the potential implications of her mother's statements. Song's beautiful visage momentarily clouded with a faint sorrow, reminiscent of memories long past. You and I are not the same. Your father-in-law's heart does not dwell with me. But your husband remains unwaveringly devoted to you. After hearing this, Shen Yuezhu instinctively smiled in agreement and nodded gently. Indeed, that is true. Song then suggested, I have heard of a Taoist temple in the capital called Qingxin Temple, reputed to be quite effective in blessing marriages. Once the storm has passed, you could go there to light incense and pray for the longevity of your bond. Shen Jingqing's heart jolted at the thought. Could it be that mother intends to use Shen Yuezhu to expose the true nature of the priests at Qingxin Temple? As Song stood to leave, she seemed to murmur softly, It is fortunate I did not heed the matriarch's words about having Lin Xianshuang move into Handan Tower. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuezhu's anger flared, nearly overwhelming her. Handan Tower was her boudoir before marriage. Although not as luxurious as Baihua Courtyard, it was spacious and elegant.
Now,
her mother intended to bestow this place upon Lin Xianshuang, that lowly concubine? It was utterly outrageous. Shen Yuezhu understood that although her mother loved her, her character was weak and easily swayed by others. The turmoil surrounding Handan Tower was undoubtedly instigated by Lin Xianshuang, perhaps with the manipulative elder brother Shen Zhen also fanning the flames. Recalling the merciless slap from Shen Zhen, the vicious kick, and his utter disregard for familial ties, Shen Yuezhu's heart swelled with fury. She touched her still painful cheek, her eyes flashing with cold resentment. Chapter 53. Forcing the Gao family to accept what you think you are, to address me so casually? she questioned sharply, her tone laced with disdain for Lin Xianshuang's status. Shen Yi straightened her back, declaring haughtily, I am the rightful mistress of the Marquis, and I have yet to voice any complaints about your existence. Yet you, a mere concubine, dare to advise my brother to send me to that desolate Jingqing monastery? How audacious! You who revel in the life of a nun, why not become one yourself instead of plotting against me? Shen Yi's words were incisive, each one like a dagger piercing Lin Xianshuang's heart. Scanning the room, her gaze fell upon a pair of floral scissors on the table. Like a hawk spotting its prey, she dashed forward, seizing the scissors and turning to charge at Lin Xianshuang. You claim to desire the life of a nun? Allow me to fulfill that wish for you. Shen Yi cried out in fury, the glint of the scissors aimed directly at Lin Xianshuang's carefully arranged hair. Lin Xianshuang had never encountered such a scene, and was utterly terrified, her screams piercing the night sky as she flitted about the yard like a headless fly in a state of panic. Simultaneously, Shen Shuangshuang, awakened by the abrupt chaos from her bed, added her tender cries to the cacophony of Lin Xianshuang's screams and the startled exclamations of the maids, plunging the once tranquil pear-blossom courtyard into disarray. Outside the courtyard, Shen Jingqing and Shen Hao were rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. Shen Jingqing mused to herself, this aunt truly possesses remarkable daring, provoking Shen Yi to such a furious state. Shen Hao, on the other hand, watched the commotion with keen interest, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let it escalate. The more intense, the better. This is far more captivating than any performance on stage. However, just as Shen Hao was engrossed in the drama, he felt a sudden pain on his head. With an exclamation, he turned to see Shen Yi standing behind him, his expression far from amiable. Shen Yi had intended to take advantage of the palace school break to bond with his younger siblings, only to find them engrossed in this farcical display. He shook his head in resignation, bending down to scoop up Shen Jingqing, who had extended her small hands, seeking a hug, thinking, these two little rascals are both a source of headache and endearment. Shen Jingqing's heart tightened as she fleetingly glanced at Shen Yi, her eyes darting away like a caught little fox. She feigned innocence, revealing her still-developing teeth in an unguarded smile while extending her chubby hands, attempting to divert Shen Yi's attention from Shen Hao's lack of diligence in his training. After all, it was she who had secretly encouraged Shen Hao to abandon his practice and join her to witness the intrigues of the household. Seeing Shen Jingqing's cunning yet innocent demeanor, Shen Yi felt a mix of exasperation and tenderness. His typically gentle countenance bore a hint of seriousness, yet his kind eyes shimmered with affection. He had intended to free a hand to gently twist Shen Hao's ear as a warning, but was taken aback by how rapidly Shen Jingqing had grown, now adorably plump, resembling a porcelain doll. When he scooped her into his arms, her delightful weight compelled him to hold her securely with both arms, lest she slip from his grasp like a cotton candy. Shen Hao, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, mimicked Shen Jingqing's actions, extending his hands and sweetly pleading, Big brother, hold me for a moment. However, his playful antics did not elicit the desired response. Instead, they earned him a light kick from Shen Yi. Caught off guard, Shen Hao sprang into the air with a yelp. Realizing they were in Pear Blossom Courtyard and should not disturb others, he quickly covered his mouth, though a cheeky smile lingered on his face. At that moment, Song Shi was absent from the garden, having been summoned by the matriarch to Shoan Hall to discuss a pressing matter. Though the matriarch's tone suggested a collaborative discussion, it was in fact a decree. As Shenzhen's mother, her character mirrored her son's, forthright and stubborn. She firmly believed that it was imperative for Song Shi, as a first-rank noblewoman favored by the Empress, to personally intervene, leveraging her elevated status to compel the Gao family to accept Shen Yi. The matriarch asserted with conviction, You are the lady of a marquis's household, a first-rank noblewoman, and the Empress holds you in high regard, often bestowing gifts upon you. If you take the initiative, how could the Gao family dare to refuse you? Upon hearing this, Song Shi could not help but smile wryly, pondering, is my mother-in-law suggesting I use my influence to coerce the Gao family? She was acutely aware of the risks involved and candidly countered, Mother, if we force the Gao family to accept my sister, it may backfire and complicate matters further. It would be wiser to allow my sister to exhibit a pitiful demeanor. perhaps garnering some sympathy and leaving a path for salvaging the marriage. Upon returning to Baihua courtyard, Song Shi's spirits lifted at the sight of her 3 children gathered together, a warm smile naturally gracing her lips. Fortunately, these 3 had been nurtured under her protection since birth, shielded from excessive interference by the matriarch. She recalled how, during Shen Yi's first month, the matriarch had insisted on raising him personally, but Song Shi, knowing her mother-in-law's scatterbrained nature, had resolutely refused, determined to safeguard her children's upbringing. At that time, Shen Jingqing had been diligently playing the role of a model husband, firmly standing by Song Shi's side. However, this stance did not endear him to the matriarch. Rather, it deepened her disdain for Song Shi. "What brings you all together today?" Song Shi gently inquired as she looked at her children. On this sweltering summer day, she had instructed Hong Yun to fetch some refreshing sour plum soup from the cool well water to alleviate the heat. Shen Yi and Shen Hao each took a bowl, savoring the icy, sweet liquid that instantly rejuvenated them. However, Shen Jingqing was not afforded the same luxury, which left her feeling quite displeased, though she masked her dissatisfaction. Chapter 54. Divided affection. Shen Hao eagerly gulped down his soup, the tartness and sweetness invigorating him as he enthusiastically shared the latest happenings from Pear Blossom Courtyard with Song Shi. She listened and shook her head in resignation, reflecting, Shen Yuezhu cannot seem to stay idle, provoking Lin Xianshuang. This spectacle is bound to be entertaining. As for the impending tempest, she remained unfazed, thinking, let them create their ruckus. I have no desire to join the fray. By afternoon, after Shen Yi had been sent to the prince's residence, Mama's son appeared in Baihua courtyard, her face adorned with a hint of schadenfreude. Eager to report the latest developments from Pear Blossom courtyard, our young lady has completely lost her wits. Lin Xianshuang dodged and weaved but ultimately could not escape unscathed, losing a lock of her hair. Upon hearing this, Song Shi sighed softly, realizing that for Mama's son, witnessing Lin Xianshuang's misfortunes had become one of the rare delights in her otherwise mundane life. Shen Jingqing watched with keen interest, secretly speculating, I wonder which side Father Shen Jingqing will take in the conflict between my sister and Lin Xianshuang? However, she would have to wait patiently for the answer, as Shen Jingqing was currently entangled in a predicament of his own. Recently, he had rekindled an old flame with Lin Xianshuang, leading him to neglect his official duties, frequently taking leave, and showing little regard for work. As an official in the Ministry of Works, he was expected to be diligent, yet his personal entanglements had hindered his responsibilities, which was inexcusable. Before long, a vacancy arose in the position of the Minister of Works, and Shen Jingqing saw an opportunity to ascend through his connections with the deputy minister. Although the minister was merely a 5th-rank official, only slightly above his current position as an assistant minister, the power associated with the role far outweighed its rank. Securing the ministerial position would grant him authority over significant affairs, potentially paving the way for future promotions to deputy minister or even higher. Initially, Shen Jingqing had been navigating his life with careful planning, steadily building his path toward success. However, at a critical juncture, he stumbled due to his romantic entanglements, consistently taking leave to pursue dalliances, neglecting his official responsibilities. Consequently, his colleagues grew increasingly discontented with him. Shen Jingqing had gifted an expensive painting to the deputy minister, hoping for a promotion, but the internal pressure within the ministry made it difficult for the deputy minister to openly assist him. Ultimately, the coveted ministerial position was snatched away by someone else. On that sweltering day, when Shen Jingqing received the news, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his heart sinking. Not long after, a loud crash echoed from his study, likely the result of Shen Jingqing venting his pent-up frustration, which had finally erupted in the quiet room. That day, Shen Jingqing resembled a wilted eggplant, his mood plummeting to an all-time low, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse around him. Who would have thought that such a sudden turn of events would shatter a beautiful dream? Shen Jingqing still finds it hard to believe. Lingering long after the end of the workday, contemplating a covert visit to the Minister of Rights in hopes of salvaging the situation. The minister gazes at him with a mixture of pity and reproach, his words laden with sorrow and disappointment over Shen Jingqing's missed opportunity. The painting Shen Jingqing had purchased at great expense, once thought to pave the way for his career, now feels as futile as a stone tossed into the sea. leaving not even a ripple. Shen Zhen's heart is tormented, his tears mingling with blood in a pain that defies description. As night falls and the moon hangs high, the study remains shrouded in darkness, with only Shen Jin sitting alone, lost in thought, his complexion ghostly pale. At this moment, a soft voice from outside the door interrupts. "Master, may I come in?" Shen Jin remains silent, feeling as though he has been forsaken by the world, sitting quietly in the gloom. The door creaks open, and Chen Tao steps in, her long dress brushing against the moonlight. The room is too dark for her to discern the object in her hands. Carefully navigating the shards of porcelain on the floor, she approaches the desk and gently places the item down. Then, drawing a match from her sleeve, she strikes it, igniting the oil lamp in the study. Yet, Shen Jin's mind is far from appreciating these gestures. It is consumed by thoughts of failure and confusion. Chen Tao seems to sense his distress and, without uttering a word, silently moves behind him, her delicate and warm fingers gently massaging his temples. Her voice, gentle as a spring breeze over a lake, conveys concern. "Master, I heard you haven't eaten dinner yet."
How can that be?
"I specially prepared a light and nourishing soup for you to try when your appetite returns." Her fingers glide softly over his forehead, bringing a comforting warmth. This warmth nourishes Shen Jin's parched heart like spring rain, gradually relaxing his taut nerves and slightly dispelling the gloom within. Shen Jin raises his hand to pat Chen Tao's hand gently, his voice hoarse. "Come, sit with me." Chen Tao halts her ministrations and obediently moves to a nearby chair. Just as she is about to sit, Shen Jin suddenly pulls her to him. She gasps softly as her petite form lands on his lap. He holds her slender waist tightly and exhales a long sigh. After a moment of silence, Shen Jin finally opens up about his failed bid for the position of physician, recounting in detail the immense cost he incurred for naught. With Chen Tao as companionship and attentive ear, he finds solace as the pent-up emotions within him begin to release, like a glimmer of light in the night, however faint, yet sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. Chen Tao, her eyes wide with disbelief after hearing Shen Jin's account, asks softly, "Master, is it really worth being so troubled over such a trivial matter?" Chapter 55. Coincidence. Shen Jin's typically stern countenance now appears somewhat dejected. Chen Tao studies him thoughtfully, then gently advises, "In my eyes, you are a remarkable man, capable of anything." Historical figures renowned for their accomplishments all endured countless hardships to achieve their success. Is there ever a path in life that is devoid of obstacles? Her words resonate with deep respect and hope for Shen Jin as she continues. Those who have made their mark in history persevered through adversity, becoming even more formidable. Master, your current demeanor seems unbefitting of your stature and grace. As her words linger in the air, Chen Tao smiles lightly, her laughter reminiscent of spring breezes caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of warmth. She rises gracefully, her alabaster arms encircling Shen Jin's neck, her chin resting gently against his shoulder as she whispers, "A true man should possess ambition and not be hindered by temporary setbacks. Master, you are meant to soar like an eagle in the clouds. How can you let a mere cloud obscure your keen vision?" Shen Jin feels Chen Tao's warm breath against his ear, her faint fragrance acting as a balm to his troubled soul. Yet, rather than invoking romantic thoughts, her words strike him like a lightning bolt, illuminating his foggy mind and igniting his ambitions anew. "You are right." Shen Jin exhales deeply, a resolute glint in his eyes. "I was momentarily blinded by the fog, failing to see the path ahead." Chen Tao nods in satisfaction, lifting the bowl of soup from the table to offer it to him. Her concerned gaze seemingly assuring him that all difficulty shall pass, and she will remain by his side. Gratefully, Shen Jin drinks the soup in one go, warmth spreading from his lips to the depths of his heart. Setting the bowl down, he lifts Chen Tao gently and places her on the desk. The oil lamp flickers in the air, casting a dance of light and shadow across Chen Tao's face, creating a scene that is both poetic and picturesque. Her eyes twinkle with laughter, and the depth of emotion within them resembles the tranquil waters of autumn, stirring a profound response within him. Meanwhile, in the pear-blossom courtyard, Lin Xian Shuang's hair is disheveled, her swollen eyes revealing a night spent in restless anxiety. Anger and unease swirl within her. causing her to shatter a new set of porcelain, as translucent as jade. When the news reaches Songsher, she merely smiles serenely, instructing that another identical set of porcelain be sent to the Pear Blossom Courtyard, as though she had foreseen this outcome. The following morning, sunlight bathes the earth, and Shen Jingqing, invigorated and full of spirit, heads to the government office. After a night of reflection, he resolves to refrain from taking leave lightly and to devote himself entirely to his duties. Strangely, since spending that night with Chun Tao, Shen Jingqing feels as though he has been rejuvenated. The chaos and confusion of before have vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. After Shen Jingqing departs, Chun Tao tidies up the study alone, her movements elegant and composed. Once everything is in order, she steps lightly out of the room, only to encounter Lin Xianshuang, whose expression is dark. Chun Tao slightly bends her knees in greeting, softly saying, "Good day, Sister Liu." Her beauty blooms like spring flowers, radiating confidence and contentment from within, piercing Lin Xianshuang's heart with a pang of envy. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xianshuang's eyes flash with jealousy and resentment as she admonishes, "Do not think that just because you are favored now, you can act with impunity before me. The bond between the master and me is not something you can easily sever. Remember, I, Lin Xianshuang, am the rightful mistress of the Marquis household." Chun Tao's gaze sparkles, a subtle smile gracing her lips, tinged with confusion. "Sister Liu, I truly do not understand your words. We are all concubines of the master. Are we not seeking to win his favor and affection? When it comes to bonds, the master and the legitimate wife are the true married couple, their harmony and mutual respect recognized by the world as a perfect match." She covers her mouth, a soft laugh escaping her lips, though it is as faint as a mosquito's buzz, imbued with endless sorrow and helplessness. Lowering her head, she speaks no more, leaving behind a graceful silhouette that glides away, her slender waist swaying like a willow in the breeze, resembling a solitary dancer in an ink-washed painting, evoking wistful thoughts. Lin Xianshuang glares at Chun Tao's retreating figure, her eyes bloodshot, bound by a surge of intense emotion. After a long while, she bites her lip, a look of determination crossing her face as she resolutely steps into Shen Jingqing's fragrant study. What could possibly drive her to the study? Shen Jingqing's mind is clouded with doubts, her brows furrowed in confusion. Logically, if jealousy or a desire for attention were the motives, Lin Xianshuang would have barged into the study during Shen Jingqing's time with Chun Tao, staging a confrontation filled with jealousy. However, now that Chun Tao has departed, she has only now made her leisurely appearance. What could this action signify? Since that day, Shen Jingqing has been spending every night at Lin Xianshuang's side, his affection for her intensifying with each passing day. Particularly yesterday, after Chun Tao had shared a romantic evening with Shen Jingqing, Lin Xianshuang hurriedly rushed to the study early in the morning, her intentions quite evident. The more Song pondered over this reasoning, the more she found it plausible, unable to suppress her silent approval. Shen Jingqing's sparkling eyes darted around, observing her mother's furrowed brow in contemplation. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden announcement interrupted her. A maid rushed in, breathlessly reporting that the seventh prince was already at the door. Upon hearing this, Song's expression immediately soured. A few days prior, the seventh prince had taken Shen Jingqing to visit Princess Pingning, and they encountered assassins along the way, which had left her anxious about her daughter's safety. How could she allow her to accompany the seventh prince again? Chapter 56. Finally, to meet the elder brother, however, one cannot casually dismiss the dignity of the royal family. Despite her internal reluctance, she could not outright refuse the seventh prince at her doorstep. As she grappled with her thoughts, the seventh prince, with a radiant smile, entered the residence with a light-hearted step. "Madam, I have come to play with Jingqing." His voice was clear and bright, and his expression was that of an innocent child, devoid of any hint of cunning. Shen Jingqing shook her head inwardly, maintaining her composure on the outside. She understood that this seemingly simple prince harbored a depth of scheming that most could not perceive. In response to his facade, Shen Jingqing could only roll her eyes silently. "Keep pretending. When the truth is revealed, who would expect you to possess such guile at such a tender age?" Then, the scheming seventh prince confidently strode into the parlor, waving his hand dismissively to Song, urging her not to stand on ceremony. "Madam, just consider me a junior." Before his words had fully settled, he boldly approached Shen Jingqing, lifting her in a warm embrace. "Come, let us go out to play." Perhaps due to the recent memory of the assassination attempt while escorting Shen Jingqing, the seventh prince felt a twinge of unease in the presence of Shen Jingqing's mother. The dignified song. In his bright eyes, there flickered a moment of hesitation and regret, quickly masked by a warm smile. At that moment, the seventh prince gently cradled the delicate Shen Jingqing as if she were a rare treasure, handing her over to his loyal eunuch. He flashed a smile at Song. A grin as comforting as a spring breeze, yet tinged with a hint of mischief and determination. "Madam Yen, I shall take Jingqing to Uncle Wang's home for some fun." Before he could finish his sentence, the seventh prince decisively turned, leaving no opportunity for Song to refuse or inquire. Song stood rooted in place, watching their departing figures. Rendered speechless. After a moment, she finally reacted, calling out anxiously, "Your Highness, at least take a maid with you." The only response was the increasingly distant, ethereal yet resolute voice of the seventh prince. "No need, Madam Yen. There are plenty of people to attend to us at Aunt Wang's." In the blink of an eye, the two had vanished from sight, leaving Song helplessly shaking her head. Once inside the seventh prince's luxurious and comfortable carriage, Shen Jingqing could not contain her joy. Smiling like a blooming spring flower, the seventh prince, wiping the fine beads of sweat that had formed from running, reproached her lightly, still smiling. "If it weren't for my fear that Madame Yen would dwell on the last incident, I wouldn't have needed to escape so clumsily. The illustrious prince is afraid of my mother." Shen Jingqing marveled inwardly, regarding the seemingly noble yet meticulous seventh prince with newfound respect. "Huh." Shen Jingqing appeared puzzled. She distinctly remembered that on that day, Captain Sun Ting had bravely apprehended the assassin and had gone so far as to dislocate their arms and jaws to prevent self-harm. With such stringent precautions, how had the assassins met their end? "TSK, TSK, TSK. Shen Jingqing exclaimed. "So, the prince himself acted as bait. And not a single one was left alive, nor was any information extracted, and I almost got implicated for no reason?" Faced with Shen Jingqing's incisive questioning, the seventh prince fell silent for a moment, his face flushing slightly. He had to concede that Shen Jingqing had a point. The interrogators had indeed appeared somewhat inept. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about who was behind the assassins. He recalled the inscrutable expression on his father's face when he mentioned the incident. The seventh prince quietly mused. This intricate palace intrigue should be handled by the emperor himself. To shift the topic, the seventh prince feigned a casual tone. "Aunt Wang has missed you dearly. The moment I stepped out of the palace today, intending to visit the Wang residence, she urged me to hurry and bring you along. Look, I barely had time to appreciate the scenery of the Wang residence before I became your personal chauffeur." Though he voiced a hint of complaint, his adoring gaze unmistakably revealed his boundless affection and care for Shen Jingqing. It turned out that the seventh prince's audacious and swift intrusion into the Shen household was bolstered by the support of Princess Qing. Shen Jingqing suddenly realized, her doubts dissipating in an instant. She contemplated that the seventh prince's audacity to visit so soon must have been encouraged by the straightforward and capable Princess Qing. Reflecting on the way the princess cared for her as if she were her own daughter, Shen Jingqing felt warmth envelop her heart, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Furthermore, if they could successfully arrive at the Wang residence, perhaps she might also reunite with her long-lost elder brother, a thought that filled her with eager anticipation. As Shen Jingqing sat in the swaying carriage, cradling her expectations, she gradually drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, she was greeted by the striking yet majestic visage of Princess Qing. The princess's eyes brimmed with kindness and concern, her voice radiating joy. "Ah, the little one has awakened. Are you feeling hungry?" Seeing her in such a state, Princess Qing beamed with delight. "Look at that. Our Jingqing not only understands human speech, but can also express her needs." Shen Jingqing silently protested. "I have always understood, you know." Princess Qing gently pinched Shen Jingqing's little nose and instructed a maid to bring a bowl of warm goat's milk, personally feeding her with a spoon. The seventh prince stood nearby, his gaze tenderly observing the scene, interjecting at the right moment. "Aunt Wang, Jingqing could actually use some fruit as well." Princess Qing, perceiving this as merely a whimsical suggestion from the playful seventh prince, laughed and waved her hand. She is still so young. Her stomach cannot handle that. The seventh prince, however, inadvertently let slip. Last time I gave her half a piece, and she was just fine. Chapter 57. Guessing as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that neither the Empress nor his aunt had informed anyone else about this matter. Princess Qing's eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? When did this happen? Jingqing didn't have an upset stomach, did she? The seventh prince, steeling himself, responded in a manner that suggested he was all in. It was during the last visit to the palace, when Princess Pingning brought her along. She had that fruit at the Empress's place. Shen Jingqing internally scoffed. Keep spinning your tale. You make it sound so genuine. It was apparent that the seventh prince had secretly fed her fruit, yet he spoke as if it had been a royal bestowal from Princess Pingning and the Empress, leaving Shen Jingqing both amused and exasperated. This fellow truly was a hidden lotus flower. The seventh prince, sensing Shen Jingqing's scrutiny, turned his back to Princess Qing and mischievously winked at her, radiating pride. Shen Jingqing, unwilling to back down, bared her teeth at him in protest. She observed quietly, noticing that the seventh prince maintained a deliberate distance and decorum within the palace, every gesture seemingly bound by invisible rules, preventing him from revealing his true self. However, upon crossing the threshold of the Wang residence, his demeanor instantly relaxed, the tension in his brows dissipating, replaced by a sense of ease and freedom. This striking contrast silently reveals the extraordinary intimacy between the seventh prince and the Prince Qing's residence, in stark comparison to the cold world of the palace, where schemes and calculations reign, and everyone wears a mask, speaking cautiously and treading carefully. The Prince Qing's residence feels more like a warm home. At that moment, Shen Jingqing witnessed a remarkable scene. The Princess of Qing unexpectedly seized the seventh prince's ear, sternly questioning him. "Little rascal, whom do you think you are fooling?" Such a familiar, yet slightly reproachful address, uttered by a noble princess towards the esteemed seventh prince, is indeed rare. If the emperor were to discover this, he would likely be both astonished and helpless. Your mother and your aunt are both cautious individuals. How could they secretly allow you, Jingqing, to indulge in fruits? Confess. Was it you who did this in secret? The princess's tone was severe, yet her gaze betrayed a hint of affection. The seventh prince, with his ear firmly pinched, endured the pain, fully aware that resistance would be futile, and could only plead for mercy until the princess was satisfied and his release granted. Despite the reprimand, the seventh prince's smile did not wane. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "Aunt Wang understands me best." His demeanor was both mischievous and charming. He stood obediently to the side, appearing remorseful and punished, in a manner that evoked sympathy. Occasionally, he would steal glances at the princess, his cunning eyes reminiscent of a mischievous child caught in the act, prompting involuntary laughter. Although the princess maintained a stern expression and lectured him, she ultimately found it difficult to suppress her amusement in the face of the seventh prince's endearing antics, her lips curling into a smile before bursting into laughter. She knew well that her other sons were all exemplary, steadfast as rocks, yet this maturity had robbed them of the innocence and vivacity that children should possess. As a mother, she felt both pride in their maturity and a tinge of regret for missing out on the joys of nurturing a spirited child. In contrast, the seventh prince, clever and astute, occasionally playful and mischievous, still managed to greet reprimands with a smile. His candidness and openness tugged at the heartstrings, evoking boundless affection and tolerance from those around him. The princess treated him as her own, nurturing him with tender care, a bond that undeniably infused the Prince Qing's residence with vibrancy and warmth. "You mustn't be so frivolous in the future," she gently admonished, caressing the youthful face of the seventh prince, her words laced with both reproach and concern. Her fingers, as gentle as jade, playfully pinched his chubby cheeks, conveying the delicacy and nurturing nature of maternal love. "Jingqing is still young. She is your sister. As her brother, you should provide her with more care and affection." The princess's words fell upon the hearts of the two children like the warm sun of spring, both comforting and resolute. She turned her gaze to the shy and quiet Shen Jingqing, her eyes brimming with boundless love and expectation. Upon hearing this, The seventh prince immediately understood, nodding in agreement, a gleam of mischief flashing in his lively eyes. He swiftly approached Shen Jingqing, leaning against her like a languorous cat, their heads nearly level as they both tilted to look at the princess, their lips curving into innocent and adorable smiles. This scene resembled a warm and harmonious portrait of siblings, evoking smiles from onlookers. The seventh prince and Shen Jingqing, both royal treasures, possessed striking features and an ethereal grace. Now, sitting side by side, their similar facial contours, poetic brows, and clear, spring-like eyes all showcased the nobility and elegance of royal lineage. Just as their laughter subsided, a steady and powerful footfall resonated from outside the hall. Soon after, a tall and slender man entered, clad in a silver-white dragon robe that accentuated his impressive stature. The intricate cloud patterns adorning his robe meticulously depicted his esteemed identity. Usually, little Shen Jingqing would be cradled by Aunt Hongyun or Mama Sun, wandering through the various corners of the manor, thus she was quite familiar with the maids. At this moment, she instantly deduced the source of the cries. It was Sister Lan from the Pear Blossom Courtyard. Shen Jingqing mused internally. There were two little maids responsible for cleaning in the Pear Blossom Courtyard. One was Sister Minger, arranged by Aunt Hongyun, and the other was this suddenly appearing Sister Lan. Just then, Aunt Hongyu entered the room, her pretty face adorned with a smile of schadenfreude, clearly already aware of the happenings outside. Madam, urgent news from the Pear Blossom Courtyard. The master has suddenly fainted, and the situation is dangerous. We must quickly send someone to summon a physician. A maid rushed in, speaking in a flurry of urgency. Upon hearing this, Madame Song's previously calm demeanor trembled, her fingers lightly brushing against the gold and ruby pendant hanging by her ear, which glimmered coldly in the candlelight, as if foretelling an impending storm. Call the maid who delivered the message. Madame Song's voice was steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Aunt Hongyu received the order and promptly brought a young girl into the parlor. Chapter 58. A clever trickster. Shen Jingqing looked up to see the girl, around 12 or 13 years old, with arched brows and sparkling eyes. Indeed, the clever trickster known as Sister Lan in the manor. How did the master suddenly faint? Shen Jingqing had yet to finish her inquiry when Aunt Hongyun entered, carrying a steaming bowl of Snow Lotus 8 treasure tea. Madame Song accepted it, taking a small, elegant sip. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Lanner as she slowly inquired, "Please elaborate." Lanner lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Just now, the eldest young lady quarreled with Aunt Lin, and the master, upon witnessing this, became extremely agitated, causing his blood pressure to spike, and he fainted. At this point, she seemed hesitant to continue, pausing before summoning the courage to add, in fact, the master had been feeling chest tightness, shortness of breath, and dizziness since last night. But he did not inform anyone. Upon hearing this, Madame Song's expression darkened, the porcelain bowl in her hand crashing onto the table, splashing tea across the smooth Zeton wood surface. Lin Xianshuang. The master is gravely ill, and instead of reporting it promptly for medical attention, she only now chooses to inform me. Madame Song rebuked sharply, her anger palpable. Zhao Si, fetch the post and bring the horse. We must go to the Imperial Medical Academy, at once. Madame Song decisively commanded, rising to personally head to the Pear Blossom Courtyard. Shen Jingqing, sensing the unfolding drama, squealed in excitement, clamoring to join. With no other choice, Madame Song allowed Aunt Hongyun to carry Shen Jingqing, accompanied by a throng of maids and matrons, as they marched towards the Pear Blossom Courtyard in a grand procession. At this moment, in the Pear Blossom Courtyard, Shen Yuezhu had already fled upon witnessing Shen Jin faint from the quarrel between herself and Lin Xianshuang. Lin Xianshuang, neglecting these concerns, hurriedly assisted the unconscious Shen Jun into a rattan chair. Fortunately, Shen Jun regained consciousness after a brief fainting spell. "Master, how are you feeling now?" Lin Xianshuang, tear-streaked and filled with concern, queried. Although she and Shen Shuangshuang relied on Shen Jun for protection within the manor, her genuine worry stemmed from the fact that Shen Jun's health directly impacted their futures. Aware of her lower status, Lin Xianshuang, despite her reluctance, swallowed her grievances, dried her tears, and prepared to pay her respects to Madame Song. However, before her face could reach the ground, she was met with a harsh slap. "Vile woman!" Madame Song scolded, her hand stinging from the force of the blow, clearly having exerted herself too much. Shen Jingqing, eyes wide with disbelief, furiously exclaimed, "Song, how dare you strike her in my presence?" He pointed at Madame Song, his voice trembling, torn between anger for Lin Xianshuang's mistreatment and outrage at Madame Song's tyranny. Shen Jingqing's heart raced. She wriggled free from Aunt Hongyun's warm embrace, peering out. In that moment, her eyes sparkled like a lake illuminated by the morning sun. However, the scene before her stirred her emotions like the turbulent waters of a lake. Is this truly the same irresponsible father, Shen Jingqing, whose handsome visage made it difficult to harbor resentment? Now, he appeared shrouded in an ominous cloud, the elegance and striking charm he once possessed completely vanished. Shen Jingqing's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, as if manipulated by unseen hands. His eyes were askew, his gaze unfocused, and his lips contorted into an unrecognizable grimace. His speech mumbled and indistinct, akin to a stone cast into deep waters, producing only a fragmented and muffled sound, rendering his words unintelligible. Shen Jingqing's gaze gradually descended, resting upon his left hand, which gripped the armrest of the rattan chair with a fierce intensity. This posture, rather than a struggle, resembled a being ensnared by invisible shackles. Filled with helplessness and profound anguish, her eyelids fluttered slightly as she recalled the previous day, when Shen Jingqing had been arrogantly gesturing and speaking disdainfully to Madame Song in the flower-filled Baiwa courtyard. At that moment, despite his loathsome demeanor, he still exhibited a certain detestable arrogance and swagger. Yet, merely a night had passed, and he had transformed into the frail figure before her. Could this be what Mother referred to? This question quietly crept into Shen Jingqing's mind, akin to a seed silently sprouting in moist soil, imbued with confusion, surprise, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. She understood that her mother harbored some deeply concealed secrets, matters capable of upending their world. The drastic change in Shen Jingqing's condition further shrouded this secret in a veil of mystery and urgency. Shen Yi's days at the Prince of Qing's residence were akin to a resplendent pearl, radiating brilliance. His gentle and intelligent nature endeared him to all within the palace, garnering affection and care. The young lords of the Qing family, despite their age difference, treated the 6-year-old Shen Yi with meticulous attention, as if he were their own younger brother. They not only patiently taught him in his studies, but also attended to his daily needs, ensuring that his life in the palace was as warm as the sun of spring. The prince and princess of Qing showered Shen Yi with affection, regarding him as a cherished member of the household, frequently inquiring about his meals and rest, and expressing genuine interest in his growth. Whenever Shen Yi felt slightly unwell or encountered a difficult question in his studies, the royal couple was always the first to appear, offering timely concern and answers. This bond, transcending the typical master-servant relationship, allowed Shen Yi to experience a sense of belonging, filling his heart with gratitude and reverence. Those older than him, including the young lords and the second lord's attendant, were not consumed by jealousy over Shen Yi's favored status. Instead, they were attracted to his refreshing demeanor and willingly cared for him. They treated Shen Yi as a younger brother, eager to share their knowledge and experiences, playing alongside him and allowing him to enjoy a carefree childhood. Their friendship illuminated Shen Yi's path in the Prince of Qing's residence, like stars brightening the night sky. When Shen Jingqing visited the palace, she brought a refreshing breeze into the Prince of Qing's residence, instantly becoming the center of attention. Particularly, the Princess of Qing was enamored with Shen Jingqing, even adopting her as a goddaughter, showering her with unreserved affection. Shen Jingqing resembled a blooming flower bud, surrounded by a cadre of older brothers, basking in the adoration akin to that of a moon embraced by stars. Chapter 59. Profound understanding of duty. Each of them vied to show Shen Jingqing their kindness. Someone would present her with fragrant fruits to smell, another would produce exquisite jade carvings to amuse her, while yet another had specifically brought a lively monkey face mask from the market, personally placing it upon her head, evoking peals of laughter from Shen Jingqing. The entire residence of the Prince of Qing was enveloped in joyous laughter. As a young attendant, Shen Yi was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Despite the temptations of home, he remained steadfast in his duties. This dedication greatly pleased Madame Song, who gently nodded. Retrieving a stack of pristine silver notes from her sleeve and handing them to Shen Yi, advising him to keep them for rewards. Whether in the palace or the academy, he must navigate social interactions, ensuring generosity at appropriate times. Having been born into a prominent family with wealth, Shen Yi had never worried about finances.
Now,
He graciously accepted his mother's kindness, understanding her intention for him to manage interpersonal relationships well and reflect the family's grace. Madame Song watched as the carriage turned the corner and gradually disappeared, letting out a soft sigh before entering the Marquis' residence. Upon returning to her chamber, she found the 8-treasure glazed lamp illuminating the room, brighter than any other part of the estate. Observing Shen Jingqing being attended to by Hongyun and Hongyu as she bathed, her tender, innocent face and joyous smile filled Madame Song with a mix of pride and concern. At such a young age, attracting so much affection and protection from others made Madame Song feel both proud of her daughter's charm and anxious about potential future troubles. "Have you played too hard today, my dear?" Madame Song chided playfully, her eyes brimming with love and anticipation for her daughter. On this warm evening, mother and daughter reveled in familial joy beneath the bright 8-treasure glazed lamp, while Shen Yi continued to weave his enchanting tale as a young attendant in the Prince of Qing's residence. After an entire day of playful adventures amidst the gentle spring breeze and fragrant blossoms, Shen Jingqing's innocent heart was filled to the brim with joy, yet utterly depleted of energy. As night fell, adorned with countless stars, she wearily stepped through the door, akin to a tired bird eagerly seeking a safe nest. Yearning for rest, Madame Song, with a heart full of compassion, gently helped her daughter out of her mud-stained clothes, guiding her into the warm embrace of the bath. With meticulous care, she used fine soapwort and clear warm water to wash away the fatigue and grime of the day. Under her mother's tender care, Shen Jingqing felt all her weariness slowly dissipate with the flowing water, leaving behind only a faint lavender scent wafting through the humid air. After her bath, Madame Song brought forth a steaming bowl of goat's milk, its color pure white like jade, topped with a delicate layer of cream, exuding an enticing aroma. However, Shen Jingqing was utterly exhausted and merely shook her head at the nourishing offering. Like a languid kitten, she tilted her head and soon fell into a deep slumber. Just as Shen Jingqing was blissfully immersed in sweet dreams, a sudden, fierce argument erupted, shattering the tranquility of the night like thunder, piercing her ears. In this Marquis' residence, the only one audacious enough to confront Madame Song was likely her brother, Shen Zhen. A tightening sensation gripped Shen Jingqing's heart, foreseeing that the impending conflict was undoubtedly connected to her. He moved heavily, his expression dark like clouds obscuring the sun, and his usually calm eyes burned with fury. Shen Jingqing seethed inwardly, consumed by anger at Shen Zhen's actions. Shen Yu's, that peculiar woman temporarily away from her in-laws, could be sent to the Quiet Mind Monastery for reflection, but why involve their mother? Why should she bear the blame and idle gossip that were not hers to carry? Shen Jingqing understood that once this matter spread, others might perceive Shen Yi as sincerely repenting at the Quiet Mind Monastery, thereby regaining the Gao family's favor and reconciling with her husband. Meanwhile, Shen Zhen would be lauded as a man of great understanding and magnanimity, while Madame Song would bear the unjust reputation of being unable to accommodate her sister-in-law, deemed narrow-minded. After all, if it were merely for the purpose of chanting scriptures and finding tranquility, surely there must be a peaceful corner within them? Why must a married woman be sent to a temple to be gossiped about? Shen Jingqing's initial fury erupted like a volcano, her delicate face turning crimson as she opened her mouth to speak, only to choke back her words, emitting a few indistinct protests. Yet reason reminded her that, with a brother like Shen Zhen, even if her heart was shattered with anger, she could not sway his decision in the slightest. Thus, Shen Jingqing chose silence, tightly sealing her lips as she listened attentively to her mother's rebuttal. Mother Song sneered coldly, her words laced with sarcasm and resolve. Yuezhu is your own sister. If you wish to send her to the temple for meditation, you may escort her yourself. The Song family shall not bear such infamy. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingqing silently admired her mother's strength and wisdom while simultaneously brimming with concern and anticipation for the unfolding family dispute. Chapter 60. The embarrassment of a scoundrel father, let alone that she hasn't been divorced by the Gao family yet, even if she were truly cast off. I refuse to believe the would star for her absence. To make me the villain, what do you take me for? Mother Song's words rang out with conviction, each syllable piercing Shen Jun's heart like sharp arrows, leaving him momentarily flushed and speechless. Song family, what do you mean by this? Shen Jun's voice bore a trace of evident anger. Since publicly exposing Lin Xianshuang's true identity, he had ceased to call Mother Song by her given name, addressing her with a cold detachment as Song family. In the past, such a change might have caused Mother Song to feel a pang of sadness, but now, she felt an unprecedented sense of liberation and ease, as if this new address were an invisible barrier distancing her from Xinjun, rendering them strangers. Yuezhu is my sister. How could I bear to let her endure the hardships of temple life? Mother Song's gaze was resolute, her voice filled with helplessness and affection.
Today,
I shall personally go to the Gao family to negotiate. They have made it abundantly clear that they intend for Yuezhu to receive a profound lesson. She must remain in the temple for a year of quiet reflection. What can I do? Shen Jun nearly shouted, his tone laden with deep frustration. However, he withheld the complete truth. Although Gao Wei's attitude had softened, the head of the Gao family and the matriarch remained resolute, firmly refusing to allow their noble-born daughter-in-law to step into the Gao household again. Shen Jun exhausted all avenues of negotiation, and the Gao family reluctantly acquiesced, but with two stringent demands. First, Shan Yuezhu must enter the temple and devote herself to scripture for a year, hoping to temper her temperament and attain a peaceful mindset. Second, they required Shen Jun to find a gentle and virtuous concubine for his brother-in-law, Gao Wei. Should Shen Jun refuse these conditions, the Gao family had no intention of making a spectacle of the divorce. A simple divorce decree would suffice, and both families could part ways amicably. In Shen Jun's view, acquiring a concubine for his brother-in-law was not an unacceptable proposition. After all, in this era, it was quite common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Nothing to be alarmed about. Perhaps allowing Yuezhu a period of calm reflection in the temple might do her good. Otherwise, if she were to cause a ruckus again and truly be cast off by the Gao family, how would the save face? Shunjin pondered, albeit feeling conflicted. He understood that for the sake of the family's reputation, he might have to bow his head and yield. I never said she couldn't go. Mother Song replied coolly, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation and mockery. She gracefully extended her fair hand, exuding an air of calm and poise, as if to convey to her husband Xinjun, this is the reality before us, accept it. Her gaze swept over Xinjun's taut face, silently questioning. At such a time, shouldn't you, as her brother, step up to soothe that headstrong sister? Mother Song's smile blossomed quietly, akin to the first peach blossom of spring, radiant under the light. Her exquisite face, reminiscent of jade, shimmered, and the mirth in her eyes rippled like gentle waves, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. She lowered her voice playfully. How about we let the lady from the pear blossom courtyard escort her? The moment those words left her lips, it was as if thunder had struck, shattering the tranquility of the room. Shunjun stiffened at once, surprise flashing across his eyes, followed swiftly by a surge of anger that spread throughout his being. His complexion transformed from ashen to crimson, hot as glowing coals. He gritted his teeth, uttering the name Song, each syllable squeezed out through clenched jaws, laden with fury and warning. You dare to consider the pear blossom courtyard? Yet Mother Song was unfazed by his ire. She merely offered a cold smile, her laughter crisp yet icy as pearls. Standing tall, with a gaze like a hawk, her voice brimmed with indifference and arrogance. What is so special about the pear blossom courtyard? I am the legitimate wife of a trusted confidant of the Empress, with a solid relationship with the princess. My son is a companion to the royal family, and my daughter has been taken in as a foster daughter by the princess and the grand princess. How many people in this hold me in esteem? Every move of the Liu family is reported to me before anyone else. Do I truly need to investigate her personally? At this point, A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Mother Song's lips, her red mouth parting to utter 3 words, each like a sharp blade piercing Shen Jun's heart. She is worthy. Inside the room, Shen Jingqing heard every word clearly, feeling an exhilarating rush as she couldn't help but clap her hands and laugh in admiration of her mother's wit and pride. Shen Jun's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of red and white akin to a vibrant ink-wash painting. He attempted to confront Mother Song with a furious outburst, yet her assertive words left him speechless. Although his anger burned fiercely, he found no outlet for his frustration. In the end, he could only angrily fling his sleeve, a gesture so vigorous it seemed to expel his pent-up rage from the room. Before long, Shen Jingqing heard a familiar sound from within the room, the dull thud of something hitting the floor, followed by a brief silence. Shen Jun, the imposing man usually commanding respect had stumbled twice rendering him a comical sight, a silent yet powerful retort from Mother Song. Finally, he furiously waved his wide sleeves, the force of the motion seeming to cleave the air, then strode out with an air of pride and defiance.
Outside.
The familiar awaited his presence, as if foreseeing the events about to unfold. A muffled sound echoed, akin to a heavy drumbeat against the serene night, as Shen Jun's figure vanished into the depths of the blossoming flowers, falling heavily for the second time in that resplendent garden. This time, his form lost its usual elegance, sprawled ungracefully upon the cold ground, allowing the dirt to stain his luxurious robes, utterly unable to rise unaided. Witnessing this scene, Mother Song felt a twinge of uncontainable delight, yet more so, the instinctual compassion of a woman. She furrowed her brow, ultimately unable to stand by idly. Thus, she decisively commanded others to step forward, carefully assisting Shen Jun from the muck and settling him in a spacious chair. Subsequently, she hurried away, urgently seeking a skilled physician. Upon arrival, the doctor gasped in shock at the sight of Shen Jun's swollen ankle, resembling a pig's trotter, his astonishment evident. Chapter 61. Such an intense reaction at this moment. Shen Jun's complexion had long lost its usual rosy hue, replaced by a pallid shade, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, signifying the excruciating pain he was enduring. Heavens, could this scoundrel truly be destined to linger in the estate? Shen Jingqing felt an inner turmoil as she faced the despicable man whose stunning looks filled her with revulsion. The thought of sharing the same room with him was unbearable, especially now that she and her mother, Song, relied solely on each other. She was determined not to let his presence disrupt their tranquil life. Similarly, Song harbored a strong aversion toward Shen Jun. Confronted by him, she struggled to suppress the nausea churning in her stomach, only managing to hold back the impulse to expel this loathsome man due to his status as a marquis and the good reputation needed for her son to inherit the marquisate. She forced a concerned smile and gently inquired of Shen Jun, "Shall I send for a rattan chair? Would you prefer to continue recuperating in the study, or would you like to rest in the pear blossom pavilion?" Shen Jun, already in a foul mood from his injuries, felt a surge of anger at Song's seemingly considerate suggestion. He mused to himself, whether it be the gentle Spring Tao or the charming Lin Xianshuang, both had showered him with care and affection. Only Song kept her distance, like someone evading a deadly plague. He understood that her disdain stemmed from jealousy towards Lin Xianshuang, but he, as a distinguished marquis, believed it was common for a man of his status to take a concubine without needing anyone's opinion. Thus, he resolved to use this situation to firmly assert his authority within the marquisate, refusing to allow anyone to challenge him. With a face as grim as iron, he replied coldly, "I shall reside here during my recovery." Song did not argue with him. Instead, she calmly summoned the maids Hongyun and Yunxin, issuing a command. "You two, go clean the east wing, replace the bedding with new ones, and then assist the marquis to rest." Just as Shen Jun was about to erupt, Song smiled gently, her tone apologetic. "My daughter is still young and cannot do without me, so we must trouble the marquis to stay in the east wing." This statement struck Shen Jun like a sharp blade, igniting his fury to the point where he could hardly contain it. His voice turned icy as he demanded, "Take me to the pear blossom pavilion." Despite his esteemed status, he found himself unable to rest even in his rightful quarters within the 100 Flowers courtyard. This challenge to his dignity and pride fueled a blazing anger, solidifying his resolve to head to the Pear Blossom Pavilion. Observing his reaction, Song understood his intent and calmly acquiesced, calling for two sturdy, experienced maids. Quickly bring the old lady's soft sedan chair, and ensure it is steady as you escort the Marquis to the Pear Blossom Pavilion. Hunyan, go open my private storeroom and retrieve the long-preserved ginseng soup and the exquisitely crafted purple pearl headdress to deliver to Chen Xianyang. Remember to inform her that the Marquis has shown improvement under her attentive care, and that this ginseng soup, when simmered to porridge, is nourishing for his spirits. Once he is fully recovered, I shall bestow a generous reward. At the mention of ginseng soup, a chill swept through Xinjiang, causing his expression to pale instantly, as if bound by invisible shackles. This subtle change did not escape Song's keen gaze, and with concern, she inquired, Marquis, what troubles you? Is the pain in your foot worsening? In the inner chamber, Shen Jingqing, witnessing the scene, curled her lips into a mocking smile, pondering. This man harbors guilt, and naturally avoids the mention of ginseng soup. He had planned to use it to eliminate his legitimate wife but failed. Now he must dread hearing those words. I wonder if, when faced with the ginseng porridge brewed by Chun Tao, he will panic and shatter the bowl in fear. Since ginseng soup was mentioned, Xinjiang felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, longing to escape the Hundred Flowers courtyard for a moment of peace. Soon, the maids arrived with an ornate soft sedan chair, and Xinjiang, seizing the opportunity, eagerly commanded them to take him to the Pear Blossom Pavilion without delay. Song, maintaining her composure, replied calmly, very well, let him go. However, the maids hesitated and could not resist adding, but, Madam, the items you specially prepared for Chen Xianyang have been taken by concubine Liu. Song paused momentarily, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. From her informants, she had learned that Lin Xianshuang, during her time in Qingping Alley, was always surrounded by maids and dressed in luxurious garments, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. Yet within mere days of entering the estate as a concubine, she had already learned to brazenly intercept others and seize what rightfully belonged to Chun Tao. Clearly, her previous display of aloofness was but a carefully crafted facade. I wonder if Lin Xianshuang will react as strongly to ginseng soup as this scoundrel did? Shen Jingqing mused. Although Xinjiang's actions against the Ji family were unforgivable, it was Lin Xianshuang who truly instigated the chaos. His near collapse at the mere mention of ginseng soup proved this point. At that moment, Shen Jingqing could only speculate on how Lin Xianshuang would feel upon losing the ginseng soup. Would she be as anxious as Xinjiang or harbor ulterior motives? Chapter 62. The Fool in the Pear Blossom Pavilion. The maid Chunhong carefully accepted the two exquisite brocade boxes from the matron, placing them reverently before Lin Xianshuang. Lin Xianshuang first opened the jewelry box adorned with golden edges and intricate floral patterns, revealing a dazzling set of purple pearl headdresses nestled within, radiating a brilliant luster. Though the pearls were not large, their rare, delicate purple hue resembled a dreamlike star hidden deep in the ocean, quietly emanating a mysterious and noble glow from the exquisite box. The sheen was as gentle as jade, seemingly polished by time. Not glaring but shimmering beautifully under the flickering candlelight, each glimmering halo seeming to hold countless untold stories. Lin Xianshuang was no stranger to fine treasures. She had encountered many rare gems, yet the unique color and exquisite texture of this headdress stirred her heart, filling her with genuine joy. She carefully closed the box, lingering her gaze on the purple pearls for a moment before slowly handing it to her maid Chunhong, softly instructing, "Put it away in the purple sandalwood cabinet in my room." Chunhong complied, her eyes reflecting awe and reverence for the rare treasure. Not pausing there, Lin Xianshuang turned her attention to another box on the table. This box, ancient and elegant, exuded a tranquil aura, as if it concealed a secret buried by history. She cradled the box in her hands and gently lifted the lid, but in that instant, her hand trembled, causing the box to slip from her grasp and crash to the ground. The contents scattered upon impact, revealing several bowls of neatly arranged ginseng soup. "What is this?" Lin Xianshuang gasped, her voice filled with shock and fear. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the crimson, translucent ginseng soup. as if it were a bizarre object from another world. Shen Jingqing approached, noticing the spilled ginseng soup, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "Have you never seen ginseng before?" His tone bore a hint of incredulity, clearly perplexed by Lin Xianshuang's reaction. "It's ginseng soup. Ginseng soup." Lin Xianshuang's voice grew frantic, her excitement rising as she pointed at the scattered bowls, her eyes flashing with fear and anger. "Why did Ji send you this? Has she discovered something?" As she spoke, her heart raced as if she could hear the pounding of her own blood. As Shen Jingqing listened intently, he cast a vigilant glance at the two maids and the wet nurse cradling Shen Shuangshuang in her arms. Their faces were etched with confusion and unease. Lin Xianshuang collected her thoughts and gestured for everyone to withdraw, unwilling to let them witness this sudden upheaval any longer. Once they departed, she disdainfully kicked the ginseng soup aside, watching it roll across the floor with a dull thud. Biting her lip, her eyes glistened with a hint of red. As if entwined in anguish and dread, "Ji, you must know. She certainly knows." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost as if she were speaking to herself. "Nonsense." Shen Jingqing retorted firmly, attempting to soothe Lin Xianshuang's fraying emotions with a resolute tone. "She merely brought it to nourish me after my injury today."
Yet.
His explanation sounded feeble and could not dispel the clouds of doubt lingering in Lin Xianshuang's heart. "Are you jesting?" Lin Xianshuang gasped, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Whoever heard of treating an injured leg with ginseng soup? Her words brimmed with skepticism and mockery, as if Shen Jing's explanation was an affront to her intellect. Drawing a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. She regarded Shen Jingqing with a serious gaze, her once bright eyes now clouded with worry. "Ajun, I am not being alarmist. This matter is rife with strangeness." Her tone was deep and resolute, each word striking Shen Jing's heart like a heavy stone. She furrowed her meticulously groomed brows, the worry and determination etched upon her features serving as an invisible barrier against the turmoil of the outside world. "On the day Ji gave birth, Chen Lu suddenly died, supposedly choked on ginseng soup." Lin Xianshuang's voice turned cold and somber, as if recounting a terrifying tale. "Ajun, tell me, does this sound credible?" Chen Lu was not a glutton. Knowing what was in it, how could she have stolen a sip? And what of that midwife, Zhu? She claimed it was a wall collision that led to death. Yet where is the corpse? Have you seen it? Shen Jing's eyes flickered. Clearly Lin Xianshuang's words had struck a chord deep within him. He fell silent for a moment, seeking a rational explanation, but ultimately could only shake his head. It shouldn't be. His voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty, revealing that he too began to question whether everything was merely coincidence. Jiyu appeared gentle, but possessed an unyielding spirit, unable to tolerate any semblance of deceit. Lin Xianshuang's words reflected a profound understanding of Jiyu's character. If she had truly sensed something amiss, she would not remain so calm. Shen Jingqing nodded in agreement, firmly believing that had Jiyu sensed any danger, she would have long since taken up arms against him rather than send these seemingly innocuous yet laden gifts. Lin Xianshuang scoffed inwardly, thinking him a fool. However, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, for she understood the fragility of Shen Jing's pride, as renowned as his handsome visage. To him, the more gentle and understanding one was, the more affection he would bestow. Defy him, and he would only grow distant and cold. Thus, despite the tempest of anger and doubt raging within her, she chose to engage Shen Jingqing with the utmost gentleness, hoping to guide him toward the truth rather than exacerbate the conflict. With great effort, Lin Xianshuang suppressed the urge to question Shen Jingqing vehemently. She slowly raised her hand, delicately yet firmly grasping his palm, resting her head gently upon his shoulder. Her words flowed like the night breeze, deep and profound. "Ajun, how I wish all of this were merely my overactive imagination. Yet, since the day Ji bore Jingqing, our once tranquil existence has slipped through our fingers like sand in an hourglass, never to be grasped again." The once serene courtyard was consumed by raging flames overnight. Out of concern, you urged me to move into the Marquis' residence, and since then, the ensuing tribulations seem endless. At this juncture, Lin Xianshuang's voice faltered, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She could not utter the word concubine, a term that embodied the humiliation she bore to protect Xinjun and Shen Shuangshuang, a sacrifice of dignity for the sake of survival. Ajun, think carefully. If Jiyu had not already sensed something and begun to weave her intricate web, how could we find ourselves in such a predicament? Her tears surged forth like a breached dam, her sobs piercing the stillness of the night like arrows. Since entering the residence in Qingping Alley, Lin Xianshuang's goal had remained clear and resolute, to become the esteemed lady of Qingyuan Marquis. The plan was to discreetly eliminate this stumbling block during Jiyu's delivery, and Shenzhen had promised that once the mourning period was over, he would allow her to enter the Marquis's residence with a renewed visage, thus becoming a true lady of distinction. However, the moment Jiyu gave birth was akin to a thunderclap shattering their meticulously crafted plans. Ajun, I am not baselessly suspicious. For ordinary leg injuries, a physician would certainly recommend nourishing broth, yet who has ever heard of using ginseng soup, such a rare tonic? If Jiyu harbored no ulterior motives, why would she present such an ill-timed gift? Lin Xianshuang's voice trembled yet remained resolute, for she was proclaiming their plight. She was indicating that every scheme they devised, every action they took, was under her watchful gaze. The echoes of her words reverberated in Lin Xianshuang's mind, her inner tumult rising like a tide she could no longer control. Tears fell rapidly like a stream of pearls, quickly soaking the fabric of Shenzhen's chest, leaving moist imprints. Upon hearing this, Shenzhen felt a tempest surge within him. He was acutely aware that Lin Xianshuang's fear was palpable and profound. Indeed, her apprehensions were not unfounded. Once, she had confided in Xinjiang about a prophecy from a sage, proclaiming that their daughter, Shen Shuangshuang, possessed an extraordinary fate destined to become the mother of a nation. Yet, this fate was fraught with peril, requiring her to constantly draw upon the fortunes of others to transform calamity into safety, ultimately reborn as a phoenix. Thus, Shenzhen acquiesced to Lin Xianshuang's plans, deciding to use the son of the Song family as the vessel for Shen Shuangshuang's fortune. However, should the Song family discover that the mastermind behind the plot to harm her and her child was none other than he and Lin Xianshuang, it would not be beyond possibility for her to enact her revenge silently. Caught within this web were deep-seated animosities tied to life and death, as well as the visceral pain concerning the safety of their offspring. How could Xinjun not feel the weight of the world upon his shoulders? He felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder pressed upon his chest, making breathing an arduous task, as if the very air had thickened. Lin Xianshuang, keenly attuned to Xinjun's unusual demeanor, swiftly extricated herself from the depths of her sorrow. With her tears yet to fully dry, she resolutely straightened her back and fixed her fervent gaze upon her husband. She hurried forward, expertly soothing his chest while urgently calling out in a hoarse voice, "Quickly, someone! Chunhong! Hurry!" Chunhong, the clever maid who had recently been dispatched to attend to errands, dashed into the room like an arrow, her footsteps resonating in the stillness of the night. Her face reflected anxiety as she eagerly inquired, "Auntie, what has happened? What can I do to help?" "Quickly fetch the doctor." Lin Xianshuang's voice trembled with urgency, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Shenzhen's hand gripping her wrist firmly. "Do not go," he declared, having slightly recovered from his overwhelming pain. The pallor of his face gradually regained some color. His gaze, unwavering, met Lin Xianshuang's, and he spoke with conviction. "There is no need to summon a physician." Seeing this, Lin Xianshuang could only relent. She signaled to Chunhong to bring hot tea swiftly. After Shenzhen managed to drink some, he appeared to feel considerably better. Together, they assisted him onto the bed, watching as he lay there, frail and weary. "I just need to rest for a moment." Shenzhen was acutely aware that the doctor had just departed from the residence, and calling for medical assistance once more at this hour would undoubtedly stir up gossip within the household by the morrow. He gently closed his eyes. Weariness etched upon his face, yet his resolve unwavering as he spoke to Lin Xianshuang. "Allow me a moment of solitude." Lin Xianshuang, with a resigned nod, stationed Chunhong outside the room while she silently sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon Xinjun's slumbering visage. Beside him, her swollen eyes brimmed with profound concern and boundless tenderness. She softly clasped Xinjun's left hand, the warmth radiating from his palm serving as her sole comfort in this moment. No longer did she weep or curse the Song family. It seemed as though the entire world had faded into insignificance, with only Shenjin's presence holding paramount importance. Feeling the depth of his wife's affection, Shen Jingqing, despite his frail condition, exerted himself to lift his heavy right hand, gently patting Lin Xianshuang's arm in a soothing manner. Fear not, should she truly harbor suspicions, it will inevitably reveal itself through her actions. If this entire affair is indeed orchestrated by her. At that moment, a glint of cold determination flashed in Shinjun's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Then do not blame me for tearing apart the facade of our relationships, disregarding the bonds of husband and wife, father and daughter. Meanwhile, deep within the Hundred Flowers courtyard, the maid mayor reported her observations to Shen Jingqing. Upon hearing all that transpired, Shen Jingqing was filled with righteous indignation, spitting in disgust as she thought, what a shameless display. Her heart was ablaze with anger and confusion. When they targeted my mother, poisoning her with ginseng, where was their concern for marital bonds? Abandoned at birth, I was left to suffer while Xin Shuang occupied my rightful place, stealing my fortune and condemning me to a life of misery. This they call preserving familial ties? Her fury blazed like an unquenchable flame, utterly incomprehending this inhumane behavior. In stark contrast to her outrage, Song Shi maintained an unsettling calm. She listened intently to Mayor's account, her deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, neither joy nor anger. Madam, if you are troubled, please express your feelings, urged Hongyun and Yunxin, who stood nearby, their concern evident. Having endured hardships and been rescued by Song Shi in their moments of peril, they had never faced any mistreatment. On the contrary, as her trusted maids, their status was notably elevated within the household, earning them great respect. Nevertheless, their gratitude towards Song Shi remained unwavering, and presently, they felt a profound ache for her resilience and strength. Their loyalty to Song Shi was as steadfast as rock, and seeing her composed demeanor stirred a complex mix of emotions within them. Throughout the years, Song Shi had invested immense effort into the revival of her days and nights filled with strategizing and labor, all vividly etched in their memories. To ensure the stability in court, she navigated the treacherous waters of noble society with utmost care, striving to uphold the dignity of the while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. It was this wisdom and tenacity that had fostered the current stability and prosperity of the household. Such actions were profoundly disheartening. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Hongyun felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart pained as if pierced by needles, mourning the injustices borne by Song Shi. Noticing the emotional turmoil within Hongyun, Song Shi offered a gentle smile, her tranquility seemingly capable of soothing all wounds. Silly girl, if I do not weep, why do you? Though her words held a hint of reproach, they were imbued with deep concern and affection. Hongyun did not shy away from her emotions, wiping away her tears. She voiced her feelings candidly. I just feel that Madam has been treated so unjustly. In the face of Song Shi's fortitude, she felt both admiration and sorrow, her heart brimming with indignation towards and sympathy for Song Shi. A faint, cold smile played upon Song Shi's lips, her gaze revealing a similar chill. The bowl of ginseng soup had become an insurmountable chasm, severing the already fragile bonds between them. From that moment forth, any semblance of affection was obliterated, leaving only a cold distance and indifference. She gazed at the exquisite red gold bracelet adorned with pearls on her wrist, which shimmered softly in the sunlight, as if reminding her of past glories and cherished memories. With a silent sigh, Song Shi mused, it seems certain matters must be addressed sooner rather than later. Her words, though soft, conveyed a resolute determination. Hongyun and Yunxin exchanged glances, each reflecting a fierce resolve, silently pledging their unwavering support for Song Shi. In the adjacent room, Shen Jingqing, though bewildered by the unfolding events, could not suppress her excitement and curiosity. She understood that her mother was not one to endure injustices passively. Rather, she was a woman capable of both ruthlessness and decisive action. Thus, when it came to the matters Song Shi intended to address, Shen Jingqing awaited with bated breath, eager to witness her callous father's downfall. Little did she know, At that moment, Song Shi was unaware of her daughter's anxious anticipation. She quietly instructed her maids, particularly emphasizing Yunxin, relay to those outside to closely monitor the midwife. Should she attempt to flee or display any unexpected behavior, I shall show no mercy. Her words radiated a decisive resolve, underscoring her unwavering determination. The following day, due to his unhealed foot injury and an unsettled mind, Shen Jingqing found himself feeling dizzy with even the slightest movement, thus reluctantly requesting Li Er to once again file for a sick leave from the Ministry of War on his behalf. At that moment, he lay alone on the rattan chair in the pear blossom courtyard, the gentle breeze caressing him as petals fell softly around him. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his restless spirit. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps, and Shen Yi burst in, her eyes immediately spotting Shen Jingqing beneath the flowering tree. With a voice tinged with tears, she called out, "Elder brother." Her tone was rife with anxiety and helplessness. Shen Jingqing slowly opened his eyes at the sound of her voice, and upon recognizing Shen Yi, his brow furrowed momentarily before his expression softened. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he inquired, "What troubles you?" Shen Yi, having shed tears incessantly over the past few days, had eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches. She wiped her tears and, with a mix of inquiry and worry, asked, "Is the Gao family planning to take a concubine for Gao Wei?" This question struck Shen Jingqing like an unexpected stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of unease through his previously calm heart. He had yet to inform Song Shi of this matter. Indeed, he was the sole bearer of this knowledge within the. How did Shen Yi come by this information? This undoubtedly intensified the confusion and concern swirling in Shen Jing's mind. "You all kept this from me." Shen Yi's fury ignited in her eyes, her indignation palpable as she spoke, seating herself heavily on the mottled stone bench beneath the tree's shade, the bench issuing a dull thud as if resonating with her outrage. Since Shen Yi was already aware of the truth, Shen Jingqing felt no need for further concealment. He resolved to use this opportunity to counsel his headstrong sister. His serious gaze fell upon Shen Yi as he earnestly spoke, "You have indeed crossed a line this time. Setting aside the in-laws, you have offended even your mother-in-law's own sister, nearly driving the young lady to despair. Yuezhu, you are no longer a child. It is time to learn discernment and the art of restraint. You must understand that a key condition for preserving your status as the legitimate wife in the Gao family is to acquiesce to your brother-in-law taking a concubine." Shen Jing's words struck Shen Yi like a hammer, landing heavily upon her heart. He paused, then added, "Rest assured, regardless of how many concubines your brother-in-law may take, you will always remain the rightful and acknowledged mistress. This is unassailable." Upon hearing this, disbelief and shock flooded Shen Yi's eyes, her gaze widening as she sought any glimmer of reprieve in her brother's words. "Are you suggesting that I should accept such a situation?" Shen Jing's expression darkened abruptly, his tone turning as stern as the winter wind. "You dare. In our, even widows remarrying have never been tolerated, let alone allowing you, in a fit of impulsiveness, to choose divorce and bring disgrace upon the family. If you truly harbor such thoughts, do not blame me, your elder brother, for personally putting an end to your absurd notions, lest you bring disgrace upon the whole residence." Chapter 65. The unmissable drama. Elder brother, have you lost your mind? "I am your own sister," Shen Yi exclaimed in utter terror, springing to her feet, her eyes shimmering with fear and confusion. At that moment, Lin Xianshuang, cradling her young daughter Shen Yi, emerged slowly from the room, coincidentally catching the words put an end to in her ears. Instantly, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. As Shen Jing's wife, she was acutely aware of her husband's emphasis on family reputation, and she also understood Shen Yi's stubborn disposition. A conflict seemed inevitable. Recently, Lin Xianshuang and Shen Yi had quarreled, and she had no intention of feigning harmony before Shen Jing now. She sharply perceived the vanity and obstinacy within Shen Jing's heart to uphold the family's image. He would be willing to sacrifice even his own sister. Standing on the bluestone steps, her exquisite features bore a faint mockery. Her gaze toward Shen Yi filled with disdain. What sister speaks to her elder brother in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi was consumed by rage. her brows furrowing as she shouted fiercely, "You vile concubine, silence yourself. This is not your place to speak. My lord, you must stand up for me." Lin Xianshuang, holding her child, hurriedly descended the steps, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Xinjin, attempting to evoke his sympathy and protection. Since the previous night, Xinjin had been plagued by dizziness, and at this moment, his headache was excruciating. He inhaled deeply, yet felt a tightening in his chest, his breathing increasingly labored. He understood that Shen Yi was a person prone to creating disturbances, and he wished to avoid entangling himself with her further at this moment, lest his condition worsen. Her lashes fluttered gently, akin to a butterfly flapping its delicate wings, striving to break free from invisible constraints. This unspoken silence cast a subtle tension in the air. Shunjin keenly sensed this shift. His gaze sharpened suddenly, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey. His tone grew colder than before, the pressure within his words akin to a sudden winter gust, inducing a tightening in the chest. He called her name distinctly. Yuezhu? Had this been days prior, before he had suffered that thunderous slap and the brutal kick to his abdomen, Shen Yuezhu might have quaked in fear before Xinjun's imposing presence, nodding in submission, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet at this moment, her mindset had transformed. Despite the lingering pain in her body, her eyes now gleamed with defiance and fearlessness. She mused inwardly, "You have already battered me black and blue. Could you truly bear to take my life?" Meanwhile, Song Shi, tormented by an unresolved matter, tossed and turned in bed throughout the night, struggling to find rest. Only when dawn broke and sunlight filtered through the windows did she manage to rise. After washing up, Yunqin lovingly selected a simple yet elegant coral hairpin for her, carefully inserting it into her lustrous black hair. Standing before the bronze mirror, Song Shi meticulously examined her appearance, attempting to conceal her inner fatigue and worries. At this moment, hurried footsteps and heart-wrenching cries erupted from outside the courtyard, shattering the morning's tranquility. "Madam, madam." The voice was sharp and youthful, unmistakably belonging to one of the rare maidservants seen about the estate. Song Shi slightly furrowed her brows. Although she was not unduly harsh in her management of the household, she placed great importance on the rules that servants must adhere to. Such chaotic intrusion into Baihua courtyard was indeed rare. Yunqin promptly set down the diamond-shaped mirror and rushed outside. Shen Jingqing had risen early, already dressed in a lightweight, elegantly hued silk garment, thanks to the careful attention of Hong Yun. Having frequently been cradled by Hong Yun and Mama Sun, she had long memorized the faces of the maidservants in the residence. Upon hearing the familiar cry, she instantly recognized it was Lan'er from Lihua Courtyard. "Madam, someone from Lihua Courtyard says that the Lord has just fainted. You must hurry and summon a physician." Yunqin's words were laced with urgency. Upon hearing this, Song Shi's brows imperceptibly lifted, her fingers instinctively brushing over the ruby-adorned gold earring at her ear. She spoke in a low voice, "Bring that maid here." Yunqin led the girl into the room, and as Shen Jingqing focused her gaze, she indeed saw the 10-year-old Lana, her delicate brows and bright eyes marred by tears, wearing an expression of shock. How could the Lord have suddenly fainted? At that moment, Hong Yun entered, carrying a steaming cup of Snow Lotus 8 treasure tea. Song Shi accepted the teacup, taking a slow sip before inquiring about the situation with Lan'er in a composed manner. Upon hearing the news, Song Shi coldly snorted, forcefully placing the teacup on the table. The dull sound of porcelain clashing against the rosewood surface echoed her inner fury and dissatisfaction. How is it that Lin Xiaonyang is performing her duties? The Lord is unwell, yet she did not promptly inform me to summon a physician, but has delayed until now. Song Shi's voice was filled with stern reproach towards Lin Xiaonyang's dereliction of duty. "Lier, take a message, ride to the medical office, and fetch the physician." Song Shi decisively commanded, her words reflecting the determination and authority of a decision-maker. As soon as she finished speaking, she rose, preparing to head to Lihua Courtyard. Naturally, Shen Jingqing did not wish to miss such a grand spectacle and eagerly shouted for Song Shi to take her along. Reluctantly, Song Shi allowed Hong Yun to carry Shen Jingqing, leading a throng of maidservants and nannies, making their way towards Lihua Courtyard in an imposing procession. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly stirred considerable upheaval within the tranquil residence. sowing numerous seeds of suspense for the unfolding narrative. Witnessing Shen Jin faint from her own words and actions, a sly smirk flitted across Shen Yueju's lips before she swiftly vanished into the shadows of the courtyard, unnoticed. Chapter 66. The struggle for power. At this moment, Lin Xianshuang had no time to pursue the fleeing figure. She could only hastily assist Shen Jin, who lay collapsed on the ground, alongside her devoted maidservant, carefully helping him to a nearby wicker chaise. They stood anxiously by his side, awaiting his awakening from this sudden fainting spell. Lin Xianshuang, seeing this, felt tears welling up in her eyes, her concern evident. "Ah Zhen, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Within the confines of this Ho residence, she and Shen Yueju were isolated and vulnerable. Only Shen Jin remained a pillar of support for them. Despite the turmoil within her heart, she understood that this was not the time for disputes. She had to suppress her emotions, lowering her gaze to gently wipe away her tears. Kneeling to offer a respectful gesture towards Song Shi. "You wretched woman!" Song Shi scolded angrily, striking her slightly aching hand in fury. This action shocked everyone present, especially Shen Jingqing, who peeked out from behind Hongyun, her gaze immediately fixated on Shen Jin. Was this truly the same man, whose reprehensible character was often overshadowed by his striking appearance? At this moment, Shen Jin's visage was contorted, his facial muscles spasming, mouth and eyes askew, displaying classic symptoms of a stroke. His speech was slurred, his left arm rigid as iron, fists clenched tightly, clearly beyond his control. Seeing this, Shen Jingqing's eyelids fluttered involuntarily, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within her. Just yesterday, Shen Jin had vehemently chastised Song Shi within Baihua courtyard. Now, in an instant, he had become so utterly incapacitated. Is this the calamity foretold by my mother? Shen Jingqing pondered silently. Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept across her lips. She recognized her own lack of sufficient cunning and strategy to navigate this intricate web of familial strife. Since her birth, aside from successfully introducing Lin Xianshuang, the lowly concubine, into the Ho residence, Song Shi had not taken any drastic actions against the matriarch or Shen Jin. Yet now, Shen Jin found himself in this state, brought about by his own sister and concubine. Shen Jingqing gazed at the ailing scoundrel before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt a mixture of sympathy for his unfortunate circumstances and a tinge of ironic exasperation at his self-inflicted absurdity. It is worth noting that even in her previous life, in an era of advanced medical science, stroke patients, despite their recovery, often suffered from lingering functional impairments. Now, in this ancient time with limited medical resources, Shen Jin's prospects for recovery appeared grim. Shen Jingqing shook her head internally, lamenting that Shen Jin's ability to return to his former self depended entirely on his fate. "Madam, by what right do you strike me?" Lin Xianshuang, as a noblewoman of high birth, stood on a much higher pedestal compared to Song, the merchant's daughter. What right did Song have to lay her hands on her? This sudden upheaval heightened the tension within the Marquis' residence, as a new storm brewed on the horizon. Song cast a subtle sidelong glance at Shen Jin. In that fleeting moment, she perceived that, despite his efforts to glare fiercely, his contorted face had lost its original contours, rendering his supposed intimidating anger comical and absurd. A faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her mouth, a barely perceptible gleam of amusement surfacing. "Yunxin, the Marquis' condition is dire. Hasten to summon the old matriarch." Before Song had finished speaking, she decisively made her command. Although Shen Jin often acted outrageously, he still retained a shred of propriety in the face of filial piety, fully aware that his alarming condition would undoubtedly terrify his elderly mother. He exerted all his strength to grasp the armrest of the rattan chair, attempting to rise. However, his legs felt as if they had been stripped of sinews, limp and powerless like overcooked noodles, unable to support his body. "No, do not go." Shen Jin's words were laced with pain and anxiety, yet they ultimately failed to deter Yunxin from her course of action. "Yes, I shall go at once," Yunxin responded succinctly, her figure transforming into a gust of wind as she swiftly made her way to the old matriarch's quarters, Showen Hall. Shen Jin could only watch helplessly as Yunxin departed, his heart a whirlwind of anger and urgency, his face once again flushed with a sickly purple hue. Seeing this, Song gracefully bent down, her porcelain-like hands gently resting on Shen Jingqing's trembling hand, her voice overflowing with sincerity and concern. "Do not worry, my lord. I have already sent Li Heir to urgently summon the physician. Once he administers acupuncture and prescribes effective medicine, your condition will surely improve swiftly." Deep within Song's gaze, amidst her worry and consolation for Shen Jingqing's illness, a few glistening tears shimmered. Shen Jingqing silently observed from the side, inwardly admiring her mother's superb acting skills, marveling at how adeptly she wielded her emotions. As for you, Song's gaze shifted like a sharp arrow towards Lin Xianshuang, her expression instantly freezing into an icy countenance, cold to the extreme. "Someone, bind her and gag her," Song commanded sternly. Several strong maids sprang into action, surrounding Lin Xianshuang with the swiftness of a hunting cheetah, dragging her away from Shen Jingqing, expertly binding her, even stuffing a rag into her mouth, entirely depriving her of the ability to speak. Just as Shen Jingqing was about to erupt, he was restrained by Song's gentle grip on his shoulder, curtailing his impulse. Shen Jingqing, upon hearing this, weakly fluttered his eyelids, revealing pallid eyeballs, before sinking back into unconsciousness. Alas, this scoundrel has fainted once again. Perhaps the stroke is worsening. Shen Jingqing internally fretted.
My son.
Accompanied by a heart-rending cry, the old matriarch staggered into Lihua courtyard, grasping the hands of her maids. Initially, upon receiving the news from Yunxin that Shen Jingqing had collapsed in Lihua courtyard, the old matriarch had not taken it to heart. She believed her son, robust since childhood and rarely afflicted by illness, was likely the victim of a farcical scheme orchestrated by Song to vie for Lin Xianshuang's favor. Thus, she had approached with a calm demeanor and a tranquil heart. However, as she finally crossed the threshold into Lihua courtyard, the sight before her left her utterly astonished. Shen Jingqing sat feebly in a rattan chair, his body rigid and immobile. Meanwhile, Song knelt beside him, her hands tightly clasping his, tears glistening in her eyes, portraying a visage of deep concern. In contrast, Lin Xianshuang was bound tightly like a helpless Zongzi, discarded in the corridor, the rag in her mouth accentuating her pitiful plight. At that moment, the old matriarch truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Panic surged within her, a chill rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. Although she was not renowned for her intelligence, the old matriarch was acutely aware of her son Shen Jingqing's pivotal role as the head of the household and the significance of his well-being for her comfortable life. Should this pillar falter, the inheritance of the title would inevitably fall to Shen Yi. Despite the generational gap, and the fact that Shen Yi had been raised solely by Song, appearing amiable and easily manageable, the old matriarch knew that the boy harbored his mother's cunning blood, sharing her heart of darkness. Should Shen Yi ascend to lead the Marquis, it would undoubtedly render Song the absolute sovereign of this residence, wielding power unchecked, with none daring to oppose her will. In the short span of a few steps, the old matriarch felt as though she had traversed the vicissitudes of life. Her mind racing with vivid images, Shen Jingqing languishing in illness, her isolation within the Marquis, helpless and desolate, evoking profound sorrow. Her trembling hand brushed against her son's face, only to encounter the biting chill of his skin, and in that instant, tears streamed forth uncontrollably. "My son, what has befallen you?" the old matriarch inquired with deep concern, her voice heavy with worry and fear. Shen Jingqing, at this point, was barely breathing, his words labored. "Mother, I am unscathed." Each stuttering word pierced the old matriarch's heart like a dagger, causing her great distress. Upon hearing this, Song wept with even greater intensity than the old matriarch. As if she cared more for Shen Jingqing than anyone else, the old matriarch just rose this morning when a maid rushed in to report that the lord suddenly collapsed in Baihua courtyard. I hurried over, but by then, the lord was already in this state. The old matriarch's fury swiftly shifted toward the bound Lin Xianshuang, her gaze laden with resentment, piercing Lin Xianshuang's heart like a chilling arrow, making her tremble uncontrollably as she desperately struggled, unwilling to bear this unfounded accusation. Observing this, Shen Jingqing's fingers trembled slightly, intending to speak in Lin Xianshuang's defense. However, this minute gesture did not escape Song's keen eyes. She immediately redirected the conversation, inquiring with concern, Is the Lord thirsty? Perhaps you should sip some water to soothe your throat. Before her words had fully registered, Song brought a cup of tea, prepared beside the rattan chair, to Shen Zhang's lips. Shen Zhang inadvertently choked on the tea, and Song hastily wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, entirely disregarding the tea spilling down his chin. This scene even brought a hint of satisfaction to the old matriarch.
To her.
Song's display of grace and composure at that moment was a stark contrast to concubines who merely relied on their looks to entice. However, what of Lin? While the old matriarch found much to commend in Song's response, she felt it necessary to admonish her, lest she become complacent and lose her sense of propriety. Witnessing all this, Shen Jingqing inwardly scoffed. Is this truly a mother? With her son's life hanging by a thread, she still plays her political games, balancing power. Does she not realize she is balancing nothing at all? Sensing her daughter's silent yet fervent sentiments, Song lowered her eyelids, a cold glimmer of mockery flashing through her gaze. Even a mere child could discern her intent, showcasing the superficiality of the old matriarch's cunning strategies, which, despite their craftiness, were patently transparent. However, the elderly woman, lost in her own world, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, still ensnared in her dreams of power. She pressed her thin lips together, her voice tinged with authority. Has the physician arrived? Though her words were succinct, they carried an undeniable air of command. Upon hearing her voice, Song rose immediately, her skirts gently sweeping the floor, anxiety evident in her demeanor. Her gaze darted towards the door, as if it held the key to hope. Had she been informed of his ailment last night and summoned the physician in advance, they would not be in such a state of distress, restless and tormented. As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips, filled with deep remorse for failing to secure timely aid for Xinjiang. The old lady, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of alarm and urgently inquired, "What on earth transpired last night?" Her words were laced with tension and unease, clearly stirred by Song's remarks. Song lowered her head, once more, her brow furrowing with deepening worry. Lanner sent word that Master has been unwell since last night. Though her voice was soft, it struck like a hammer to every heart present, especially the old lady, whose complexion darkened with dread. The old lady's fury erupted like a volcano, without needing assistance. She strode purposefully towards Lin Xianshuang, her cane crashing down as she sternly admonished, "You thoughtless, ignorant wretch. Your negligence has delayed Master Zhen's treatment, and today I shall flay you alive to serve as a warning." The force of the blow silenced Lin Xianshuang, her mouth covered tightly, though in unbearable pain. She could only gaze silently at the ailing Xinjiang, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls, sorrowful and heartbreaking. These tears, rolling like beads, evoke profound sympathy. How can one remain unmoved by such a pitiful sight? Though Xinjiang's heart ached for her, he could only remain silent and powerless to defend her. Initially, Shen Jingqing stood by, reveling in the misfortune, but under her mother Song's reproachful gaze, she quickly recognized her impropriety. With her father gravely ill, how could she indulge in laughter? Thus, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor, transforming her mirth into anguished sobs, her cries piercing the air as she struggled toward Xinjiang. To onlookers, this was a vivid portrayal of a daughter, consumed by anxiety, rushing toward her father's side. Chapter 68. Partiality. Even the old lady, who typically held reservations about Shen Jingqing, could not help but nod inwardly. Reflecting, it seems Song and this young maid are not devoid of compassion. They understand the importance of caring for their kin. In stark contrast, the old lady shot a disdainful glance at Lin Xianshuang, scoffing, "I always suspected you were not to be trusted." She completely overlooked the fact that she had once personally tended to Lin Xianshuang during her confinement, even defying Song's objections to secretly relocate the 2 wet nurses she had summoned. At that moment, Chun Tao hurried in. Compared to Lin Xianshuang's helplessness and panic, Chun Tao, though tearful, maintained composure. After respectfully greeting the old lady, she quickly knelt beside Xinjiang. As she softly comforted him, she skillfully massaged his aching limbs, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Before long, the physician arrived. His demeanor was grave, his actions meticulous as he conducted a thorough examination of Xinjiang. After gently lifting his eyelids, he indicated to Song that they should move him to a quieter room. The physician then unfurled his acupuncture kit, expertly inserting silver needles into various acupoints on Shunjin's body, transforming him into a spiny creature in pain. Witnessing this, the old lady could only glance in horror before averting her gaze, feeling unworthy to look directly at the scene. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded someone to hastily erect a screen to shield her from this distressing sight, preserving a semblance of dignity. Shen Jingqing was tenderly embraced by Hong Yun, whose eyes brimmed with love and concern. Gently stroking Shen Jingqing's delicate hair, she attempted to shield her view from the agonizing sight of her father. However, Shen Jingqing exhibited an unexpected resilience and curiosity for her age. Her small hand firmly pushed aside Hong Yun's arm, her bright eyes fixated on her father's acupuncture process. A blend of fascination for the art of healing and concern for her father, rendering her utterly absorbed, unfazed by the surrounding tension. The physician deftly maneuvered the silver needles. Each insertion met with Shunjun's furrowed brow and soft groans. Beads of sweat gathered on the physician's forehead, revealing his unwavering focus and dedication to the task. Only when the last needle was securely in place did he exhale deeply, wiping his brow before turning to Song with solemnity. The master's ailment stems from pent-up anger. If treated according to the prescribed regimen, he should recover without major issues. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted slightly from Song's heart, though her worries lingered. Her gaze remained fixed on her husband's pale yet resolute face, her voice trembling as she pressed, "Will he fully recover in the future?" The physician, understanding her unspoken fears, pondered briefly before responding earnestly. The master possesses a fiery spirit and a generous heart, which is part of his charm, yet it also predisposes him to emotional turmoil. In the future, he must manage his emotions carefully, avoiding intense stress to prevent a recurrence of this ailment. Furthermore, a regular lifestyle, a light diet, and moderate exercise will strengthen his constitution and safeguard his health. Song nodded silently, committing the physician's words to memory. As he prepared to depart, she summoned Yun Xian, instructing her to present the lavish rewards and rare medicinal herbs that had been prepared as a token of gratitude. Yun Xian approached with grace, respectfully offering the gifts to the physician, while Song personally rose to ceremoniously see him off, remaining until his figure vanished from sight down the long street. With the assurance from Physician Wang that all would be well, the old lady felt the tension in her heart finally dissipate, a faint smile of relief gracing her weary features. Yet, as she sat alone in the courtyard, the cool breeze brushing against her, a tumult of thoughts arose. Shenzhen has always been strong-willed. Who possesses such audacity to provoke him to this extent? Which blind fool dared to touch the tender spot of the Shen family, igniting Shenzhen's fury and causing him to fall ill? Old lady. Lin Xianshuang's previously calm tone suddenly escalated, akin to a piercing cry of an eagle slicing through the night sky, her face pale. Her eyes flickered with fear and urgency. The handkerchief in her grip soaked with sweat. She pulled it forcefully from her mouth, exclaiming in a heart-stopping shout, "It is my cousin. She is determined to divorce." And it has enraged Master to the point of fainting. This sudden revelation struck the old lady like thunder, causing her to shudder slightly. Her brows knitting tightly in an instant, the deep creases on her forehead betraying an undeniable authority and anger. She glared at Lin Xianshuang, her voice sharp. "What nonsensical words are you uttering?" Yet, beneath her fiery exterior, a torrent of doubt surged within her, tendrils of uncertainty entwining her thoughts. She scrutinized Lin Xianshuang's face, seeking some semblance of truth amidst her panic. She knew her adopted daughter, Shen Yi, all too well. Her nature was haughty and capricious, driven by impulsive passion, lacking in guile. The old lady was acutely aware that her sharp tongue and impetuousness could indeed provoke Shenzhen, potentially leading to his distress and subsequent fainting. However, as a mother, her love and protection for her daughter had long been ingrained in her very essence. Even when her daughter erred, the matron believed that the elder brother should exhibit magnanimity and bear a portion of the burden for his younger sister. Alas, mother, to whom do you think the old lady leans more? This thought churned within her, yet it did not manifest upon her countenance. At that moment, Song's gentle words wafted through the tense atmosphere like a spring breeze. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she remarked, Is Lin Xiaonyang intending to place the blame for exacerbating the master's illness squarely on the shoulders of our aunt? Although Song's tone was as placid as still water, it pierced through the clouds of confusion, illuminating the old lady's mind. Her eyes brightened as if she had uncovered a thread to unravel the fog, and her gaze fixed on Lin Xianshuang as she declared, "Indeed."
Just so.
What of that maid, Lanner? Did she not claim that a Zhan was unwell last night? At this juncture, she was no longer merely rebuking Lin Xianshuang's nonsensical prattle, but had begun to calmly piece together the facts in an effort to reveal the truth. Chapter 69. Raising a shelter, Song discreetly cast a subtle glance at Hongyu, who understood the cue and swiftly turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, she returned, leading the pale, trembling Lanner into the hall. At that moment, Lanner displayed unmistakable fear, akin to a bird pursued by a hunter, her breath quickening and becoming erratic. "Lanner, recount to me, before the old lady, the events you shared with me this morning, word for word," Song commanded, her tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, the old lady's already somber expression darkened further, and her intricately carved dragon-headed cane struck the stone floor with a resounding thud, echoing like thunderous wrath from the heavens. Lanner flinched at the sudden sound, clutching her fragile shoulders, her body shaking, her eyes betraying helplessness and terror. Yet, faced with the stern gazes of her two masters, she knew she could not conceal the truth any longer and, with trepidation, began to relate her morning observations. At that moment, Shen Jingqing had succumbed to a deep slumber induced by medication, unable to defend Lin Xianshuang. The reality was indeed as such. Since yesterday, Shen Jingqing had exhibited signs of physical discomfort, culminating in a worsening condition today. Lin Xianshuang, standing to the side, found it nearly impossible to meet the old lady's blazing eyes filled with fury. Instead, she lowered her gaze, focusing on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the stone floor beneath her feet. Her heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of desolation, and it dawned on her that within this marquis, apart from Shen Jingqing, she had no one else to rely upon. This solitary predicament felt akin to a leaf drifting in the cold wind, evoking profound sorrow. Song observed Lin Xianshuang struggle to suppress her humiliation, her pale lips clamped tightly together, and a barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Song's mouth. Internally, she mocked, "Reap what you sow. One cannot blame others." Had she not skillfully lured Shinjin to the Pear Blossom courtyard last night, causing him to miss the opportune moment for treatment, this baseless accusation would never have befallen Lin Xianshuang. Shen Jingqing had been silently observing this farce, her mind swirling with questions. Was this all merely a capricious twist of fate, or a carefully orchestrated scheme by Song? Regardless, Shen Jing's ailment undoubtedly cleared many obstacles for Song, akin to a silent victory for her. In her words, a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes, reminiscent of a fox's sly gaze in the night. The old lady, with a benevolent visage, regarded Song with approving eyes, leaning slightly forward as her time-worn hands gently patted Song's delicate hand, as if conveying trust and affirmation. Song, poised and resolute, received the old lady's praise with a serene smile, her eyes shimmering with maternal resilience and wisdom. She acutely understood the tribulations their household faced and the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. Thus, she spoke eloquently, "Indeed, madam. The foremost task is to devote ourselves entirely to the master's recovery. Only with his restoration can peace return to our household. However, given the gravity of his condition, it would be challenging for him to find solace amidst the mundane affairs of the household. Furthermore, I must nurture our children while also managing the various matters within the estate, making it exceedingly difficult for me to attend to him personally. As for Lin Xiaonyang, her temperament is rather impetuous, and her approach lacks prudence. I find it hard to entrust the master's illness to her care. In contrast, Chen Xiaonyang possesses a meticulous mind and acts with gravitas. Her presence will ensure the master is well looked after, allowing me to rest assured." Last night, the master intended to relocate to the tranquil and serene Apricot Blossom Pavilion for recuperation, yet Lin's unwarranted obstruction delayed the treatment, which is truly regrettable. The old lady listened intently, her eyes reflecting deep agreement with Song's words. She recognized that each statement from Song stemmed from genuine concern for her husband and a sense of duty toward the family's fate. This thoughtful and selfless dedication moved the old lady profoundly, and she voiced no dissent. Seeing the old lady acquiesce, Song continued, "If Madam has no further directives, I shall promptly arrange for someone to escort the master to the Apricot Blossom Pavilion, in hopes of creating an environment conducive to his recuperation. Additionally, the matter concerning the Gao family cannot be delayed. According to the master, they intend to send our aunt to a nunnery and seek a new wife for our uncle. Such actions are far more cruel than divorce." Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression shifted drastically, a chill rising from the depths of her being, causing her to draw in a sharp breath. She had always been ill-equipped to navigate such intricate interpersonal entanglements, and the mere thought of engaging in such disputes filled her with trepidation. At this moment, she furrowed her brow, delicately placing a hand to her forehead, feigning a swoon, her expression laden with agony and helplessness, silently conveying her deep concern and heartache for her younger daughter. She stifled her anguish, turning her gaze toward Song, and earnestly implored, "Dear child, your sister has been orphaned since childhood, left to fend for herself. She is truly a pitiable soul. Now, as her sister-in-law, you must shower her with affection, shielding her from the world's tempests. A Jean is likely unable to intervene in this matter, thus I beseech you, Song, to take up the mantle of protecting Yuzhu, to provide her with a haven amidst this turmoil." With that, she forcefully extricated herself from Song's gentle yet firm support, as if that arm had become an intangible pressure, rendering her breathless. "Oh, dear, my head is spinning terribly." The old lady feigned weakness, delicately stroking her forehead, while urgently summoning 2 close maidservants. The 2 maids hurried forth, each grasping one of her arms, fully aware of her temperament and, at this moment, daring not to exhibit any negligence, carefully supporting her somewhat trembling form, fearful that any misstep might trigger her sensitive nerves. With the maid's anxious and cautious assistance, the old lady wobbled slowly toward the direction of Chunhui Garden. Chapter 70. A dramatic scene. Each step seemed laden with inexorable weight and resignation, those once perceptive eyes now gazing vacantly ahead, as if in search of some solace for the soul. Within her words resided both a plea to Song and a profound sympathy for her sister's plight. Upon hearing this, Song nodded slightly, a trace of barely discernible concern flickering in her eyes, yet she maintained her elegance and composure, watching as the old lady gradually vanished at the end of the corridor, flanked by her maidservants. Once all had exited the room, plunging it back into tranquility, Song slowly turned, her gaze as gentle as the spring water falling upon the sleeping Shenzhen. At that moment, Chun Tao had quietly risen from beside the bed, her expression respectful, standing straight at a distance, awaiting instructions. "Next, I entrust the master's care to you," Song called to Lanner beside her, her tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Where did Lin place the items I gave to Chunxia yesterday?" Hearing her name, Lanner discreetly glanced at Lin Xianshuang, who sat in the corner, her complexion pale, before quickly lowering her head. With trembling fingers, she pointed towards the dressing box, her voice barely a whisper. "It's here." Song's eyes narrowed, and she stepped toward the dressing box. Although a set of purple pearl hairpins was not of immense value to her, if sold at the gold shop, it could fetch several hundred taels of silver, no trivial sum. Such treasures should never fall easily into Lin Xianshuang's hands. That would simply be a boon for her. Lana evidently sensed Song's thoughts. Initially hesitant, she was nudged by Hong Yu's subtle encouragement and reluctantly approached the dressing box. With trepidation, she opened it and retrieved the exquisite brocade box containing the hairpins, presenting it to Chunhua with both hands. Chunhua accepted it with a broad smile and bowed deeply to Song. "Thank you for your generous gift, madam. I shall take good care of the master." Song nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Your dedication reassures me." She then decisively summoned several trained maids, who skillfully lifted Shen Jingqing onto the soft couch and transported him to the tranquil Apricot Blossom Pavilion. At that moment, Lin Xianshuang deliberately turned her head away, her bright, stubborn eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible hint of pride, as if silently resisting everything around her. the corners of her lips curled into a slight, provocative arc, starkly contrasting her current disheveled state. Shen Jingqing observed the scene quietly, pondering deeply. However, to her surprise, Song showed no signs of continuing to suppress Lin Xianshuang. Instead, she appeared exceedingly calm. Seated in her elevated position, Song's sharp gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, casting its scrutiny upon the disheveled Lin Xianshuang below. She shook her head slightly, as if lamenting the tragedy of a pearl covered in dust. From her brother far in the south, she had learned that the Lin family was a lineage of scholarly officials, their heritage prestigious. Yet, this daughter of a prominent family now reduced to a mere lowly concubine in another's household was indeed a lamentable fate. Lin, if the master emerges unscathed today, we may let bygones be bygones. Song's voice remained steady, as calm as discussing the weather, yet each word pierced Lin Xianshuang's heart like a dagger. But if the master suffers even the slightest mishap, you had best prepare yourself mentally. Lin Xianshuang had intended to maintain her aloof silence, dismissing Song's words. However, when the phrase mental preparation pierced her like a cold wind, she could no longer suppress her inner turmoil and blurted out, "What mental preparation?" A subtle smile curved Song's lips, revealing a depth of inscrutable intent that sent shivers down the spine. "Do not forget, you willingly sold yourself to the Ho residence." Her words floated lightly, yet they struck Lin Xianshuang's heart like a heavy blow. "From this day forth, you must sincerely pray for the master's health. Otherwise, I shall have no hesitation in selling you and your daughter." At that point, do you think the master would still offer you protection? Lin Xianshuang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her chest. She finally realized that Song had meticulously orchestrated this trap. The invitation to enter the residence as a concubine was never a genuine acceptance, but rather a means to obtain the signed contract of her servitude. Once in possession of that document, Song had a weapon to seize control of her fate at any moment. In the face of Lin Xianshuang's shock and fury, Song merely smiled softly, her laughter resembling a spring breeze over a lake, gentle yet chilling to the bone. Though her words were soft, each was like ice, causing Lin Xianshuang to feel as if she had plummeted into an icy abyss, her blood seeming to freeze at that moment. "You only just realized?" Song approached Lin Xianshuang with measured steps, their figures weaving a dramatically charged tableau in the confined space. Clad in a flowing aquamarine robe that complemented her matching skirt, she appeared as graceful as rippling azure waves, elegant yet undeniably regal. Her hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a single jade hairpin, lush and vibrant, reminiscent of newly sprouted spring leaves. Her attire, seemingly simple, revealed meticulous craftsmanship at every turn. The intricate embroidery on her robe resembled lifelike brushwork, each stitch exuding the grace and nobility of a highborn lady, while the jade hairpin, with its delicate carvings, radiated opulence and depth in its shimmering brilliance. In stark contrast, Lin Xianshuang resembled a defeated phoenix, her dignity tied to the cold ground. Once meticulously arranged, her hair now lay in disarray from her struggles, dark strands cascading like withered branches battered by storm. Chapter 71. The tempest calms her gown, too, had become loose and disheveled in the futile attempt to escape. The former splendor reduced to mere tatters of dignity. Her face, contorted with rage and pain, bore an added ugliness that sharply contrasted with Song's poised elegance. Shen Jingqing stood to the side, her gaze shifting between the two adversaries, inwardly feigning a sigh. The contrast was indeed a sight most distressing. Though still young, she could discern the workings of the world and felt an involuntary indignation rise within her. How could her father be so blind as to favor Lin Xianshuang, a woman who exuded the very essence of a concubine, when he had such a beautiful, dignified, and capable wife at home? Song gracefully glided closer, leaning down to meet Lin Xianshuang's fiery gaze, her lips curling into an exceptionally delightful smile, as if relishing a meticulously crafted performance. "But do rest assured, your daughter carries the bloodline of the Ho residence." Her words were calm and resolute, each syllable akin to an invisible blade piercing Lin Xianshuang's heart. "When the time comes, as her legitimate mother, I shall ensure she is well taken care of." Song's tone was languid, her eyes glinting with cunning. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. Since you, as a mother, willingly accepted the role of a concubine, surely your daughter would not mind, would she? That statement was a sharp mockery, each word striking at Lin Xianshuang's painful spots, leaving her nearly breathless with indignation, forced to roll her eyes in silent protest. Witnessing this, Shen Jingqing instinctively nestled deeper into Hong Yun's warm embrace, pondering silently, "Mother, if you continue down this path, you may well be depicted as the wicked stepmother in a novel." Song caught a glimpse of her daughter feigning ignorance while secretly peeking through her fingers, which only made her smile more joyously. She stepped forward, embracing her petite daughter, who immediately ceased her mischief, becoming obedient and cuddling against her mother as if finding the safest haven from the storm. "Let us depart." Song's expression was resolute, her demeanor exuding an undeniable authority. At that moment, Mama Sun, the usually composed and unflappable elderly woman, hurriedly approached, her face tense and eyes bright with urgency, evidently carrying pressing news. Song slightly turned her gaze, meeting Mama Sun's eyes and instantly comprehending her intent. "You two, quickly go and untie Lin." Song commanded the two course maids within the courtyard. Her voice, though not raised, resonated with a commanding strength, as if each word bore an irresistible force. "Look, she has already fainted. Hurry to assist her." Upon finishing her words, she turned to the crowd with a serious expression, declaring that from this day forth, Lin Xiaonyang would be confined within the Pear Blossom courtyard. Anyone who dared to release her without my permission would bear the consequences. Once her command echoed in the air, Song led a group of maids and servants, their postures straight and steps synchronized, resembling a well-trained battalion as they departed the Pear Blossom courtyard in an orderly procession. Not long ago, Mama Sun had been granted leave from the estate to attend the wedding of the second young master Shen Yi. Understanding her advanced age and the importance of family celebrations, she managed the wedding with remarkable skill, showcasing her competence. Once the festivities concluded and the dust settled, Mama Sun returned to her duties, only to learn that a storm had erupted within the Pear Blossom courtyard. A thrilling scene had already unfolded. Anxious and breathless, she rushed towards the courtyard, eager to witness the aftermath of the upheaval. Alas, has everything been resolved? Upon arriving at the scene, Mama Sun gazed at the empty courtyard, her face etched with regret. She had hoped to witness Shen Zhen's awkward expression or Lin Xianshuang's helplessness. Yet all she encountered was the profound silence of the Pear Blossom courtyard, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Song, cradling the charming Shen Jingqing, approached gracefully with a smile, though a hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. "Mother, did I not suggest that you take this opportunity to rest at home for a few days? Look at you, bustling about so tirelessly. Can your health withstand such strain?" Her words brimmed with concern and affection for Mama Sunday. Hearing this, Mama Sun accepted Shen Jingqing into her arms, her eyes radiating warmth yet shaking her head with a sigh. "Had I known that the Lin family's girl was so malicious, causing our master such distress, I should have stormed in to teach her a lesson much sooner." Her words reflected a lingering regret for not being able to personally punish Lin Xianshuang. Observing her grandmother's adorable yet wistful demeanor, Shen Jingqing couldn't help but chuckle, secretly admiring what a venerable and lovable old lady she is. As time flowed on, the tempest subsided. One day, the seventh prince unexpectedly mentioned the incident to Shen Jingqing, curiously inquiring whether Shen Zhen had truly suffered a stroke. The emperor, having pondered deeply, recognized that the seventh prince had reached the age of enlightenment and decided to bring him into the palace for rigorous royal education. However, this beloved little prince felt an aversion to the strict and monotonous life behind palace walls. With his innate cleverness and charm, he would occasionally charm his father or adopt an endearingly clumsy demeanor, his eyes reflecting a profound longing for a life of freedom and play. The emperor looked into his son's crystal-clear gaze, waves of affection swelling within him. Ultimately, he chose to compromise, allowing the seventh prince to enjoy a few more carefree months before officially entering the palace academy after the new year. Thus, the seventh prince, like a bird freed from its constraints, gracefully returned to the Marquis of Qingyuan's residence, accompanied by Shen Yi. However, the household was united in their desire to seize this opportunity for a union with the prince's estate, and no one mentioned recalling Shen Yi back home. Although Shen Yi was outside, The changes within the family were not easily concealed, especially the news of Xinjin, still in his prime, suddenly suffering a stroke, which had already become a hot topic of gossip throughout the capital. You are absolutely right, Shen Jingqing concurred, a glimmer of concern flashing in her eyes. The physicians daily surrounded him with silver needles, resembling a hedgehog pierced all over, yet even so, the corners of his mouth remained slightly askew these past 2 days. Shen Jingqing felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Zhen's once gallant visage now ravaged by illness, stirring a sense of pity for this unsatisfactory father.
Meanwhile,
The 7th prince lingered in the midst of it all, each gentle stir of his silver spoon producing a crisp sound, akin to a refreshing summer melody. Even more tantalizing was the sour plum soup, ingeniously infused with golden osmanthus, its fragrance wafting through the air, mingling with the sweet and sour, instantly penetrating the heart with a cooling sensation. Shen Jingqing found her throat involuntarily swelling with saliva. She knew well that such a delightful drink would never be generously bestowed upon her by Song or the maids, Hong Yun and Hong Yu. Shen Jingqing gazed longingly at the sour plum soup in the 7th prince's hand, hoping he might share a sip.
to her dismay,
The 7th prince unhesitatingly raised the cup and drank it all in one go, his movements elegant and swift, as if unaware of her yearning. This scene left Shen Jingqing dumbfounded, inwardly lamenting, "By doing this, you shall forfeit my friendship." She felt a wave of annoyance. After having weathered hardships together, he now refused to share even a drop of sour plum soup, leaving her in a state of distress. "Do spare me," the 7th prince said, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he gently retrieved a pristine handkerchief, as light as a cloud, embroidered with golden threads depicting auspicious beasts, exuding royal elegance. He gracefully dabbed at the corners of his mouth, as if wiping away not mere mortal stains, but the world's most precious gemstones. His tone bore a hint of helplessness and teasing. "Last time, after sharing half a fruit with you, I received more disdainful glances from Mother, Aunt Xingping, and the princess consort than I have ever endured in my life. Those gazes were sharp enough to pierce through stone, cold enough to freeze the air. Do you truly dare to hope that I would fetch you another chilled sour plum soup?" The 7th prince shuddered at the thought, envisioning the icy stares transforming into a chilling wind penetrating his fine garments. He raised an eyebrow, a bitter smile curling his lips, as if to say, "You are truly my good friend." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingqing's eyes flashed with indignation. She rolled her eyes, as if to declare, "Humph, I misjudged you." Resolutely, she turned her head away, signaling her desire to no longer engage with the 7th prince. Yet, rather than feeling angered, the 7th prince only smiled brighter, effortlessly gliding over to Shen Jingqing's other side, his steps light as the wind, seemingly unaffected by anything that could dampen his current cheer. Shen Jingqing's expression was vacant, her mind a whirlpool of longing for the sour plum soup and resentment towards the 7th prince for his indifference, creating a vivid internal monologue. What does friendship matter in the face of sour plum soup? The 7th prince observed Shen Jingqing's demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. He raised an eyebrow, simultaneously exuding a sense of resignation and provocation. Moments later, he produced a small, exquisite object from his bosom, a white jade piece intricately carved into a series of linked rings, its craftsmanship breathtaking. The jade was as delicate as fat, its surface crystalline and translucent. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm and mysterious glow, as if it possessed a life of its own. He gently shook the linked rings, the clear, melodious sound reminiscent of a mountain stream whispering in one's ear. With a playful smile, the 7th prince extended the linked rings toward Shen Jingqing, his tone mingling jest with anticipation. Shen Jingqing, secretly scolding herself, friendship is priceless. Do not think you can win me over with mere trinkets. Yet, her hand betrayed her heart, almost instinctively grasping the jade rings. The cool touch sent a shiver of excitement through her. She examined the treasure in her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy, clearly captivated by the exquisite linked rings. Meanwhile, in another corner of the apricot blossom pavilion, Shen Yi and Shen Hao, the brothers, were engaged in a touching display of filial piety. Spring Peach, renowned for her meticulous care, had already prepared Xinjun for his grooming. Xinjun's hair was neatly arranged, adorned only with a simple hairpin embedded with emeralds. exuding both nobility and warmth. He was clad in a simple bamboo green robe, light and airy in texture, its fresh hue dancing in the gentle breeze, accentuating his refreshing demeanor. Although Shenzhen had yet to fully regain his health, the attentive care of Chen Tao had rendered him, at least superficially, respectable and spirited.
Shen Yi,
With a face full of concern, held a steaming bowl of white fungus soup, adorned with a few floating red dates, the aroma wafting through the air. He stood beside the sickbed, his voice earnest and filled with worry. "Father, please take a sip. This soup is beneficial for your health." Shenzhen slightly parted his parched lips, and with great care, Shen Yi brought a spoonful of the silky sweet soup to his mouth, the warm liquid gliding down his throat. However, due to Shenzhen's frail condition, some of the soup trickled down the corner of his mouth. Chen Tao, quick to act, produced a pristine silk handkerchief and gently wiped Shenzhen's mouth, her movements tender and meticulous, fearful of disturbing the ailing elder. This scene resembled a heartwarming family portrait, evoking admiration for the profundity and greatness of familial love. Yet, within Shen Yi's clear, water-like eyes, a faint blush emerged, and her delicate brows knitted slightly, as if a hint of melancholy lingered within. Her expression revealed deep concern and affection, akin to a flower bud trembling in the face of wind and frost, yet standing resiliently, unwilling to wither easily. Observing this, Chen Tao promptly reassured, "Young master, do not worry excessively. The master's health has greatly improved. The physician asserted yesterday that he will surely recover within 10 days. See how his complexion is becoming increasingly rosy and his spirit more robust. These are all clear signs of recovery." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of relief passed through Shen Yi's eyes as she nodded gently, her gaze intently focused on Chen Tao, her words imbued with respect and gratitude for her mother. "Mother mentioned that my father's swift recovery owes entirely to your meticulous care. Your nurturing is like spring rain reviving withered trees, rekindling the flame of life within him." Chapter 73. A lifetime without earning. Xiao Lao Si was not so thick-skinned. Previously, he had followed Tang Xiaoya's advice, which had strained his relationship with his brothers. They themselves had declared they would not partake in the charcoal trade, and now he found it embarrassing to approach them. Having done nothing, he felt even more hesitant to ask for money. "What does that money have to do with us?" Tang Xiaoya was growing anxious. "How can it not be related? Don't forget, you were involved initially and only withdrew later. Since they're distributing wages, you deserve your share, as was made clear at the outset." De Huai, leaning against Xiao Lao Si, dared not speak as his parents argued, his eyes occasionally glancing outside. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying approached with a broad smile but refrained from entering, lest she upset Tang Xiaoya further. "De Huai, come with your second aunt. Your grandmother has something for you." De Huai blinked and looked at his father. Xiao Lao Si quickly inquired, "Second sister-in-law, what does my mother want with De Huai? What does it matter? It's surely something good. Do you think she would harm De Huai?" With that, she took De Huai's hand and led him away. "You go check it out." Tang Xiaoya urged Xiao Lao Si to follow, hoping for any advantage. Upon reaching, Grandma Xia quickly produced some silver to hand to De Huai.
Da Huai was bewildert, Grandma.
"I can't accept this. Silly child, this is a gift from your grandmother. Just take it." De Bao received some too. "You are also my grandson and deserve it." Only then did De Huai accept it, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Xiao Lao Si, puzzled, promptly asked, "Mother, why are you giving De Huai money out of the blue? And so much? I want the child to share in the joy. Is that not permissible?" At this moment, Lao San stepped forward, holding some silver. "Lao Si, the wages I promised you last time have not yet been paid. This is for you." Xiao Lao Si glanced at it, astonished to find there was even more than a tael of silver. "No, third brother, this is far too much. I haven't earned so much, and I've only been here for a few days. I cannot accept this. We are all brothers. Why should we be so calculating? You are currently in a tough spot, looking after Xiaoya, and it's quite hard. You should just take the money." Xiao Lao Si felt touched. He had thought that after the last incident, his brothers would distance themselves from him and his wife, but now, even in the distribution of money, they were considering him and De Huai. "Thank you, third brother. No need for thanks. Next time bring Xiaoya over more often. She can't just lie around every day."
Lao Shan Zen Du Sun Ziplit.
Xiao Laozi felt the silver in his hands was almost too hot to hold. They had already given him so much last time. And now they were voluntarily offering even more. But third brother, if you give me this much, do you still have enough?
Lao Shan Jukka.
We brothers will divide it well. You are our brother, and of course, we must consider you. Hearing this, Xiao Laozi felt even more reluctant to linger. His mind was filled with thoughts of what he had previously said, especially to Tang Xiaoya. And now they were treating his family so well. Wasn't he that a slap in the face to him? De Huai called Sanbao, fourth uncle.
Shan Bao.
Cradling a small dog, wore an even brighter smile. De Huai, look at my Fu Bao, isn't it adorable? Come play with us. De Huai glanced back at Xiao Laozi. The child had been raised under strict supervision at home, accustomed to seeking his parents' approval before speaking. Seeing De Huai's desire to join them, Xiao Laozi willingly approached, cradling the child. Sanbao, what did you name it?
Fu Bao, Shan Bao Ziplit Fu Di Li.
I named it myself. Xiao Laozi, still youthful, found the playfulness appealing. He reached out to pet the small dog. So cute. Isn't it? Fourth uncle? If you like it, you should bring De Huai over to play often. Fu Bao loves children. All right, fourth uncle promises. As they chatted, Sun Qin emerged carrying Xia Qingyuan. Sun Qin had been inside and had not realized he had come. Lao Si and De Huai, what are you doing outside? Your brothers are about to distribute the money. Xiao Laozi was quite curious about how much they had earned, for he had seen the workers looking quite cheerful earlier, suggesting they must have made a good sum. Elder sister-in-law, how much did you sell for this time? Sun Qin glanced around to ensure no one was listening before confiding, I can't disclose this to outsiders. Of course, your brothers are keeping it from everyone. But as you are family, I can show you. The money is in my room. With Sun Qin's consent, Xiao Laozi followed her inside, and upon entering, he was truly taken aback. The room was neatly filled with numerous boxes, all brimming with gold and silver. Sun Qin remarked, I heard from your brothers that they expect to distribute over 1,000 taels. Per person?
Yes.
Xiao Laozi was now astonished. Such a considerable amount of silver, he feared he would never earn in a lifetime. Who would have imagined such a golden opportunity was squandered by him?
Well.
Please be cautious. Yet, dwelling on it now was futile. They were fortunate to receive even a fraction. Madame Xia personally came to distribute the funds, with several brothers seated before her. As it was her allocation, none of them voiced any objections. The village chief had previously assisted them significantly, even gathering many to lend a hand. She took out a portion and instructed the eldest, once you have a moment, please buy some meat and deliver it to the village chief as a token of our gratitude for his support. Understood, mother, he replied. As for the rest, each of you shall receive 1,500. Do any of you have objections? The others shook their heads in agreement, having never before encountered such a sum of silver. Finally, it was Xiao Laosan who spoke up, elder brother, this truly is excessive. We cannot possibly take all of it at once. Moreover, the commotion will inevitably attract attention in the village. It would be wise to keep the silver at your home for the time being. Xiao Lar, who was less articulate, nodded in agreement. There's no need for concern, elder brother. Look at how your house has been reinforced following the unfortunate incident with the children. It is certainly much safer than ours, suggested Xiao Laosan. Xia Fuchong shook his head. If thieves or kidnappers were to come, I would be ill-equipped to handle it. After some contemplation, Xiao Laosan proposed, why don't we all move in together? Your home has ample space for us, and I can always manage in the cattle shed. Given the substantial amount of silver, they indeed felt it was beyond their capability to safeguard, particularly for Sun Qin, who harbored concerns. Hence, when Xiao Laosan suggested relocating, she had no objections. A little crowding was inconsequential compared to the potential dangers that kept her on edge and disrupted her sleep. Do not expect Fu Bao to guard the house anymore. That little rascal sleeps soundly at night, especially when nestled next to San Bao. Even when Xiao Yu awoke, she remained undisturbed. At times, Fu Bao would even snore, leaving the family both amused and exasperated. Seeing that Sun Qin agreed, Xia Fuchong acquiesced as well. I shall tidy up 2 rooms shortly, one for each family. The children can squeeze in with De Bao for now. Xiao Laosan was quite pleased at the prospect of the family living together, creating a lively atmosphere. Father and mother, My place is too cramped. Sanbao can't bear it and has taken Fu Bao to their room. I want to sleep with you. Sun Qin replied, then come over. I want to be next to my sister. You have quite a few demands, little one. Sanbao pouted, and Sun Qin, with no recourse, acquiesced. The other children felt a twinge of disappointment. We came to play with Fu Bao too. Why did Sanbao take the child away? You should forget it. Sanbao is inseparable from Fu Bao. Hurry and sleep. You can all play together in the yard during the day. Xia Fuchong and his two brothers, however, found it difficult to sleep, as the sight of so much silver was a first for them, prompting them to be cautious and vigilant. After deliberation, the three brothers decided to take turns keeping watch. Elder brother, I will go first, Xia Laosan declared. I cannot sleep anyway. Upon learning they would receive such a fortune, he was exhilarated, leaving no room for thoughts of slumber. Very well, the others agreed. Before seeing the silver, their imaginations had conjured only a few hundred tales, but today, upon Sun Qin's revelation, they realized the true extent of their fortune. Xia Laosi mused that the whole affair was attributable to Tang Xiaoya. Had she not insisted on their separation last time, they would not have sacrificed this opportunity for a mere 200 taels. Xiaoxi, what troubles you? Did you not receive the money you sought? Tang Xiaoya remarked with a sarcastic tone. They made such a fuss. I thought you truly struck it rich. Why wouldn't they pay you? Xia Laosi, disinclined to engage, merely cast her a sidelong glance. This only piqued Tang Xiaoya's curiosity further. Are you mute? Did they refuse you? Should I go over and reclaim it? Or perhaps I will seek them out tomorrow. What do you intend to do? What else? Naturally, I shall demand the silver. The wages are rightfully yours. It was made clear beforehand that we would not participate, and you should receive pay for the days you worked. Look at your attitude. I was merely looking out for you. Do you truly believe your brothers have your best interests at heart? They are merely taking advantage of your naivety. Furthermore, now that we have separated our households, it is only fair that we settle accounts clearly. If they deny you your wages, that is their wrongdoing. If you are too timid to confront them, I shall go myself. Unable to endure her incessant prattle, Xia Laosi threw the wages at her feet. Tang Xiaoya assumed he was sulking. Is that all it takes to upset you? Do you think you only have your brothers and not me, your wife? Have you finished? Xia Laosi interjected, seeing that she remained undeterred. They have already paid the wages. And even more than due. You have no reason to be dissatisfied. If it were not for your insistence that I abandon the charcoal trade, would I have lost so much? Why do you speak to me so harshly? That silver is not mine, Tang Xiaoya retorted, suddenly questioning the meaning behind his mention of a significant loss. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was heavy and silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of cicadas from outside. Songsher spoke to Xin Yuezhu in a calm, yet undeniable tone. Ultimately, this concerns your life choices. Neither the master, the matriarch, nor I can make this decision for you. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yuezhu's expression shifted, her head bowed in deep contemplation, her long fingers unconsciously stroking the silk handkerchief she held, which was embroidered with delicate golden edges, now slightly crumpled from her grip. She remained silent, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Listening nearby, Shen Jingqing felt a surge of anger, muttering to herself, she clearly wishes for our mother to provide her an answer, so she can blame someone else regardless of her future. How shameless! Yet, Songsher remained unfazed by Shen Jingqing's indignation, instead offering a gentle smile that conveyed understanding and tolerance. Gently shaking her head, she spoke with warmth and firmness. Yuezhu, though we are sisters-in-law, I prefer to discuss this matter as a friend. You may think yourself clever, but forget not that I am not without my own wisdom. Songsher raised her hand to lightly caress the jade bracelet on her wrist, its clarity reminiscent of water and exuding a gentle luster that highlighted her fair skin. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips as she gazed directly at Xin Yuezhu, articulating clearly, whether you choose to remain in the household under the pressures of the Gao family or decisively embark on an unknown journey, the path ahead will be yours to tread. The joys and sorrows along the way are burdens only you can bear. Neither of us has experienced the pain of separation, and we cannot foresee which road may be smoother. One thing is certain. Regardless of your choice, you must take responsibility for your own life. rather than relying on others. In that moment, Song Shi's words rang in Shen Yi's ears like a bell, compelling her to reevaluate her innermost thoughts and seriously contemplate her future direction. The coolness of the chilled plum juice served as a reminder to maintain composure and face whatever storms lay ahead with courage. Home, once a bastion of warmth and protection, had now become a painful reminder of what she wished to avoid. Confronted with the dissolution of this marriage, she found herself lacking the courage to approach her family for the dowry that rightfully belonged to her. I am acutely aware that this dowry signifies not merely material wealth, but also the earnest hopes and blessings of my family for my future. Therefore, I have resolved to leave half of it in the Gao household, designated as a future dowry for my daughter, Mingzhu. Upon hearing of my intention to relinquish half of the dowry, Shen Yi's heart surged tumultuously, akin to a raging tempest. She vividly recalls that, at the time of her marriage, her family's fortunes had already begun to decline, the once prosperous days fading into memory. At that juncture, her sister-in-law had just taken on the role of matriarch. Despite shouldering the heavy responsibility of restoring the family's fortunes, she resolutely decided to divide the meager remaining assets in half, selflessly gifting one portion to Shen Yi as her bridal gift. Furthermore, her sister-in-law meticulously prepared a lavish trousseau, striving to provide Shen Yi with some semblance of security for her married life. Although Shen Yi's dowry did not attain the legendary 10-mile-long bridal procession that many extol, it undoubtedly ranked among the upper echelons among the daughters of noble families. Each stitch, each piece of jewelry and porcelain, encapsulated the profound love and boundless expectations of her family. Now, to sever this dowry, which embodies the hopes of her lineage, inflicted an indescribable pain and struggle within her heart. Shen Yi was in a state of disarray, caught between conflicting emotions. Every gesture and expression of hers was closely observed by the astute Song clan. Song understood that this was a pivotal choice in Shen Yi's life, and she did not wish to interfere excessively. Earlier, she had harbored concerns that should Shen Yi face divorce, it might tarnish her own daughter's reputation and future. However, with her daughter now fortunate enough to receive the favor of two esteemed noble women and even the Empress herself, her anxieties began to dissipate. Yet, despite her thoughts, her feet felt as if ensnared by invisible ropes, refusing to budge. Her gaze remained fixed upon the jade bracelet on Song's wrist, as green as spring water, an expression of longing and envy radiating from her eyes. Were it in the past, this not-so-rare jade bracelet would have been bestowed upon her without hesitation by Song. Yet at this moment, Song knew full well that, even if she were to exhaust her entire dowry to fill the void in the Marquis, such possessions would likely be regarded as mere trifles by others, and perhaps even coveted with greedy eyes. Look at my sister-in-law Shen Yi, her lively eyes sparkling as if illuminated by brilliant stars, seemingly about to fixate upon the resplendent green bracelet adorning our mother's wrist. Song gently lowered her head, unable to conceal a sly smile at the corner of her lips. She elegantly raised the celadon wine cup in her hand, delicately pressing it to her rosy lips, the amber liquid within shimmering softly in the dim light, as if whispering some unspoken secret. Each step she took was fraught with endless entanglements and helplessness. Yet concealed within was a resolute courage. Viewed from behind, Shen Yi's figure resembled a graceful willow, swaying gently as if she were a living embodiment of a courtesan painting. Compared to the youthful maidens of tender age, innocent and carefree, she possessed a maturity bestowed by the passage of time, a charm that stemmed not merely from age, but from the unique allure forged through life's trials. As Shen Yi lamented, to be forced into a situation of sharing a husband, despite her beauty and captivating presence, would undoubtedly be a profound injustice and torment. Yet, a trace of barely perceptible mockery flickered in Song's eyes as she pondered. Shen Yi had always been indignant over Lin Xianshuang's plight, deeply pained by the injustices she faced, fervently advocating for her. If she harbored such sympathy for a concubine's position, why not facilitate her acceptance of a husband with many concubines? Surely, she would gladly embrace this kind gesture and experience firsthand the tribulations of being the primary wife. Chapter 76. The divorce document, however. Reality is often more direct and piercing than words. To this, Song merely smiled faintly, her expression imbued with profound meaning, akin to the icy layer of a lake yet to thaw in early spring. She bent down gently, caressing her daughter Shen Jingqing's silky hair, which gleamed with health. Her voice low as if fearing to disturb the tranquility of the air. In that case, your father's condition may worsen further. Shen Jingqing blinked her round, doe-like eyes, her clear gaze reflecting her mother's complex emotions. She gently wiped away the unspilled tears with her chubby hands, silently praying, "Let this familial storm arrive with greater ferocity. Perhaps only after the tempest can we cleanse all the dust and welcome the true clear skies." As the night deepened like ink, it silently enveloped the bustling capital. Amid the dim lights, Gao Wei's figure had yet to appear before the crimson gates of the Shen residence. His absence weighed heavily upon Xinjun and Song, stirring anxiety and uncertainty within them. The night breeze swept through, carrying away the day's clamor, but failing to dispel the unspoken oppression. It was not until dawn broke, sunlight spilling into the courtyard, that the Shen household welcomed the emissary from the Gao family. Clad in a simple blue robe, the envoy strode confidently, his sharp gaze betraying the gravity of his mission. He approached the apricot blossom pavilion, informing the steward of his arrival and specifically requesting an audience with Shenzhen and Song. Considering the familial ties, it was deemed inappropriate to address such matters within the private residence of Shenzhen and his wife. Thus, upon hearing the news, Song promptly made arrangements. She gracefully gestured for a maid to bring a light cloud-patterned shawl, draping it gently over her shoulders. Before applying a touch of powder to her face and arranging her hair, her demeanor was composed and elegant, as if the impending encounter were merely a visit from familiar friends rather than an unforeseen storm. Once everything was in place, Song stepped out of her chamber, traversing the winding corridor towards the flower hall. Meanwhile, Shenzhen, with the assistance of servants, had taken a seat in a soft sedan chair made of emerald bamboo and veiled with fine gauze. The chair swayed gently as it carried him through the courtyard, along the stone path, gradually making its way to the flower hall. At the entrance of the flower hall, Shenzhen and Song fortuitously crossed paths. Their eyes met, and without the need for words, they understood the concerns weighing on each other's minds. Hand in hand, they stepped over the intricately carved threshold, entering the spacious and solemn flower hall. Inside, they found Wang Ting already awaiting them. He was a tall figure with an imposing presence, exuding a gravitas that surpassed that of his younger brother Gao Wei. Dressed in a deep purple robe adorned with patterns of dragons, and a jade pendant hanging at his waist, he emanated an air of nobility and dignity. Upon Shenzhen and Song's arrival, he did not rise to greet them but merely inclined his head slightly, motioning for them to take their seats. Nonetheless, a barely discernible flash of anger flickered in his eyes, hinting at the impending storm. He stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his expression severe to the point of being nearly frozen. In his deep-set eyes, while the flames of rage did not blaze, they roiled like a hidden tide, concealing an uncontainable indignation. "Mr. Shen, I come today at the behest of the family head to discuss a matter of great importance." Wang Ting's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking the heart like a hammer. "You have called me brother, and I feel unworthy of such a title. The union of our families was intended to foster goodwill between our houses. However, since your daughter married into the Gao family, her various words and actions have suggested discontent towards our family and towards Gao Wei in particular." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across Shenzhen and Song's faces, seemingly searching for their reactions. Then, he extracted a sealed, yellowed letter from his robes, placing it heavily on the table with a resounding thud. "This is the divorce document." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the flower hall plummeted to a chilling silence. Shenzhen and Song exchanged glances, their faces a tumult of shock, confusion, and anger, rendered momentarily speechless. They could not comprehend how, within a matter of days, the Gao family's attitude had shifted so drastically, nor could they accept this sudden pronouncement of divorce. The sudden upheaval undoubtedly added further layers of crisis and uncertainty to the already precarious Shen residence. This letter of divorce, laden with profound weight and resoluteness, was now firmly cradled in the hands of his younger sister, poised to be presented to Shenzhen. Meanwhile, That younger brother had already solemnly affixed his fingerprint upon the document, the vivid crimson resembling a scar etched onto pristine paper, strikingly conspicuous and painfully evocative. As he slowly accepted the divorce letter, the moment his fingertips brushed against the paper, he seemed to sense the icy finality it contained. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this divorce letter was prepared in triplicate, adhering to ancient customs, with each copy held by Gao Wei, Shen Yi, and the court, signifying fairness. Before him lay the version held by Shen Yi, its ink still wet, her name standing out boldly, each character resolute and devoid of hesitation. The scarlet fingerprint, akin to a blood oath, was indelibly imprinted among the words, striking to the core. Shen Jingqing felt a tightening in his throat, as if a chill had surged into his chest. The emotions he had striven to suppress erupted uncontrollably at that moment, and a sudden gush of blood spilled forth, staining the divorce letter and transforming it into a tragic crimson flower. Wang Ting, witnessing this scene from the side, harbored a barely perceptible disdain in his gaze. He mused inwardly. The Shen siblings are indeed cut from the same cloth. Faced with adversity, one resorts to clumsy obstinacy, while the other succumbs to emotional turmoil, both unable to respond with composure. Wang Ting's indifferent eyes pierced through Shen Jingqing like arrows, causing his blood to surge and his vision to blur. He gripped the armrest of his chair with all his might, attempting to rise, yet his body, weakened by a prior stroke, betrayed him at this moment, leaving him powerless. Despite the torment within, his body refused to obey his will. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Shen Jingqing reluctantly accepted the reality and succumbed to despair. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm the tumultuous emotions within while casting a hopeful glance towards Song Shi, urging her to intervene. Observing this, Song Shi let out a soft sigh, filled with regret and helplessness towards the farce unfolding before them. Wang Ting's expression was dark and unyielding as he faced Shen Jingqing. Yet, he could not maintain that same coldness when addressing the gentle and virtuous Song Shi. The atmosphere in the flower hall grew tense, an invisible authority permeating the air. The resolute glimmer in his deep-set eyes seemed to foreshadow that his forthcoming words would determine the course of a significant fate. After a moment, he spoke in a deep, measured tone, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. However, one thing must be made clear: Mingzhu shall not be able to see you again. Despite the charged atmosphere, Wang Ting maintained his composure, refraining from succumbing to rage, and instead presented the subsequent matters regarding the divorce with meticulous clarity. This remarkable calmness commanded respect. Shen Jingqing leaned into the warm embrace of the red clouds, standing alongside Shen Hao outside the door, breathlessly listening. They could distinctly sense the irritation in Wang Ting's voice, a dissatisfaction and resignation toward the current state of affairs, yet his words shone with clarity, impartial and transparent. Shen Jingqing silently praised. The Gao family truly embodies the virtues of a prestigious lineage, conducting themselves with integrity. The sensitive matter of returning the dowry was handled discreetly under the cover of night, to spare both parties from unnecessary scrutiny and gossip. Shen Yuezhu's lack of appreciation for her fortune was indeed lamentable. Shen Jingqing felt a pang of regret. She was acutely aware of her advantageous background, her former husband's generosity, and the deep affection of her devoted husband beside her. She could scarcely comprehend why Shen Yuezhu stubbornly sought distress, willingly severing her own happiness. Second brother, do not emulate Shen Yuezhu in the future. She suddenly thought of her straightforward and simple-minded younger brother, concerned that he might inherit Shen Yuezhu's misguided nature and find himself in a predicament. This worry compelled her to speak out, her tone imbued with deep concern for her brother. Shen Hao was taken aback by her sudden admonition, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. He slightly rose on his toes, playfully tapped Shen Jingqing's forehead, and with a wry smile, softly replied, "Who would act like her?" This musing, intended for himself, was only audible to Shen Jingqing, while others perceived Shen Hao as whispering mysteriously to the air. As the three were lost in their own thoughts, they suddenly noticed Wang Ting striding purposefully out of the flower hall. Simultaneously, inside the hall, Shen Jingqing was vehemently questioning Song Shi. His face was ashen, fingers gripping the table tightly, his voice wavering with agitation. "Why did you remain silent just now?" Clearly unable to accept the abruptness of the divorce letter, his shock and fury intertwined, rendering his words filled with confusion and reproach. Song Shi looked innocently at her husband, a flicker of grievance crossing her eyes. "Sir, you have wronged me. I spoke just now." Her retort, though weak, bore a resilient undertone, indicating her unwillingness to acquiesce to this baseless reproach. Moments ago, she had sighed deeply within, pondering how she had found herself in such a predicament. Her whisper fell like a leaf, silently rippling across the tumultuous waters of her heart, yet failing to alter the chaotic situation. "Sir," her voice carried an unmistakable weariness and resignation. "You see, the young master of the Gao family and your sister have already signed the divorce letter. The ink is still fresh. What more can I say in light of such reality? Should I kneel on her behalf, humbly apologize, and beg them to pretend this never happened?" Her voice dwindled, as though the harshness of reality was suffocating her. Shen Jingqing, ignited by this unexpected turn of events, found it nearly impossible to remain seated. Even uttering such a lengthy string of words left him breathless, his chest heaving. Outside, Shen Jingqing's figure quietly materialized, a barely concealed smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips as she thought, "This is what one might call poetic justice." Upon hearing this, Song Shi's lips curled into a cold and contemptuous smile, her gaze like a blade piercing through Shen Jingqing's dignity. "Sir, forgive my candor, but it would be wise for you to abandon this notion." Though her words were frigid, her actions were remarkably considerate, offering him a cup of cool tea. The emerald leaves unfurling in the clear water, releasing a delicate fragrance amidst the rising steam. She not only showed no remorse, but also took the initiative to present the divorce letter, implying that the Gao family had already extended sufficient courtesy, having acted with utmost benevolence. Did he truly wish to escalate matters, compelling them to sever ties irrevocably, and turn this incident into a source of public ridicule? Song Shi's words pierced through Shen Jingqing's pride like needles, each syllable a sharp reminder of his dignity. "You," Shen Jingqing, unable to contain his fury, trembled as he pointed at Song Shi, wishing to strike her, to make her experience that his patience was not an infinite abyss. Yet, half of his body remained ensnared by the chains of illness, his movement sluggish, forcing him to helplessly lower his raised arm. Song Shi evidently noticed this subtle change. A flicker of surprise in her eyes as she observed his rising and falling hand, her smile growing more pronounced. "Sir, do you find my words unpleasant? Yet you know, bitter medicine is beneficial to the ailing, and honest words can be hard to hear." S throat surged with a sudden, muffled tumult, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, violently jolting his chest. His dark, lustrous eyes rolled back, resembling a solitary moon in the night sky, caught in a tempest, teetering on the brink of collapse, revealing signs of impending unconsciousness. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he were fiercely battling an unseen force, yet ultimately unable to withstand it. Observing this, Song's heart was a tumult of emotions, and she let out a long, heavy sigh, filled with resignation. She gently raised her hand, extracting a hairpin as smooth as water and as gentle as jade from her hair, its body radiating a soft glow, mirroring her worried yet resolute gaze. Without hesitation, she pointed the sharp end of the jade pin at the philtrum of, piercing it decisively and accurately. This jab was akin to a spring breeze transforming into rain, awakening, who was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. His slightly trembling eyelids gradually regained their brilliance, and his dazed gaze began to focus. As Song saw him regain consciousness, she sighed in relief, reinserting the jade pin into her elaborate hairstyle. Gazing at him with a tone imbued with deep reproach and concern, "Ajan, when will you learn to temper your temperament? The physician has repeatedly advised that you require tranquil rest, avoiding any form of stimulation, whether it be physical jolts or emotional upheavals. Both could lead to a sudden deterioration in your condition. Life is replete with various situations. Why must you carry the weight of every concern, disregarding your own safety?" Stirred by her words, S' breath quickened, his chest heaving violently as if a fierce inferno blazed within him, unbearably hot. At this moment, he could not articulate even a vague utterance, allowing anger and helplessness to swirl in his eyes. Outside the door, faint footsteps and whispers emerged, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, subtle yet distinctly audible. Song keenly detected this sound, her heart tightening, and she called out with irritation. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Hongyun, who held the still infant in one arm and firmly grasped the hand of the young with the other. The three entered the room with cautious yet light steps. They wore smiles, their eyes reflecting a hint of appeasement, seemingly attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere within. As bright, lively eyes quickly scanned her father, who was enveloped in fury. His eyes were wide with rage, burning with an intense fire, his gaze piercing her like a blade. Faced with such a stern look, exhibited no fear. Instead, she displayed the unique playfulness and innocence of a child. She stretched out her chubby, fair hands and gently tugged at her eyelids, making a comical, endearing face, as if challenging her father's authority. Observing this, Song furrowed her brow, casting a stern glare at her daughter. She understood well that emotions were extremely fragile at this moment, and any misstep could lead to a resurgence of his ailment. The child's antics were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, paid no heed, continuing to beam with a radiant smile, her bright eyes twinkling with mischief, completely disregarding her mother's reprimand. It seemed she was already accustomed to such scenes, her composure and tranquility evoking admiration for her courage and character. This wretched father's tolerance is indeed diminishing, mused inwardly, her face still adorned with an innocent and delightful smile, as if everything lay within her control, effortlessly managing any situation. Stepped forward steadily, his gaze resolute, his stride firm, akin to a young warrior marching into battle. He walked directly toward, whose eyes were red and swollen, and, driven by his kind heart, gently pulled a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, its delicate patterns subtly shimmering in the sunlight, as if carrying unspoken affection. Despite his tall stature, towering over his peers at this moment, his lingering innocence and kindness made him resemble an elder brother eager to soothe his younger sibling's pain. Yet, did not accept this gesture of goodwill. He suddenly raised his arm in a swift motion, striking his cheek with the back of his hand. Though the slap lacked force, it left a brief yet clear trajectory in the air, as if narrating the boy's internal struggle and resistance. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, all eyes fixated on this unexpected clash. Clearly taken aback by the action, quickly regained composure, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, followed by a sly yet subtle smile. He raised his hand without hesitation and slapped his own cheek. Eyes glistened slightly, as if touched by an indescribable emotion. He opened his mouth, emitting heart-wrenching cries that resonated through the flower hall, stirring the hearts of those present. He then dashed out, his hurried steps vanishing into the interplay of light and shadow beyond the door. Stood dumbfounded, gazing at his departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She shook her head slightly, a complex smile tugging at her lips. I never expected this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow would also play such tricks. Her words conveyed both admiration for his cleverness and resignation regarding the familial turmoil. Witnessing this scene, Song's heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Like a lioness protecting her cubs, she was ignited by a blend of unbridled anger and maternal love. She charged at, pouring all her strength into a punch that landed heavily upon his chest. Hanyun stood aside, her expression stoic, yet her heart roiled with turmoil. She lowered her head, striving to avoid the epicenter of this familial storm, allowing her conflicting thoughts to surge within her. She understood that her silence was the utmost respect for Song's emotions and a silent witness to the discord between the brothers. Song's punch did not quell her inner fury. It only intensified. She disregarded everything and struck once more, her blow not sufficient to cause serious harm, yet enough for to feel her anger and disappointment. At that moment, Song cast aside her usual gentleness and fragility, knowing that speech was impaired and that even a loud reprimand would go unheard by outsiders. Thus she unleashed her pent-up frustrations without restraint. Finally, she called for the attendants, commanding them to immediately carry away from the flower hall. She could no longer bear to watch her son treat his brother in such a manner. The attendants exchanged glances, not daring to delay for an instant, swiftly approaching to carefully lift away. Take the master to the apricot blossom pavilion. Let Xuanxia take good care of him. This brief yet authoritative command resonated from within the residence. The servants waiting outside responded immediately, straightening their postures and entering with utmost respect. clad in matching dark robes. Their steps were synchronized, their faces reflecting a solemn demeanor that illustrated the strict family discipline of the servants approached, who was still muttering incoherently as he cursed Song. Despite his inability to articulate clearly due to a stroke, they handled him with great care, as if cradling a fragile treasure, and gently placed him upon a soft sedan chair, crafted from the finest silk, adorned with intricate embroidery of golden and silver threads, signifying the master's esteemed status. The attendants swiftly lifted the sedan poles and departed, leaving behind a faint fragrance and their unspoken concern and reverence for. Alas, being a servant is indeed challenging. Observers couldn't help but sigh. Although the master held a lofty position, he was beset by illness, and the matriarch, despite her esteemed reputation, was confined due to the family's financial constraints, unable to intervene in household matters. In the present day, the power within the Marquis's household has quietly shifted into the hands of the matron. It is widely acknowledged that only by heeding her can one navigate the tumultuous waters of the Marquis's estate with any semblance of stability. What a debt collector! With this exclamation of indignation, Song turned to face Shen Jingqing, jabbing a finger resentfully at her smooth forehead. Though her touch was gentle, it bore an unspoken weight that made Shen Jingqing's heart tighten. A flicker of rage shone in Song's eyes, yet it was laced with a subtle hint of satisfaction. After all, it was this young girl who had provoked Shenzhen, not her. Both Shen Jingqing and her loyal maid, Han Yun, widened their eyes in astonishment at Song's impending actions. Han Yun had heard clearly from outside that Shen Yi had personally delivered the divorce papers to the Gao family, and it was evident that the Gao family was seething with anger, barely maintaining their noble facade. How could they tolerate Song's intrusion at such a delicate moment? Shen Jingqing, equally perplexed, observed her mother's resolute demeanor, filled with questions. However, Song offered no explanation, merely shaking her wide sleeves vigorously, as if to dispel all doubts and concerns. Shen Yi may tarnish her own reputation, as may Shenzhen, but the dignity of the Marquis of Qingyuan must be preserved. Her tone was unwavering, each word resonating with authority. Go quickly. It would be inappropriate to arrive after noon. Song's words conveyed her steadfast determination to uphold the family's reputation. Han Yun appeared troubled but ultimately dared not oppose her, hastening away to prepare the carriage. They hurriedly changed their attire and selected a few exquisite delicacies as gifts. Amidst the flurry of activity, Song resolved to bring Shen Jingqing along to the Gao household. She was acutely aware of the difficulties that lay ahead, but for the sake of the family's dignity and future, she must step forward, regardless of the perils that awaited. Their residence still stood proudly in the heart of the bustling capital, nestled among other illustrious families, exuding the grandeur of a bygone era. As the Shen family boarded their opulent carriage and traversed the lively streets, it took merely over half an hour for the imposing Gao estate to come into view. Accompanied by attendants bearing intricately crafted invitations, they solemnly presented them to the doorman of the Gao family. The invitation, emblazoned with the illustrious four characters of the Marquis of Qingyuan, instantly transformed the doorman's expression from neutrality to coldness, clearly indicating the Gao family's deep-seated resentment towards Shen Yi's actions. The Gao family, however, did not turn Song away due to Shen Yi's misdeeds. This was both a matter of noble decorum and a sign of respect for Song's personal visit. Taking a deep breath, Song straightened her back and walked directly toward the residence of the Gao matriarch. This was a tranquil courtyard, flanked by flowering trees along the flagstone path, with the air suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood, as if to cleanse the heart of its dust. Upon entering the matriarch's hall, Song intended to kneel in apology, but the matriarch, quick-witted, immediately signaled for a maid to assist her, halting Song's gesture. Shen Jingqing stood behind her mother, quietly observing the Gao matriarch before her. The matriarch appeared to be in her 60s, her hair as white as snow, meticulously arranged with no hint of disarray, a testament to the poise and nobility that time had bestowed upon her. Her attire was not lavish but rather elegantly simple, crafted from unadorned fabrics into well-fitted garments, with only a few understated accessories that perfectly accentuated her dignified grace. Particularly striking were her kind eyes, which, despite having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, still sparkled with warmth and wisdom. Song's visit was not merely to apologize for Shen Yi. Having been doted upon since childhood, she had acted impulsively and recklessly until the present moment, when she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Let us first delineate our boundaries from her foolish actions. Shen Jingqing silently nodded in understanding of her mother's strategy. Furthermore, Song emphasized that, although the marriage had unraveled and could not be rekindled, it should not erase the fond memories shared between Shen Yi and the father of Wang Mingzhu. These days spent hand in hand, these moments of solidarity, were genuine emotional ties that could not be overlooked. Moreover, they had a daughter, Gao Yuner, a lively and intelligent child, the very embodiment of the bond between the two families, an irreplaceable connection of kinship. At the mention of Gao Yuner, the previously composed Gao matriarch's eyes glistened with unshed tears, which shimmered in her eyes as if ready to spill over. She gently placed her hand over her chest, where endless longing and affection for her granddaughter resided. Her voice rang clear and firm, each word like a stone dropped into still water. This matter, I shall take charge. Half of Yuezhu's dowry will remain in the household. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as all eyes turned to the solemn figure of a man at the center. His brief statement carried immense weight, like an invisible hammer striking the hearts of all present. In this moment, he was not only the pillar of the family, but also the guardian willing to sacrifice everything for their lineage. A flicker of complex emotion crossed the Gao matriarch's face. And just as she was about to speak, Song swiftly interrupted. She stepped closer to the elder, gently yet firmly resting her hand on the trembling one of the matriarch. Her earnest gaze locking onto the Gao matriarch's, her words imbued with respect and sincerity. Please allow me to speak first. This is for Yunu. The child is truly unfortunate, and it is only reasonable for Yuezhu, as her mother, to leave her a few possessions for security. As Yuner is still young, I would like you to keep these items for her. Your Grace, we trust you. This heartfelt declaration was like a gentle breeze, stirring deep emotions within the Gao matriarch. The tears that had glimmered in her weathered eyes finally fell, tracing the lines of her wrinkled cheeks. Her voice trembled with profound emotion. Madam Shen, how can I express my gratitude to you? Earlier, when Shen Yuezhu privately spoke of the sister-in-law, her words were rife with complaints and dissatisfaction, seemingly filled with skepticism and resistance towards her actions. Yet at this moment, confronted with Song's profound love and selfless responsibility, the Gao matriarch's perspective underwent a radical transformation. She began to reassess this misunderstood woman. The previous biases and misconceptions appeared feeble in the face of Song's sincerity. The blazing sun poured its intense rays through the delicate veil of the carriage, illuminating Shen Jingqing's fair face. She gently turned her head, her gaze piercing through the gauzy curtain, capturing a shocking sight. Was that not Lin Xianshuang? How could she be here, and why did she hastily turn into that narrow alley? Is that not Lin Xianshuang? How did she get out? Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her tone filled with confusion and unease. Her eyes closely followed Lin Xianshuang's figure until it vanished around the corner of the alley. Song, having heard her, looked up in the direction Shen Jingqing indicated. Yet the world beyond the carriage remained unchanged, with no trace of Lin Xianshuang to be found. Shen Jingqing's anxiousness was palpable as she fervently called out while excitedly pointing toward the direction Lin Xianshuang had disappeared, her frantic gestures tracing chaotic arcs in the air. Upon witnessing this, Song unhesitatingly commanded the carriage to halt. The carriage came to a gentle stop, and she alighted, her gaze fixed on that seemingly ordinary, unnamed alley. The cobblestone path was neatly laid, yet the alley was devoid of any presence, so silent that one could almost hear the gentle sound of sunlight falling upon the stones. The alley stretched straight and deep, with no end in sight, clearly not a short passage to traverse in a brief moment. Song pondered internally whether Lin Xianshuang had entered a residence within the alley, or if Shen Jingqing, in her agitation and misperception, had mistaken someone for her. Regardless, she resolved to investigate further. Upon returning to the Marquis' residence, Song was consumed by anxiety and hurried directly to the Pear Blossom courtyard. She understood that the immediate priority was to thoroughly investigate the cloud of suspicion surrounding Lin Xianshuang's disappearance. At the entrance of the courtyard, the matron on duty had been waiting anxiously for some time. Upon seeing Song's arrival, she rushed forward, her face betraying a hint of worry and unease. She was acutely aware that every word and action at this moment could impact the safety and reputation of the entire Pear Blossom courtyard. The matron bowed deeply, her tone resolute, stating that she had vigilantly guarded the entrance day and night since the madam's departure, and it had remained tightly shut like iron, only to be opened at mealtimes. The madam could rest assured that Lin, the young lady, could never have ventured outside on her own. Although the matron's words were earnest, a barely perceptible hesitation flickered across her brow. Song, ever perceptive, noticed this subtle shift and encouraged her gently yet firmly, saying, "We have worked together for many years. Feel free to speak openly, without concealment." At this, the matron hesitated briefly, but ultimately summoned her courage and lowered her voice to almost a whisper, confessing, "There is, in fact, a hole for dogs in the back wall of the Pear Blossom courtyard. Although it is obscured by weeds, it might not go unnoticed. However, I cannot fathom that Lin would resort to escaping through a dog hole." Her words struck like a thunderclap, causing the teacup in Song's hand to tremble slightly. The maidservant, Hong Yu, reacted swiftly, patting Song's back to ease her nerves, offering reassurances. Meanwhile, the matron looked alarmed, repeatedly apologizing, as beads of sweat formed on her brow, clearly regretful for having inadvertently revealed such a secret. Once Song had regained her composure, she gestured for Hong Yu to refrain from scolding the matron and instead rewarded her with a silver coin as a token of appreciation for her honesty. With piercing eyes, Song solemnly instructed the matron, "This matter is of utmost importance. You must keep a vigilant watch over Lin Xianshuang, particularly regarding that dog hole. It must be securely sealed without any oversight." After the matron acknowledged her orders and withdrew, Song stood alone before the closed door of the Pear Blossom courtyard, gazing intently, her thoughts racing. It cannot be. I distinctly saw her. The testimony of Shen Jingqing weighed heavily upon her heart. That figure, that profile, it was undeniably Lin Xianshuang. Doubt began to creep into Song's mind. She had always trusted Shen Jingqing's perceptiveness. Could it be that she had overly relied on the matron and her children's loyalty to the Marquis' household, neglecting certain crucial clues? Chapter 81. A moment of reflection with furrowed brows, Song's confusion spread like creeping vines. If Lin Xianshuang could not have left the Pear Blossom courtyard, then who could Shen Jingqing have possibly seen? Or was there someone in the world who bore such a striking resemblance, conveniently present in the capital? These seemingly contradictory clues intertwined, rendering the whole affair increasingly perplexing. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Taking a deep breath, Song resolutely suppressed her doubts and commanded preparations for lunch. She understood that only by maintaining composure could she find an opportunity to unravel this silent conflict. The truth, hidden behind layers of fog, would eventually resurface. Shen Jingqing was engulfed in doubt, striving to untangle her thoughts. Yet the chaotic emotions swirled within her like a tangle of threads, difficult to unravel. She was acutely aware that her mother would never stand idly by in the face of any unusual occurrences surrounding Lin Xianshuang. Her mother, a woman well-versed in the ways of the world, possessed the wisdom and decisiveness to deter anyone attempting to infringe upon the interests of the Shen family. Thus, Shen Jingqing resolved to temporarily set aside her thoughts and patiently await the unfolding situation, confident that her mother would handle matters appropriately. According to the strict legal provisions of the current dynasty, a woman's dowry was her personal property, sacred and inviolable. Even in the unfortunate event of her passing, such dowries could only be inherited by her legitimate offspring. When news of this reached the Lotus Pavilion, Shen Yuezhu could no longer contain her excitement and anticipation. She hurriedly dashed out of her chamber, her skirt billowing like a peony eager to bloom. She swiftly traversed the courtyard, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she headed towards the procession of dowries at the front gate. However, upon witnessing the steward meticulously tallying the items and concluding the handover process, she was struck by a wave of confusion and indignation. She recalled that on the day of her marriage, the 72 bearers of her dowry had formed a long procession, drawing the attention of all in the streets. Among them were fertile fields, shops, various garments, precious herbs, gold, silver, jewels, and antiques, a dazzling display of opulence. Yet now, These possessions that were rightfully hers had been reduced to a mere handful, akin to a drop in the ocean, a cruel irony. This is unacceptable. Her words shot forth like arrows, each laden with fury. In response to Shen Yueju's accusations, the steward of the Gao family displayed no hint of fluster. Instead, a cold smirk appeared on his lips, filled with disdain and contempt for her. Shen Yueju, accustomed to the comforts of the Gao household and often commanding those beneath her, found her anger ignited upon witnessing the steward's brazen demeanor. She exclaimed, "You wretched servant! Stand right there." These words struck like thunder, resonating powerfully and revealing her anger and frustration. Yet, the Gao steward, already forewarned by the matriarch not to engage in conflict with the Marquis' household over trivial matters, stifled his own fury and chose to depart in silence. Shen Yueju, now even more enraged, was about to unleash another tirade when she was interrupted by a voice behind her, steady and authoritative, capturing everyone's attention. "It is I who have decided to give half of your dowry to Yuner." Her words, though light, cut through the air with sharp precision, piercing Shen Yueju's ears and rendering her momentarily rigid. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Yueju turned abruptly, her eyes igniting with fierce flames of anger, emotions swirling within her. She bit her lip, her face flushed with rage, and the turmoil inside her threatened to erupt into a question. On what grounds? The low growl was imbued with uncontainable sorrow and indignation. Each item in that dowry had been meticulously chosen and cherished through the years, embodying her youthful dreams and aspirations for the future. Now, to have half of these invaluable treasures stripped away without her knowledge was an unbearable blow. Facing Shen Yueju's wrath, Song remained unfazed, gently placing her delicate, fair hand on Shen Yueju's shoulder, as soothing as a gentle breeze over a lake. She sighed deeply, her gaze filled with profound concern and affection. "I do this for your own good." Her words were tender as spring rain, yet they stirred greater turmoil within Shen Yueju's heart. Confusion clouded her brow as she struggled to comprehend the seemingly cruel decision cloaked in the guise of benevolence. "For my own good?" Shen Yueju's tone rose, her bewilderment evident as she searched Song's face for answers. Her emotions flickered like a candle flame in a tempest. Fierce yet unsteady. "Sister-in-law, with a single word from you, half of my possessions are gone, and you claim it is for my own good?" Shen Yueju's voice trembled, her agitation reaching a fever pitch. She paid no mind to the cup of warm tea Song offered, feeling as if the bowl in her hands had turned icy. She pressed for a reason that would convince her of this decision. The fragrance of flowers in the garden seemed incapable of calming the tumult within Shen Yueju's heart. She hurried along, preoccupied with thoughts of her lost dowry, with no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery along the way, nor the exquisite tea personally brewed by the Song family. Observing Shen Yueju's anxious demeanor, Song wore a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. Gently grasping Shen Yueju's hand, she conveyed a resolute strength, as if to say, "Everything has its reason. You are always so impatient, never taking time to ponder," she remarked. Song's words resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, striking deep within Shen Yueju's soul. Affectionately calling her little sister, the familiar and endearing term eased Shen Yueju's worries. With a slight smile, Song continued, "My dear sister, now that you are free after the divorce, do you intend to spend the rest of your days in the Marquis' residence, or do you yearn to embark upon a new life?" The question struck Shen Yueju like a bolt of lightning, piercing her innermost thoughts. Her cheeks flushed slightly, clearly stirred by the inquiry, as she shyly responded, I am only in my 20s. "Exactly," Song exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with approval and anticipation, clapping her hands in excitement, her laughter ringing like melodious silver bells. It is often said that while the first marriage is arranged by parents, the second is entirely at one's own discretion. However, mere desire is insufficient for a second marriage. You possess a noble lineage and striking beauty, but what of your reputation? Her gaze bore into Shen Yueju, her words laden with concern and apprehension, piercing like fine needles into Shen Yueju's heart. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueju straightened her back, determination flickering in her eyes as if declaring to the world, "They dare to tarnish my name." That steadfast gaze and elevated spirit revealed her resolution and hope for the future. This was precisely what Song longed to witness, a Shen Yi who dared to take charge of her destiny and embrace a new beginning. Meanwhile, Shen Jingqing lay quietly in her exquisitely crafted cradle, nestled on a soft satin cushion, while a light veil swayed gently above her, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she listened intently to the conversation between her mother, Song, and her sister, Shen Yi. Just as Shen Jingqing became enraptured by her mother's eloquence, Song quietly rose and gracefully approached the window, where a pot of verdant plant stood, adorned with shyly blooming buds. Holding a gleaming pair of silver shears, Song focused intently, decisively trimming away the elongated branches that disrupted the overall beauty. Her movements were both skilled and precise, reflecting her meticulous approach to life and her unwavering pursuit of beauty. Among so many young scions, which one should I choose for Yuezhu? She murmured as she pruned, her words revealing deep anxiety and conflict, as if confiding her worries to the flowers. The severed branches arced gracefully through the air before falling silently to the ground, akin to the concerns and choices weighing on Song's heart, temporarily cast aside, yet leaving faint traces behind. Simultaneously, in the Showan Hall, the matriarch collapsed emotionally upon learning of Shen Yuezhu's resolute decision to divorce. She first lamented tearfully the injustices of fate and the cruelty of the world, followed by a fierce protest through fasting. Mama Shu, a loyal confidant who had accompanied the matriarch for many years, rushed to seek Song's assistance, her eyes brimming with tears. Madam, please go and comfort the matriarch. She is furious and anxious about the situation with the young miss, and hasn't he eaten a bite since yesterday. Mama Su's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. Shen Jingqing listened quietly, internally reflecting, even if a person goes 7 days without food or water, they typically remain unharmed. She recognized this as her mother's teaching, an embodiment of calmness in the face of adversity, providing her with a small solace regarding the matriarch's health. Upon hearing this, Song set aside her ledger, her deep-set eyes fixed on Mama Su, her tone steady yet powerful. Has the young miss visited the matriarch? Mama Su, hearing this, shook her head in resignation, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. No, the young miss is likely afraid of being scolded by the matriarch, not even daring to enter the Handan building. Upon hearing this, a subtle sorrow and helplessness seemed to fill the air. Song, upon reflection, allowed a slight smile to emerge, revealing an inscrutable depth. The root of the matriarch's distress lies with her. If she does not comfort her own mother, no amount of urging from others will suffice. This smile conveyed an astute understanding of human nature, a sharp grasp of familial discord, and a confident foresight of future actions. Shen Jingqing gazed at her mother with newfound admiration, realizing that beneath her mother's seemingly delicate exterior lay an incredibly resilient heart, adept at strategizing. Pausing gracefully, her bright eyes glittering with wisdom, she resumed with a calm yet resolute smile, addressing Mama Su. In my view, you are not only the closest person to the matriarch, but also her most trusted confidant. Every word and action of yours can create ripples in her heart. Your counsel will undoubtedly resonate with her. Mama Su, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of surprise cross her usually composed face, contemplating inwardly. While the notion of old things must go for new to come holds truth, to state it so boldly before the matriarch is indeed audacious. What has inspired Song to possess such courage and insight today, to directly address the matriarch's inner conflicts? Known for her shrewdness and perceptiveness, Mama Su's keen gaze captured the subtle changes in Song. The once reticent Song, who often faced the myriad troubles of the Showan Hall with silence, now exuded a newfound sharpness and unwavering strength, akin to a warrior boldly standing against adversity. Could it be that these changes stem from the master's deteriorating condition? Prompting Song to feel she has grasped the reins of power within the Marquis' residence, resolved not to be merely a pawn but to steer the vessel through turbulent waters? A chill crept up Mama Su's spine as she pondered, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Should Song truly seize power within the Marquis' residence, the dynamics within the household would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. Thus, Mama Su, adopting a more solemn demeanor, slightly bowed as if shedding an invisible burden, then turned to leave. Her steps were brisk and agile, betraying none of her age. as her swift figure quickly vanished at the end of the flower path in the 100 Flowers courtyard.
Oh.
Where is that old woman rushing off to in such a hurry? Shen Jingqing mused, watching Mama Sue's retreating silhouette with a hint of playful amusement. She was fully aware of Mama Sue's tactics, knowing that whenever the matriarch experienced emotional upheaval, Mama Sue would deftly fan the flames, using the opportunity to solidify her position within the household. If the matriarch was a foolish individual bound by outdated notions and easily manipulated, then Mama Sue was the cunning figure lurking in the shadows, adept at scheming and profoundly calculating. In Shen Jingqing's mind, the indignation expressed by Mama Sun in private days gone by resurfaced. That Mama Sue, with her insatiable ambition, had her eyes on the master from a young age. Later, she even attempted to place her own daughter in Shenjin's quarters as a concubine's maid, striving to attach herself to the powerful. Such a person is utterly shameless. Contemplating this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Jingqing's eyes, and her disdain for Mama Sue deepened. "Madam, a letter from Uncle has arrived." Hong Yu entered the inner chamber with light steps, cradling a letter imbued with the fragrance of ink. The envelope's exquisite embellishments bespoke a noble origin. With graceful poise and respectful demeanor, she presented the letter to Song Shi. Upon hearing this, anticipation and concern sparkled in Song Shi's eyes as she swiftly accepted the correspondence. Her delicate yet strong fingers gently caressed the envelope, as if she could sense the warmth of her brother's affection from miles away. Shen Jingqing silently observed, her heart also laden with worry at her mother's eagerness. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hong Yu softly inquired, "Madam, what does the letter from Uncle convey?" Her gaze flitted between the lines, occasionally furrowing her brow, sometimes appearing contemplative. Shen Jingqing noticed that as her mother delved deeper into the letter, her expression grew increasingly solemn, even bearing an unprecedented gravity, which caused a tightening sensation in Shen Jingqing's chest. After a brief moment, Song Shi had swiftly perused the letter, folding the paper with a steady gaze before gravely announcing, "Elder brother states that the Lin family is already on their way back to the capital." At this revelation, Shen Jingqing felt as though struck by lightning, nearly biting her tongue in shock. She suddenly realized she had overlooked the unfathomable power behind Lin Xianshuang, her maternal family. It was precisely due to the influence of this elder of the Lin family that Shen Shuangshuang had made the acquaintance of the crown prince, a turn of fate that had radically altered her life. As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Jingqing's elegantly arched brows instinctively knitted together, a sense of worry quietly blossoming in her clear eyes. She understood well that the Lin family's return would inevitably stir ripples in the capital, and the fates of her and her mother might be thrown into turmoil as a result. On this spring afternoon, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window lattices, casting a golden hue over the tranquil boudoir. Yet, this serenity was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Hong Yu rushed in, her expression tense as she reported, "Miss, the Emperor and Empress Su summon you to the palace." It turned out that the Emperor, having a leisurely day, was enjoying tea and conversation with Empress Su when they both simultaneously recalled the clever and charming young girl, Shen Jingqing, and felt a surge of longing, commanding the seventh prince to fetch her to the palace. However, upon seeing Shen Jingqing, the Emperor was taken aback to find her demeanor transformed. She appeared listless, her spirit dampened, a stark contrast to her usual vivacity. Shen Jingqing raised her delicate brows in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. The speed at which gossip spreads is astonishing. She marveled inwardly, realizing that even the matter of Shen Yuezhu, a girl of lowly status who had never set foot in the palace, had reached the Empress's ears as swiftly as a tempest, illustrating how rumors permeate every corner of the capital like fine sand, slipping through unnoticed. Empress Su gently toyed with the jade ruyi in her hand, her expression tinged with pity and sympathy as she spoke leisurely. The wife of Marquis Qingyuan must be in a dilemma, sitting on pins and needles. Had I known, I would have invited her to the palace to join us, and perhaps the camaraderie of sisterhood would ease her troubles. In her words, there was a glint of anticipation, as if she longed for a grand gossip fest deep within the palace. Suddenly interrupted by an unexpected burst of laughter, Empress Su blinked in surprise, her round almond-shaped eyes widening in confusion, completely unaware of which of her remarks had elicited such joy from the emperor. Sensing his own lapse, the emperor sighed internally, aware that his reaction might seem unfair to Empress Su. He promptly composed himself, offering a stately excuse. I just recalled that the Ministry of Personnel has submitted a memorial regarding the transfer of officials above the 4th rank. This matter concerns the pillars of the nation, and I must personally review it. With that, the emperor rose, striding away with regal authority. As he departed, his soft gaze lingered on Shen Jingqing's cherubic face, her plump cheeks seemingly exuding an irresistible sweetness. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek, secretly wishing for the day when the empress would bear him such a delightful little princess. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, the emperor seemed to catch a glimpse of the sharp gaze that Shen Jingqing directed towards him. Despite her tender years, she already exhibited a glimmer of brilliance that rendered her not to be underestimated. Once the emperor had left, Empress Su devoted her attention to Shen Jingqing, and the two frolicked in the imperial garden, chasing butterflies amidst peals of laughter. However, their bliss was short-lived, as soon after, two palace concubines arrived in tears to lodge complaints, forcing Empress Su to momentarily set aside Shen Jingqing to attend to palace affairs. In the midst of intricate power dynamics, the 7th prince seized the opportunity to scoop Shen Jingqing into his arms, striding towards his chambers. Jingqing, why do you seem so downcast today? He observed the slight pallor of her delicate face, his brow furrowed. Her usually vibrant eyes now lacked their usual sparkle, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Is something troubling you? Lin Xianshuang? The 7th prince paused, the name evoking distant memories buried under the sands of time. Which Lin Xianshuang? Shen Jingqing lowered her gaze, her voice subdued, the girl who was tortured like a rice dumpling last time. Her words, though soft, struck the 7th prince's heart like a hammer, instantaneously illuminating the weight of Shen Jingqing's current state. His voice carried a hint of disbelief and confusion. This unexpected revelation struck him like thunder, compelling him to reassess the present circumstances. Gently stroking his chin, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Surely not? The Imperial Academy, that hallowed ground for the nation's elite. Only those of extraordinary intellect and insight can hold the position of chancellor. Such a person with a daughter, He hesitated, ultimately refraining from articulating the incredulous thought that such a girl could first be a concubine and then a lowly maid, recognizing the harshness of such a reality. This realization landed heavily upon the 7th prince, who understood that it signified an impending upheaval in that woman's fate. With a mix of frustration and disappointment, he pointed at Shen Jingqing, his emotions laid bare. Are you truly so disheartened over a mere mate's father? You've got your father, your mother, Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, and me supporting you. What is there to fear? His tone bore a sharp reproach, laden with disappointment over Shen Jingqing's perceived weakness. But Lin Xianshuang's father has the crown prince backing him. Shen Jingqing's voice was low and weary, revealing her profound concern. And he also holds the position of Grand Preceptor at the Grand Preceptor's office. This news struck the 7th prince like a bolt from the blue, sending shockwaves through his heart. The Grand Preceptor? Upon hearing this, he instinctively sat up straighter, his eyes glimmering with recognition of the weight that such a position carried. That man, surnamed Liu, is intricately connected to the crown prince? No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say he is aligned with the Empress Dowager? The 7th prince speculated to himself. The Jingshi Bureau, the core institution surrounding the crown prince, holds immense significance. Once the prince ascends to the throne, its members will bask in the glory of their contributions, enjoying endless wealth and honor. Those who gain entry to the Jingshi Bureau are undoubtedly the brightest talents in the emperor's eyes, entrusted with the monumental responsibility of assisting the future sovereign. Enjoying his unwavering confidence, the 7th prince, with a serious demeanor, stroked his chin, striving to recall information about this position. However, the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, for in his recollection, even his father had never mentioned the existence of the Jingshi Bureau or its officials. This revelation indicated that Lin Xianshuang's father was undoubtedly a trusted confidant of the Empress Dowager, a figure cloaked in secrecy. Contemplating this, the 7th prince's gaze deepened, as if foretelling an impending storm. With a smile reminiscent of the warm spring sun, he gently pinched Shen Jingqing's delicate nose, a gesture mingling intimacy with playful teasing, enveloping the air in a warm and subtle atmosphere. His eyes sparkled with mischief, as if engaged in a harmless game. "If you seek my aid, I shall help you deal with him," he proclaimed, his tone imbued with pride, yet laced with affection and indulgence for Shen Jingqing. Caught off guard by his sudden declaration, Shen Jingqing stood still, her brows furrowed, her clear eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. "Is this the power of a prince?" she mused internally, astonished at the ease with which one could eliminate a court official. The seventh prince, seemingly unaware of her astonishment, tightened his grip, causing her breath to hitch slightly. His gaze was intense, his voice low. "For whom do you think I do this?" His words conveyed an undeniable determination. Shen Jingqing locked her gaze onto him, her deep eyes concealing countless secrets. As the seventh prince gradually released his hold, she felt as if she had been reborn, her relieved breaths a testament to her newfound freedom. He appeared self-assured, a confident smile gracing his lips, prompting Shen Jingqing to narrow her eyes once more. Pondering, does he truly possess such certainty? Thoughts swirled in her mind, and in a fleeting moment of silence, a thought leaped into her consciousness. Could Lin Xianxuan's father be from the Guo family? He remained silent, and Shen Jingqing took this as tacit approval, the weight of her uncertainty finally lifting. Since her arrival in this world, the original narrative had become increasingly convoluted. After all, the relationship between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Guo had grown exceedingly tense, their animosity palpable, almost to the point of irreconcilability. The only factor that might restrain the Emperor, aside from the superficial constraints of filial piety, was the Crown Prince himself, as his biological mother hailed from the Guo family. Yet, the audacity of the Empress Dowager to meddle in the appointments of former officials and extend her reach to the Crown Prince's side undeniably crossed the Emperor's boundaries. Shen Jingqing understood well that the Emperor would not tolerate this for long. With clarity emerging from her thoughts, a joyful expression blossomed on her face. However, just as she reveled in this happiness, her stomach let out a loud growl, shattering the tranquility of the moment. Hearing this, the seventh prince's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Are you hungry?" His words carried a hint of jest while revealing his concern for Shen Jingqing. "After days of worry, I haven't even had enough goat's milk," she replied, appearing quite pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy. With the lessons learned from their last encounter, the seventh prince refrained from carelessly feeding her. When Shen Jingqing eagerly gazed at the exquisite pastries on the table, he promptly summoned a palace servant. "Quickly bring my sister a pot of hot goat's milk." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingqing's expression immediately dimmed, disappointment evident on her face. Nonetheless, she cheerfully accepted the goat's milk brought by the servant and drank it all in one go, satisfaction radiating from her features. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the palace's golden tiles and red walls, and sharing a tranquil and cozy afternoon with Empress Su filled Shen Jingqing with contentment.
Emperor Su,
Slightly closing her eyes, sank into brief contemplation. She understood that the seventh prince's suggestion held merit. However, practical considerations compelled her to proceed with caution. Recollecting the last celebration for the Empress Dowager's birthday, where the Emperor had held Shen Jingqing with evident affection, she realized that this had made her the center of attention in Xinang Palace. Within the palace, human intentions are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Should Shen Jingqing frequently stay overnight, it would inevitably provoke unwarranted jealousy and discord among certain individuals. The seventh prince nodded in understanding, and then summoned a eunuch, carefully lifting Shen Jingqing and personally escorting her to the palace gates. As they approached the gates, the seventh prince suddenly halted, as if sensing something. Following his gaze, Shen Jingqing saw a group of individuals approaching, among whom she immediately recognized the esteemed crown prince. Remarkably, despite his noble status, as he walked alongside others, they typically fell a step back in deference. Yet now, a young man walked beside the crown prince, exhibiting no sign of subservience. This youth, around 17 or 18 years old, stood tall and elegant, clad in a dark robe adorned with subtle patterns, a golden threaded belt cinching his waist, perfectly accentuating his lean and athletic physique. Even through the thin fabric, the contours of his muscular arms were evident, suggesting exceptional martial prowess. However, In stark contrast to his robust figure was his strikingly beautiful face, with features akin to a painting. Standing beside the dignified crown prince, he commanded attention, if not more so. Yet, his visage leaned towards the effeminate, blurring the lines of masculinity and femininity, imparting an enigmatic aura. Particularly, his deep-set eyes, with a mere glance, seemed capable of piercing the soul, emanating an indescribable chill that sent shivers down one's spine. With a single look, Shen Jingqing felt as though she had been enveloped in frost, her hairs standing on end, as if a vividly colored, venomous serpent from her past life was stealthily approaching, the unspoken threat tightening her heart. Brother Crown Prince, the seventh prince, immediately masked his earlier playfulness, his sunny smile radiating innocence as he respectfully bowed to the crown prince. Then turned to the youth beside him, offering a similar gesture, his voice ringing with youthful exuberance. Uncle, the heir. Uncle, the heir? Shen Jingqing mused inwardly, recognizing that the royal family was extensive, and aside from the Prince of Qing, she had yet to meet others from different houses. At this moment, she scrutinized the extraordinary youth, struggling to discern his identity. It is said that today, the Empress has specially invited Miss Shen into the palace to share familial joy. Just as the two princes conversed, the mysterious heir suddenly spoke, his tone bearing an imperceptible haughtiness. He strode forward, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Shen Jingqing cradled in the eunuch's arms, a hint of scorn curling his lips. Is this the little girl whom my royal brother once held? His words dripped with condescension and disdain, appraising her appearance as merely that of a foolish, overweight child. What exceptional qualities could possibly warrant such favoritism from the crown prince? Yet, in that moment, she could only simmer with indignation. Humph. Even if you are truly the emperor's own son, you have no right to so brazenly slander me. Seeing this, the seventh prince's anger flared, his small yet resolute chest puffing up as he stood up for Shen Jingqing. He waved dismissively at the eunuch, embodying an air of unassailable authority. Go on, go on. After witnessing the departure of the seventh prince, the heir apparent quickly sought to alleviate the tension etched on the face of the young nobleman, saying, The ninth brother is young and inexperienced. If he has committed any indiscretion, I hope you will forgive him. The youth emitted a cold snort, brimming with an unmistakable ferocity, his gaze piercing and imbued with a chilling ruthlessness. He fixed his eyes intently on the young lady from the Marquis of Qingyuan's household and declared in a deep voice, I shall remember the girl from the Qingyuan Marquisate. These few words fell like an oath, heralding an impending tempest. The seventh prince deliberately instructed the eunuch to retreat outside the carriage, choosing to remain inside with Shen Jingqing in tranquil silence. At that moment, Shen Jingqing's complexion flushed. Her cheeks puffed like ripened cherries, reminiscent of a small, indignant frog, both comical and endearing, yet stirring sympathy for her ire. Jingqing. That gentleman was none other than the heir of King Qi. The seventh prince spoke gently, though his expression was exceedingly grave, fully aware of the significance this matter held for Shen Jingqing. By familial ties he was a cousin to the emperor and, in matters of rank, ought to respectfully address him as uncle. This individual was known for his eccentric temperament and autocratic ways, shielded by the king of Qi, making him a figure no one dared to oppose within the royal family, not even the emperor, who at times found himself helpless against him. The title of King Qi's heir echoed in Shen Jingqing's ears like a thunderclap. Could it be him? The very man whom Shen Jin sought to appease, ruthless and unyielding, who had severed her elder brother's tendons and cast him into the jaws of ferocious beasts. Her brother, Shen Yi, had endured unspeakable torment under that demon's cruelty, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Recalling the glance that King Qi's heir had cast her way, which felt as cold and venomous as a serpent, Shen Jingqing was suddenly overwhelmed, as if a heavy stone pressed against her chest, rendering her breathless. Jingqing? Jingqing. The seventh prince, perceptive to her distress, noticed the cold sweat beading on her forehead, her face turning as pale as paper, as if all color had been drained from her. Stop the carriage. Just as the seventh prince was about to call for the driver, Shen Jingqing grasped his sleeve with all her strength, her eyes resolute yet anxious, whispering, Do not summon anyone. Despite her inner turmoil, Shen Jingqing struggled to maintain her composure, refusing to let fear overwhelm her. Seeing her determination, the seventh prince refrained from speaking further, allowing the carriage to continue its journey. Are you unwell? Should we find a physician? The seventh prince expressed genuine concern, aware that it would be difficult to locate a royal doctor amidst the bustling streets, yet perhaps a nearby clinic could offer timely assistance. However, Shen Jingqing merely shook her head slightly. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat, indicating that her current state was not due to sudden illness. The seventh prince gazed at her thoughtfully, pondering, could this all be related to King Qi's heir? Shen Jingqing's emotions burst forth like a dam that had been breached. She wept openly, her tears cascading like scattered pearls, soaking her attire. The seventh prince, taken aback by her sudden outburst, hastily produced a clean handkerchief, gently dabbing at the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, continuously offering comfort. Jingqing, do not cry. Whatever troubles you, share it with your brother, and we shall face it together. Through her sobs, Shen Jingqing managed to utter, he is not a good person. The seventh prince inhaled deeply, a flicker of indignation and resolve flashing in his eyes as he patted her shoulder in agreement. Indeed, you are right. He is truly a vile character. There are always those whose hearts are as venomous as snakes, yet we must never allow them to act with impunity. Despite being the younger brother of the former emperor, King Qi was born only after his brother ascended the throne, growing up under the protection of his nephew. Perhaps it was this lack of a direct blood bond that spared him from the pressures that might threaten his nephew's throne, leading him to indulge in excessive favoritism. Under this pampering, King Qi developed a haughty and insolent demeanor, believing himself above all. What was even more disconcerting was the character of King Qi's only son, the heir. He not only inherited his father's arrogance, but also added a layer of cunning and treachery. It was said that all within the King Qi's residence held him in awe, if not fear. Any careless action could provoke the wrath of this capricious heir, bringing forth dire consequences. When Shen Jingqing was still in her infancy, the Marquis of Qingyuan would likely find it difficult to contend with such a formidable figure. The seventh prince grasped Shen Jingqing's delicate and soft hand tightly, his eyes revealing profound concern and endless protection. Jingqing, do not fear. As long as I am here, at any time and place, I shall do everything in my power to shield you from harm and keep you away from those wicked individuals. In truth, I do not worry for myself. If Shen Jingqing could articulate her thoughts, she would undoubtedly harbor such sentiments within her heart. She was acutely aware that her tears were not solely born from fear for her own safety, but rather from a deep-seated anxiety for her brother Xinjin's future. Jingqing, why do you grieve so? What is it that has unsettled you? Although the seventh prince was exceptionally astute, he could not discern the complex worries swirling within Shen Jingqing's heart. Her sobs grew more intense, even her hiccups trembling with emotion. How could she reveal to the seventh prince that the seemingly distant heir of King Qi lay in ambush on her brother Xinjin's path, like a beast poised to strike? I dreamt of him, and in that dream, he was terrifying. If Shen Jingqing were able to speak, she might describe the harrowing nightmare that haunted her. The seventh prince fixed his gaze on Shen Jingqing's averted eyes. Feeling a flicker of doubt, this little girl seems to be concealing something. Could it be that the he she refers to is not the person I am thinking of? Yet, faced with Shen Jingqing's sorrow, he chose to set aside his questions for the moment, continuing to envelop her in warmth, providing comfort and strength. Shen Jingqing was not the type to be easily frightened by ordinary matters. Her essence was imbued with resilience and courage. However, the terror reflected in her eyes was akin to a dense fog, impenetrable and suffocating, stemming not from a mere dream, but from a profound, marrow-deep dread. Despite harboring numerous uncertainties, the seventh prince refrained from probing further at this moment, silently committing everything to memory, intending to seek clues in the shadows, perhaps unearthing more hidden truths amid this shroud of mystery. Jingqing, do not fear. Dreams are but illusions, they shall not come to pass. The seventh prince's voice was like a gentle breeze, soothing her troubled spirit. In his embrace, Shen Jingqing wept freely, her tears cascading like scattered pearls, releasing her inner turmoil and helplessness. She recalled the tragedies of Shen Yi and Shen Hao, both of whom had suffered in the wake of losing their mother's protection. Now, with Song still alive and in good health, it was Xinjun who lay bedridden due to a stroke. unable to use his offspring as a means to ascend the social ladder. In contemplating this, Shen Jingqing felt a slight alleviation of her fears. At least the King Qi's heir from her waking life was not the same as the one from her nightmares. Chapter 88. Different fates of the same kind. Upon seeing her daughter's swollen eyes, Song's gaze swiftly shifted to the seventh prince. Though she endeavored to suppress her feelings, anger surged within her like an undercurrent. While she felt grateful for her daughter's favor from the emperor, each time Shen Jingqing accompanied the seventh prince, they either faced the terror of assassins or returned with tear-stained faces. If it were not for the seventh prince's youth, Song would almost suspect him of wrongdoing against her daughter. The seventh prince keenly sensed Song's scrutinizing gaze. He understood that he had once again become an unwitting scapegoat. Despite a tinge of helplessness in his heart, he understood that any defense at this moment could be counterproductive. He gently clasped Shen Jingqing's small hand, his fingertips conveying silent solace, then inclined slightly towards the Song family before hastily departing, leaving behind a solitary figure. Song gazed at her daughter with concern, leaning closer and inquiring with heartfelt tenderness, "My dear, has the seventh prince done something to you?" She was acutely aware that, although Shen Jingqing was still young, she possessed an extraordinary sensitivity and insight, capable of establishing a subtle bridge of communication through a form of mental resonance. Shen Jingqing vigorously shook her head, her dark hair creating graceful arcs in the air, knowing that this matter must not be misconstrued. Silently, she conveyed to her mother, "Mother, I have encountered the heir of the Qi Wang." His gaze was terrifying, akin to that of a venomous serpent, cold and sinister, as if capable of piercing through one's soul. At this moment, hearing Shen Jingqing vividly and fearfully depict the actions of that individual, Song felt a subtle relief wash over her. It seemed that her daughter had merely experienced a sudden fright and had not truly fallen into the clutches of that notorious heir. Reflecting on her earlier unfounded suspicions towards the seventh prince, a wave of guilt washed over her heart. She understood that, as a mother, she ought to provide her daughter with unwavering trust and protection, rather than allowing doubts to fester and harm her tender spirit. At this juncture, Shen Jingqing had matured considerably over the past few months, her small vitality blossoming, allowing her to savor the delicate flesh of fruits, relishing the exquisite experience of earthly delights. Just as the mother and daughter were enveloped in their tranquil and harmonious moments, a servant hurriedly approached from outside the pear-blossom courtyard. Her expression fraught with anxiety as she reported, "Miss Shen Shuang has fallen ill. Miss Lin is in the courtyard, weeping uncontrollably." This news struck like a bolt of lightning across the serene sky, tightening Song's heart. Shen Jingqing lay quietly on her bed, dressed in a gossamer red garment, unconsciously nibbling on her fingers. It was not a deliberate act. Rather, in her carefree existence, she absent-mindedly placed her fingers in her mouth. Recently, life had been smooth sailing, and she had nearly forgotten her half-sister, Shen Shuang. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized that Shenzhen's protection had long since faded, and the jade pendant entrusted to her by Lin Xianshuang had also lost its efficacy. It seemed unlikely that Shen Shuang could wrest away even a shred of good fortune from her. Perhaps a life fraught with illness, confined to a cramped courtyard alongside her aunt, was indeed Shen Shuang's destined sorrow. Was Shen Shuang truly unwell? She found it increasingly difficult to trust the words of this aunt. The servant appeared hesitant and cautiously explained, "I am not clear on the specifics of her illness. I only heard that Miss Shuang has been crying and making a scene in the courtyard without pause, looking quite ill." Song lightly tapped the table, her voice calm yet resolute. "If that is the case, hasten to summon a skilled physician to attend to her." The servant hesitated momentarily, stammering, "Miss Lin says that Miss Shuang has been frail and sickly since childhood, and this time she may have contracted something unclean. She hopes to send someone to the temple to procure a talisman for Miss Shuang's safety, to ensure her swift recovery." Upon hearing this, Song's eyes lifted slightly, a glimmer of subtle delight flickering within. Had Lin Xianshuang finally revealed her true intentions? Which temple did she wish to visit for blessings? Song inquired with an unassuming demeanor, her words laced with latent sharpness. Indeed, the structure before her was none other than the famed Qingxin Temple. It stood quietly amidst the dusk, its ancient entrance exuding an air of solemnity under the hazy moonlight. Song's gaze was piercing as she fixed her attention on the temple. Her words, imbued with unmistakable indifference, convey to Lin that I have acquiesced to this matter. Today, you shall also summon a physician to attend to her. Although her tone was calm, the chill in her words felt like the biting wind of a winter's night, unmistakably resonating with the servant beside her. The servant understood well that her mistress harbored no affection for the daughter of Shen Jingqing, a concubine. What benevolent and gracious main wife could harbor feelings of kindness towards a daughter who constantly vied for supremacy, engaging in a silent struggle against her? The servant could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Shen Jingqing's fate. Both born of Song's womb on the same day, Shen Jingqing and Shen Jingqing were fated to lead vastly different lives. Look at Shen Jingqing, her skin as fair as snow, vibrant and lively, like a flower in spring. In stark contrast, Shen Jingqing appeared sallow and frail, as if life had drained away her last vestiges of vitality. The servant silently shook her head, inwardly sighing, before quietly retreating from the fragrant flower courtyard. As night deepened, the thick darkness enveloped the surroundings like an unseen hand, carrying the damp heat of summer, stealthily slipping through the window screens and infiltrating the room. The air felt heavy and oppressive, as if foretelling an impending storm. The two personal maids, Hong Yun and Hong Yu, swiftly directed several young maids to bring in a basin of ice. The coolness emanating from the ice quickly filled the room, dispelling the stifling heat. Shen Jingqing inhaled the faint frosty scent in the air, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something, raising her gaze to her mother with a hint of confusion in her innocent voice. "Mother, is Qingxin Temple the same as Qingxin Monastery?" She remembered when Lin Xianshuang had gifted her the jade pendant, it had felt as though she was in a furnace, the discomfort overwhelming. Amidst her heart-wrenching cries, she vaguely recalled her mother mentioning Qingxin Monastery. Upon hearing her daughter's question, Song's expression softened slightly, patiently explaining, "Of course not, my dear Jingqing. Within the capital, there are numerous temples and monasteries, each possessing its unique characteristics. Qingxin Monastery is a well-respected ancient temple in the city, though perhaps not as renowned as Hugua Temple. It has existed since the previous dynasty, weathering 3 centuries of history, producing esteemed monks and maintaining a continuous flow of incense, rich in heritage. In contrast, Qingxin Temple is a small Taoist temple established only in recent years, attracting few visitors, and while their names may be similar, they are indeed vastly different." Upon hearing her mother's explanation, a flicker of realization crossed Shen Jingqing's eyes as she nodded slightly, murmuring, "Oh, I see." Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and contemplation about the unknown world. "So, it's merely a ploy for sensationalism." This thought flashed across her mind like a shooting star. And before she could ponder further, a sudden force struck her delicate hand. "Do not bite your fingers." Song's voice rang out like a thunderclap, filled with sternness and concern that enveloped the entire room. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, intently fixed on Shen Jingqing, as if she sought to penetrate every little movement of hers. Shen Jingqing was startled by the reprimand, her bright eyes shimmering with innocence, and a blush of grievance instantly colored her tender cheeks. She instinctively shrank her shoulders, pouting her cherry-like lips, as though deeply wronged. "My gums are a bit itchy," she timidly murmured, her voice scarcely above a whisper, yet laden with profound grievance. Her eyes reflected a pleading expression, as if hoping her mother would understand her small predicament. Gazing at her daughter's pitiful demeanor, Song's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a pang of compassion. She leaned down, carefully prying open Shen Jingqing's delicate mouth. Her gaze focused on exploring the depths of that small cavity. To her relief, the gums were bare and pristine, showing no signs of abnormalities. A weight lifted from Song's heart as she exhaled lightly, releasing her grip on Shen Jingqing's wrist. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden hue over the chamber. Lin Xianshuang chose not to act ostentatiously, but instead orchestrated the day's affairs with a subtle and clever approach. She did not ostentatiously command her maid to leave the pear-blossom courtyard, but instead chose to send the matron stationed outside as a messenger to Qingxin Temple to procure a talisman for Shen Jingqing's safety. The matron? Which matron? Song's brow furrowed slightly, as the name seemed somewhat unfamiliar. As she arranged Shen Jingqing's garments, she pondered the origins of this person. Beside her, Hong Yun's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Timely elucidating for Song, she is the one who was previously in charge of washing at the Lotus Pavilion, and after the eldest Miss married, she was transferred to Showen Hall. Recently, she has been assigned to guard the Pear Blossom Courtyard again. Upon hearing this, Mama Sun instantly realized. Her tone tinged with a hint of disdain. Oh, her. The one who stirs up trouble and bullies the weak, a good helper beside the old lady. Hearing this, Song nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flickering in her eyes. She had long grasped the old lady's methods of employing people. Sending the matron to assist in the Pear Blossom Courtyard was undoubtedly a familiar tactic, an attempt by the old lady to manipulate the balance of power against Song. With a weary sigh, reminiscent of leaves falling in the wind, Song expressed her resignation. Shen Jingqing sat nearby. Despite her youth, she sensed her mother's helplessness, and a contemplative expression, incongruous with her age, crossed her delicate face as she too sighed softly. Why does this grandmother always seem eager to wield power over trivial matters within the inner quarters, using a concubine who is entirely reliant on her mother to restrain her? How did such logic form in her mind? Perhaps it is the accumulation of time that breeds such cunning and complexity. Shen Jingqing gently shook her exquisitely formed head, her brows knitting together, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and disbelief. She could never quite fathom the thoughts of the mysterious old lady from Showen Hall. As if her mind were an ocean, with countless intricate thoughts hidden beneath an unruffled surface. As the dawn's light had yet to fully dispel the lingering chill of night, the matron had already set out for Qingxin Temple. It was not until the sun hung high, casting its rays across the land, that she returned leisurely. Chen Hai, the man known for his calm and capable demeanor, had silently followed her since dawn, akin to a vigilant leopard, keeping a careful distance to avoid detection. When reporting to everyone, Chen's words conveyed meticulousness and precision. The matron behaved like an ordinary devotee within the temple, sincerely burning incense, bowing, and performing rituals. Ultimately, she received a talisman symbolizing safety from a Taoist of about 40, whose appearance was unremarkable, with a tuft of black beard beneath his chin. Shen Jingqing could not help but chuckle softly upon hearing this, secretly admiring her Uncle Hai's detective-like insight. An image formed in her mind, the black-bearded Taoist, approaching middle age. With an exceedingly ordinary visage, if cast into a crowd, he would likely struggle to find himself. Mama Sun, hearing her son's description, wore a gentle smile, but a trace of disappointment flickered across her face. She lightly patted Chen Hai on the shoulder, jesting, "With your account, it feels as though you have said nothing at all. It leaves one feeling rather perplexed." Chen Hai, undeterred by his mother's teasing, smiled broadly and accepted it gracefully. "Mother, please hold on. I have not finished yet." He turned to Song and continued. The Taoist had a particularly prominent mole on his face. Upon hearing this, Song's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, "Where exactly is that mole?" "Just beside the corner of his mouth." As he spoke, Chen Hai raised his hand, demonstrating the exact location on his own face, with animated precision. With this distinctive feature described, the previously vague image of the Taoist sprang vividly to life, as if leaping into view. With such a crucial lead, Song felt as if a stabilizing anchor had been dropped into her heart, granting her a sense of reassurance. She understood well that a target with notable characteristics undoubtedly simplifies the task of tracking. Chapter 89, Thunderous Method. Sincerely, she expressed her gratitude to Chen Hai. "Brother, you have truly worked hard this time." Chen Hai, the eldest son of Mama Sun, who had been Song's wet nurse since childhood, was affectionately referred to as brother by her. Upon finishing her words, Chen Hai nodded in satisfaction. Having completed the task, he stood to take his leave, leaving behind a trail of admiration and respect for his outstanding investigation.
Hong Yun.
Song slightly parted her crimson lips, her tone imbued with undeniable authority and resolve, summoning another maid. Graceful in stature and lovely in countenance, her gaze was deep and piercing, fixed intently on Hong Yun. And she solemnly instructed, "You must promptly inform Ming'er to closely monitor Lin Xianshuang's every move. No subtle shift in her behavior is to be overlooked. The previous experiences had starkly revealed a disquieting truth. Whenever Lin Xianshuang intersected with that mysterious Taoist, her fortunes would dramatically reverse, catching everyone off guard. While Song did not particularly concern herself with how Lin Xianshuang might regain Shinjin's favor through the Taoist's influence, the jade pendant, emerald green and buried by her own hands beneath the ancient tree in Shenjin's study, seemed to herald some ominous portent. Ever since that day, it appeared as if Shenjin had been ensnared by misfortune, facing a series of setbacks. This strange atmosphere set alarm bells ringing in Song's mind. She contemplated how this Taoist would once again lend his assistance to Lin Xianshuang, stirring new waves within the household. However, reality did not afford Song much time for speculation. For 2 consecutive days, the plaintive cries of Shen Shuangshuang pierced the serene night like a haunting specter, unrelenting. Song furrowed her brows as she gazed at her granddaughter, who wept incessantly in her arms, silently questioning, is it the physician's prescription that is at fault, or has the talisman bestowed by the Taoist lost its efficacy? Shen Jingqing stood to the side, her bright eyes flitting with unspoken thoughts as she endeavored to decipher the possible hidden meanings behind this series of events. She mused, perhaps this is precisely a scheme carefully orchestrated by Lin Xianshuang? If Shen Shuangshuang's medicinal treatment proves ineffective and the talisman yields no results, while Song, as the biological mother, obstinately confines them within the pear blossom courtyard, would it not appear excessively harsh, even somewhat heartless, to outsiders? Supporting her chin in contemplation, Shen Jingqing soon felt her assumptions might be overly simplistic. Surprisingly, Song nodded slightly upon hearing her words, a contemplative expression dawning upon her features. As if resonating with Shen Jingqing's conjecture, it was not without possibility. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingqing's eyes widened with delight, and she hurriedly set her hand down from her chin, gazing at her mother with eager anticipation, yearning for her to expound further on the intricacies. Song gently raised her hand, her slender fingers gliding through Shen Jingqing's lustrous black hair with delicate tenderness. The corners of Song's lips curved upward slightly, a glimmer of thoughtful cunning surfacing in her gaze. She softly clapped her hands, summoning her loyal and astute Mama Sun, and in a calm yet resolute tone, instructed, Mama, you must immediately go to the pear blossom courtyard and convey a message for me. Inform them that due to Lin's neglect in caring for Shen Shuangshuang, she has fallen ill. I now intend to bring Shen Shuangshuang out from the pear blossom courtyard and raise her under my own care. Upon hearing this, Mama Sun's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of astonishment and concern crossing her features. She lowered her voice, urgently cautioning, My lady, are you truly considering adopting the daughter of that vixen? If this matter were to spread, it could provoke much controversy and tarnish your reputation. Song remained undeterred by Mama Sun's admonitions, her demeanor unflinching as she calmly retrieved the seal representing the authority of the Marquis of Qingyuan from Shen Jun's grasp. The seal glimmered with a heavy golden hue under the sunlight, as unyielding as her current resolve. She gently took hold of the soon-to-explode Shinjin, smiling as she resolutely stamped her seal upon the edict to establish the crown prince amidst his thunderous roar, the crisp sound of the impact seeming to herald the dawn of a new era. Shenjun was momentarily struck dumb, his trembling finger pointing accusatorily at Song, the flames of fury nearly erupting from his fingertips, almost grazing her nose. However, Song remained unperturbed, steadfastly meeting her husband's fiery gaze, a cold and resolute smile playing upon her lips. Shenjun, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Marquis, giving all that I have. Should you betray me, do not blame me for being heartless and ungrateful henceforth. Shenjun, as if struck by lightning, found his gaze frozen, his body suddenly losing support as he toppled backward. The dull thud of his fall was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, sending ripples that startled Chun Tao, who was busy nearby. He hurried over. Witnessing Shen Jun collapsed on the floor, his complexion as pale as paper, causing a surge of panic within him, making him hesitate to approach. In the face of this scene, Song maintained her calm and composure, letting out a gentle sigh as she spoke with unwavering authority. Quickly send someone to assist the master into the inner chamber for proper recuperation. Having said that, She turned to leave, her elegant figure gradually receding amidst the verdant bamboo leaves of Xinghua Pavilion, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Shen Jingqing murmured in disbelief, "Is my elder brother truly to become the crown prince?" The suddenness of it all felt as if it had been foretold, catching her utterly off guard. Shen Yi's ascension to the title of Crown Prince of Nanyang was unexpectedly smooth, with a strong backing of Prince Qing acting as a golden bridge, swiftly narrowing the distance between Shen Yi and the throne. The emperor, aligning with the times, soon issued a resplendent imperial decree, thereby making Shen Yi the youngest and most dazzling crown prince in the capital, the focus of all eyes. To celebrate Shen Yi's elevation and to pray for Shen Zhen's swift recovery, Song meticulously organized a grand banquet. Chapter 90. The Empress Dowager's passing Song gazed at her vibrant younger brother, Song Bo, who stood tall, his somewhat slender face radiating the refined aura of a scholar, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. He seemed to have grown taller, as if nourished by knowledge, flourishing alongside his physique. A wave of affection surged within her, akin to the spring breeze caressing the newly green willow branches, gently swaying yet deeply rooted. "Sewer, stay in the residence for a few more days. I shall take good care of you," Song softly urged, her words laced with concern. Shen Yi, as his loyal companion, accompanied him that day, embarking once more on a quest for knowledge. As Song watched their retreating figures, a sense of reluctance mingled with profound contentment filled her heart. She understood that her brother had his own aspirations and pursuits, and all she could do was silently protect him, patiently awaiting his return after he had completed his studies. Setting aside her worries, her mind gradually returned to tranquility, much like a lake's surface calming. Meanwhile, Shen Yuzhu, grateful for Song's support regarding her divorce, grew closer to her understanding sister. Whenever the elder lady expressed mild criticism toward Song, the usually reticent Shen Yuzhu would astonishingly step forward, using resolute words to defend Song, evoking admiration from those around them. Thus, these peaceful and harmonious days flowed by silently like water, and soon it was August. With the golden winds and fragrant osmanthus in the air, the emperor, renowned for his filial piety, decided to set aside the burdens of court affairs in the face of the Empress Dowager's ailing condition, dedicating himself to her side, caring for her alongside Empress Su, leaving no time for other matters, let alone the preparation of the mid-autumn palace banquet. When discussing the Empress Dowager's illness, the Princess of Qing expressed her unmasked indignation during a private conversation with Song. This noblewoman from the Wooding Marquisate held the debauched Guokue of the loyal and brave Duke's residence in utter disdain. This matter arose entirely because of that disgraceful fellow from the loyal and brave Duke's residence, she exclaimed through gritted teeth. Revealing the truth, he married the princess but neglected his duties as a husband, instead pouring all his affections into a concubine, seeking to elevate her status. When the imperial decree of marriage was issued, that concubine secretly ceased taking contraceptives and became pregnant with the Guo family's offspring. The Empress Dowager intended to command the loyal and brave Duke's residence to force an abortion and expel the girl from the household. Little did she expect that Guokue would create such a ruckus over the matter, even threatening to follow her into the afterlife should she suffer any harm. Such a heartless individual is utterly unworthy of royal blood. Song timely offered a cup of clear tea, the delicate cup crafted of white porcelain resembling jade, its rim adorned with a gold edge, exuding an air of regal elegance. The Princess of Qing gently accepted it, her fingers brushing over the intricately designed cup, the warmth seeping through her fingertips to her heart. She took a delicate sip, the fragrant tea instantly soothing her dry throat, allowing her words to flow more freely. The loyal and brave Duke and his wife truly seemed to have lost their senses, failing to impose any severe punishment on that girl, permitting her to bear children within the household, an incomprehensible act indeed. The Princess of Qing's brows were knitted with displeasure, her voice tinged with outrage, as the Princess of Xingping had repeatedly beseeched the Empress Dowager to annul this unfortunate marriage. However, once the decree was issued, and considering the involvement of their own relatives, altering it proved exceedingly difficult. The Princess of Xingping, left with no choice, had to suppress her bitterness and reluctantly marry Guokue. Now, their marital relationship was horrendously strained, with the Princess of Xingping avoiding Guokue like the plague, refusing to summon him even once throughout the year. The loyal and brave Duke's residence did not cease its antics, instead seizing the opportunity to stir up trouble. The wife of the loyal and brave Duke, disheveled and weeping, rushed to the palace, directly heading to the Empress Dowager's chambers, tearfully accusing the Princess of Jingqing of belittling the Guo family, utterly disregarding royal dignity. The Empress Dowager, already frail and aged, was further distressed by this incident, which caused her illness to worsen. Shen Jingqing listened in shock, unable to believe what she heard. She gazed at Song, her bright eyes misting over, a wave of helplessness washing over her. In this world, how difficult it is to be a woman. Song, sensing Shen Jingqing's gaze, understood the complexities of royal matters. As a member of the royal family, the Princess of Qing had the right to voice her opinions, while, as a servant, she could not speak freely. At that moment, the hall fell into silence. Only the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves outside whispering secrets of the royal family. Just then, a familiar voice shattered the stillness. "Aunt Wang, I'm here." It was the voice of the seventh prince, brimming with his characteristic vitality and confidence. Upon hearing his voice, the Princess of Qing looked up in surprise. "Yin? How did you come out of the palace?" Recently, not only the Emperor and Empress, but also the Crown Prince and other princes had been vigilantly keeping watch by the Empress Dowager's bedside, and the royal family in the capital had been taking turns visiting. How had the seventh prince found an opportunity to leave the tightly guarded palace? The seventh prince strode into the hall, first giving the increasingly dignified Shen Jingqing, who was pregnant, a warm embrace, signaling to Song that no formalities were necessary. He then approached the table, swiftly lifting a bowl of warm tea that had long been prepared and downing it in one gulp, his movements agile and his demeanor charming. Standing tall, pride shining in his eyes, he declared loudly, "I went to seek justice for Princess Jingqing." Chapter 91. The Ally Xiaojiu. What on earth have you done? The Princess of Qing's voice was laced with evident anxiety and concern as she fixed a tense gaze upon the impish seventh prince, her eyes shimmering with worry. Princess Pingning, that esteemed and formidable woman, bore the greatest humiliation in her life when she was forcibly betrothed to Guo Kuei. Now, with Guo Kuei facing severe punishment, Princess Pingning had, with a thunderous fury, thoroughly humiliated the loyal and brave Duke's residence. Due to a series of unforeseen events, Empress Dowager Guo fell ill, which undoubtedly exerted an invisible pressure on the princess to bow her head and admit her defeat. Yet, the seventh prince remained undeterred. With a playful grin, he concealed his hands behind his back, his face radiating an unmistakable air of triumph, as if everything were within his grasp. "Rest assured, Aunt Wang, she would never dare to disturb grandmother's peace again," he declared confidently, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Before his words had fully settled, he stealthily leaned towards the ear of Princess Qing, lowering his voice to whisper. His mysterious demeanor piqued the curiosity of Song, who, despite her efforts to eavesdrop, could only catch fragmented whispers, like ethereal mist, eluding her grasp. Meanwhile, Shen Jingqing felt utterly restless, internally lamenting, "How outrageous! What secrets could possibly be so forbidden for me to know?" After a brief exchange of whispers with Princess Qing, the seventh prince suddenly bounded over to Shen Jingqing's side, deftly hoisting her onto his shoulder. With a burst of laughter, he called out while running, "Aunt Wang, I'm taking my sister to play with Uncle Wang. Be careful, or I shall not forgive you if Jingqing gets hurt." In the study, Prince Qing sat upright, gazing out through the intricately carved window. He had already been informed of Song's visit with Shen Jingqing and felt a surge of curiosity and affection for the plump, lively little girl. Just then, the study door swung open, and the seventh prince, panting, burst in, cradling the 6-month-old Shen Jingqing, whose skin was as fair as snow, round and plump, with large, dark eyes sparkling with vitality, evoking an overwhelming sense of endearment. Upon seeing her, Prince Qing could not help but break into a broad smile, quickly stepping forward to take Shen Jingqing into his arms. The seventh prince was already drenched in sweat. He slightly bent over, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily while wiping the glistening beads of sweat from his forehead, a sight both comical and endearing. "Uncle Wang, please spare me from these trivial matters in the future." The seventh prince complained with a touch of exasperation and playfulness, revealing a bond of closeness and reliance on his elder. His brow furrowed slightly. Clearly still haunted by Aunt Wang's previous threats about using a rolling pin to discipline him, causing him to freeze in fright. Prince Qing, known for his carefree and unrestrained demeanor, typically shied away from the tedious complexities of court affairs. Despite being the emperor's beloved younger brother, he often adopted a nonchalant attitude, dodging responsibilities whenever possible. After all, who would dare to report his mischief to the emperor? That would be sheer folly. Instead of reprimanding his nephew for his grievances, Prince Qing responded with a sly smile, teasingly saying, "Ah, little ninth, remember this. If you get into trouble again, don't expect me to clean up your mess. You'll have to handle it yourself." At this, even he couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Jingqing listened quietly, pondering, goodness, how down-to-earth and relatable the noble prince is. It's quite astonishing. She observed that the seventh prince, especially in front of the formidable Empress Su, always maintained an air of composure, embodying maturity beyond his years, as if he were perpetually aware of his identity and responsibilities. Even when he stumbled into trouble, he naturally sought out Prince Qing's assistance, as if only within these walls could he find that unreserved sense of safety and belonging. Perhaps it was the gentle warmth that flowed through the royal residence, the unconditional acceptance and tolerance that allowed the seventh prince to feel so at ease and liberated. Following a covert discussion, Prince Qing waved his hand grandly, cradling Shen Jingqing while accompanied by 2 loyal attendants. They stealthily departed from the royal residence under the cover of night. Shen Jingqing pondered to herself, "Where are they taking me? I feel like a lamb led to slaughter." Bewilderedly sold off. They did not venture far, soon arriving at the bustling Xuanwu Street, entering a well-established tavern. The second floor of the tavern housed a refined private room, situated at the back, facing a tranquil yet lively alley. Despite being only a wall away from the bustling street, this alley exuded a serene and peaceful aura, untouched by the surrounding extravagance. At this moment, Prince Qing, clad in a dark brocade robe adorned with subtle patterns that flowed elegantly, wore a colorful silk sash around his waist, a black gauze cap threaded with gold, and fanned himself lightly with a folding fan, presenting himself as a dashing young gentleman with a hint of irreverence. Uniquely, he had securely strapped Shen Jingqing against his chest with 2 broad fabric bands, allowing her to face outward and observe the surroundings. Shen Jingqing found this method rather novel, and though it was amusing, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she was charmed by Prince Qing's unusual attire paired with this inventive approach to childcare. At that moment, Prince Qing stood by the window, his gaze focused and profound, intently fixed on the well-ordered and serene courtyard at the end of the alley, as if it concealed some intriguing secret. "Are you sure this is the place?" he inquired softly, his voice tinged with caution and anticipation, glancing at the seventh prince beside him. Without hesitation, the seventh prince nodded vigorously, his bright eyes sparkling like twinkling stars, brimming with barely contained excitement. "Indeed, Uncle Wang, the grand spectacle is about to commence." After a meal's worth of time, the tranquility of the alley was abruptly shattered by a cacophony as a group of figures emerged, both men and women, their expressions grim and their strides quick and purposeful, radiating an undeniable ferocity akin to a pack of poised predators. They arrived. Prince Qing keenly detected the shift, an inexplicable thrill coursing through his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he delicately pinched off a small piece of osmanthus cake from the exquisite platter, moistening it slightly in the tea before swiftly placing it into Shen Jingqing's slightly parted mouth. Caught off guard by this sudden action, Shen Jingqing was momentarily stunned, the cake slipping down her throat, nearly choking her. Fortunately, the osmanthus cake, having absorbed the tea, became exceptionally soft, its sweet aroma enveloping her palate like the warm autumn sun, filling her with unexpected delight amidst her astonishment. As she savored the fragrant morsel, her eyes wandered, filled with curiosity, towards the unfolding drama outside the window. Outside, the group violently crashed against the courtyard door. The sound of splintering would echoed as the door gave way, and they surged in like ravenous beasts. Among them was a well-dressed and imposing matron, evidently their leader, who stood with hands on hips, vociferously berating a petite woman, her words sharp as daggers, striking at the heart. As the tirade reached a fever pitch, two of the group advanced menacingly, seizing the woman's hair and delivering a flurry of merciless slaps that resonated clearly. Witnessing this scene, Shen Jingqing was left speechless, her brow furrowing deeply. Her emotions intertwined between shock, confusion, and sympathy. The tableau before her resembled a vivid yet brutal social commentary, rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. She silently speculated, her gaze unyieldingly fixed on the beleaguered woman. Shen Jingqing quietly turned her head, catching sight of Prince Qing and the seventh prince, both wearing expressions of keen interest. The formerly languid posture of Prince Qing had straightened, excitement clearly visible on his face. The seventh prince beamed with delight, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he casually offered a piece of pastry, teasingly remarking, "Sister Jingqing, the best part is yet to come." Taking the confection, Shen Jingqing felt a twinge of helplessness and sighed inwardly. These two nobles, one a revered prince, the other a prominent royal, ought to be the pillars of the nation. Yet, instead of addressing matters of state, they indulge in the trivialities of public scandal and infidelity, demonstrating an alarming level of idleness. With a slight roll of her bright eyes, she seemed to mock the absurdity of the scene before her. Just as she was about to retort, two glossy black sedan chairs glided into view at the alley's end, shattering the tranquility of the passage. The chairs cast elongated shadows on the mottled stone path, intertwining with the dappled sunlight, bestowing an air of enigma upon the otherwise mundane alley. The first chair's curtain was abruptly lifted by an eager hand, revealing a figure clad in a crimson official's robe who sprang forth like a startled hare, his feet barely touching the ground as he rushed to assist a woman who had fallen in the dirt. His urgency suggested that not even the weight of the world could deter him. He hoisted her from the mire with a rough yet tender motion, his concern palpable despite the brusqueness. The woman appeared dazed by the sudden turn of events, her vacant eyes resting against his chest, as if she had lost all sense of awareness and was clinging to him as her sole refuge. The second sedan chair, seemingly aware of the urgency of the first, moved with deliberate grace. As its curtain lifted, a magnificently dressed lady emerged. Her golden and jeweled adornments sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, casting dazzling reflections that nearly blinded Shen Jingqing. With a composed demeanor, she approached the embracing couple, her expression as frigid as ice. Just when the onlookers anticipated an explosion of fury, she unexpectedly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the official in crimson. Instantly, chaos erupted in the alley, the three entangled in a whirlwind of garments, creating a scene of utter disarray that drew curious glances from all around. Shen Jingqing stood, wide-eyed and astounded, marveling inwardly. Is this what they call a domestic conflict? The revelation of an extramarital affair can be so gripping and intense. Had I known, my mother need not have orchestrated such elaborate plans for Lin Xianxuang to infiltrate the Marquis' residence. She could have stormed into this peaceful alley and dragged Shenzhen and Lin Xianxuang out to face public humiliation. Surely, that would have been far more satisfying. Perhaps, my heartless father would have suffered a stroke from the scandal, sparing us many troubles. Having witnessed enough of this farce, the king of celebration summoned the tavern keeper, and the trio proceeded to enjoy a sumptuous lunch outside. Sunlight filtered through the verdant bamboo leaves onto their table, the aroma of wine wafting through the air. The dishes enticingly presented, as they laughed and chatted as if the earlier domestic turmoil had merely been an appetizer before the main course. Her figure was graceful and refined, her gaze fixed upon her returning husband, her brows slightly raised, her eyes sharp as daggers, seemingly able to pierce through hearts and strike at the very soul. A new contest appeared to silently unfold. The moment the king of celebration sensed the piercing gaze of his consort, it was as if icy water had seeped into his legs, rendering him weak and nearly collapsing upon the cold stone pavement. Desperately, he adjusted his breath and steadied himself, hurriedly transferring Shen Jingqing into the consort's embrace, forcing a polite smile as he attempted to justify himself. The children were clamoring to go out and play. Seeing the fine weather, I thought it harmless to grant their request. Though Shen Jingqing could not speak, her inner monologue surged like a tide. Oh, dear. I can hardly utter a word, yet I have become the scapegoat for this escapade? How utterly unfair. Her bright eyes sparkled with innocence. silently accusing the sudden blame thrust upon her. The consort of celebration clearly dismissed the king's explanation with a cold, disdainful laugh, her gaze like shards of ice. As she fixed him with a look that seemed to say, "Just wait and see." The seventh prince complied with her unspoken command. The consort, cradling Shen Jingqing, gracefully made her way to the inner chamber, ensuring her comfort. Once Shen Jingqing succumbed to slumber in the warm atmosphere, the seventh prince adhered to the consort's instructions, vigilantly waiting outside the door with an air of cautious vigilance, prompting Shen Jingqing to silently admire. This is the presence a consort should possess. No words are needed. Just a glance or a command can compel her husband and nephew to yield to her will. Perhaps spurred by guilt for Song Shi, his cheeks flushed. He hurriedly transferred Shen Jingqing into Song Shi's care before hastily departing, as though pursued by some fearsome beast. Watching his panicked retreat, Song Shi couldn't help but chuckle, wondering, did I say anything to make him so anxious? As Shen Jingqing re-entered the familiar Baiwa courtyard, her eyes immediately caught the striking figure of her uncle, Song Bo. Clad in a deep indigo robe that accentuated his extraordinary demeanor, exuding maturity and composure. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she bounded towards him like a fawn. Despite her chubby frame, exuding surprising strength that nearly overwhelmed Song Shi, he nonetheless caught her with ease, affectionately patting her cheek and teasing, "What a mischievous little rascal you are." They settled beneath the fragrant begonia tree, where Song Bo engaged in light conversation with Song Shi. Recounting an amusing tale from his early days in the capital, I heard that Duke Zhongyong secretly kept a top courtesan as his mistress. Today, his wife confronted him, and they ended up in a fierce brawl, creating quite the spectacle. Just then, as Shen Jingqing sipped goat's milk, she was startled by the dramatic unfolding of events, her coughing echoing through the tranquil night. As she coughed, her mind raced. So the uproar from earlier was indeed caused by the Duke Zhongyong's family. Is this what the seventh prince meant by avenging the eldest princess? How utterly unexpected. Song Bo gazed at the excited Shen Jingqing, a ripple of surprise stirring within him. He had devoted himself to his studies at the Yingtian Academy, shunning the complexities of court gossip. Yet today, the uproar stemming from the Duke Zhongyong's domestic strife had somehow reached him during his journey to the Marquis of Qingyuan's residence. Regardless of whether it was the seventh prince's scheme or someone else's, it poses no harm to our Song family. A sly smile curved Song Shi's lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes, reminiscent of stars illuminating the night sky, as she discreetly lit up her serene smile. That's a brilliant observation. Shen Jingqing chimed in, the thoughts of the siblings intertwining seamlessly, their unspoken understanding as delicate and intricate as fine threads. Guess what? Song Shi suddenly lowered her voice, deliberately elongating her words to create an engaging air of mystery. I just received news that the Lin family has finally entered the capital yesterday. Really? Shen Jingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise shining like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the days that followed, she accompanied Shen Shuangshuang in the Lihua courtyard, embracing a life of simplicity and tranquility. She pondered quietly within her heart that now the Lin family had returned to the capital. They would likely soon take action and come to the Ho residence to seek retribution. At that moment, Song Bo interjected, "There is a teacher at the academy who is of the same age as Lu Zhongwen. From what I have heard, Lu Zhongwen is quite shrewd and his actions are difficult to predict. Sister, you must exercise caution. Escaping from servitude is no trivial matter. It requires the head of the family to personally grant the release, followed by the official cancellation of relevant records. It is certainly not as simple as hastily tearing up a contract of servitude." Upon hearing this, Song Bo smiled gently, nodding in agreement, clearly in deep accord with his sister's analysis. Shen Jingqing nestled in the broad and sturdy embrace of Song Bo, akin to a small bird resting peacefully. Relishing the sense of stability and warmth emanating from him, she sincerely murmured, "Uncle, you truly become flustered when you care too much." This remark not only reflected her understanding of Song Bo's deep concern but also revealed a hint of youthful playfulness and intimacy. Upon hearing this, Song Bo's lips curled into a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, a smile that seemed capable of dispelling all worldly gloom and instilling warmth in the heart. He lowered his head, his deep-set eyes brimming with affection, tenderly stroking Shen Jingqing's silken hair, his movements so gentle as if he were cherishing a priceless treasure. Shen Jingqing lifted her head, gazing at her handsome uncle, captivated by his striking features, warm demeanor, and the indulgent light shimmering in his eyes. As time flowed by, it was already the third day since the Lin family had arrived in the capital. A meticulously crafted invitation quietly arrived, resting steadily on the table in the Ho residence. Upon hearing the news, Song Shi personally went to retrieve it, her step steady and composed as she made her way to the tranquil and serene apricot blossom pavilion. There, Shen Zhan lay ill in bed. Ever since the incident regarding the heir had caused him great distress, leading to a stroke that worsened his condition. His health had been deteriorating. Now, not only was he unable to move freely, but his speech had also become slurred, allowing him only to utter a few fragmented words, unable to fully express his thoughts. When Song Shi appeared before Xinzhen holding the invitation from the Lu family, the anxiety and urgency in his eyes were ignited in an instant. Despite his afflictions, a strong sense of family honor and responsibility compelled him to attempt to rise and confront the situation. However, his frail body rendered him incapable, leaving him to lean helplessly against the bed, his inner turmoil with nowhere to vent. In a fit of desperation, he seized the teacup beside him with all his might and hurled it towards Song Shi. The cup traced a crooked arc through the air, its force feeble and direction awry. Song Shi merely sidestepped slightly to evade it effortlessly, and the cup shattered on the floor, producing a crisp sound that mirrored his current emotional state. Gazing at the broken porcelain pieces on the ground, Song Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions, sighing deeply, her eyes a blend of pain and helplessness. I had hoped that if your health improved even slightly, I could accompany you to welcome the guests from the Lin family. However, it seems that your condition cannot bear such an engagement. With that, she shook her head anxiously and turned to leave the apricot blossom pavilion, leaving Shenzhen to confront his own helplessness and defeat. The response undoubtedly ignited the wrath of Madame Lin. That woman, Song Shi, is truly detestable. She slammed her hand on the table, her words brimming with dissatisfaction and reproach towards Song Shi. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongwen remained silent, having already learned through his daughter about Shenzhen's condition. At that moment, he contemplated inwardly. It seems time to witness just what abilities that Madame Ho possesses, to dare so brazenly disregard the Lin family's dignity. The following morning, as the sun rose, casting its warm glow over the tranquil Nanyang Ho residence, vitality was ushered in for the day. At this time, Madame Lin, accompanied by her two daughters-in-law, entered the gates of the Ho residence with an air of arrogance and aggression. Their arrival shattered the tranquility within the estate, heralding an impending confrontation concerning family honor and power. Faced with the Lin family's imposing presence, Song Shi chose not to stand alone but held Shen Jingqing close. Accompanied by the gradually allied Shen Yi, the three stood together, seemingly delicate, yet exuding a resolute strength. Shen Jingqing could not help but reflect that this Madame Lin might not be as ruthless and unfeeling as she appeared. Rather, she bore countless hidden sorrows and pressures. Oh dear, one look at Lin Xianshuang's mother reveals she is not to be trifled with. Shen Jingqing mused as she sat on a specially crafted small wooden chair, her eyes sharp like those of a hawk, glinting with cleverness and coldness. The deep creases on her forehead seemed to imprint the trials of time, adding an air of authority and an undeniable presence. Look at how timid those two daughters-in-law appear. Shen Jingqing silently marveled. Indeed, her heart must be as hard as stone. Who would dare to provoke her lightly? Song Shi, graceful in her demeanor, took her seat like an elegant lotus, maintaining her composure amidst the subtly tense atmosphere. With a gentle smile, she signaled to a maid, and in an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air, softening the slightly strained ambience. The Song and Lin families had been on good terms for generations. With a warm tone, Song Shi expressed the value she placed on the deep connections between the two families, regretting that when they left the capital, Madame Lin was not yet married into the Ho family. Thus, despite their blood ties, the emotional exchange inevitably felt somewhat distant and estranged. Madame Lin accepted the teacup handed to her by the maid, her delicate fingers brushing over the fine porcelain surface, her movements both skillful and elegant. She lowered her head to blow on the rippling tea, and once the steam subsided, she took a delicate sip, a smile lingering on her lips, perfectly breaking the brief silence. However, that Miss Shen from the residence, we had frequent interactions in our youth, and I remember her quite well. Upon hearing the mention of Miss Shen, Shen Yuzhu felt a surge of displeasure rising within her, unable to tolerate even the slightest doubt cast upon her kin. She straightened her back, fixing her gaze on Madame Lin, her tone unmistakably laced with provocation and discontent. "Madame Lin, I have a question to ask." The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Madame Lin's expression darkened. Her sharp gaze coldly sweeping over Song Shi as if silently questioning, "Madam, may I inquire, is it this Miss Shen who holds sway in your household?" "Do not misunderstand, Madam." Madame Lin replied with a seemingly friendly smile, though her sidelong glance was filled with disdain and contempt for Shen Yuzhu, unmasked. In our early years in the capital, it was well known that the Qingyuan Ho residents upheld strict family values. The men were of good character, and the women adhered to their roles, never having any incidents of remarriage. Yet now, to hear that Miss Shen has taken steps towards separation is indeed astonishing. With that, she leisurely savored another sip of tea, her demeanor akin to someone relishing a captivating performance, wholly indifferent to the feelings of others. "I have spent many years at the border and have long been accustomed to the forthrightness and candor of the people there," she said lightly, "should my words be inappropriate." "I beg your pardon, madam. Goodness, what is this old woman up to?" Shen Jingqing seethed within, a flame of indignation igniting in her chest. Her bright eyes sparkled with barely contained fury, her brows furrowed as if she aimed to see through the intentions of this seemingly sweet-tongued yet venomous old woman. "This is clearly a roundabout way of stirring up trouble," Shen Jingqing chastised inwardly. She was keenly aware of the old woman's usual tactics, an outward facade of pleasantry concealing a hidden agenda, always laying verbal traps that caught one off guard. At this moment, her seemingly innocuous words were, in fact, sharp as a blade, directly targeting Shen Jingqing's most sensitive nerves. "You claim to have been influenced by the border people becoming more straightforward, which subtly insinuates that my mother has undermined the family reputation of the Ho residents." Shen Jingqing's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, her anger ablaze. She was acutely aware of the countless grievances her mother had silently borne for the tranquility and harmony of the Ho family, and now, to be accused by this old woman of being the chief culprit behind the decline of family morals was utterly intolerable. "Wretched old hag, prepare to face me." Shen Jingqing gritted her teeth, vowing to demonstrate her formidable prowess to this elderly matron. She straightened her posture, her gaze fierce and unwavering, fixated on the self-satisfied Song matriarch. It seemed as though Song had sensed the sharp intensity radiating from Shen Jingqing and immediately turned her attention toward her. At that moment, Shen Jingqing was devouring a fruit with fervor, her seemingly casual manner concealing her calculated intent, using the fruit as a shield while she gathered her strength, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Without a second thought, she raised the fruit high, its skin glistening invitingly under the sunlight, foreshadowing that her impending strike would be unstoppable. Shen Jingqing took a deep breath, mustering all her might, and hurled it toward Mrs. Lin without hesitation. "Oh no, Mrs." Lin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she beheld the plump, green fruit hurtling toward her like a verdant cannonball, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. She could only watch in horror, unable to evade the impending collision. With a resounding thud, the hefty fruit struck her forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The force was so great that it burst open, sending juice and pulp flying, mingling with the air's crisp fragrance and Mrs. Lin's cries, creating a comically absurd tableau. "What commotion is this?" Shen Yuzhu arrived, her expression one of displeasure and indifference. She cast a glance at Mrs. Lin, clutching her forehead in agony, and coldly muttered, "How much strength can a child possess? Shrieking like a slaughtered pig. What if it frightens my Jingqing?" Shen Yuzhu had never held Mrs. Lin in high regard. Years ago, their family had been disgracefully expelled from the capital, and now, having latched onto the powerful Duke's family, Mrs. Lin strutted about with an air of superiority, embodying the very essence of a petty person reveling in their newfound status. To Shen Yuzhu, Mrs. Lin was merely a sycophant, a lowly individual who took pleasure in kicking others while they were down. Mrs. Lin, accustomed to a life of privilege, had never before endured such scornful words. Her typically composed demeanor was now twisted with indignation, as if an unquenchable fire of rage burned within her.
Yet,
She chose not to explode in anger, but rather to adopt a tactful strategy of retreating to advance. She gently pressed her forehead, a flicker of pain apparent in her eyes, her hands clasped tightly, as if enduring an excruciating headache. This display undeniably lent her counterattack an air of tragic helplessness. Simultaneously, her seemingly aimless yet astutely precise gaze directed itself toward her eldest daughter-in-law, silently conveying a sharp glance. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family, ever perceptive, immediately grasped this subtle hint and stepped forward, striding toward Shen Yi with a tone rife with reproach and concern. Is this how the Ho residence treats guests from afar? Do you disregard propriety and endanger my mother-in-law's health? Before Mrs. Song could respond to the eldest daughter-in-law's inquiry, Shen Yi was already poised to retaliate. Akin to a predator that had been lying in wait, with a keen gaze, she slyly glanced at the three members of the Liu family, a knowing smile curling at her lips. This smile was like an invisible blade, tightening Mrs. Lin's chest with a surge of intense unease, as if foretelling an even greater storm on the horizon. What status do you hold in the Ho residence? Shen Yi's tone shifted, laced with mockery and provocation. If you claim to be old friends visiting, how can you neglect even the most basic courtesies, entirely disregarding my niece Shen Jingqing's feelings? And if you come as the mother of that so-called concubine, my sister-in-law Song has already shown great magnanimity, inviting you into the flower hall and personally overseeing your reception. Such hospitality, and yet you dare to question the Ho residence's manner of hosting? Your audacity is as thick as castle walls. The abruptness and intensity of this confrontation left Shen Jingqing dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. She could scarcely believe that this usually whimsical and carefree aunt of hers could exhibit such sharpness and mercilessness, her words like daggers, ruthlessly trampling on the dignity of the Lin matriarch and her daughter-in-law. With a resounding clap, Mrs. Lin could no longer suppress her pent-up fury, slamming her palm upon the table, causing the cups to rattle. Shen Yi's cold, piercing eyes sparkled with scorn and disdain as she delivered her retort with a sharp, decisive tone. What a stickler for decorum you are, Mrs. Lin. Since you so highly regard propriety, let us step outside the gates of this residence and hear how the common folk judge this matter. In this world, which noble lady of upright character would willingly lower herself to become a mistress, or even bear children for another, my generous sister-in-law, out of compassion and kindness, granted her a title, yet you dare to perceive this as a fault. This is a grotesque distortion of truth, a flagrant misrepresentation. Your actions epitomize the very definition of ingratitude that society scorns. In that moment, Shen Jingqing felt an overwhelming admiration for her mother rise within her. Within a mere few months, Shen Yi had transformed from her former straightforward and brash self into a master of eloquence and logical debate. Each of her words struck with the precision of sharp arrows, piercing to the heart of the matter. Particularly resonant was her declaration to step outside and seek judgment, which Shen Jingqing mused would surely leave Mrs. Lin livid, her face ashen with fury. Stealing a glance at Mrs. Lin, she was not surprised to see her once rosy complexion turn an unmistakable shade of purple with suppressed rage. The shame of her daughter Lin Xianshuang being reduced to a concubine of the Qingyuan was already a stain upon the Lin family. Now, Shen Yi's reference to her as a wretched concubine struck like a hammer against the family's honor, trampling their dignity into the mud. Upon returning to the capital, the Lin family had, apart from obligatory visits to the duke's residence, headed directly to the Qingyuan Ho residence with the primary aim of asserting a stronger position for Lin Xianshuang, seeking a more respectable title. Mrs. Lin, proud of her noble lineage, had always looked down upon Song, believing her status and eloquence would easily persuade her. This scene was undoubtedly a sharp rebuke to Mrs. Lin's arrogance, leaving her utterly humiliated. Shen Yi's beautiful countenance bore a crude smile that was jarring against her lavish attire, her words laden with the crude vernacular of the common folk, starkly contrasting with her noble image. She sat regally in her place, her phoenix eyes slanting with utter disdain for Mrs. Lin, akin to a victorious peacock showcasing its splendid plumage to its adversary. Mrs. Lin was struck by this sudden humiliation, her heart trembling as if the world around her had been draped in a dark veil, her vision blurring and her ears ringing. She struggled to contain the tumult within her chest, her fingers digging into the arms of her two daughters-in-law, the firm bones beneath their delicate skin providing her a semblance of strength. She fought to steady her wavering body, refusing to allow her dignity to plummet into the abyss alongside her dizziness. Mrs. Lin's complexion turned pale as paper, a tumultuous blend of anger and sorrow washing over her. She struggled to straighten her back, her almond-shaped eyes sharp as blades, piercing directly at the Song family. Her gaze harbored not merely reproach, but an unsettling chill that penetrated to the marrow. Oh, how audacious they are to speak so brazenly. Several women whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. That young lady's contract of servitude is still firmly grasped in our matriarch's hands. What audacity gives her the right to be so arrogant? Shen Jingqing found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of confusion, pondering the source of Mrs. Lin's unfathomable confidence, daring to openly confront the at such a delicate moment. Song's eyelids lowered slightly, a barely perceptible smile flickering across her lips as she gently placed her teacup upon the table. Her voice remained calm, devoid of any irritation despite the provocation. The gentle call of Mrs. Lin momentarily stunned her, awakening the realization that the Song family matriarch was not as easily manipulated as she had anticipated. What kind of capital did Mrs. Lin possess to display such grand ambition? The Lin family's daughter had willingly succumbed to degradation, acting as the concubine for many years and now even choosing to become a side consort. Her contract was firmly in Song's possession. Was her intention to threaten me? A playful smirk graced Song's lips as she met Mrs. Lin's bewildered and furious gaze, candidly stating, "Are you not afraid that I could simply use this contract to find her another home? How dare you?" Mrs. Lin shrieked, her voice rife with unwillingness and panic. Shen Jingqing, seated nearby, listened intently, secretly admiring her mother's intuitive understanding, every word and action perfectly measured. Mrs. Lin nearly broke free from her daughter's-in-law's grasp, yearning to lunge at Song, but fortunately, her eldest daughter-in-law, in a moment of quick-wittedness, whispered urgently in her ear, "Mother, think of sister's future. If you truly anger the lady of the and she publicly punishes sister, what will become of her life?" Facing the almost shattered Mrs. Lin, Song merely shook her head with a smile, her demeanor unruffled. The esteemed positions attained by Lord Lin, the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy, and other influential roles were well understood by Mrs. Lin. Many officials yearned for such high positions, yet none could rival Lord Lin's good fortune. Were they truly inferior to Lin Fuxing's intellect? The discontent stemmed not only from officials outside the loyalist faction but likely even from within the party, where jealousy brewed. Song's smile was subtle yet profound, while Mrs. Lin felt a chill seep into her bones, her complexion waning. Mrs. Lin took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury within her. "Today, my emotions have caused me to act inappropriately. I hope the lady of the can be magnanimous and not hold it against me." Seated on a low stool, Shen Jingqing keenly caught a fleeting glint of coldness in Mrs. Lin's eyes as she apologized, inwardly lamenting that like mother, like daughter, their innate temperament mirrored each other perfectly. Song gently stroked her daughter Shen Jingqing's head, her eyes revealing an acute understanding of Mrs. Lin's character, as if she could peer into the depths of the human heart. At that moment, Shen Yi, having caught a rare glimpse of Mrs. Lin's vulnerability, unconsciously drew her lips into a satisfied curve, her lacquered fingers playfully lifting, followed by a scornful laugh like the sharp crack of ice in the biting wind. Tension hung thick in the air, Mrs. Lin's expression grim, the atmosphere around them nearly frozen. Ultimately, it was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family, managing to force a polite smile, who broke the impasse. After cautiously bidding farewell, she and her sisters-in-law assisted the visibly distressed Mrs. Lin as they slowly departed. This silent yet impactful scene felt akin to an unfinished play quietly drawing its curtain. "Is this how it ends?" Shen Jingqing mused in surprise. Shouldn't there be a scene of Lin Xianshuang embracing her mother in tears, plotting how to deal with my mother? Her mind buzzed with curiosity and confusion, like sparks igniting within. Just as Song prepared to head to confront her incompetent husband, Shen Jingqing's inner monologue caused her to pause. Holding her daughter's hand a moment longer. With wide, innocent eyes, Shen Jingqing gazed up, filled with confusion and reluctance. Song, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's desire to accompany her, waved her hand, urging Hongyun to hurry and take her away. Elder sister, why didn't you say more to the Lin family? Who do they think they are, looking down from their lofty perch? Shen Yi queried, perplexed. With a light sigh, Song replied, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would feel rather uncertain. You heard it too. The Lin family is making a comeback. Poised to ascend to the heights of the court. How could I dare to forge a bitter enmity with such a family? For Shen Yi, despite her noble lineage, having grown up under the limited vision of a pampered matriarch, she was only half aware of the intricate power dynamics within the inner court and the political storm brewing in the court. Is it truly that formidable? Shen Yi furrowed her brow, a hint of concern creeping into her heart. Recalling her earlier merciless jibe at Mrs. Lin, a wave of unease washed over her. Who's afraid of her? Shen Yi muttered softly, attempting to bolster her own courage. Song gently patted her hand in reassurance. Though we need not openly oppose Lin Fusheng, as descendants of we certainly have no reason to fear her. With these words, Shen Yi's anxiety began to ease. Song then asked, I am going to visit your elder brother. Would you like to join me? Shen Yi, recalling her brother's state and its connection to herself, quickly shook her head in refusal. Moreover, the thought of her brother's current condition, mired in incoherence and drooling, was unbearable. Meanwhile, Song gracefully rose, making her way toward her heart brimming with anticipation. My dear husband, I am here to surprise you. Hongyun assisted Shen Jingqing as they entered the tranquil depths of the 100 Flowers courtyard, gently laying her down upon the soft and comfortable couch, as if placing a rare treasure. With deft fingers, she selected a plump, round fruit from an exquisite platter, tenderly offering it to Shen Jingqing, who clutched it tightly, nibbling away at it with childlike delight. Tears shimmered in Shen Jingqing's eyes, mingled with a hint of innocent protest, as if subtly objecting to such frequent and direct displays of affection. Recently, her world seemed to be invaded by a magic called growth. Saliva flowed more freely, and she found herself unconsciously sucking on her fingers, a signal of her emerging baby teeth. However, this did not mean she desired to become a small beast perpetually surrounded by fruits, especially when her milk teeth had yet to emerge, leaving her only to gaze longingly at the enticing aroma of the fruit, unable to savor its delights. In a moment of boredom, Shen Jingqing amused herself by gnawing on the fruit skin until her gaze caught sight of Song, radiating warmth, entering the room, and her heart leaped with joy. Father must be furious this time, Shen Jingqing secretly speculated. Every time Song whimsically visited Shenzhen, he would invariably perform his fainting act, becoming an unspoken routine. Song's spirits lifted, as if the very air was infused with the joy of triumph. She had long been prepared for the Lin family's visit of accountability. Shenzhen's stroke months ago had, to some extent, been orchestrated by her careful machinations. Once Shenzhen lost his former authority, Lin Fusheng, a fourth-rank official, would find it difficult to personally involve himself in domestic matters. Song had always been confident in how to deal with the female rivals within those household walls. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Lin arrived with great fervor, yet retreated under just a few words from Shen Yi, causing the long-prepared trump card of the Song family to lose its effectiveness, leaving a tinge of regret in their hearts. However, as Mrs. Lin stated, life is a long journey filled with uncertainties. With a beaming smile, Song gently pinched her daughter's round cheek, conveying the warmth of maternal love. Shen Jingqing seemed to sense this affection, immediately abandoning the fruit in her hand to reveal a pure and radiant smile towards her mother, her small hands outstretched in anticipation of a warm embrace. As Song gazed at her daughter's increasingly plump figure, though a hint of helplessness lingered, she lovingly pulled her into an embrace. Jingqing, you must control your appetite in the future. You're getting so heavy that I can barely hold you. No sooner had the words left her lips than the sound of footsteps from Mama-san approached, carrying a bowl of specially made rice paste for Shen Jingqing. Just in time to overhear Song's playful remark. Mama Sun, with a slightly displeased expression, immediately defended the young miss. Oh dear, Madam is teasing the young lady again. Children are meant to be chubby. How can a skinny figure embody the innocence and joy of childhood? She tenderly took Shen Jingqing, whose eyes were reddened and on the verge of tears, filled with affection. Our little miss is quite clever. She listens to everything you say. Look, she is so hurt by your teasing. Shen Jingqing pouted, half in defiance and half in enjoyment, as she swallowed a spoonful, her eyes brightening instantly. With honey added. It's truly sweet and unforgettable. In Shen Jingqing's inner monologue, she was filled with recognition and fondness for the delightful flavor. Song couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes brimming with love as she watched her daughter's delicate face swell from gulping down most of the bowl of rice paste, ending with a contented burp that was utterly adorable. Chapter 98. The capriciousness of fate. The atmosphere within the room was warm, while outside, the dappled sunlight added a touch of warmth to this daily scene. Once Mama Sun and the maids had swiftly tidied the room, the enticing aroma of food began to waft through the air, signaling that mealtime was approaching. Upon hearing the remarks, Mama Sun's face broke into a gentle smile, tinged with pride as she replied, "Is there any need for you to remind me? This year marks the third Master's first Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital. And to alleviate his homesickness, I have specially invited renowned chefs from Xinghua Tower to prepare some authentic southern delicacies for our banquet." As she spoke, a glimmer of pride for the harmony within the household flashed in her eyes. Xinghua Tower is one of the few representatives of southern cuisine in the capital, its fame well known, and being able to invite its chefs attests to the household's emphasis on this family gathering. Upon hearing this, Song displayed evident satisfaction. But her tone soon turned serious as she cautioned, the Lin family has already arrived in the capital. Today Lin Xianshuang failed to meet her parents, which may lead to further troubles. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, if she truly associates with those nefarious individuals, she is likely to take action.
Mama.
Please have Asian keep a close watch. We cannot be careless. Beside them, little Shen Jingqing, who appeared lazy but was brimming with curiosity, immediately perked up upon hearing the words nefarious individuals, as if she had discovered a significant mission. She waved her chubby little hands, internally shouting, "Capture the wicked, uphold justice." Eager to partake in a righteous adventure alongside Chen Yi, Mama Sun composed her expression, nodding solemnly. Asian has been closely monitoring the situation. We must catch those individuals red-handed. She silently vowed to hand over any nefarious practitioners to the authorities if necessary, ensuring they face justice. However, Song gently shook her head, her smile carrying deeper meaning. There is no need to go overboard. Just keep a close eye on Lin Xianshuang and ensure she has no opportunity to associate with those unclean elements. Though Mama Sun found her prudent strategy puzzling, she still respectfully nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Xianshuang awaited her family's visit in the pear blossom courtyard, her heart filled with anticipation. As she meticulously prepared herself, her anxiety gradually became apparent as time passed. Afternoon had passed. Her mother and sister-in-law had yet to arrive as expected. "Young miss, the meal is ready," a maid's words interrupted her thoughts, bringing a hint of unease. Lin Xianshuang's heart was instantly clouded with doubt. Could they be dining with Song? This thought immediately arose, only to be dismissed by herself. Song was notoriously jealous and incompatible with her. How could she possibly wish to dine together? "Please go and inquire whether my mother and sister-in-law are still with Madam." This news struck Lin Xianshuang like a bolt from the blue, causing her to stagger back and ultimately collapse helplessly into a chair, her palm pierced by her own nails from clenching so tightly, leaving a crimson mark on her fair skin. The pain was accompanied by a deeper emotional wound. Song Wei. Song Wei. She gritted her teeth, rage contorting her previously gentle features, as hatred surged like a tide. At this moment, in the pear blossom courtyard, the moonlight streamed like water, illuminating Lin Xianshuang's tightly furrowed brows and the flames of fury burning in her eyes. Simultaneously, within the intricately carved Lin residence, Mrs. Lin pressed her hand to her chest, her breath slightly hurried as her indignation transformed into fervent words directed towards her composed husband. "The Marquis of Qingyuan's residence is simply too overbearing." Mrs. Lin's words were resolute, Her character was always forthright and strong-willed. The setbacks she faced today at Song's hands felt like a raging fire within her, leaving this proud woman feeling unprecedented humiliation and anger. Just as the maid described, Song was duplicitous, outwardly courteous, yet secretly inciting a discarded woman to provoke me, who hurled sharp and caustic remarks, directly accusing me of being an unacknowledged concubine. If she dares to be so brazen in front of me, it's hard to imagine how much humiliation the maid has endured in silence. Lin Fuxing furrowed his brow, about to offer some comforting words when a clear voice, like a spring, interrupted his thoughts. "Grandfather, grandmother, your grandson Lin Qingyuan wishes to see you." As the door curtain lifted gently, a boy of approximately 13 or 14 stepped in. This boy was Lin Fuxing's eldest grandson, Lin Qingyuan. With his sword-like brows and sparkling eyes, though still maturing, he had already surpassed his peers in height. Clad in a fitted indigo warrior outfit, his waist cinched tightly, emphasizing the boy's slender waist and athletic build, exuding youthful vigor. He keenly sensed his grandmother's concealed displeasure behind her smile and asked with concern, "Has grandmother been treated coldly at the Marquis of Qingyuan's residence?" Despite sensing the subtle atmosphere between his grandparents, Lin Qingyuan did not delve deeper, respectfully bowing before retreating. After his grandson departed, Lin Fuxing turned to his wife, gently advising, "The capital is not like elsewhere. We must exercise caution in all matters, especially before Qingyuan. We cannot easily reveal our emotions." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin sighed helplessly, pressing her forehead as her worries surged like an undercurrent. Fate truly plays tricks on us. Thankfully, the gifts for my family have already been prepared and delivered. Otherwise, this busy schedule would be even more fraught with anxiety. Just as Song was engrossed in the myriad of affairs, a sudden visit from His Highness, the 7th Prince of the Qing Kingdom, occurred. Regarding her daughter's visit to the Qing Prince's residence, Song felt no excessive concern, only meticulously reminding, "I must trouble His Highness. Please take good care of Jingqing." Chapter 99. More trouble arises thus. Song arranged for Heng Yu to accompany Shen Jingqing as they rode in the luxurious carriage towards the splendid Qing Prince's residence. Upon arrival, Shen Jingqing was pleasantly surprised to find not only the Princess of Qing but also the long-missed Princess Pingning in attendance. Since the illness of Empress Su, various rumors about Princess Pingning had circulated widely in the court and beyond. Moreover, officials from the loyal and valiant Duke's faction had submitted memorials accusing her of being domineering, even striking the prince in public, lacking any virtue befitting a woman. This sparked heated discussions both within and outside the palace. On this day, the Grand Princess personally arrived at the Wangfu, exuding an unusual aura that concealed a controversy stirring up discussions throughout the capital. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting dappled shadows upon the bluestone floor, as Shen Jingqing was gently cradled into the serene courtyard of the Princess of Qing. Upon entering this tranquil space, the sounds of a fierce argument could be faintly heard. The princess was delivering a merciless reprimand to the Grand Princess. "Your actions are excessive. If you wish to punish those nefarious individuals, why not do so quietly under the cover of night, catching them off guard? Afterwards, one could simply dismiss the matter with a nonchalant air. Yet you chose to make a spectacle of it, confronting him boldly in broad daylight, leaving him battered and bruised. How could the Emperor possibly shield you from the consequences?" The tone of the princess was laced with both reproach and concern. The 7th Prince, noticing Shen Jingqing, who had appeared languid and fatigued until now, suddenly wide-eyed and alert, with her little ears perked up like radar, was evidently captivated by the sudden revelation. "It seems there is quite a spectacle to behold," he mused internally, amused, for whenever the winds of gossip stirred, this little plump girl would spring to life with vigor. He deliberately raised his voice, attempting to join the discourse. "Aunt Wang, you are being overly cautious. The esteemed Aunt Pingning merely taught that loquacious official a lesson. Must it be taken so seriously? Surely the Emperor would understand her predicament." Hearing this, the Princess of Qing was both amused and exasperated. "Ayun, be quiet. I have yet to settle accounts with you for your last escapade with Uncle Wang." The mentioned escapade referred to the 7th Prince's collaboration with the Prince of Qing to discreetly expose the clandestine romance of the loyal and brave Duke. which had led to a scandalous uproar between him and his wife, making them the talk of the town. Even more alarmingly, this incident had inadvertently exacerbated the feigned illness of the Dowager Empress, leading her to a genuine state of incapacitation. At this moment, the Grand Princess gestured for her maid, Hong Yu, to pass Shen Jingqing to her, a playful smile gracing her lips as she calmly retorted, "What do I have to fear?" Before taking action, I had already sent word that my affection for the Duke is profound and unwavering. The intimacy between husband and wife is not for an outsider to meddle in. The Princess of Qing nearly choked on her tea at this remark, while Shen Jingqing stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with admiration for the Grand Princess's audacity. The once gentle and demure Pingning Grand Princess had, through years of marital trials, transformed into a bold and outspoken woman, unyielding in her stance. She casually plucked a glistening grape, peeled it with ease, savored a bite, her expression brightening with satisfaction, before she unceremoniously fed another to Shen Jingqing's waiting mouth. Before the Princess of Qing could finish her sentence, Shen Jingqing had already skillfully swallowed the grape. The Grand Princess looked innocently at the princess, her eyes mischievous. "Does my sister-in-law have something to say?" The Princess of Qing could only shake her head, drawing Shen Jingqing closer to shield her from the boldness of her own sister-in-law. The seventh prince, unwilling to be outdone, leaned closer to Shen Jingqing while skillfully maintaining a subtle distance from the Grand Princess, finding solace in the grape he held, which he enjoyed alone. As Shen Jingqing observed the Grand Princess's carefree demeanor, a twinge of envy stirred within her, especially in comparison to her own mother and the Grand Princess. The innate sense of freedom and fearlessness radiating from the Grand Princess was something she greatly longed for. Shen Jingqing's heart stirred as she gazed at the lush gardens in the distance, a complex expression crossing her features. The Grand Princess's unrestrained spirit stood in stark contrast to her mother's patient endurance, representing an unattainable freedom that beckoned her. The burdens her mother bore were far beyond her imagination. Every step she took was akin to dancing upon a razor's edge. Shen Jingqing sighed softly, her brow furrowed with deep admiration and concern for her mother. Meanwhile, the seventh prince's fingers lightly trembled with the 9 linked rings, seemingly stirred by Shen Jingqing's words. He raised his gaze quietly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing his keen interest and insight into the intricate court intrigues. The seventh prince mused to himself. The depth and strategy of Madame Shen surpassed what most could fathom, particularly amidst the tumultuous affairs of the Qingyuan Marquis, where she remained steadfast as a rock, a rare quality indeed. The Grand Princess's nonchalance was certainly enviable. Suddenly, the seventh prince spoke, his tone laced with amusement, however. True masters always conceal their brilliance. Madame Shen is a prime example. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Qing furrowed her brow slightly, acutely aware of the treacherous intricacies of courtly relationships, particularly those involving the Dowager Empress's authority. "Seventh Prince, do you have a clever plan to quell this tempest?" she inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon the young prince, a mixture of skepticism and hope evident in her expression. The seventh prince smiled mysteriously, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Fear not, Aunt Wang. The grandmother is currently preoccupied with the ongoing troubles at the Duke's residence and has little time to concern herself with the Grand Princess's matters." His words, cryptic yet intriguing, heightened the curiosity of those present. Shen Jingqing found herself irresistibly drawn to this unexpected turn of events, her eyes fixed on the seventh prince, filled with anticipation for the secrets he was about to unveil. "Oh, what trouble has arisen at the Duke's residence?" Feigning distress, the seventh prince scrunched his nose, and under the pressure of the Princess of Qing, he reluctantly began to divulge that Mistress is no ordinary commoner. It is said that she is the object of affection for the Duke's heir, who, disregarding his father's opposition, insists on taking her as his wife. The old lord, in his helplessness, could only resort to familial discipline, allowing the matter to fade away. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Grand Princess leaned forward, her expression a mix of curiosity and surprise. "To what extent is it so special that it has caused a rift between father and son?" Her voice was filled with disbelief. Straightening his posture, the seventh prince surveyed the captivated audience, deliberately stretching his words. "That Mistress, by the way, is a talented woman from Jiangnan, accomplished in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, remarkably beautiful, and crucially, she shares a subtle connection with a prominent minister in the current court.
Oh, dear.
Shen Jingqing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The melodrama unfolding was beyond her wildest imagination, far more convoluted than any theatrical script. Within the palace, the intertwining of power and emotion rendered every action a potential catalyst for upheaval in the capital. In this intricate web of circumstances, the fates of each character seemed inexorably linked by invisible threads, weaving a vivid tapestry of love, hatred, and intrigue. The Princess of Qing and the Grand Princess exchanged astonished glances, involuntarily sharing a smile, both unable to conceal their shock at the dramatic scene unfolding within the Duke's household. Truly unbelievable. The Grand Princess burst into laughter, her mirth tinged with a hint of sarcasm, mocking those who preach morality yet indulge in such disgraceful behavior behind closed doors. Amidst the laughter, the Princess of Qing gently patted the Grand Princess on the shoulder, earnestly advising the seventh prince, Yun, as a prince. You bear the weight of future governance and must remain vigilant for the welfare of the people. You shall soon shoulder the responsibility of alleviating their burdens. How can you become ensnared in the trivialities and sordid secrets of the harem? Where lies your lofty ambition? The seventh prince, upon hearing this, rose silently, his expression grave, committing his mother's admonishments to memory. Shen Jingqing noticed the usually warm princess of Qing had suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, causing her heart to tremble as she reflected. Alas, how can the prince be so enraptured by these inconsequential matters? The seventh prince's fingers curled slightly, pondering to himself how to teach this girl a lesson. For it was not he who sought out these revelations. Rather, he had merely overheard them due to the lamentations of the Duke's wife to the Dowager Empress. At that moment outside the door, Prince Qing happened to overhear the sound of the princess reprimanding the seventh prince, and thus quietly lowered his hand that was about to lift the curtain, stealthily departing like a thief. "Elder brother," she exclaimed with excitement, suddenly leaping towards the dashing youth before her, nearly causing Hongyu to struggle to catch her. Both Shen Yi and the seventh prince instinctively reached out their hands. "This girl is truly becoming more substantial," the seventh prince remarked, feeling a slight ache in his arm from the brief embrace. "Nonsense," Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, and even Shen Yi could not help but concur, which was even harder for her to accept. How can elder brother still be smiling? Clearly, she is chubby and adorable, brimming with good fortune. Shen Jingqing's rebuttal amused Shen Yi, while the seventh prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as personally escorting her made him anxious about any potential mishaps along the way. Song Shi, waiting at the gate with Shen Hao, naturally displayed a look of contentment upon seeing her children return safely. The seventh prince successfully completed his escort mission and returned to the palace alone. Song Shi embraced Shen Jingqing, leading her two sons towards the Hundred Flowers courtyard. "Mother, when will uncle return?" Shen Yi, having washed his hands, sat by the window, watching as Song Shi helped Shen Jingqing change, and curiously inquired. The Song family possessed pleasant residences both within and outside the capital.
Shen Yi 어땠겠지?
"I do miss uncle a bit." Shen Hao also leaned closer. "I miss uncle too." Just as he spoke, a young maid hurried in to announce that Chen Xiao had come to visit. Looking out the window, the sun was already setting. "Please let her in," Song Shi instructed, well aware that Chen Tao would not choose this moment to visit unless there was something important. Shen Yi then stood, preparing to lead his younger siblings to the cross courtyard, where a warm family gathering was about to unfold. In the cross courtyard, the sunlight dappled the bluestone pavement, and Shen Yi and Shen Hao walked side by side, their conversation mingling with the gentle breeze, revealing a hint of unnoticeable worry. Shen Hao's brow bore an unusual calmness as he replied, "Chen Xiao has indeed shown considerable restraint lately. Every morning, she is the first to visit mother to pay her respects, with full propriety and respect. While attending to father in the apricot blossom pavilion, she is diligent and hardly seen wandering about, a stark contrast to her previous idleness in the pear blossom courtyard." Inside Song Shi's main chamber, elegantly and warmly decorated, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Chun Tao sat on an embroidered cushion, appearing particularly cautious, speaking softly and choosing each word with care. "It is like this, madam. I have noticed that while the Marquis's condition has improved, his confidant Ding San frequently visits the apricot blossom pavilion, each time carrying an indescribable air of secrecy. The Marquis seems quite concerned about this, even insisting that I must leave when Ding San comes. This makes me feel that matters are not simple." Upon hearing this, Song Shi took a gentle sip of tea, her gaze deepening as if she had already discerned the underlying turbulence. Matters in this world are often complex and unpredictable. Though the Marquis is ill, his heart still yearns for the stage of power. However, such ambition must ultimately be suppressed. As for the information Ding San conveys, we will find a way to investigate it thoroughly. Her eyes scanned each person present, as if seeking to penetrate the facades of their hearts. Meanwhile, the teachings of Princess Qing were marked by a blend of sternness and affection. Amidst laughter, one must not lose their sense of propriety. "A Yun as a prince. Your future responsibilities are grave. While matters in the harem may be intricate, they should not become your focal point. You must aspire to greater ambitions, seeking the welfare of the common people." Upon hearing this, the seventh prince's body trembled slightly, and he stood tall, determination gleaming in his eyes, indicating that he had etched Princess Qing's teachings into his heart. Witnessing this scene, Shen Jingqing felt a mix of emotions. She gazed at the seventh prince, her eyes reflecting both concern and expectation, silently contemplating. Royal children must possess the grace of royalty and not be burdened by mundane trivialities. The seventh prince inwardly grumbled, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, feeling truly innocent. All of this was merely a secret overheard by chance, not something he sought to uncover. With this thought, a wry smile crept onto his lips. He silently thanked his fortune that his little secret had not been discovered. Otherwise, a storm would surely brew within the household. Chapter 101. A sudden turn of events in the afternoon, following a lavish luncheon. The warm sunlight and full bellies induced a sense of drowsiness. Shen Jingqing, unable to resist her fatigue, found a comfortable corner within Princess Qing's chamber and fell into a deep slumber, perhaps dreaming of a tranquil realm beyond the tumult of the world. "Elder brother." She could scarcely contain her excitement, her crisp call accompanied by joyful laughter, akin to a playful fawn leaping towards the charming young man before her eyes brimming with surprise and reliance. Hongyu, her devoted maid who always protected her at critical moments, stumbled slightly from the unexpected affection, straining to steady herself, a smile of helplessness and fondness gracing her face. Nearby, both Shen Yi and the seventh prince instinctively reached out to assist, their actions reflecting a deep-seated understanding and care. "This girl is truly growing stronger by the day." The seventh prince jested, his tone laced with humor and affection. After a hug, "My arm starts protesting." "Nonsense." Shen Jingqing puffed out her cheeks, her round eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that her elder brother would agree to such disparagement. "Elder brother is still smiling." She pouted, then confidently declared, "I am clearly a symbol of roundness and good fortune." Meanwhile, Song Shi, accompanied by Shun Hao, awaited at the main gate of the residence. Upon seeing her children return safely, a barely noticeable smile of contentment crept onto her cheeks, her gentle expression like a spring breeze, warming the room. Embracing Shen Jingqing, Song Shi led Shen Yi and Shun Hao into the Hundred Flowers courtyard, where blossoms bloomed vibrantly, seemingly welcoming their return. "Mother, when will uncle come to see us again?" Shen Yi, having finished washing his hands, sat quietly by the window, his gentle gaze fixed on his mother as she assisted Shen Jingqing with her attire. The Song family owned 2 well-appointed residences in the capital, each carefully arranged to exude warmth and comfort. Shen Yi nodded softly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "I do miss uncle a bit." Shun Hao echoed his sentiments, and the brothers' shared feelings resonated within the small room. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached, and a young maid hurried in, announcing Chun Tao's visit. Outside the window, the sky was tinged with the hues of the setting sun. "Please let her in," Song Shi said softly. Chun Tao would not choose such a moment to visit unless it were of great significance. Hearing this, Shen Yi stood, preparing to guide his siblings to the cross courtyard. Unexpectedly, he encountered Chen Tao at the threshold as she stepped inside. Eldest young master, second young master. Chen Tao greeted gracefully, her demeanor respectful and proper. Shen Yi harbored little fondness for his father's concubine, merely nodding politely before moving on without lingering. In the cross courtyard, Shen Yi quietly asked Shen Hao, "Has Chen Tao been keeping to her place recently?" Shen Hao nodded in response. "She has been doing well. Compared to her time in the Pear Blossom courtyard, she has changed significantly. Every morning, she comes punctually to pay respects to mother, spending most of her time in the Apricot Blossom Pavilion caring for father, rarely seen wandering about." His concern lay in the possibility that Chen Tao might, like the former Lin Xianshuang, be intoxicated by power and wealth, giving rise to inappropriate thoughts. Meanwhile, in the main house, Song Shi invited Chen Tao to sit, her expression calm as she inquired, "What brings you to visit at such a late hour? Is there something urgent?" Chen Tao rose, her expression solemn. "Upon learning of the eldest young master's return, I should have avoided suspicion, but this matter is urgent and must be addressed. I have noticed that the Marquis's behavior seems to have changed recently. Since the Lord began his recuperation at the Apricot Blossom Pavilion, several trusted aides have been frequently entering and exiting to report on affairs. I have observed closely and discovered that the Lord's confidant, Ding San, seems to be clandestinely assisting him in conveying certain secret messages."
Oh,
This is rather unsurprising. Song gently stirred her tea, her gaze lowered, and a faint, serene smile graced her lips, as if everything was well within her control. Shen Jingqing, in the prime of his life, despite his physical limitations, would never easily bow to fate given the aspirations that stirred within him. In every silent night, he must dream of returning to the resplendent court, to reclaim the glory and prestige of yesteryears. Yet, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. How could the woman who holds his destiny ever relinquish her grip on hope? "Are you aware of the kinds of secrets he has been transmitting in private?" Song's voice pierced through the air, laced with an undeniable urgency. Hearing this, Song nodded lightly, an air of tranquil appreciation glimmering in her eyes. "Your meticulousness is indeed commendable." Chen Tao gently nodded, her graceful steps imbued with an ineffable elegance as she slowly withdrew. "Madam, how shall we respond to this sudden turn of events?" Hong Yun's brow furrowed, her heart clouded with worry akin to a stormy sky, nearly spilling over. Song's fingers lightly tapped the table, and after a moment of contemplation, her voice rang out with conviction. "We shall deliberate further tomorrow. For now, let A.E. and the others join us for dinner." The next day, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting silvery light that added a touch of peace and tranquility to the estate. At dawn, Chen Tao was already busy, diligently assisting Shen Jingqing with his morning grooming. Two young servants joined in, their efforts rendering the process both caring and quite challenging.
"Fetch Ding San."
Shen Jing's frail voice carried an undeniable authority. Though illness tormented his body, his dignity as a man would not allow him to accept such a humiliating dressing scene. Chapter 102. Weighing priorities, doubt and unease flickered in Shen Jing's eyes. Those few simple words seemed to drain his strength entirely. The servant's description shook Chen Tao's heart, secretly marveling at the madam's decisiveness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself bound in an unknown environment, fear crashing over him like a tidal wave. Light flooded in suddenly, and Ding San squinted to adjust. Gradually, his vision focused, and the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. Song, that woman steeped in intrigue, sat elegantly at the table, savoring tea, flanked by two lovely maidservants, one cradling a sleeping infant. Song's gaze was sharp, as if she could see through everything. "Madam," Ding San stammered, trembling as he uttered these two words, fully aware of the perilousness of his situation. In this deep courtyard, her will was the fate that could not be defied. From the moment the inconspicuous residence outside Qingping Alley was inexplicably swallowed by flames, to Lin Xianshuang being unexpectedly brought into the depths of the imposing, and then to the cruel exposure of their passionate affair, forcing Lin Xianshuang to reluctantly sign that heavy contract of servitude. A seed of doubt had been sown in Ding San's heart. Was all this turmoil intricately woven by the seemingly gentle but cunning Song as part of her grand revenge? This series of interlinked plots left the meticulous Ding San unable to shake his suspicions. Was it not the result of Song's calculated maneuvers? When Shen Jingqing weakly entrusted Ding San with the task of secretly conveying a message to the powerful Zhao Shongshu, it seemed as if the turning point of fate had suddenly arrived. In the blink of an eye, Ding San found himself ensnared in Song's grasp. A stifling maneuver that only confirmed his suspicions. Song gently placed her teacup on the table. The soft yet firm sound of impact felt like an omen, causing Ding San's heart to race involuntarily, beads of sweat gathering at his brow. Mother's actions are truly magnificent, so impressive. Shen Jingqing silently cheered for her mother, envisioning herself mimicking such an imposing demeanor, only to self-deprecatingly realize that her round, adorable face was far removed from Song's dignified beauty and noble bearing, and she couldn't help but pout. Song's gaze held a subtle smile but was sharp as a blade, piercing into Ding San's innermost thoughts. Ding San, a humble orphan who had escaped disaster, was taken in by the old lord out of pity and had since been an indispensable aid to Shen Jingqing. Whether it was Shen Jing's romantic escapades or Lin Xianchuang's frequent outings, they could not have been accomplished without Ding San's meticulous arrangements and protection. Faced with Song, Ding San's fear was palpable, and he stammered, "Madam, your humble servant does not comprehend the grave error I have committed to warrant your personal summons." Song remained silent. Her eyes, which seemed to pierce the human heart, locked onto Ding San until he began to avert his gaze, unable to confront her directly.
Ding San.
Song finally spoke, her tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable edge. "The Lord has commanded you. Where is that letter meant to be delivered?" Upon realizing that the one who set the trap was indeed Song, Ding San's suspicions were confirmed, yet he feigned ignorance, replying, "I truly do not understand what Madam refers to. I hope you'll enlighten me. The Lord once said that among all those by his side, in terms of loyalty and capability, you are unparalleled." Rather than expressing anger, Song offered praise.
Humph.
What is there to be proud of in being praised by that heartless father? Shen Jingqing scoffed inwardly. Song gently embraced Shen Jingqing, allowing her clear eyes to meet Ding San's. She understood that her daughter was no ordinary child. Although she could sense her deep-seated dissatisfaction toward Shen Jingqing and Lin Xianchuang at such a tender age, she still maintained a rare innocence in the face of other matters. Ding San's gaze penetrated the dust-laden air, meeting Shen Jingqing's clear eyes, which seemed to read the soul, stirring a wave of indescribable guilt within him. He was acutely aware that not long ago, Lord Xinjiang had, under Lin Xianchuang's influence, entertained harmful thoughts toward his legitimate wife, intending to solidify his power through a switch of progeny. As Shenzhen's trusted aide, Ding San was fully aware of these internal affairs and had even participated in finding the Zhu family midwife who could facilitate their secret actions. Shen Jingqing's confused expression danced in her lively eyes, as if silently questioning the origin of this heavy sentiment. She pondered, could my existence truly wield such significant influence? Ding San, if I recall correctly, your daughter should be of a similar age to Jingqing, correct? Song inquired seemingly casually, yet the air thickened with subtle tension. Ding San suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment, clearly taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. Chapter 103. A stroke of fortune that was no ordinary piece of paper, but a contract of servitude he had signed with his family, symbolizing their fates being bound together. Faced with such a choice, his heart was filled with turmoil and conflict. The wise should assess the situation, seeking benefits while avoiding harm. Though Ding San was hardly a figure of great wisdom or bravery, he evidently understood this principle well. Shen Jingqing, having listened to the exchange between Song and Ding San, couldn't help but marvel. Look at other people's fathers. It truly inspires envy. Her comment carried a touch of youthful sentiment, completely unaware of the complexities involved. Song shook her head inwardly, recognizing that her child's world was too pure to grasp the undercurrents of adult life. Ding San's choice was not merely due to familial ties. She had long perceived that his cunning ran deep. Even as Xinjiang's attendant, his intelligence and resourcefulness had long surpassed that of his master, only constrained by his humble origins. Had it not been for this, perhaps his achievements would have far exceeded Xinjiang's. As per the agreement, she instructed him to lead his family away from the capital, never to return. Song's voice was calm, yet resolute, as she issued her final command to Chen Yi, warning that should he disobey, she could not guarantee the safety of his family. With tears in her eyes, Song watched the royal physician depart, and then, with a heavy heart, conveyed the dreadful news to the matriarch. The elderly lady, who cherished her son above all, found herself stricken by illness due to the rift with her daughter. Her sorrow deepened daily, and her health deteriorated, as though an invisible blade was slowly slicing through her, leaving her in unbearable torment. Upon learning of her beloved son's declining condition, her heart felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles, and she staggered toward the tranquil and verdant apricot blossom pavilion. The bamboo leaves in the garden rustled softly in the breeze, as if whispering endless worries and unrest. Upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of her once vibrant son, who now lay emaciated in bed, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance, leaving behind an empty gaze, with drool unconsciously trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly helpless. The matriarch's heart felt as though it had been shattered by a heavy blow, her pain transforming into tears that poured forth like a dam bursting, ultimately overwhelming her, causing her to faint and succumb to an abyss of unconsciousness. Song hurried forward, tears brimming in her eyes, suppressing the anguish within her, and sent a servant to urgently summon the imperial physician to assess the unconscious matriarch's condition. In an instant, the entire marquise was enveloped in a thick aroma of medicinal herbs, mingled with urgency and prayers, seemingly infused with an ominous undertone. Meanwhile, within the capital, the illness of Marquis Qingyuan, Shen Jingqing, did not attract the anticipated widespread attention. The public's gaze was instead drawn to another prominent figure, Princess Pingning. In a departure from her usual demeanor, she voluntarily proposed to stay at the Jingqing temple to recite scriptures for the ailing Empress Dowager Su. This initiative stirred new waves within the capital. Following her severe punishment of the prince consort and public reprimand of the censor, the princess, who had always been known for her gentleness and grace, suddenly appeared complex. Public opinion surged, accusing her of abusing her power and acting arrogantly. Some even indirectly blamed the worsening condition of Empress Dowager Su on her, despite the tenuous and unjust nature of such connections. Behind all this, the shadow of the loyal and brave Gong family loomed faintly, as they seized the opportunity to express their grievances regarding their son while attempting to divert public attention from negative news surrounding their family. In the face of various criticisms and misunderstandings, Princess Pingning refrained from engaging in arguments, quietly preparing her belongings and, with the solemn entourage befitting her status, departed the capital en route to Jingqing Temple. This ancient temple, once a haven away from the turmoil of the court, had now become a retreat for the princess's seclusion and spiritual practice. Within the Shen residence, the Princess of Qing brought along the seventh prince to invite Shen Jingqing to join them at Jingqing Temple. Though Song felt a pang of reluctance, she understood the significance of this journey and arranged for Hongyu to dress Shen Jingqing in appropriate attire. The princess noticed Song's somber attire, a departure from her usual splendor, and inquired about the marquis's health. Tears welled in Song's eyes as she gently wiped away the droplets at the corners, her words laden with apprehension for the future. As the carriage set off, the seventh prince remained furrowed with worry, which piqued the curiosity of Shen Jingqing, dressed in vibrant red and resembling a dancing flame. What troubles could this prince possibly harbor? She pondered, glancing at him with a mix of confusion and concern. The princess, typically disdainful of men who wore expressions of gloom, raised her delicate hand as if to impart a playful reprimand to the seventh prince. Yet, he seemed accustomed to such familiarity, remaining unflinching and composed. At such a tender age, why the weight of such burdens? Quickly dispel this cloud of gloom, the princess commanded, her tone firm and authoritative. The seventh prince, upon hearing her voice, quickly forced a smile that was more painful than tears, attempting to ease the tension. Shen Jingqing could not help but stifle a laugh at the sight, thinking, this smile is indeed more oppressive than a stormy sky. Having escaped the princess's seemingly stern yet caring grasp, the seventh prince gently pinched Shen Jingqing's jade-like cheek, sighing softly. Last night, when I visited the Xinang Palace to pay respects to grandmother, she lamented that I am of the age to enter school, yet have not done so, even chiding mother for neglecting my studies. The princess scoffed. If you truly plunge into the sea of books, your days of freedom will swiftly vanish. Is it not a fortunate thing that someone worries for your education? The seventh prince remained silent, aware of the validity of the princess's words. Yet the sting of being criticized lingered in his heart. Such trivial matters should not weigh so heavily. The princess was exceedingly surprised. This nephew, usually so carefree. How could he be so dejected over a few words from the Empress Dowager? The seventh prince sighed, moreover. Grandmother spoke of her own lingering ailments and expressed a desire to select a bride for the crown prince in advance, to ward off misfortune with joyful tidings. Shen Jingqing's eyes widened with surprise at this revelation, but the crown prince is merely a child of barely 10. Should he not maintain his integrity and patiently await the passage of time to unite with the two princesses? Upon arriving at Jingxin Temple, the princess remained perplexed by the Empress Dowager's eagerness to select a bride for the crown prince. Holding pruning shears, Princess Pingning meticulously trimmed the azalea branches, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It is merely a matter of taking advantage of their youth and naivety, making them easier to manipulate. Seated on the edge of the bed, Shen Jingqing curiously surveyed the tranquil courtyard. Although it was a sacred Buddhist site, the decorations and furnishings were notably exquisite, given the frequent visits of noble women. Though it is said to be for the Empress Dowager's prayers, this spacious abode, with its careful arrangements, bears no difference from a princess's residence, save for the addition of a compassionate Guanyin statue. The princess's serene demeanor suggests she may not be wholly immersed in the sincerity of her prayers. After a round of familial exchanges and a light repast, Princess Pingning urged, "The sun has begun to set. You should return to the city early." She deliberately overlooked Shen Jingqing, who was nestled closely against her. The princess, sharp-eyed, embraced her adoptive daughter and feigned anger, casting a stern glance at Princess Pingning. "This place is not as safe as the princess's residence. You must be more vigilant." Princess Pingning nodded slightly, watching as the princess and her entourage departed in their carriage. On the return journey, fatigue washed over Shen Jingqing like a tide, and she curled up in the princess's embrace, slowly drifting into slumber. Just as her consciousness began to blur, she suddenly felt her body lighten, awakening to find the surroundings transformed into a hazy and unfamiliar scene. "What is happening?" The princess's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, pierced the stillness of the carriage, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic clash of weapons outside. "We are under attack." This sudden revelation struck like a tempest across a serene lake. Today, the princess's outing had been discreet, and although the procession was understated, it could not conceal their noble aura, with guards armed and accompanying them. Such an assembly facing an assault could only be the work of audacious assassins. Yet, rather than fear, an inexplicable thrill surged within Shen Jingqing. The princess acted swiftly, one arm tightly securing Shen Jingqing, while her other hand deftly retrieved the golden fan dropped by the seventh prince under the seat, urgently inquiring, "Ayun, are you unharmed?" The seventh prince, having fallen briefly, appeared embarrassed and quickly shook his head, signaling that he was fine. After confirming his safety, the princess's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Mimicking the tenderness he remembered from his mother, the seventh prince softly brushed his fingers against Shen Jingqing's forehead, attempting to soothe her unease. The princess gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, revealing a shocking sight. Guards were fiercely battling 3 or 4 masked assailants cloaked in darkness. The coachman trembled, yet stood resolute at the carriage door, unwavering. "They are but mere clowns. There is no need for panic." The words of the princess consort were resolute and composed. Born into a martial family, she possessed extraordinary courage, even when confronted with life and death peril. There was not a trace of fear upon her countenance. Such audacity is truly admirable. Shen Jingqing silently marveled, contemplating how, had it been the delicate women of other families, they would have already succumbed to tears, losing their composure entirely. Curiously, Shen Jingqing craned her neck to peer outside. Assassins. Such an opportunity to witness is rare indeed. However, as she observed, she gradually realized that the situation was far from simple. Beside the princess consort stood merely a dozen hand-picked personal guards. Yet the 6 experts accompanying the seventh prince were all formidable in their own right. This elite group was beyond the reach of ordinary assassins, especially considering their numerical disadvantage. Nevertheless, the assassin clad in gray exhibited exceptional martial prowess, clearly exceeding everyone's expectations. Shen Jingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! What is the origin of these assassins? The curiosity and thrill she once felt were now replaced by profound fear. She longed to huddle closely beside the princess consort, wishing for the power of invisibility.
It is too terrifying.
Mother! Suddenly, the princess consort pulled back the curtain, her sharp phoenix eyes narrowing, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all, coldly assessing the battle outside. In an instant, several more fell, the situation growing increasingly dire. Only one guard from the prince's residence remained at the front of the carriage, along with 3 experts from the palace, struggling to hold their ground, yet their injuries, whether grave or minor, would undoubtedly hinder their ability to fend off the assailants. The blood-stained long sword sparkled in the 7th prince's grasp, the cold light flickering, the air thick with the scent of impending death. Though young, he felt a deep-seated fear. Yet this fear did not deter him. As a prince and a young man, he straightened his frail form, resolutely placing himself in front of the princess consort and Shen Jingqing. Stand aside. The princess consort abruptly shoved the 7th prince aside while simultaneously pushing Shen Jingqing towards his embrace. In a flash, the princess consort's agile figure leapt out of the carriage, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. She moved with the grace of lightning that suddenly illuminated the night, wielding 2 gleaming blades that had appeared in her hands unbeknownst to anyone. The princess consort's form sword, akin to an eagle striking through the sky, her dual blades slicing through the air with a fierce intensity, the force of her strikes seemingly cleaving the very atmosphere in 2. The 7th prince and Shen Jingqing's eyes widened as they beheld a flurry of crimson petals blooming tragically in the air, that vivid red embodying the brutality of life and death at stake. As the princess consort landed lightly, the tips of her blades glimmered with a chilling brilliance. Firmly directed at the ground, crimson liquid gradually sliding down the blades, a silent assassin collapsing, heralding the arrival of death.
Oh my.
Such combat prowess. The princess consort is simply incredible. Shen Jingqing's gaze followed the princess consort, who stood resolutely with her blades, exuding an aura of heroic spirit. Her eyes filled with admiration and shock. She murmured, "It turns out what Uncle Wang said was true. The mightiest warrior in the Marquis of Wu's residence is not the Marquis or the heir, but Lady Wang. I once thought he was merely exaggerating." The 7th prince quietly expressed his sentiments, his heart stirred. No wonder the entire prince's residence regarded the princess consort with trepidation when her wrath ignited. It was enough to make the entire household tremble. This strike not only showcased the princess consort's extraordinary martial skills, but also highlighted her keen intuition in seizing the moment. Faced with such a formidable foe, she dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Yet, after a brief moment of calm, the battle erupted once more. The princess consort defended against the assassin's fierce onslaught with her dual blades, commanding, "Ensure that a Yun and Jingqing are escorted away from here." No sooner had her words left her lips than the coachman, eager to spur the horses, was suddenly met with a sword light slicing through the darkness, like a meteor. Sharp and lethal. The coachman had no time to react. A gruesome gash appeared on his neck, and his life abruptly ceased. The 7th prince and Shen Jingqing caught sight of a shadow darting past, and in the next moment, the sword tip struck like a venomous snake, directly threatening the carriage. Though the 7th prince was small in stature, he was remarkably agile. Upon witnessing the coachman's tragic fate, he unhesitatingly pulled Shen Jingqing close, and the 2 rolled off their seats, narrowly avoiding that fatal blow.
Whoa.
Shen Jingqing's heart was a tumult of emotions, fear intertwining with gratitude. In this moment of impending doom, the black-clad assassin's sword light surged forth once more, and this time, there was no escape for them within the confines of the carriage. The 7th prince closed his eyes, awaiting fate's decree, but was met with the sound of metal clashing, sharp and clear, the sound of arrows colliding with sword edges. The black-clad assassin's sword was redirected by a precisely aimed arrow. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows, like the dawn's light, surged forth with unstoppable momentum, forcing the black-clad assassin to retreat repeatedly. The archer finally revealed himself, abandoning his bow and drawing his sword, his figure sweeping forth like a whirlwind, engaging the black-clad assassin in close combat. How terrifying! Shen Jingqing realized that in such a life-and-death struggle, all she could do was remain calm, lest she become a burden. The seventh prince gradually regained his composure. He cautiously set Shen Jingqing down, then tremblingly propped himself against the edge of the carriage, turning once more to shield her behind him. Though nearly exhausted, he ultimately chose to sit at the bottom of the carriage, anxiously watching the life-and-death duel outside. At that moment, the moonlight cast a pale glow, adding a touch of chill and grimness to the mountain path. The long blade in the princess consort's hand quivered lightly, reflecting the cold silver light as yet another gray-clad assassin fell slowly, leaving behind a striking scarlet amidst the tranquil night. Upon witnessing their companions fall one after another, the remaining two assassins were overtaken by fear. A sharp whistle shattered the night sky, resembling the urgent cry of a bird, and in an instant, the two figures transformed into streaks of lightning, vanishing into the shadowy forest. Meanwhile, another mysterious expert, engaged in fierce combat with the agile black-clad assassin, exchanged blows with such intensity that it was difficult to discern a clear victor. However, the expert evidently did not wish for a prolonged battle. With a sharp gaze, he subtly moved his wrist, and a finely crafted hidden weapon silently flew from his sleeve, taking advantage of his opponent's momentary evasion to slip away like smoke, leaving only the faint flutter of his garments as he disappeared into the vast forest. In but a moment, the once peaceful mountain path became a scene of chaos. Bodies of guards and assassins intertwined, the air thick with the stench of blood and death, as if narrating the brutality of the recent life-and-death struggle. I apologize for my inability to arrive in time. I hope the seventh prince can forgive me. Upon saying this, the expert who had just battled the black-clad assassin stood before the magnificent carriage, respectfully bowing, his expression revealing unspoken regret and concern. Just as the seventh prince was about to respond, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from afar, interrupting all thoughts. My beloved! The prince, disregarding everything around him, rushed anxiously towards the princess consort, grasping her arms tightly, scrutinizing her from head to toe, fearful of missing any sign of injury. Fortunately, she was unharmed, with only the hem of her skirt stained with a little blood that was not her own. This assurance allowed the tension in the prince's heart to slightly ease. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the lifeless gray-clad assassin at the princess consort's feet, the wound deep and gruesome, from shoulder to abdomen, a sight too harrowing to behold. That brutal image struck the prince like thunder, and darkness enveloped his vision as he could no longer maintain his composure, fainting away. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the princess consort, though helpless, remained composed, instructing the accompanying guards, quickly assist the prince into the carriage. The guards, though flustered, maintained their composure as they carefully laid the unconscious Prince Qing in a proper manner. The seventh prince exchanged a tacit glance with Shen Jingqing, his heart brimming with complex emotions towards the prince, who had fainted from witnessing the gruesome scene. Before his own child could be frightened, this prince had already succumbed. They secretly chuckled, yet could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The seventh prince swiftly adjusted his mindset and nodded respectfully to the skilled warrior who had come to their aid, his tone imbued with sincere gratitude. Captain, your bravery shall be etched in my memory. There is no need for excessive modesty. The captain humbly replied, his demeanor earnest. I merely fulfilled my duty. Your Highness's kindness is truly undeserved. Princess Qing sheathed her sword and approached slowly, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with genuine admiration for Captain Sun. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and seeing you today, your valor is indeed unmatched. This Captain Sun was not only extraordinarily formidable, but his imposing presence was also awe-inspiring. After the crisis had passed, Shen Jingqing's thoughts raced like a wild stallion, teeming with excitement. His stature is upright, akin to a towering pine, his aura grand like an eagle soaring in the skies. To encounter such a person in this chaotic era is indeed rare. If my second brother could receive his guidance and master the essence of his martial arts, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. The young maiden harbored silent aspirations, her eyes sparkling with yearning. The seventh prince lightly curved his lips, his words laden with respect. Aunt Wang, Your swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled level. You truly are a woman who does not yield to men. The safety of Prince Qing had long been intertwined with her own life. With a playful smile, the seventh prince appeared at ease. As my nephew is protected by golden silk armor, mere assassins pose no threat. Shen Jingqing, momentarily puzzled, thought, such nonchalance. Could it be that they anticipated all of this? Were they prepared in advance? After a brief contemplation, she suddenly realized that Princess Qing had concealed a double-edged sword. Captain Sun had appeared at a critical moment, and the seventh prince had been on guard from the start. This entire arrangement was clearly calculated to foresee danger. Yet they still brought me along. Her earlier gratitude was swiftly replaced by an inexplicable anger. How infuriating! Shen Jingqing indignantly turned away, resolved to disregard the adult intrigues unfolding around her. Just then, Prince Qing slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing his wife and child nearby, his eyes glistened with moisture. My beloved, are you unharmed? He leaned weakly against Princess Qing's shoulder, appearing fragile, yet exuding boundless warmth. Please, sit up properly. In Chapter 106, The Defeated Forces, with Princess Qing's comfort, Prince Qing instantly rallied, sitting upright, reclaiming his noble and commanding presence. My princess, unparalleled in the world, you are my pride. Observing this, the seventh prince felt compelled to change the subject, lest he be overwhelmed by their profound affection. Uncle Wang. Who exactly is that captain who saved me from peril? Shen Jingqing too wore a curious expression, awaiting an explanation. Sensing that his family was safe, Prince Qing felt a weight lift from his heart and, gathering his relatives around the carriage, began to recount. This man is Captain Sun Zhao of the Zhaoyong, hailing from the esteemed loyal and brave Marquis' residence, and he is the brother of the current virtuous consort. Upon hearing this, the seventh prince raised an eyebrow. So, he has familial ties with my second royal brother? The virtuous consort, who had once assisted their father in strategic matters, wielded her family's influence and her sons to pressure the empress in courtly conflicts. A subtle smile graced Prince Qing's lips as he waved his hand lightly. However, this Captain Sun is world apart from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. While the virtuous consort has not turned against him, they're akin to strangers. Indeed, the entangled grievances among those in power are far more intricate than they appear. The seventh prince mused silently, recognizing the tumultuous winds of the court. Far more complex than they seemed. He felt an urgent desire, his eyes gleaming with intensity, pressing on. Could you perhaps enlighten me about the secrets behind all this? His words carried an undeniable urgency. Prince Qing, sensing the overflowing curiosity in the gazes of the seventh prince and Shen Jingqing, felt a swell of pride within him, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. However, just as he was about to unveil the layers of mystery and share those unknown secrets, Princess Qing suddenly thrust him towards the carriage door, nearly causing him to stumble. Her gaze was stern and resolute, seemingly warning him without words. Princess Qing shot her husband a sharp look and then, casting her eyes beyond the uncurtained window, focused on the outside world. Not far away, Captain Sun Zhao stood tall, leading them on horseback, his sharp gaze ever vigilant to the slightest movement around them. Her eyes seemed to convey an unmistakable message. Discussing the private matters of such a heroic figure as Captain Sun should indeed be reserved for a more discreet setting. He had just rescued the seventh prince from danger and remained steadfastly guarding them. To speak ill of him behind his back was truly a display of ignorance. Under this silent yet potent pressure, the three inside the carriage instinctively restrained themselves, falling silent. The journey home was devoid of further disturbances, with Captain Sun as unyielding as a rock, ensuring their safe arrival at the palace. The young Shen Jingqing, as the youngest member of the party, was fortunate enough to meet the emperor. In the grand hall, she witnessed a tender moment between Prince Qing and the emperor. Prince Qing grasped the emperor's hand tightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he choked out the words "royal brother." This scene left Shen Jingqing astounded, causing her to shyly retreat into Princess Qing's embrace. The closeness between the royal brothers completely shattered Shen Jingqing's preconceived notions of the royal family's coldness. The emperor's demeanor and charisma were indeed admirable. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Prince Qing, one might question the authenticity of such camaraderie were they unaware of their fraternal bond. Evidently, Even Princess Qing felt a hint of discomfort at this rare display of emotion. She hastily offered a bow, citing a visit to the Empress as her reason for taking her leave with Shen Jingqing. I shall take Jingqing to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. There was a note of circumspection in her tone. The Emperor quickly acquiesced, feeling a tinge of wariness towards his clever sister-in-law, seizing the opportunity to find an excuse to discuss more confidential matters with his younger brother, including military strategies involving Captain Sunday. Princess Qing wasted no time and promptly led Shen Jingqing to Fengyi Palace. Empress Su had long been waiting there, her anticipation palpable. Finally, you have returned safely, she remarked softly, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Shen Jingqing realized that the Empress had foreseen the dangers of their expedition to the Jingxin monastery. This revelation diminished the resentment brewing within her heart. To apprehend the assassin, the Emperor and Empress had not hesitated to place the young royal prince in peril. Although the process had been fraught with tension and uncertainty, it was evident that everything was meticulously orchestrated by the two. Noticing the still damp bloodstains on Princess Qing's garments, Empress Su immediately instructed a maid to take her to the side hall to change, while she gently embraced Shen Jingqing, whispering, "My dear, you weren't too frightened, were you?" After Princess Qing had changed, she stepped out of the changing room, greeted by the Empress's loving gaze, which tenderly settled upon the seemingly slumbering Shen Jingqing. The Empress gently gestured for silence, and the two of them carefully placed the petite Shen Jingqing on the bed, attentively pulling the covers over her. Both noblewomen, lacking daughters of their own, harbored a profound affection for such a sweet and charming little girl. Only after confirming that Shen Jingqing's breathing was steady and she had fallen into a deep slumber did Princess Qing lower her voice and recount the harrowing encounter with the assassin to Empress Su. Though Shen Jingqing appeared to be sound asleep, she was, in fact, too fatigued to open her eyes. The words she overheard deepened her admiration for Captain Sun, who had single-handedly repelled the enemy. Upon hearing this, Empress Su's brows knitted together, her astonishment evident. Such a formidable opponent exists within the palace walls. I have never heard of this. Thanks to Bixia's prior arrangements, Captain Sun discreetly ensured my safety. The tone of the princess consort of Qing shifted, a gleam of curiosity flashing in her eyes. However, I have heard that Captain Sun has a strained relationship with his family. Does the princess have any knowledge of the underlying circumstances? At this moment, Shen Jingqing seized the opportunity to turn, quietly shaking off her drowsiness. Contemplating the fact that the Emperor and the Prince of Qing, these royal brothers, were privately so intrigued by such secrets. Empress Su smiled gently, her eyes revealing a hint of worldly wisdom. I cannot speak for other matters, but indeed, Bixia has mentioned some entanglements concerning Captain Zhao Yong. Chapter 107. The jade pendant. Shen Jingqing was astonished to discover that within the royal family lay numerous hidden secrets and entanglements. Pray, elaborate further. The princess consort of Qing's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, her tone tinged with a hint of regret for her past ignorance. Having spent her childhood with her father outside the capital, her knowledge of the affairs in the capital was indeed limited. Her speech measured as she began to unfold the story. The fate of Captain Sun has been fraught with hardships. As the legitimate son of Duke Zhongyong, his birth was meant to symbolize the family's honor. Alas, his mother, the Duke's legitimate wife, was weak and ailing. After giving birth to him, she endured years of hardship before she became pregnant again, only to discover the heart-wrenching truth of her husband's affair with his illegitimate sister. This sudden blow left her devastated and, under immense mental strain, she gave birth prematurely, leaving this world alongside her unborn child. The current Duchess Zhongyong is indeed that very sister of his. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Shen Jingqing. Such a tale was more dramatic than any novel. The princess consort of Qing could hardly contain her anger, spitting disdainfully. Just so. I always sensed something was amiss. She turned out to be a seductress, luring her brother-in-law to his sister's demise and still shamelessly enjoying the court's rewards. When next I encounter her, I shall ensure she is utterly humiliated. Shen Jingqing wholeheartedly agreed. Believing that such a morally corrupt individual should have her misdeeds exposed to the world for collective scorn, she resolved to cease her pretense, her small hand waving vigorously. producing a youthful yet resolute protest, her innocent face alight with a sense of justice and indignation that resonated with the adult world. The princess consort of Qing glanced down, noticing Shen Jingqing's miniature yet passionate demeanor, her heart warming, secretly marveling at the child's steadfastness and purity. "Ah, has my little goddaughter awakened? Do you find my words heartfelt and penetrating?" As she spoke, she gently pulled Shen Jingqing into an embrace, her eyes sparkling with affection.
Emperor Su.
Well acquainted with the princess consort's candid and unrestrained personality, lightly patted her shoulder, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she advised, "You must temper your impetuousness. The nobility of our status is indeed venerable, but to confront a lady of rank without evidence would only diminish our dignity and provide fodder for gossip. I cannot abide such filthy scoundrels running rampant." The princess consort of Qing snorted, her eyes flashing with disdain. The Duke Zhongyong's household was renowned in the capital, having birthed a virtuous empress who brought glory to the royal family. She had already formulated a plan. There was no need for grand gestures. Merely adopting an indifferent attitude upon their next encounter would allow others to perceive her dissatisfaction and maintain a respectful distance from that lady of the Duke's house. All without uttering a word. So, the virtuous empress and the formidable captain's son are not of the same mother? The princess consort calculated in her heart, suddenly enlightened. This virtuous empress was likely the younger sister of the late duchess, which evoked a sense of melancholy. The virtuous empress, having given birth to the second prince, must have caused quite a bit of trouble for the empress. The princess consort spoke with a hint of indignation, then assumed an expression of intrigue. Noting that the empress had been frequenting Xinang Palace lately to keep the empress dowager company, their relationship seemingly intimate and lively. Did she believe that by currying favor with the empress dowager at such a turbulent time, she could gain any advantage in this ever-shifting court? The princess consort's tone dripped with sarcasm. After years as a royal consort, one should possess wisdom. The ones who discern the times are the true talents. Although the empress dowager and the current emperor are not related by blood, their relationship appears harmonious on the surface, yet beneath lies a tempest of intrigue, with power struggles nearing a boiling point. At such a time, to seek the empress dowager's favor is nothing short of folly. Furthermore, with the crown prince, who bears the bloodline of the Su family before her, how much benefit could the empress truly hope to secure for the second prince? It seemed but a fleeting dream, an illusion. Empress Su maintained her gentle smile, speaking softly. The empress has always been close to Xinang Palace. This is hardly news. In contrast, Shen Jingqing showed little interest in the convoluted court intrigues, her thoughts wholly consumed by the brave and fearless Captain Sun Zhao. In her eyes sparkled an infinite yearning for the vast world beyond. He held a high position, exuding not only authority and majesty, but also an extraordinary demeanor and profound wisdom. Especially Captain Sun, who not only achieved remarkable feats in the court, but also won the emperor's favor, his importance widely recognized. If she could somehow ensure that Shen had the fortune to become a disciple of this legendary figure, it would undoubtedly pave a golden path for her future. Utterly perfect. Just as she immersed herself in such daydreams, a faint sound of footsteps from deep within the palace interrupted her reverie. The emperor, accompanied by the Prince of Qing and the seventh prince, slowly entered the resplendent Fengyi Palace. To her astonishment, Captain Sun Zhao followed closely behind, as if he were a part of this court. It is known that in this forbidden palace, aside from the guards, no external officials are permitted to tread lightly. The emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually landing on Shen Jingqing. His curious and innocent eyes, coupled with her round, adorable face, evoked a sense of affection. Is this the little sprite often mentioned from the Qingyuan Marquis' residence? The emperor inquired softly, his eyes sparkling with unexpected delight. Though the emperor had many offspring, he lamented the absence of a princess. At this moment, confronted by a little girl who displayed a pure smile towards him, the emperor felt overwhelmed with warmth and joy. Instinctively stepping forward to gently embrace her, as if cradling the beauty of the world itself. Heavens! Is this truly the emperor himself? Shen Jingqing exclaimed, her fingers instinctively clutching the warm jade pendant at the emperor's waist. The emperor's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Could it be that she has taken a particular liking to this jade pendant of mine? Chapter 108. A thought emerges after enduring countless trials and tribulations. Acquiring a jade pendant to comfort this frightened little heart cannot be considered excessive, can it? Shen Jingqing pondered inwardly, her grip on the symbol of nobility tightening unconsciously. The seventh prince's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile, suppressing his laughter as he stepped forward, looking up at the emperor, who exuded both authority and kindness, speaking earnestly. Sister Jingqing was indeed startled today. As the true dragon of the heavens, father will surely dispel the shadows in her heart. The emperor's eyes held a hint of helplessness, jokingly remarking, "It is said that daughters take after their fathers. How is it that my son has also learned to empathize, resembling their mother?" Yet he slowly unfastened the jade pendant, placing it gently in Shen Jingqing's palm. Cradling this unexpected treasure in her hands, Shen Jingqing's eyes crescented with joy, her heart swelling with indescribable excitement. The night fell silently, the palace lights gradually illuminating the surroundings, and due to the day's tumult, even the air seemed to carry a weight of gravity. As the crown prince and his wife prepared to take their leave, the emperor specifically appointed Sun Zhao to escort them, demonstrating his meticulous concern for family. The crown prince chuckled lightly, teasingly suggesting that his elder brother was overly worried, as the crown princess was surrounded by numerous guards, rendering Sun Xiaoyi's assistance unnecessary. The emperor cast a sidelong glance, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, contemplating his self-satisfied younger brother, who, if he truly had a tail, would likely be waving it with glee, boasting about his unparalleled crown princess. He waved his hand with undeniable firmness, asserting that only with Zhao accompanying them could he truly feel at ease. Song had long awaited at the gate, and upon hearing that the crown princess herself was delivering her daughter, hurriedly stepped outside to greet them. Facing Song, the crown princess felt a twinge of guilt, for her momentary carelessness had placed Shen Jingqing in peril. Hastily, she entrusted Shen Jingqing to Song, and with her husband, nearly leaped into the carriage, as if fleeing. Just as Song was about to speak, the crown prince's carriage abruptly turned and vanished down the alley in an instant, reminiscent of a scene involving a hasty escape from pursuers. Song's heart brimmed with confusion. When had the usually composed crown princess become so frantic? Truly, my dear mother moves with remarkable speed. Haha. In truth, even if mother possessed extraordinary abilities, she could not have imagined we encountered the finest assassins. At these words, Song's heart raced. Assassins? The top-tier assassins. Instantly, she felt the world spinning around her, her legs weak and unsteady. "Madam, are you all right?" Red Cloud and Red Jade, nearby, quickly steadied the wavering Song, their faces filled with concern. Red Cloud cautiously took Shen Jingqing from Song's arms, fearful that the little treasure might be frightened in the least. Song managed to regain her composure, forcing a smile. "I merely feel a bit dizzy. Let us go inside to rest." "Is Mother's dizziness any better?" Shen Jingqing's eyes were filled with worry, her delicate face etched with concern as she fixed her gaze on Song. Gently stroking her daughter's head, Song meticulously checked her for any injuries, relieved to find none. To reassure her daughter, she maintained a calm demeanor and instructed Red Cloud, "Perhaps the dizziness is due to hunger. Please fetch a bowl of warm sweet soup from the kitchen." Upon hearing her mother's diagnosis, Shen Jingqing's anxiety lessened. Perhaps this was indeed just a trivial case of low blood sugar. Mother. Shen Hao swiftly kicked off his little boots, leaped onto the bed, and embraced Shen Jingqing, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. "Sister, is life at the Tranquility Monastery interesting? You silly child, always saying foolish things." Song chided affectionately, her tone tinged with indulgence for her son's innocent words. How could a serene nunnery offer much amusement? Yet Shen Hao chuckled nonchalantly, revealing, "I've heard the vegetarian dishes at the Tranquility Monastery are exceptionally delicious." Just as the three of them basked in the warm atmosphere, a maid's sharp yet joyous voice called from outside, "The young lady has arrived." At this, Shen Hao sprang from the bed, hurriedly donned his boots, and eagerly bid farewell to Song. "Mother, I shall go hide in the courtyard." Shen Jingqing could not help but feel puzzled. Why did her usually bold brother seem intent on avoiding Shen Yuezhu at this moment? However, before Shen Hao could exit, Shen Yuezhu gracefully appeared. her smile unusually warm and friendly upon seeing him. What scheme is she concocting this time? Shen Jingqing pondered, noting that whenever Shen Yi appeared overly normal, it was precisely when she found things most suspicious. How have you had dinner? It's dark outside. Where are you off to? Shen Yi spoke softly, gently grasping Shen Hao's hand, her tone imbued with tender concern. Do not run about carelessly. Be cautious of falling. Shen Hao shrugged off Shen Yi's hand, quickly leaving her with a hasty, I'm off to study, before darting through the door like a startled rabbit. Facing Shen Hao's retreat, Shen Yi displayed neither anger nor annoyance, but turned to Song, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Sister-in-law, I wish to discuss something with you. Song gestured for her to sit, curious about what unexpected ripple this forthright young sister-in-law would bring this time. Shen Yi, rarely one to conceal her thoughts, suddenly lowered her head, a slight blush tinging her cheeks. She fiddled with the handkerchief in her hand, chuckling to herself for a moment before speaking slowly. Shen Jingqing widened her eyes, fixated on her subtly complicated aunt, awaiting her next words. To her surprise, Shen Yi covered her face with her hand, displaying a rare shyness. I wish to light incense at the Pure Heart Temple. My elder brother's health is steadily declining, and my mother is also not in good condition. Since everyone claims the incense at the Pure Heart Temple is remarkably effective, I wish to pray for their safety and health. You clearly seek a romantic connection for yourself while pretending to pray for your family. Is it not disrespectful to exploit their names in such a manner? Shen Jingqing mused within, her internal critique like subtle ripples, fleeting in her clear gaze. She understood that the desire for personal agency in marriage was entirely reasonable, yet to disguise personal desires under the guise of seeking blessings revealed a disregard for family reputation that she found distasteful. Upon hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, Song's lips curled slightly, nearly breaking into laughter at this candor, but with a mother's unique gentleness, she stifled her amusement and spoke softly, rest assured. I will arrange a carriage and incense by the break of dawn. There is no need for concern. The next morning, as the first light of dawn crept across the sky, Shen Yi, adorned in splendid attire, resembled the most radiant flower of spring, eagerly setting forth on her journey. Just as her figure vanished from sight, the seventh prince arrived, bearing royal gifts, stepping through the morning due to pay a visit. Madame Song, the emperor chanced upon young sister Jingqing yesterday and took quite a liking to her, sending me to deliver these trinkets to coax a smile from her. The seventh prince's smile was warm, his words imbued with the unique warmth and nobility of royalty. While Song understood that these gifts not only reflected affection but were also the emperor's consolation and protection following the assassination attempt on Jingqing the night before. Although the emperor, along with the princes and the crown prince and his wife, had not explicitly stated so, Song's understanding was clear. She accepted this gesture of care with a composed smile and led the seventh prince into the blooming 100-flower courtyard. At that moment, Shen Jingqing, clad in a simple bib, held a small silver spoon, completely engrossed in savoring a bowl of warm steamed egg custard, her face radiating contentment. The seventh prince's appearance sent ripples through her world, causing her to accidentally drop the custard from her spoon, the sound jarring against the tranquil morning. What brings him here to disrupt our peace again? Shen Jingqing silently mused. Yet, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, her smile blossoming like a flower as she scooped up the custard once more, her youthful voice accompanied by soft coos, directly offering the spoon to his lips. Her innocent demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier internal musings. Song entered just in time to witness her daughter straining to feed the seventh prince the custard. She hurried forward, gently pressing down on her daughter's hand, worry etched across her face. The safety of royal cuisine was paramount. Such a casual act could lead to unimaginable consequences. However, the seventh prince appeared remarkably gracious, waving his hand with a smile. Madame Song, do not worry. This custard is soft and palatable, posing no issues. In an atmosphere tinged with reluctance, Song sought to invite His Highness the seventh prince to take a seat, silently praying for the safety of all involved. During their conversation, the seventh prince suddenly inquired, by the way, where is Brother Jing? Brother Jing? Song exchanged bewildered glances with Shen Jingqing before realizing that the seventh prince was referring to the young Shen Hao of the Shen family. Hao has already gone to school, she replied. The mention of her youngest son brought a warm smile to Song's face, reminiscent of the gentle spring sun. Shen Hao, once a naive and restless child who shunned scholarly pursuits, had seemingly matured overnight after the arrival of his little sister. He had become diligent in both his studies and martial arts, as if transformed into a different person altogether. Does His Highness truly have a specific matter to discuss with him? Song casually inquired, her mind racing with speculation. After all, both the seventh prince and Shen Hao were still mere youths. What significant affairs could possibly require their deliberation? However, the seventh prince unexpectedly nodded with a serious demeanor, affirming, "Indeed, there is a small matter I wish to consult him about." Sensing Shen Jingqing's curiosity, he felt a surge of pride and, when pressed for details by Song, playfully withheld information, maintaining an air of mystery. Before long, Shen Hao hurried in, first bowing respectfully to the seventh prince. Clearing his throat, the seventh prince slowly began. Under the expectant gaze of Shen Jingqing, yesterday, His Majesty mentioned the consideration of establishing a martial arts academy. A martial arts academy? Shen Jingqing's curiosity was ignited. What kind of enigmatic institution would that be? Clearly, it was the first time both Song and Shen Hao had heard of such a unique educational establishment, and confusion flickered across their faces as they exchanged glances. The Emperor has been planning this for quite some time, the seventh prince explained to Song while naturally picking up the small spoon before Shen Jingqing and tasting a spoonful of egg custard. His Majesty believes that, although the nation is currently at peace, many members of the royal lineage have gradually lost the valor of their ancestors. Thus, he wishes to create this academy to welcome young nobles, fostering a blend of literary and martial talents. Once they come of age, they may either serve as elite members of the Imperial Guard or join the military, all aimed at nurturing talent for the nation. Shen Jingqing's understanding dawned upon her, and she mused, isn't this akin to a modern military academy? However, another thought struck her. Why limit it solely to the offspring of nobility? What about those truly gifted children who come from humble backgrounds? Song's thoughts were more practical and urgent. She pondered the significance of the seventh prince specifically seeking out Shen Hao and felt a surge of excitement for the impoverished Qingyuan Marquis household. The emergence of a martial arts academy was akin to a timely downpour after a long drought. A subtle smile graced her lips. Shen Hao looked at the seventh prince and then at Song, and after a brief hesitation, he finally grasped the implications. Your Highness, do you mean I have the opportunity to study at the martial arts academy? He asked, pointing to himself, unable to disguise his excitement as he sought confirmation from the seventh prince. The seventh prince nodded affirmatively, saying, His Majesty has decreed that students at the academy should be young, not too old. The Emperor is indeed wise. Song exclaimed sincerely. With this, young nobles would have the chance for comprehensive development, ensuring that even those from affluent backgrounds would not fall into indulgence and waste their time. Shen Jingqing lowered her head, contemplating her youthful hands. Merely being proficient in both literature and martial arts is insufficient. Moral education is equally vital. The spirit of loyalty and patriotism must be deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Upon hearing this, the seventh prince paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, clearly impressed by her insight. What Miss Jingqing says is indeed true. The court must cultivate talent to ensure they become the pillars of the nation, rather than potential threats. How are you interested in joining the martial arts academy? The seventh prince turned to Shen Hao, stating, Your father cannot pave the way for you himself. But if you are determined, I can advocate on your behalf to His Majesty. Song's gaze reflected profound gratitude, akin to the warm sun of spring breaking through the clouds as it softly yet resolutely gazed upon the seventh prince. Despite Shun Zhen's many shortcomings, at this critical juncture, if he were to be confined within the estate, vital information concerning the family's fate would drift like a kite severed from its string, unable to find its way home. The seventh prince personally delivering this information to the Marquis household undoubtedly established a crucial bridge of communication at a pivotal moment, a favor that words alone could scarcely express. Just as Song was about to rise to express her heartfelt thanks to the seventh prince, he waved his hand dismissively, his smile radiating an undeniable warmth as he gently remarked, Madam Shen, there is no need for such formalities among family. His words were like a refreshing spring breeze. warming the hearts of all present. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao felt a surge of joy akin to a bubbling spring, responding eagerly, "I shall surely live up to expectations." As soon as he spoke, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he quickly stepped forward, inquiring with urgency, "Has a decision been made regarding the selection of instructors for the martial arts academy?" For Shen Hao, who aspired to become a celebrated general, the quality of the academy's faculty was undoubtedly the key to his path to glory. The seventh prince's fingers danced lightly in the air, sketching an intricate diagram of personnel arrangements, his words exuding royal composure and wisdom. His Majesty has decreed that the Martial Arts Academy aims to cultivate stars who can thrive on the battlefield. The art of war will naturally be taught by renowned generals such as Duke Wu Ding. As for practical skills and martial arts, several seasoned captains from the Imperial Guard will take turns instructing. He shifted his gaze gently toward Shen Jingqing, saying, "Among them is Captain Sun Zhao, who escorted us to Jingxin Monastery yesterday." "Jingqing, do you remember him?" Shen Jingqing's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, her eyes widening in disbelief. This unexpected coincidence left her momentarily speechless. Just yesterday, she had silently hoped that her brother might have the fortune to study under the exceptionally skilled Captain Sun. Today, she was informed that Captain Sun would soon become one of the instructors at the Martial Arts Academy. The coincidence was indeed astonishing. What astonished her even more was that the seventh prince not only mentioned this, but directly inquired whether her brother wished to join this elite gathering at the academy. Could it truly be mere coincidence? She regarded the seventh prince's smiling countenance, her heart entwined in a web of confusion. Although Mama Sun beside her did not fully grasp the situation, she noticed the seventh prince's penchant for teasing Shen Jingqing and could not resist interjecting, "Your Highness, if you are hungry, should I fetch you another bowl?" "There's no need for trouble. Sharing a meal with Miss Jingqing is more than sufficient," the seventh prince replied. Shen Jingqing felt a slight sense of relief, secretly contemplating that perhaps there truly are serendipitous occurrences in this world. She mused to herself, after all, he is not the omniscient deity I envision in my heart. How could he possibly discern every thought within my mind? A playful smile graced the seventh prince's lips as he scooped up another spoonful of egg custard, secretly delighted. He envisioned a day in the future when Shen Jingqing would discover that he could hear her innermost thoughts, imagining her shocked yet adorable expression, and could not help but chuckle softly. Meanwhile, after a moment of calm, Shen Jingqing's heart ignited once more with fervent hope. Captain Sun Zhao, such an embodiment of valor, unmatched in martial prowess. Even if her brother could learn half of his skills, he would undoubtedly become a renowned general of his time. Then, a thought quietly emerged. Would her father allow her to join the martial arts academy, to learn alongside the boys? Recalling Captain Sun's heroic stance as he faced enemies with his sword, Shen Jingqing felt a surge of exhilaration, her face breaking into a dreamy smile, her eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations and desires for the future. She remained blissfully unaware of the subtle discrepancies hidden within the bowl of egg custard that the seventh prince had offered, innocently opening her mouth to let the warm delicacy glide smoothly down her throat. Song stood to one side, gazing at her daughter, who suddenly broke into a foolish smile. She shook her head helplessly, pondering how this child could suddenly display such an innocent grin. Initially, the emperor had planned to entrust the establishment of the martial arts hall to Prince Qing, but after a private discussion following the return of the seventh prince, he ultimately changed his mind and decided to oversee the construction personally. This decision stirred the court like a spring breeze, igniting waves of excitement. Nobles from all quarters, upon hearing of the opportunity to recommend their sons and nephews for admission to the martial arts hall, eagerly rubbed their hands together, ready to seize the chance. After all, which prominent family did not have young men at the prime age for martial training? Although their private academies had renowned instructors, they paled in comparison to the rigorous training offered by the Royal Martial Arts Hall. Furthermore, the emperor's personal involvement clearly indicated his intent to cultivate loyal supporters. If the children could excel in the martial arts hall and win the emperor's favor, their future careers would surely flourish. Driven by this sentiment, not only did noble families compete to send their offspring to study, but even many esteemed families began cautiously probing for permission to allow their eligible youths to participate, to which the emperor readily acquiesced. Under the ingenious strategy of the seventh prince, The martial arts hall was cleverly divided into two major sections, the eastern part for noble youths and the western part open to talented commoners. This arrangement rapidly expanded the scale of the martial arts hall beyond its initial conception, compelling the emperor to further subdivide it into two distinct academies for better management. The entire capital buzzed with this matter for quite some time, until the autumn of September, when all affairs concerning the martial arts hall finally settled. In contrast to the daily routine at the Imperial Academy, students at the martial arts hall were required to reside on campus, leading to a more intense study environment. For instance, Shen Yi had the opportunity to return home only once a month, and that was limited to just a single day. Who would have thought that the lives of these young students could be even more demanding than those of high-ranking court officials, who enjoyed a day off every 5 days? As the autumn winds grew cooler, Song worried about her daughter's frail constitution and prepared warm winter clothing in advance. Shen Jingqing, with her naturally round and charming features, resembled a lively little ball of fluff in those heavy garments, evoking affection. She sat obediently on a small stool, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the door. Filled with anticipation for the return of her brothers, Shen Yi and Shen Yi. Would they come home together? She softly called out, "Mother." After tireless efforts, she was now 8 months old and could barely utter a few simple words. At that moment, Song was meticulously packing the brothers' luggage when her hand gently brushed against her daughter's forehead, filled with a mother's delicate love and concern. Mama Sun was also attentive to the outside, glancing around in hopes of seeing those familiar figures. At last, amid the sound of cheerful footsteps, Shen Yi and Shen Yi entered the home hand in hand. "Mother." The long-absent Shen Yi dashed into Song's embrace like a little monkey yearning for its nest, his face brimming with boundless joy. "How misses you so much, Mother." Shen Yi, on the other hand, was more composed, first bowing respectfully to their mother, showcasing the demeanor of an elder brother. Song, with one arm draped around each son, scrutinized them closely, noticing that they seemed to have grown taller during their brief separation. Although Shen Yi appeared slightly leaner, indicating that life at the martial arts hall was hardly easy.
Aye, ow.
Song's eyes sparkled with pride and contentment as she pulled her two children closer, her heart overflowing with maternal affection, unsure of whom to embrace more tightly first. Shen Jingqing observed the scene before her, her brow slightly furrowing, a hint of discontent swelling within her. "Elder brother, look at me. Second brother, pay attention to me too." Just as Shen Yi was about to lift Shen Jingqing playfully, Shen Yi swiftly intervened, gently stopping him. "You've just stepped inside. You still carry the chill from outside. Don't let Jingqing catch a cold." Shen Yi's tone was gentle yet firm. "Ah, right, I need to warm myself first. Then I'll give my little princess Jingqing a proper hug." Shen Yi suddenly understood, smiling broadly and promising, his eyes filled with affection. Shen Jingqing secretly grumbled, thinking to herself, "What kind of brother is this? Seeing his sister return, he can remain so calm?" At that moment, Song was comfortably seated in the warm little attic, where the charcoal fire blazed brightly, creating an atmosphere of cozy tranquility. She signaled to Hongyun to carefully place Shen Jingqing on the soft bed, and then urged the two brothers to remove their dusty boots and rest together, while she nestled beside the bed, wearing a loving smile, patiently listening to their tales from the academy. Such a person, dreaming of bringing glory to the family? No wonder she had heard from ninth uncle that the emperor had sternly reprimanded several noble youths in court. "My second brother is the most reliable. He can endure hardship and toil, and he will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. That is the second brother I am proud of." Shen Yi felt a warm surge of affection from his sister's heartfelt praise, unable to resist gently pinching her smooth cheek in tenderness. "Those who are unworthy, what need is there to mention them?" Song echoed, her gaze filled with resolve and hope. She understood that entering the martial arts hall meant undergoing trials, and enduring hardship was inevitable. Changing the subject, Song inquired about the children's impressions of their masters at the martial arts hall. "The masters are quite strict. However," as she continued, Shen Yi's eyes sparkled with a different light. "But Master Sun is exceptional. He is truly remarkable." When mentioning Sun Zhao, Shen Yi's gaze seemed to twinkle with stars. "His swordsmanship is unparalleled, His martial skills are formidable, and his demeanor is gentle and approachable. Shen Jingqing thought silently to herself, perhaps Yu Haven T witnessed his fierce demeanor during duels. However, there is someone at the martial arts hall whom I particularly dislike. Shen Hao's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone imbued with unmistakable displeasure. Second brother is usually easygoing and kind to others. If he says he dislikes someone, that person must really have a problem. Shen Jingqing raised an eyebrow, silently expressing her support and trust in her brother. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Shen Hao suddenly burst into laughter, a shift that left Song and Shen Yi perplexed. How could he go from furious to carefree in the blink of an eye? Song curiously asked, "Which child has made you so unhappy?" The martial arts hall was a melting pot of various characters, and the younger Shen Hao inevitably encountered some older children who bullied others. "Aha, what is wrong?" Shen Yi gently nudged him, filled with concern. Shen Hao felt the warmth and care of his family, pursed his lips, and lowered his voice to reveal, "It's from the Lin family." "The Lin family?" Song pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he meant the Lin family of Duke Shen's lineage, who had fallen from grace, or the Xinyang Marquis family that had severed ties with the Duke. Lin Qingyuan. This sudden call echoed in Song's heart like thunder, shattering her tranquil thoughts. Her mind cleared instantly, for that name undeniably carried the shadow of the Lin Fuxing family. Perhaps it was the mention of concubine by Xin Yuezhu that had triggered their sensitive nerves, or perhaps they were secretly plotting some unspeakable scheme. Regardless, thereafter the Lin family no longer initiated friendly gestures, seemingly severing all ties with Lin Xianshuang of the Nanyang Marquis family, like strangers. This unusual behavior raised alarm bells in the astute Song's mind. Lin Fuxing had suffered years of exile and disgrace, yet upon his return to the capital, he attained the esteemed position of the Grand Scholar at the National Academy. Such restraint and hiding were starkly contrasting to his previously flamboyant character. What was even more intriguing was that despite Lin Fuxing's current status, bolstered by the support of the loyal and brave Duke's residents, he still attracted many who wished to ascend the social ladder. Yet how could the Su family easily grant an outsider the dual prestigious titles of Grand Scholar at the National Academy and Minister of the Imperial Academy? The intricacies of this situation were certainly thought-provoking. In this day and age, news has reached that a scion of the Lin family has stepped through the gates of the martial arts hall, stirring ripples within Song's heart. Lin Qingyuan. He is not merely a continuation of the Lin bloodline. Shen Jingqing's near-frantic whisper pierced the air, revealing that he is the son of Lin Xianshuang. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, prompting Song to recall the moment when Xinjiang exchanged the enigmatic Xian Shuang sword for her beloved Lu Tu, during which her daughter inadvertently disclosed the secret that Lin Xianshuang's nephew is, in fact, her own flesh and blood. This twist complicated Song's feelings towards the Lin family and elucidated why she could never directly associate the Lin residents with Lin Fuxing. It became evident that even those born into prestigious families could choose to tread the battlefield in pursuit of martial glory. As Song reflected on this, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. Shen Yi curiously inquired, "Does this descendant of the Lin family truly possess exceptional qualities?" Their time studying together at the Eastern Academy has been brief, and whether Lin Qingyuan is indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggest remains uncertain. Shen Hao pondered for a moment before offering his observation. "While we share the same space, it is yet to be concluded whether he is genuinely exceptional." The young man straightened his back, his gaze resolute.